Possessing the most formidable physical prowess capable of tearing apart beasts. You're derided by the Uchiha clan as a worthless being merely because you have traversed into the world as the son of Uchiha Kagami. For 2 decades, you have not awakened a Sharingan, nor have you mastered any ninjutsu. Your days are spent either submerged in the gym or throwing punches at the air, leading people to perceive you as a disgrace to the Uchiha lineage. Little do they know that for the past 23 years, you have been ceaselessly growing stronger, akin to a hermit in relentless training and combat. Now, you have attained the level of a shadow, and unlike those ninjas who bask in their achievements, you have achieved a profound unity of spirit and flesh, nearing the sanctification of the physical form. With a mere punch, you can shatter mountains and stones. Your defenses are astonishing, withstanding and countering lethal ninjutsu with ease, and you are nearly immune to any illusionary techniques present. You embody a terrifying humanoid colossus, the only aspect lacking being a means for large-scale extermination, a secret you have long concealed. Yet now, you can no longer remain hidden, for an unexpected surge of your aura erupted, a killing intent so tangible and overwhelming that it nearly frightened the current team leader, Uchiha Shana, into submission. Uchiha Shana exclaimed, "Mr. Ban, your absence has led the children astray." He promptly sought to take you along to participate in the elite assessment, to prove your worth as a member of the Uchiha clan. At dawn, at the entrance of the Fanma household, Minato Namikaze hurriedly led the still sleepy Sake-loving Neru over, swiftly leaping over the wall in the courtyard. Fanma was preparing for his morning exercises, and as he noticed a yellow-haired head peeking out, he smiled, thinking, so, little Minato is eager to witness the teacher's splendid performance. Yes, he took a deep breath. 2 thick jets of mist erupted from his nostrils, muscles bulging as if they were prisoners breaking free. Countless veins throbbed as he moved, bones cracking and popping, muscles seemingly acquiring their own consciousness, slowly writhing. Minato, crouched in the corner, was internally mocking, "This is definitely not normal martial arts, nor is this a typical human." With fingers clenched, he executed a powerful stance, imprinting a semicircle on the courtyard's bluestone ground, adopting a standard Konoha style. Raising his hand, he unleashed a punch, the speed generating a sonic boom that resonated throughout the courtyard, the air lamenting under the strain. The target of this punch was a nearly 3-meter Iron Man, glinting ominously. Fanma struck with a fist, sending the Iron Man flying, as if he were a character from a manga, struck by a truck driver, hurtling through the air. As he spun, the bluestone beneath him shattered, debris scattering, and before the Iron Man could reach the wall, Fanma had already appeared behind him. This technique, Mountain Lean, is a profound killing move derived from Fanma's life experiences, exemplifying the source of power through the lumbar spine, with the thighs as support, channeling all strength to erupt from the shoulders, a fatal strike from the 8 Extremes fist. The Iron Man let out a mournful cry of agony. The body forged from adamantine lay in tatters, riddled with cracks, utterly devoid of its original humanoid form. Its fragmented appearance was eerily reminiscent of a vengeful specter. Minato's visage turned pale from his perspective. He could only witness the iron figure soaring towards the wall, then hurtling back at him with great velocity. Yet, true to his stature as the future 4th Hokage, Minato gritted his teeth and positioned himself in front of Kusanai just as the iron entity was mere meters away from crashing down. Fanma wore a satisfied smile as he sidled up to Minato, delivering a precise kick that shattered the iron figure into countless pieces. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with flying metal shards, and the ground was marred with deep craters, as if ravaged by an unprecedented calamity. Fanma quietly surveyed his handiwork, picking up a warm towel to wipe down his body. The contact between his crimson form and the towel produced a sizzling sound, releasing steam into the air. Goxanai had long since emerged from his dazed state, the cataclysmic explosion evoking memories of the nightmare surrounding the destruction of Wachao village, causing him to tremble. In school, he was known as the Blood Red Pepper, yet at that moment, he cowered behind Minato, gripping his back tightly, afraid to show his face. Minato also wore a pale expression, exhausted as he leaned against the wall, grasping Goxanai's hand and gasping for breath. "Is this truly your method of combat, Fama-sensei?" Fanma casually waved his hand, donning a combat ninja vest, seizing Minato with one hand and Goxanai, who had already gone offline, with the other. "I am unique. Among the 5 great nations, I am perhaps the only one who fights in this manner. Yet, our paths are destined to diverge. Do not let my strength blind you. Your future will be equally remarkable. With an unwavering demeanor, Fanma offered Minato a bowl of wisdom as they hurried towards the training grounds behind the village. Minato swayed in the air, his golden hair fluttering as he quietly contemplated life. Though Uchiha Fanma had treated him well since childhood, caring for him as one would a younger brother, and Minato had recently taken him as a mentor, making him a close confidant, had never witnessed Fanma's training methods. The brutality and raw masculine power displayed in his combat style left a profound impression on Minato, even evoking a sense of unfamiliarity. At the number 47 classified training ground, individuals had begun to gather in small clusters. Any ordinary shinobi arriving at this site would undoubtedly be astonished by the assembly of such prominent figures. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, along with his combative comrade, Danzo Shimura, had taken their positions, their banter evident from Hiruzen's jovial demeanor and Danzo's scowling face. Various clans exchanged pleasantries, adorned with amiable yet insincere smiles. Common ninjas, sporting the insignia of Jounin, formed their own circles, engaging in discussions about the day's battles. Their unintentional positioning subtly revealed the prevailing hierarchy within Konoha, highlighting the growing chasm between clan and common ninjas under the leadership of the Will of Fire. This internal competition among Jounin marked the first instance of conflict within the common ninja faction, as they could no longer endure the continued dominance of certain inept clan ninjas in high positions. Fanma briskly approached the third Hokage, carrying two little companions. With a cheerful smile, he remarked to the old man, "I have brought my apprentice and his young girlfriend to witness today's match and broaden their horizons." The third sighed in resignation, noticing Danzo's perpetually grim demeanor as he observed the young shinobi. Kaguya. Danzo maintained the belief that the strength of a ninja lay solely in their weaponry, devoid of any emotional attachments. Even as a backup, one must be prepared for the worst. However, Kaguya's lineage was indeed unique, being a descendant nurtured by the esteemed Uzumaki Kushina, placing him on equal standing with the young girl. Clearing his throat, the third Hokage took both Minato and Kaguya under his care, gently ruffling their hair. "In that case, I shall look after you both. You are the new generation of the village, destined to face the trials of wind and rain." Fanma shrugged off the two little ones and shook off his attire, contemplating the opponents he would face today and the gains he intended to secure. In truth, his reputation within the village of Konoha was significant, albeit limited to a select few due to his experiences in the Umbu. Outside the higher echelons, not many were aware of his illustrious battle records. Fanma's purpose for being here was to establish his own renown and seize command in the forthcoming conflict, paving the way for his achievements to be recognized in exchange for the Book of Seals. Danzo's voice cut through the air, dark and foreboding. "I still believe that joining the Roots is your true stage. Your darkness is ample." Fanma narrowed his eyes dismissively. "Danzo, I believe that a ninja should let their strength speak for them. Should I become the leader of the Roots, I might consider it." Danzo's expression darkened further, emitting a heavy grunt of disapproval. Hiruzen Tsurutobi cleared his throat, amplifying his voice with a peculiar jutsu. "Attention, Jonin class, assemble." Instantly, the conversing Jonin hurriedly took their positions, eager to hear the third Hokage's next directives. The third produced a box for drawing lots from behind him, scanning the gathered crowd before beginning his address. "This is an elite selection for the Jonin of Konoha. The top 3 will emerge victorious. You all are the backbone of Konoha, and I trust you have prepared for the impending war. The forces will be divided into 3 main units: the primary offensive against Sunagakure, the main offensive against Yuin, and the battlefield reconnaissance and support unit. I shall remain in the village, and the victorious 3 will assume the roles of squad commanders. Those wishing to lead should be prepared." As the third finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over the gathering. The civilian ninjas were taken aback by the fairness of this method to determine battlefield command. Command in combat carries with it immense honor and responsibility, with the spoils of victory often sufficient to sustain a mid-sized clan for 20 years. The clan ninjas, too, were surprised to find that this approach favored them, as they did not believe their noble lineage would succumb to anyone. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, charged with the anticipation of a conflict brimming with stakes and underlying tension. How many forces does Konoha truly possess? What scale will this war ultimately reach? This issue has long plagued Fanma in his previous life. He, too, was once an enthusiast of historical research. According to the ninja registration number 12707 from Konoha, discarding the casualties from the Third Shinobi World War, the number of ninjas capable of combat in Konoha seems to be no more than 6000. However, during the final battle of the Ninja Coalition, a staggering figure of nearly 90,000 was presented. It can only be said that this number is inflated with a considerable number of samurai and ninjas from small nations, ultimately exaggerated for the sake of morale. Since Fanma's reincarnation, he has recognized this discrepancy. The number of ninjas is indeed alarmingly scarce. Based on the data from the Ninja Academy, the registration number of Minato Namikaze is 6,510, while Hiruzensuke is 0261. After accounting for the casualties from the First Shinobi World War, Konoha's current military strength hovers around 500. There's still many unaccounted for, such as the private troops of various ninja clans within the village, labor ninjas who joined before the village's establishment, or those who simply chose not to enroll in the academy. Thanks to the wartime era, the number of Chunin at this time far exceeds that of later generations. On the surface, Konoha boasts 72 Chunin, 330 special Chunin, approximately 1,700 Chunin, and around 3,500 Genin. Yet, the ninjas not included in the registration numbers are akin to hidden citizens from feudal times. No one truly knows how many there are. This also reflects the depth of the so-called ninja clans, with the powerful families and the Hokage in a constant tug-of-war. Konoha's military strength is like water within a sponge, while the affluent, powerful families hold the coins in their pockets. Adversaries are always present, and only the Genin are the absolute core of this military force, each being an exceedingly precious strategic resource. They are a group within the village that must be attentively listened to. Fanma rolled his eyes, lost in thought as he waited for the upcoming speech from Yuan Hiruzensuke. Those willing to compete for the commanding position were invited to place their name tags into the box. As the words fell, about a dozen individuals leaped forward to submit their tags. Fanma couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that even fairness has its unspoken rules. How could ordinary civilian ninjas contend against families that have existed for a century? The candidates for this election were predominantly from noble clans. Aside from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, the only other notable figure from the Spirit Hidden Village was Koyuki Asai. The rest, like Uchiha, Hyuga, Sarutobi, and Shimura, all hailed from Konoha's noble families. The remaining ninja clans, such as the Inuzuka and Yamanaka, indeed lacked some capabilities in reconnaissance and communication warfare. Fanma slowly approached the drawing box, placing his name tag within it, a faint smile crossing his face as he awaited the long-awaited unknown battle. All right, if there are no other participants, then let today's selection officially commence, declared the third Hokage with an air of authority as he gestured. The selection was opened. The esteemed Danzo appeared as sinister as ever, slowly surveying the crowd. He retrieved 2 name tags from a box, glanced at the participants, and announced, "I, Hokage's advisor Danz, now declare the first round of selection, Uchiha Fanma versus Hyuga." Tenzu. Discussions erupted throughout the training ground. The matchup between Uchiha and Hyuga is indeed a captivating spectacle. Hinata Tenkai is renowned as the foremost combat ninja of the clan, having perfected the gentle fist technique. Meanwhile, Uchiha Banma has also gained considerable fame within the elite shinobi circles. However, nothing compares to witnessing prowess firsthand. Outside the Umbu, none have witnessed his fighting style. In an elegant display of body flicker technique, Tenkai gracefully positioned himself at the center of the dueling arena, prompting a slight thrill in Banma. Engaging with a Taijutsu ninja has always been his preferred form of training. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Banma unleashed his aura, allowing his presence to fill the space, as his bloodlust ominously locked onto Tenkai, seeping into his chakra. The intent to consume his opponent was palpable, causing many observing jounin to furrow their brows in unison, as an undercurrent of unease and dread surged within them. Their own chakra began to stir inexplicably. Tenkai abruptly stepped back, realizing that Banma's imposing aura signified a formidable challenge. Activating his Byakugan, a hallmark of the Hyuga clan's combat genius, he habitually utilized it to scrutinize the enemy's chakra manipulation and anticipate their movements. The Hyuga clan inherently possessed a significant advantage in terms of intelligence. However, to his astonishment, the chakra within Banma appeared unexpectedly sparse under his Byakugan's gaze. Banma was indeed an anomaly. His chakra was primarily devoted to passively enhancing his physical and mental faculties. A cold smirk formed within Tenkai's mind. Regardless of how impressive the aura may seem, a ninja's battle ultimately hinges on chakra. Just as Tenkai planned to close the distance and swiftly conclude the encounter, he suddenly realized Banma had vanished. Yet, being of the Hyuga clan, hailing from the main house, and endowed with an unobstructed field of vision, Tenkai promptly detected Banma's emergence behind him. Caught unawares, Tenkai was astonished by Banma's speed-pure, unadulterated swiftness born from sheer physical capability. As Banma slightly crouched, his vertebrae cracked, and the muscles in his arms coiled with ferocity. He launched a devastating punch toward Tenkai. True to his reputation as a seasoned jounin, Tenkai met the oncoming force with his gentle fist technique, channeling his chakra fearlessly to intercept Banma's strike. The resounding sonic boom echoed through the sky. As the clash of chakra produced waves of smoke 70 meters away, beads of sweat dotted Tenkai's forehead, a testament to the pain he felt. Years of combat experience told him that his right arm was likely fractured, perhaps even severely shattered. The overwhelming might of Banma's blow was too formidable for the adept Hyuga to withstand. When the battle distilled down to the simplicity of delivering a fierce punch, and he found himself unable to counter, it left him at a loss for words. Banma, exhibiting a sense of decorum, chose to halt his advance, recognizing the nature of their rivalry as one between comrades from the same village where death should not be a consequence. Tenkai harbored an unwillingness to concede the intricacies of the gentle fist technique had yet to be fully realized, and he remained confident that landing a single blow could turn the tides in his favor. Banma, opting for silence, prepared to unveil some truly astonishing techniques for their first bout, which would undeniably benefit his standing. The aura of disadvantage gradually coalesced, solidifying around the body to form a blood-red armor, shimmering with an eerie crimson glow. Blood Kai exuded a heavy scent of fresh blood, detectable even by the esteemed individuals on the platform. To speak candidly, this appearance bore no resemblance to that of the Hokage. What a formidable villain indeed. The villagers, upon witnessing this, hurried home to warn their children not to cry, lest they attract the attention of Uchiha Zebra, who would come to devour them. Blood Kai represented a sophisticated manifestation of Zebra's predatory aura, interwoven with killing intent and chakra, creating a composite ninjutsu that significantly augmented Zebra's strength and perception. Upon contact with an enemy, it would emit a blood aura, leaping upon foes to feast, with chakra replenishing itself that a flash of red light surged forth, aimed squarely at Heaven's face. Heaven, no stranger to battle, unleashed his chakra, enveloping his arms in a blue-white glow. Despite the thick chakra entwining his limbs, he was still sent flying by the impact, the pain excruciating. This sheer tactic of overpowering the opponent with brute strength and speed was utterly ruthless. As he soared through the air, Heaven found a bittersweet amusement, reminiscing about his usual sparring sessions with his son, Day-Foot, feeling as though he had been treated like a child. Before Heaven could contemplate his next move, the formidable blood-colored shadow closed in, its massive fist threatening his temple. A crushing blow landed beside Heaven's ear, causing the earth to groan in agony. The training ground shattered into pieces, clouds of dust rising to obscure the sky, leaving only an eerie blood tint that glimmered ominously, radiating a terrifying atmosphere. In the vast pit, Heaven lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, the reverberation of the previous blow echoing in his ears. The tension surged his adrenaline to its peak. The sensation of weakness coupled with a clear mind allowed him to experience the feeling of being utterly overwhelmed for the first time since becoming a jonin. How long had it been since he had felt so helpless? Had it struck his head, he would have conceded defeat. With labored breaths, Heaven limped to his feet, casting a complex gaze at Fanma. Is this truly an Uchiha? What connection does this combat style have with them? He fixated intently on Fanma's eyes despite the terror emanating from him. His eyes remained a striking shade of black, untainted by the Sharingan, leaving Heaven bewildered. Fanma laughed heartily, inviting Heaven to engage in a friendly contest. Heaven's expression turned awkward. It feels as if both my arms are broken. Nevertheless, Fanma grasped Heaven's hand, insisting on completing this necessary step of amicable sparring. In truth, within the atmosphere of Konoha, maintaining appearances and preventing moral coercion was of utmost importance. The third Hokage observed the fallen Heaven and the godlike figure of Fanma with a soft sigh. Had that stubborn child truly grown to this extent? The victor is Uchiha Zebra, the third Hokage proclaimed loudly. Under the support of his kin, Hinata Tenku slowly retreated from the arena, his arms drooping, devoid of the earlier grace he had displayed. The training ground was enveloped in an atmosphere of solemnity. Fan Ma twisted his neck, the blood shadow solidifying upon his form. The gentle fist chakra, recently seized in the heat of battle, had been meticulously secured by him. This gentle fist chakra was a rare and precious resource. Upon returning home, Fan Ma would gradually delve into its intricacies, endeavoring to emulate the essence of the gentle fist techniques and their unique properties, which would inevitably be integrated into his combat system. Even if he encountered perplexing issues, he had a scientific genius at his disposal, his good friend Orochimaru. With a wave of his hand, Fan Ma signaled to the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, I have just entered a state of battle and do not require rest. I request to guard the arena. A profound silence descended upon those present. Given the strength and speed Fan Ma had just exhibited, each individual silently pondered how they would handle such a confrontation. The ninjas adept in Taijutsu had discerned the intricacies of the recent skirmish and were left contemplating their own prospects in battle. Many were even scheming on how to acquire Fan Ma's training methods. What method were there, really? It was simply real competent abundance of practical experience coupled with Fan Ma's own diligence, and perhaps a sprinkle of luck. After all, as Senior Lu Han once said, one luck combined with 99 perspiration. The third Hokage surveyed the expressions of those around him and spoke solemnly, granting permission to guard the arena. Those wishing to engage in competition with Uchiha Fan Ma may step forward. For a moment, the scene fell into quietude. The previous battle had been exceedingly swift and decisive, and the outcome was brutally straightforward. The recent confrontation had revealed Fan Ma's might and speed, yet yielded little in terms of useful intelligence. The silence persisted for about the duration of a stick of incense before someone stepped onto the battlefield, ready to challenge. The challenger was none other than the father of the former Red, a venerable figure within the pastoral community True Red. Centered around the robust spirit of his illustrious clan, he had extensively explored the illusions of the ninja world. Even within the Uchiha clan, his mastery of Genjutsu was widely acknowledged. Observers among the crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing that utilizing illusions against Taijutsu was indeed a sound strategy. Meanwhile, Fan Ma's colleagues from the Umbu and his fellow Uchiha clan members regarded True Red with pity. They knew all too well the futility of a mediocre Genjutsu user facing Fan Ma. It was akin to courting death. They had witnessed countless overconfident illusionists meet their demise at Fan Ma's hands, each more tragic than the last. Fan Ma stood languidly in place, unhurried to secure victory in this contest. For illusionists, facing Fan Ma was a lamentable fate. Typically, such ninjas would first disrupt their opponent's chakra flow, inducing a state of mental disarray, and then construct an illusionary realm to ensnare their adversary, stripping them of their combat capabilities. Those more skilled could fabricate sensations of numbness, akin to the Anma clan, leading to a state where one might unwittingly inflict harm upon oneself. However, in the face of Fan Ma's passive skill, Shunrui, all of this becomes inconsequential, unless one's mental fortitude is as monstrous as Fan Ma's physique. The essence of Shunrui is simply that the strength of Fan Ma's body directly correlates with the might of his mental prowess. This binds body and spirit, forcibly enhancing Fan Ma's resistance to illusions in the past. Jinhong furrowed his brow, perplexed by Fan Ma's unwillingness to strike. When a Taijutsu ninja encounters an illusionist, the optimal strategy is to disrupt their hand seals, preventing the illusionist from interfering with one's combat senses and forcing them into a rhythm of attack to seek opportunities for a decisive blow. Jinhong, being a seasoned Jnin, did not dwell excessively on this. Every Jnin possesses a domain of expertise they take pride in this complex world of ninjas. There are invariably elements beyond consideration. The best course is to unleash one's techniques to the utmost without regard for anything else. Without a trace of hesitation, Jinhong's fingers danced nimbly as he performed hand seals before Fan Ma. Having been granted an opportunity, there was no reason to let it slip away. Chakra flowed like shadows toward the earth, lying in wait. The illusion was silently set, prepared for the optimal effect. Rather than initiating an attack on Fan Ma, he chose to surround himself with illusionary chakra, crafting a trap and waiting for Fan Ma to approach. However, they had yet to witness the extent of Fan Ma's extraordinary defenses. Even if Jinhong successfully induced a brief moment of disorientation in Fan Ma, his offensive maneuvers were unlikely to yield results. Illusionists do not necessarily require immense offensive power, as a ninja in a state of illusion is entirely defenseless. For an ordinary ninja, a single shuriken could seal their fate, but for Fan Ma, overcoming him necessitates sufficient offensive strength to breach his defenses. This underscores the significance of having a margin for error. Ninjas typically operate in a low-tolerance environment, yet when one possesses the capital to err, boundless possibilities arise. Fama languidly advanced step by step toward Jinhong, his mind devoid of turbulence, and an inexplicable smile tugged at his lips as he recalled the days of sparring with illusionist clansmen. As he approached, he precisely stepped into the trap laid by Jinhong and, with a grin, remarked, "Brother Jinhong, your illusion should be right here. Allow me to experience it." Jinhong, the illusion you set up should be right here, right? Then let me experience the power of the Sun family's illusion. At this moment, Jinhong was truly shocked. Why would a Taijutsu ninja dare to actively confront my illusion? But he did not relax. His earlier performance had already made everyone present understand that he was a ruthless killing machine. His violent and straightforward skills left a deep impression on everyone, and this ninja would certainly not be a proud fool. Secret technique, tree hell binding kill. Final chapter. Jinhong no longer hesitated, quietly activating the technique, pouring his chakra without reservation. The surging illusion rushed towards Fanma, attempting to disturb his chakra and mental barrier. However, to his frustration, Fanma still appeared calm and relaxed, even squinting at Minato in the stands, who looked worried. Sweat had already formed on Jinhong's forehead as he was surprised to find that his mental power, when battling Fanma, was like an ant trying to shake a tree. This is impossible, Jinhong thought, unable to understand why there was such strong mental power. In fact, for the Uchiha clan with Sharingan, fighting them with illusions is pathetic. Although Fama never used his Sharingan, Fama quietly felt the illusion, and the confrontation with Jinhong felt quite dull to him. Indeed, the realm of illusion heavily depends on lineage and talent. An ordinary ninja, even if they reach the level of Jainin, finds it hard to break through the bottleneck without the enhancement of a bloodline limit. A sense of boredom surged in Fanma's heart. Let us just end this quickly. Winning 3 matches in a row would directly qualify him for command. Suddenly exerting force, Fama silently appeared behind Jinhong. Jinhong was nervously setting up his defensive illusions, waiting for the next opportunity. In the blink of an eye, he saw a flash of afterimage. Fama had already vanished. For a Jainin specializing in illusions, close combat against Fanma was no different from fighting a genin. Before Jinhong could locate him, Fanma delivered a light chop to his neck. Jinhong tilted his head and passed out. Fama carried Jinhong and walked to the observation platform, gently placing him down. He exchanged a slight smile with the third Hokage, crossing his arms, and casually said, "Hokage-sama, there are 16 of us competing, and winning 3 rounds means being in the top 3 to qualify for command. I apply to continue fighting until eliminated or I secure a spot." This was actually disadvantageous for Fanma. In ninja battles, the goal is to expose as little personal information as possible. By actively competing in front of everyone for 2 matches in a row, it offered him no benefits. The third Hokage chuckled and whispered a few words to Danzo. "The new generation of Konoha has grown up, and I am very pleased." "No problem, then please continue." Minato ran over with a bottle of water, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Fama. Fama gently patted Minato's head, tilted his head back to drink the water, and then instantly returned to the center of the arena, waiting for the next challenger. In an instant, the 2 great leaders of Konoha, the heads of illusion and Taijutsu, had already been defeated. 008 The battle to make a name for oneself. Everyone present was contemplating how to defeat such a ninja, who was not constrained by illusion and possessed astonishing strength and speed. Fanma's fighting style brought to many people's minds a figure, the third Raikage of the Cloud-Hidden Village. Does this mean that Uchiha Fanma has already attained a shadow-like strength? The various Jonin exchanged glances. Such heavyweight news would need to be carefully studied with their families, as the dynamics in Konoha might soon change. Compared to the third Raikage, Fanma's exhibited attack power had not reached the level of the Hell Stab, but his speed, his resistance to control, and his ability to inflict significant damage on most ninjas made him a very tricky opponent. The Jonin exchanged looks, gradually focusing their attention on Kakashi, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Shana. The third Hokage wore a gentle smile and spoke in a kindly tone. "What's the matter?" The emergence of a strong young person in the village is a sign of Konoha's prosperity. Hearing this, Jiraiya sniffed and silently thought, "I've lost count of how many times I've fought him since childhood. A strong young person? He's clearly been a gifted freak all along." However, The old man's words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Orochimaru squinted his snake-like eyes and whispered with Tsunade. From Tsunade's not-so-pleasant expression and the trembling legs beneath her dark green haori, it was clear that she was feeling restless. For many years, Tsunade and Fanma had maintained a noisy rivalry. Unlike the relationship between Tsunade and Jiraiya in the original work, which developed from not knowing each other to gradually warming up, a standard love story, Fanma was an unquiet character. After returning from his Umbu missions, he often brought her various specialties from different ninja villages. He would also proactively invite her out for drinks and meals, and on starry nights in the village, he would walk with her. What frustrated her was that Fanma had never expressed his feelings. Initially, there was potential for their relationship to progress. But due to Fanma's lack of initiative, it had fallen into a very awkward situation. Uchiha Shana could not contain his inner restlessness either. In fact, he had activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Proudly claiming to have inherited Uchiha Madara's will, he witnessed his brother's death in the First Shinobi World War, which activated his Manjiki powers. However, no one was available to teach him how to use it. In his youth, he had recklessly wielded his ocular power for a time, but now it had clearly diminished. Shana himself was the most martial member of the Uchiha clan, also serving as the clan leader. If it weren't for the concern over his ocular power not persisting, he would have long since united the major factions within the clan and challenged the Hokage building. Regarding Fanma, Shana's feelings were complicated. On one hand, he was optimistic about this young and powerful clansman. On the other hand, he maintained traditional beliefs in bloodlines. When Fanma was young, he often persuaded him to follow a traditional training path. He always believed that the path of Taijutsu had an end. Fanma, who inherited the Uchiha bloodline, chose to hone his physical body instead of exploring the powers within his bloodline. This was akin to placing himself on the same starting line as common ninjas, a foolish approach of seeking the distant while neglecting the near. However, witnessing Fanma's outstanding performance today ignited Shana's exclusive obsession with the Uchiha. He planned to reveal his Manjiki, even if it meant going blind. With such a promising clansman, as long as he returned to the right path of ocular techniques, the Uchiha would surely give birth to an unmatched leader. A blazing sense of mission surged in Shana's heart. He had to make Fanma value ocular techniques. If Fanma knew his thoughts, he would surely retort. The Uchiha clan truly produces a lot of lunatics and obsessives. Swish! The silence was broken as a challenger appeared in the arena. However, unexpectedly, Uchiha Shana and Tsunade both moved at the same time, standing on the stage. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. The Senju and Uchiha had always been in an antagonistic relationship. After the death of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, this opposition had intensified, leading to the Uchiha gradually becoming isolated within the village. Their proud nature meant they would not explain themselves, which worsened their situation. Tsunade said nothing more, crossing her arms, tilting her head, and squinting at Fanma with a hint of provocation. It seemed she had deep-seated grievances against him. Shana was even less likely to give up this position. What he aimed to do today was a grand endeavor to revive the Uchiha. For him, this was the perfect opportunity to dedicate himself to the Uchiha, burning himself out, restoring the Uchiha's name, pressuring the Hokage building, and pulling back a genius who had strayed on the wrong path was truly a multifaceted opportunity he would not miss. Fanma looked at the two of them with amusement. One was a girl looking for a fight, and the other was a strangely spirited middle-aged man. What a peculiar combination. After a moment of thought, since today's spotlight had already been sufficiently drawn, he might as well pursue it to the end. Fanma asked the two opposite him in a gentle, yet provoking tone, "I have no other intentions. If neither of you is willing to back down, I could try to fight both of you." Since the Senju and Uchiha had always been the best partners since the founding of the village, why not fight side by side again today? Tsunade stomped her foot and angrily asked, "What do you mean? You punk, do you look down on me?" Uchiha Shana, however, wore a solemn expression, staring at Fanma, and seriously said, "I have no problem with that." Tsunade looked at Shana in surprise. The usually proud Uchiha clan leader actually chose to team up with the Senju against a junior? This was too strange, and Shana did not pay attention to Tsunade's gaze, steadfastly looking at Fanma. A hint of surprise crossed Fanma's heart. What was this old man up to? The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and turned to Danzo, asking, "What do you think?" Danzo waved his hand in disgust. "You should quit smoking, Hiruzen, but I support it. It's necessary to understand the true combat power in the village right now. It's not easy to determine who can bear the weight in a war on the scale of the village. The third Hokage glanced at Danzo. For him to say such words was quite an achievement. Fama cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. I mean, no disrespect to the two Jonin. I just recently made a small breakthrough in my training and would like to verify it with both of you. This kind of step down was perhaps better left unoffered. Tsunade's expression grew increasingly grim, her fair face tinged with an angry red. After all, she was still just a 20-something girl. Even if her personality might not have changed much at 50. The third Hokage looked at Fanma, then, even if it's a 1 against 2, if you lose, you will still be eliminated. Fanma shrugged nonchalantly, thought for a moment, and decided to add a wager to this match. Then, Lord Third, if I win, I hope you can grant me an opportunity to apply for forbidden technique training. If I lose, I will voluntarily take on the role of teaching physical techniques in the village for free for the next month, open to everyone. The third Hokage was overjoyed upon hearing this, waving his hand in agreement to Fanma's request. In this era, Jonin are extremely valuable political and military resources, making them difficult to assign. Having just come from the bloody battlefield, everyone has their unique personalities. Generally, when it comes to teaching, they would only pass on knowledge to their friends and clan members, rarely to outsiders. Even in Naruto's time, Kakashi's refusal shows that in the genin class, unless there are special connections or specific noble clan children involved, no one is willing to take on the role just to build their own network and resources. For a common ninja, having a particularly strong Jonin as a team leader is already a great fortune. Now, with Fanma, who is renowned for his physical techniques in Konoha, voluntarily using teaching as a wager, this match for the village's benefit must take place today. All right, then I will add another bet. The winner will receive an additional opportunity to practice a forbidden technique, and if Uchiha Fanma wins, it will be 2 opportunities. Moreover, if Fanma prevails, I will grant him the special opportunity to organize troops first. The third Hokage raised his eyebrow and announced the rules and stakes of the match to all the Jonin present. Some may think it unfair, as Fanma disrupted the normal selection process. However, in a ninja world, rules are not as important. One's own strength is always the greatest assurance. Rules constrain the weak, while the strong face only minor consequences for breaking them. Fanma chuckled to himself. The old third Hokage is putting him on the spot. Does he want to test my strength because I've advanced too quickly, trying to add more weight on my shoulders? The third Hokage cleared his throat, suddenly adopting a serious tone, and said, All right, please be ready. Uchiha Shana, Tsunade, you have 10 minutes to hold a strategy meeting. Fanma rolled his eyes in disbelief. They even need a strategy meeting? Are they hoping I lose? Meanwhile, Shana approached Tsunade without any airs, and the two began chatting, whispering to each other with their backs, turned to Fanma. And surprisingly, the atmosphere was quite good. It seems that only when facing a powerful external enemy does the internal group maintain high unity. This is an unchangeable truth from ancient times to the present. The Jonin present were already getting excited, continuously discussing. The Uchiha clan leader and Senju Hashirama's granddaughter are actually teaming up? Or are they teaming up to fight against one person? Regardless of which side wins or loses, this will definitely be gossip for decades. Uchiha Fanma also had no intention of holding back any longer. Facing the two of them, he felt considerable pressure and could no longer be as relaxed as before. Tsunade had already become an excellent medical ninja, and her strength in the strange strength fist was quite mature. As for Shana, today's unusual performance should not be underestimated. Unfortunately, no matter what, today was the battle Fanma had set for himself to make a name. To quickly gather the experience required by the system in battle, refine his skills, and gain command status was essential. Only then could he choose the battlefield he wanted. He could also accumulate military achievements faster. Exchange for the Book of Sealing, learn sealing techniques and space ninjutsu earlier, and compensate for his shortcomings. Fanma's heart was ignited with a long-lost fervor. This time, no one could stop him. This was his first major step after more than 10 years of accumulation. 009, the alliance of Senju and Uchiha, several Umbu, were repairing the arena, as the earth that had been shattered by the battle was being restored with earth release techniques. The third Hokage and many high-ranking shinobi had left the high platform, and some had already departed the scene under the third's instructions. They were heading to the village for stabilization work. An escalation in the intensity of the battle could affect the village's daily operations. Fanma stood quietly in the training ground, silently using the entry brutal growth to repair his condition while contemplating the upcoming tactics. In reality, facing the combination of Tsunade and Shiranui, he did not have complete confidence. Although Tsunade was not at her peak and had not yet developed the 100 healing seal, she had formed a contract with the Wet Bone Forest. and the slug was a troublesome summoning beast to deal with. Moreover, Tsunade inherited the monstrous strength of the Senju's giant strength fist, which Fanma could not withstand without injury. If Shiranui held him back and allowed Tsunade to launch a sneak attack, it would be very troublesome. What puzzled Fanma the most was Uchiha Shiranui. This old man had lived from the end of the Warring States period to now, and today he actually stepped forward to challenge him. Even if he wanted to be a military commander, there was no need to compete with Fanma, who was also an Uchiha. This matter seemed strange, and Fanma secretly raised his guard against Shiranui. With over 20 years of experience living in the Uchiha clan, Fanma understood that this person had gone mad, suffering from the classic Uchiha paranoia. A crazed Uchiha was truly troublesome. If things went poorly, they might even use Izanagi to win. Based on Fanma's 2 lifetimes of experience. In a team fight, the first step should be to eliminate the squishy and the healer. This was valuable experience from bronze to gold. But the key was that this healer was quite tough, which was very frustrating. How unfortunate that Tsunade stepped up. This grudge, Fanma would remember for now. If it fell into his hands in the future, he would make her feel comfortable. Fanma thought viciously to himself. All right, we have no issues here. Do you still want to rest? Tsunade shouted loudly at Fanma, and Shiranui nodded in agreement. Fanma was speechless. When a woman got angry, it was indeed very likely that there was no dignity to speak of. Then let's begin. As soon as Fanma's voice fell, a violent surge of blood energy erupted, wrapping around him and forming a dark red armor that shimmered with a seductive red glow. He exerted force under his feet, increasing his speed to the maximum. And a red light flashed past, charging straight toward Tsunade. Fanma leaped high into the air, delivering a downward punch infused with violent fist wind aimed at Tsunade. Tsunade had a cold smile at the corner of her mouth, and behind her, dozens of slugs that replenish chakra were quietly hanging, their azure chakra stirring up a vortex that tightly enveloped her fist. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and the training ground erupted with countless dust clouds as Fanma felt the power coming from Tsunade. Indeed, without decades of accumulated 100 healings techniques, the power of the giant strength fist was not that exaggerated and could not shatter Uchiha Madara's Susanoo skeleton. Tsunade was greatly pushed back by Fanma's punch. Her silver teeth clenched in unwillingness as she shouted loudly. Shiranui, be careful. If it gets close, activate that. A plan it's now. Fanma was relentless, not caring about the opponent's plans at all, delivering a sweeping kick straight at Tsunade's face, producing a heavy sonic boom. Shiranui's wrist moved rapidly, and several shurikens flew towards Fanma at high speed. Fanma chose to ignore them. He had to take down Tsunade first, if possible. He wanted to kill her in this round of entanglement. Tsunade also took the kick head-on, a strange flush appearing on her beautiful face. With a low shout, Tsunade gathered a thick amount of chakra on her arms and slammed down on Fanma's leg. Now, boom, boom. The exploding tags attached to the shurikens detonated violently, engulfing Fanma's figure in flames. Tsunade formed hand seals with one hand while tightly gripping Fanma with the other. Earth release. Underworld swamp technique. The ground began to sink, thick mud emerging as the earth release chakra absorbed everything on the surface like a suction cup. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Shiranui ignored Tsunade, unleashing a fire that could char half a forest, a massive fire dragon roaring as it occupied the ground. Fanma understood that they were using this method to fix him in place. Considering their speed and Tsunade's recovery ability, it was a tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries. The fire dragon roared into the swamp, burning the soil into a thick, sticky mass, while Tsunade still held onto Fanma's leg tightly, clearly intent on going down together. Tsunade, covered in slugs, was greatly diminishing Shiranui's fire techniques with the chakra from the slug sage. This was a tactic of self-inflicting 30 damage to deal 100 to the enemy. There was not much complexity to it, but it was quite frustrating. Useless. This fire release doesn't concern me. As the smoke cleared, his clothes were scorched, but Fanma showed no visible wounds. Great fire annihilation was a standard high-level fire technique for sweeping away weaklings, boasting a wide range and considerable lethality, but was meaningless to Fanma. Unmoved in the mud, Fanma locked Tsunade's wrist with one hand and delivered a heavy elbow strike to her shoulder blade. Fanma sneered inwardly, getting close to me. Do you look down on my close range burst that much? Tsunade and Shiranui were also shocked, not expecting this level of ninjutsu to not even serve as a test. Grinding his teeth, Fanma's hair stood on end, blood energy surging, his muscles bulging, his spine arched like a living dragon. One foot pressed against Tsunade's stomach while both hands grabbed her arms, pulling them forcefully in the opposite direction. The most primal violence was unleashed, and Fanma's posture looked as if he wanted to tear Tsunade apart. Tsunade let out a painful grunt, struggling against Fanma's immense strength. The slug squirmed, supplying a large amount of chakra, but under the erosion of blood energy, even more chakra was being siphoned away by Fanma. With a furious roar, Fanma's eyes turned a mad blood red. He could already hear the mournful cries of her bones under the strain. There was no love, no friends at this moment. There was only victory and defeat. Shiranui watched the scene before him solemnly, sighing in his heart as the blood-red three-tomo gradually merged into one, displaying the shape of a sharp sword. Susanoo, an eerie and cold power gathered in his eyes, and Fanma's heart rang alarm bells as he struggled. With senses far superior to others, Fanma always had a special premonition of crisis. Releasing Tsunade's arms, Fanma suddenly seized her by the back of the head, delivering a vicious headbutt followed by a flying kick, then using the recoil to escape the spot. At this moment, Tsunade's arms hung powerless, her spine unnaturally protruding. And after taking the headbutt and kick, she was half kneeling on the ground, her fair face marred with blood. Jiraiya, watching from the sidelines, was furious, cursing loudly, almost ready to jump out of the observation area. The third Hokage stopped Jiraiya, saying in a low but clear voice, "Wait and see, Tsunade is not that fragile. She's the best medical ninja." Danzo's grim voice also came through. The focus now is not on Tsunade. Fanma cannot kill her. The key is that the Uchiha actually has a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. The third Hokage rarely did not refute Danzo, focusing intently on the white pillar of light summoned by Shiranui. The white pillar smashed down onto Tsunade, causing the entire space to ripple like a wave. If it had been a moment later, Fanma would have been hit as well. In an instant, the patterns in Shana's eyes spun rapidly, and the light beams suddenly erupted with intense brilliance. Fanma quietly watched Shana, his heart filled with shock. Shana had actually activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This Shana had hidden himself too deeply. The light enveloped the fluctuating space and suddenly burst forth with a fierce flash. Tsunade slowly stood up, and all the wounds on her body disappeared. Fanma couldn't help but become vigilant. This bizarre ability was eerily similar to Izanagi. 010 Fanma's hidden card Tsunade slowly stood up, like a furious lioness, spitting out a thick clump of blood and coldly staring at Fanma. Fanma paid no attention to Tsunade's gaze. In fact, there was no distinction of gender when it came to powerful ninjas. Giving it his all was the greatest respect he could show Tsunade. Without any hesitation, Fanma quickly created distance, deciding it was best to avoid confrontation until he understood the Shana's eye technique. Is there still a big surprise, clan leader? Looking at Shana, Fanma wore a constipated expression. He truly did not expect such a thing to happen. Shana, this old man, actually had the Mangeki Sharingan. Shana, brimming with vigor, seemed to have returned to the victorious days of his youth and proudly replied, "Youngster, the glory of the Uchiha. I merely inherit a fragment." Fanma's lips twitched. This old man was puffing up at being called fat, even using the tone from the Warring States period. The situation was gradually becoming clearer. Both Tsunade and Shana demonstrated strong offensive and defensive capabilities, and with Shana's strange eye technique, any plans to force one of them to retreat had already fallen through. It seemed that Fanma's chances of winning had dropped to an all-time low. Shana smiled, looking at Fanma, and said, "All this time, you've been fighting with pure physical strength and that strange blood energy. Where's your chakra? Where's your ninjutsu? You wouldn't be arrogant enough to think you could defeat both of us relying solely on taijutsu, would you?" The many observing Nin mostly nodded slowly, especially Hinata Tenkai. With his Byakugan, he had already noticed Fanma's oddities. This person was actually fighting without using chakra. Fanma sighed, glancing at Tsunade, who was already unable to contain herself, and clasped his hands together, pausing the effect of the Heaven and Earth Forge entry. Due to his extreme aversion to the high attack and low defense characteristics of ninjas, Fanma had been continuously activating the Heaven and Earth Forge, constantly strengthening his body with chakra. Fanma was not ignorant of ninjutsu. On the contrary, he had a basic understanding of the 5 elemental natures, and his proficiency in physical techniques was among the best in the ninja world. However, using 5-element ninjutsu in battle did not accumulate experience for physical techniques. Moreover, against most enemies, 3 punches and 2 kicks sufficed, so there was no need to waste chakra. Gradually, Fanma became accustomed to resolving enemies with only physical techniques and rarely used ninjutsu anymore. Due to his understanding of Otsutsuki from his previous life, he realized that without learning sage arts, chakra's effectiveness would diminish significantly in the later stages. Lacking a platform to acquire sage arts, but possessing an entry system, he could completely match or even surpass the 6 paths in physical techniques. Because of this, he developed a mild obsession, unwilling to waste even a bit of chakra and wanting to advance his physical body as quickly as possible. Fanma sighed and, with a hint of excitement, said then, "Clan leader, Tsunade, I will give it my all." A series of violent electric arcs swirled around Fanma, and a large amount of lightning chakra surged wildly around him, striking the air and emitting an uneasy crackling sound. Fanma let out a long howl, merging his blood energy with lightning chakra, and the deep blue lightning armor became stained with dark red blood energy. The chakra, no longer being absorbed by the entry, rapidly filled the lightning armor, making it even more formidable. Shana stared at Fanma with his Manjiki Sharingan, waves of surprise crashing in his heart. Having once possessed the divine power of Susanoo, he surprisingly felt a hint of the same essence from this lightning armor. The blood-red electric arcs roared and surged to 5 meters, engulfing Fanma in this current, obscuring his figure. The many observing Nin revealed expressions of watching a monster. Waihai Kurenai seemed to have an epiphany, realizing that his immunity to Jinjutsu was likely because he usually fought without using chakra. The usually silent White Fang looked at the towering blood-red lightning sphere and slowly said, "Chakra is the foundation of a ninja. Even Taijutsu ninjas are no exception." Jiraiya, seeing that Tsunade had already recovered from her injuries thanks to Shana's Manjiki Sharingan, gradually calmed down and said, "I've fought with Fanma since we were children. That bastard must have developed some secret technique that allows him to continuously enhance his physical body with chakra. Since I turned 16, I've noticed that his strength has been increasing at an abnormal rate." The blood-red lightning sphere in the arena had already expanded to over 10 meters high, and the surface lightning was gradually becoming uncontrollable, spreading outward. Tsunade and Shana took a few steps back, and then they heard Shana ask with raised eyebrows, "How about the little one from the Senju clan facing the Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan?" Tsunade did not retort. Looking at her completely healed body, she agreed. "The Manjiki is indeed extraordinary." After a pause, she added, "Shana, take care of your health. If you feel unwell in the future, come to me for a checkup." Shana smiled upon hearing this. The bonds of camaraderie among ninjas were indeed established through battle. However, Tsunade, as a direct descendant of the Senju clan, understood the Uchiha better than many of her own clan members. Shana pointed at the lightning sphere, showing a hint of helplessness, and asked, "What is he doing? Is this a defensive ninjutsu? I feel like his chakra is out of control. Is it going to explode?" Tsunade frowned as she watched and felt equally helpless. "I don't know any long-range attack ninjutsu. Even if your Great Fire Annihilation hit him directly, it wouldn't be effective, let alone now." After a pause, she added, "There's no need to rush. With such a massive chakra consumption, he must be stalling for time and preparing to continue the fight. Today, we must defeat this bastard who shows no sense of decorum." As soon as she finished speaking, the gigantic spherical lightning, having surged to 20 meters, stopped its expansion. The surface emitted a fine and steady buzzing sound as the lightning sphere gradually contracted and the lightning began to materialize, compressing into a somewhat humanoid shape. Finally waited long enough. Fanma's deep voice emerged from the lightning. The blood-red lightning further compressed, revealing a tangible quality, and a surging chakra washed over the armor, making it more refined and solid with each wash. Finally, after a few breaths, Fanma, resembling a demonic god, appeared before everyone. His passionate blood-red lightning chakra overflowed from his body, forming the first layer of protection. He wore a blood-red lion helmet, a thick belt wrapped around his waist, and on both sides of his shoulders were fierce demon heads. The main armor was tightly stacked from pieces of armor leaves, with thick chest plates on both sides, and he wore high-top, thick-soled battle boots. This was Fanma's unique Susanoo, created based on the ancient Chinese Mingguang armor and Shaman armor, utilizing his own lightning release ninjutsu and blood energy. The air was filled with the burnt smell of lightning and the metallic scent of blood. A true contest was about to officially begin. 0-11 bitter battle. Looking at Fanma's armor resembling Susanoo, Shana couldn't help but widen his eyes. He truly didn't expect that this Uchiha clan member, who had always been devoted to physical training, would create a physical version of Susanoo. In his heart, Shana was emotionally calling out to the old clan leader, Lord Madara, "Look at the genius of our clan. During your absence, the children have become a different version of the Uchiha." Suppressing his inner excitement, Shana blinked his already painful eyes and sighed. "It seems like we're in for a tough fight. This is quite an impressive momentum." Tsunade also had a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, thinking, "This bastard is indeed quite capable." Fanma slightly bent his knees, and a thunderous sound emanated from the armor. "Blood Thunder Armor, please assess. This is my first time using this technique in battle, so be careful, both of you." With a sudden burst of strength in his legs, the ground let out a pained groan, as if an earthquake had cracked the training ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fanma charged toward Tsunade again. Clearly, Tsunade was struggling to keep up with the speed granted by the Blood Thunder Armor. The gust of wind from his fist had already reached her ears before she could focus her gaze. Shana could see his movements clearly, but unfortunately, from the moment he saw the action to the brain's reaction and then to vocalizing a warning, at least half a second was required, which was enough time for Fanma to deliver several heavy punches. Fanma's heavy elbow struck towards Tsunade fiercely, the elbow protruding with thick blood armor, looking like a beheading military knife. It wasn't that Fanma was heartless, but rather that Shana's other ocular technique had not yet been activated. If he could land a successful hit and take Tsunade out, it would essentially secure the victory. What surprised Fanma was that Tsunade managed to barely react from her shock. Instead of dodging, Tsunade charged with a knee strike, colliding fiercely with Fanma. Immediately, both of them were sent flying in opposite directions, leaving deep scratches on the ground. Tsunade's left hand was surrounded by green medical chakra, healing her fractured arm, and she quietly reminded Shana, "Go all out. This guy's strength won't give us a chance to make mistakes." At this moment, Fanma was greatly puzzled. How could this be possible? With Tsunade's neural reaction speed, she shouldn't have been able to react. Moreover, his explosive elbow strike had not directly broken her bones. This indicated that she had the capital to contend with him in terms of strength. Looking down at his abdomen, Fanma realized that even the excellent defense provided by the Blood Thunder Armor couldn't withstand Tsunade's strength. A sweetness surged in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fanma squinted his eyes and looked at Shana, understanding a hint of the secret. "Clan leader, what a pair of supportive Sharingan." Hearing this, Shana smiled. The left eye of this pair of Sharingan had a powerful healing function, while the right eye significantly enhanced chakra and perception. Shana's only two wishes back then were to see Uchiha Madara defeat Senju Hashirama and to bring his brother back. Shana tightened his slightly bulging belly due to aging and murmured, "Are you ready to face the Uchiha clan's ultimate power?" The chilling power of the Sharingan enveloped Shana like a physical presence, as circles of white Sharingan chakra formed in the air, wrapping him in a skeletal form of a war god. Susanoo, first form. Shana's eyes were already bloodshot, and the skeletal form of the war god gradually grew veins and flesh. Wielding a long, snow-white katana, Susanoo, second form. This was the limit of what Shana could bear. The third form of Susanoo would don the black Tengu armor. But an ordinary Sharingan simply couldn't withstand such consumption. Fanma looked at Shana with a heavy gaze. This old man was already pushing himself to his limits. Yasaka Magatama. A flurry of white Magatama attacked Fanma from all directions, each one the size of a person. Fanma continuously dodged, with a series of intense explosions occurring behind him. Tsunade quickly closed in on Fanma. At this moment, Fanma had no space left to evade due to dodging the Magatama. Tsunade leaped high, a massive amount of chakra gathering around her. Painful heaven foot. This strike was supported by the massive chakra of the Slug Sage, Tsunade's own explosive power, and the enhancement from Uchiha Shana's Sharingan, making it incredibly fierce. Fanma crouched in a horse stance, his muscles bulging, and the blood armor on his arms thickened, leaving him with no choice but to take this attack head-on. Boom! The death forest where the training ground was located trembled as if a small-scale earthquake had occurred. The tremendous collision generated strong winds and dust, creating a sandstorm that swept everything within several kilometers. Kushina and Minato, who were watching, were shaken and stumbled as they watched the sandstorm approaching, feeling at a loss. The third Hokage patted the increasingly grim-faced Danzo. "Get to work, old buddy." Danzo silently stepped forward, wind release, vacuum barrier technique. The observation platform was enveloped in gentle yet firm wind chakra, becoming the only sanctuary within several kilometers. In the massive pit, the two were still locked in a stalemate. Tsunade smiled slightly, looking at Fanma, who was already sweating, and asked, "How does it feel this time, you ungrateful bastard?" Fanma smiled bitterly. What ungrateful bastard? What kind of strange setting is this? He understood in his heart that after the enhancement from the Sharingan, Tsunade's strength was indeed comparable to his own. The current situation was that the one who launched the attack first held most of the advantage. With a sideways movement, he twisted his shoulder and spine in a reverse joint manner, actively releasing force, spinning like a top to dissipate the impact of the punch. Tsunade spat in dissatisfaction, not expecting this bastard's physical skills to indeed be far ahead of hers. Fanma sighed, clapped the ground, summoning technique. As the smoke cleared, a black hawk, the size of a helicopter, soared into the sky. Fanma shouted, "Big Black, remember the original strategy number 1? The Black Hawk replied in a deep voice, "I understand." It then flew higher, circling at a safe position, overlooking the ground. Tsunade chuckled, not taking the hawk seriously. To her, this was just a feint. Fanma felt the tearing pain in his arm. He must have fractured a bone. He hadn't been injured in a long time. Indeed, in the vast ninja world, there were many heroes. One could not underestimate the heroes of the world. Fanma glanced at Shana in the distance, secretly calculating that this old man was likely holding on. At his age, it was impossible for him to have recently awakened his eyes. So, clan leader Shana, how much ocular power do you have left? 012 The unbeatable duo Van Ma touched the wound on his arm. The powerful recovery ability granted by the wild growth entry gave him the confidence to fight at high intensity. Tsunade, enhanced by the Sharingan, gained the ability to engage Van Ma in close combat, but it was only strength. Tsunade's own strength was already remarkable. With the monstrous strength of the Senju and the Sharingan, she could match Van Ma. However, could she keep up with Van Ma's speed? The answer was no. Van Ma's figure swayed, maneuvering around Tsunade, and his afterimage swiftly dashed across the ground, ghost-like, attacking Shana in an instant. Just now, Shana's wide-range Yatsuka Kyugo had bombarded, which was a saturated attack with no space to dodge. But how many more times could he use it? Shana was frantic, but not mindless. At over 50 years old, he couldn't casually unleash his ocular powers like Sasuke, shooting arrows and forcibly activating the Susanoo. Van Ma had already gained a dozen positions ahead of Tsunade, his hands swelling with lightning, morphing into a long lightning blade, striking at Shana. Shana steadily reinforced the solidity of his Susanoo, raising his white katana to meet Van Ma. Unexpectedly, Van Ma directly sheathed his blade mid-attack, retracting his power in mid-air, executing a jump to evade the strike, and positioning himself at the side of the Susanoo. Van Ma's thigh muscles bulged, gripping the sides of the Susanoo tightly. Lightning chakra surged, and he leaped high into the air. Lightning explosive bomb. The weakness of the second stage, Susanoo, lay in its lack of defense against the ground. The white warrior god was lifted high. The fierce current mixed with terrifying strength violently slammed the Susanoo down onto the ground. With a successful hit, Van Ma glanced back at Tsunade, used a body flicker, and increased the distance again. Mito Gate In, who was watching intently, saw this violent yet familiar scene, adjusted his glasses, and couldn't help but say, "Hizashi, Danzo, Korin, I believe Van Ma's combat power can completely rival that of the second Raikage back in the day." The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, oddly feeling a sense of enlightenment, and numbly stated, "Indeed, it's the first time I've heard that Uchiha's Susanoo can be lifted. Truly eye-opening." Jiraiya, at that moment, wore a stiff expression. Indeed, it was lifted by the Uchiha. Upon hearing this, the watching Jonin revealed strange smiles. Even Danzo was no exception. Shana struggled to rise. The half-body Susanoo's armor already tattered, exposing bones and veins. He too was shaken by the immense force, blood gushing from his nose and ears. Tsunade helped Shana up, using healing techniques to recover his injuries, but it didn't yield great results. Shana waved his hand. His left eye's Sharingan began to spin again. Tears of blood flowing down, a flash of white light passed, and Shana's injuries were once again healed. "No problem. Even if my eyes go blind today, it's worth it." Tsunade looked at the stubborn Shana, no longer hesitating, summoned a gigantic slug. "Great Lord Slug, please take care of this Uchiha." The slug gently swayed, splitting into dozens of smaller slugs that crawled onto Shana, glowing green, replenishing his chakra. Shana manipulated the Susanoo, wielding the long katana, carving dozens of meters deep pits around him, as he and the slug seemed to be on a deserted island. The slug slightly opened its mouth, spewing out slick, viscous acidic liquid, eroding the limited space for Van Ma to exert force. Vanma looked at Shana's countermeasure, smiled slightly, and began running around the island he created, fingers flicking up and down, finally using the long-lost traditional 5 nature transformations. Wind release, great breakthrough technique. Fire release, fire dragon bullet technique. Earth release, earth dragon bullet technique. Combined ninjutsu, lava technique. The strong wind intensified the fire, and the flames ignited the earth dragon bullets, unleashing powerful lava projectiles in a 360-degree assault on Shana. Shana's blood boiled. The clash with Vanma had ignited the fighting spirit of his youth, shouting at Vanma, "Such ninjutsu, we Uchiha have never looked down upon." Then, with a horizontal swing of the white katana, the powerful slash directly cleaved through the lava, having no impact on Shana whatsoever. Shana's right eye's Sharingan also began to slowly rotate. Tsunade's chakra surged once again. The white Susanoo sat on the deserted island, like a battlefield commander. Tsunade charged at Vanma again, their fists and feet clashing once more. This time, Vanma adopted a new strategy. To heavily injure Tsunade, he needed to strike vital areas with powerful blows. However, powerful punches inevitably required slight charging, allowing Tsunade to keep up with Vanma's speed, using her injuries to trade blows. Vanma's speed was always one level faster than Tsunade's, and she didn't excel in speed, even with the Sharingan's enhancement. She couldn't completely keep up with Vanma's speed. Vanma dodged left and right, stepping lightly, swaying his body, repeatedly evading Tsunade's straight punches, hooks, and side kicks. Occasionally, he took advantage of the gaps in Tsunade's attacks to consume her stamina with light punches. Tsunade, being harassed without any solution, leaped back, loudly asking Shana, "How much longer? Next strike will determine the outcome." Vanma smiled, understanding that they intended to cover him with strikes to confine his movement range, leaving him to passively receive Tsunade's charged attack again. The tactic was simple, but indeed unsolvable. Vanma began guerrilla tactics again, continuing to unleash ninjutsu to harass Shana, while occasionally engaging in simple exchanges of punches and kicks with Tsunade. He seemed completely unconcerned about Shana's eyes, which were slowly recovering. Feeling the piercing pain from his eyes, Shana secretly thought, "It seems that as long as I don't go blind, I can use my ocular technique one more time." He shouted loudly to Tsunade, continuing the previous tactic. Although it was an obvious tactic, it was a bold strategy, using monstrous strength and the Susanoo's ranged attacks to force Vanma into their rhythm. Vanma glanced at the sky, a black that was rapidly descending. Vanma smiled, believing that the success of this battle lay here. With a long howl, Vanma seemingly ignored Shana, launching a powerful attack against Tsunade. Finally, the Yatsuka Kyugu bombarded Vanma again, while Tsunade silently gathered her strength, looking for an opportunity to strike Vanma with a thunderous blow. The overwhelming strike of the Kyugu came once more, forcing Vanma to continuously evade, while Tsunade keenly searched for defensive gaps. A shadow appeared in the sky, carrying a massive stone, slowly revealing itself to be the summoned hawk, Dahe. 013, the kindergarten version of the Flying Thunder God. The unique Yata Mirror of Susanoo has a power equivalent to an S-rank ninjutsu. In the original work, during the Edo Tensei period, Itachi used the Yata Mirror to fight against Naruto and Killer Bee, destroying Nagato's planetary devastation technique, with the respective techniques being the Mirror, Spiraling Shuriken, and Many-tailed Beast Bomb. Faced with the Yata Mirror, Fanma cannot withstand it head-on. Otherwise, he could easily fall into a disadvantageous position with one wrong step leading to another. Shana forcefully urged Susanoo, and the saturated Yata mirrors continuously spilled out from the slash of the great sword, while his vision was nearly blurred. Fanma casually glanced at the black hawk in the sky, calculating the distance and time. A large number of Yata mirrors attacked again, and Fanma pretended to be exhausted, deliberately getting hit by a series of them. The Yata mirrors caused violent explosions, concealing his figure. Tsunade saw Fanma get hit without the slightest hesitation, and with a body flicker technique, she rushed into the smoke, not giving him a moment to catch his breath. At this time, Fanma also showed a slight decline. The heart mirror on his blood armor had already developed cracks. The attack power of Susanoo is among the top, even among shadow-level ninjas. Fanma looked at Tsunade rushing over, smiled, and took large steps back in the opposite direction to cover the Black Hawk, choosing not to charge at Shana anymore. Tsunade closely followed him, delivering a powerful punch directly at Fanma. Unfortunately, in this battle, Fanma would only be forced to maneuver by the Yata mirrors when he got close to Shana, leading to being sandwiched and even having a chance of being hit. If Fanma did not want to charge at Shana with his speed, she could not threaten him at all. Fanma subtly maintained his distance from Tsunade, using his speed advantage to deliver short strikes, wearing down her stamina. Light punches could not produce a lethal effect, and facing Tsunade, who had medical abilities, there was no scenario where he could exhaust her into a win. However, this method was making her more and more frustrated. Tsunade was hit on the shoulder by a swinging punch about to counterattack, when she saw Fanma land a hit and immediately retreat, wearing a relaxed smile. Again, he flashed in close, landing a jab to her chest, and Fanma apologized with a smile, bending down to continue creating distance. Tsunade was both embarrassed and furious. This was simply harassment. With a dark face, she was already incredibly angry from his shameless tactics. Fanma's fighting style was to exploit weaknesses, attacking others where they were inferior, playing on the principle of picking on the weak. Tsunade, tormented and agitated, shouted, summoning jutsu. 3 huge slugs appeared in the arena. This is Tsunade now, with the enhancement of the Sharingan and her Senju bloodline, able to freely unleash chakra and summon 3 giant creatures at once. Great Lord Slug, please use your slime to seal this training ground. In this commander election, since everyone was from Konoha's powerful factions, no one set any rules. Everything was left to individual discretion. But it was evident that if Tsunade really sealed the entire arena, Fanma couldn't simply continue to retreat or even run out of the training ground. This wasn't moral coercion. It was merely an established convention of competition. The 3 giant slugs sprayed thick slime, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound. This was clearly a strong, acidic substance, and the entire training ground was slowly covered in this green-yellow liquid. Fanma looked at the slime beneath his feet and chuckled. In order to limit his speed, Tsunade was no longer considering the consequences. He took the initiative to step forward and threw a punch at Tsunade. Tsunade's eyes lit up. In fact, she hoped Fanma would fight her in terms of strength. With the enhancement of the Sharingan and the slugs, she subtly held the advantage in power. Boom! Their fists collided, creating a sonic boom that echoed through the forest, and Tsunade and Fanma entered a wrestling phase. Fanma smiled slightly, watching Shana in the distance covering her eyes and the Black Hawk circling about 200 meters in the air, carrying a giant stone slab, preparing to execute his winning tactic. The Black Hawk spread its wings, dragging the stone slab, diving down toward Shana. Shana, covering her eyes that were already bleeding, was heavily burdened by maintaining Tsunade's enhancement for a long time. Struggling to see the Black Hawk in the sky, Shana didn't take it seriously. Did this foolish summoning beast really intend to smash her with the stone slab? Shana slightly raised her head, merely manipulating Susanoo, slightly lifting the great sword, waiting for the Black Hawk to come right to her. The blood-red armor on Fanma's body had dimmed considerably. He actively withdrew his strength, taking a punch from Tsunade head-on, flying straight out. Tsunade's expression was excited and surprised. The enhancement from the Sharingan was indeed significant. With a body flicker technique, she dashed straight toward Fanma, and she was getting further away from Shana. Fanma, who was sent flying, wore a triumphant smile. His plan was about to be completed, and he called this technique the bankrupt version of manual slow flying Thunder God technique. The Black Hawk and the giant stone fell down together, but unexpectedly. The Black Hawk's wings actually overlapped in a humanoid manner, striking a pose as if forming hand seals. Ninjutsu. Summoning jutsu. A cloud of smoke appeared, and Fanma appeared on the Black Hawk's back, now only 100 meters away from Shana. Fanma looked at Shana, smiled slightly, gathered chakra again, bracing against the stone slab, using it as a springboard to shoot toward Shana. Tsunade stared in shock from a distance. Such a summoning beast that could swap places with its master was not uncommon. As long as a contract was signed, the Uchiha clan's ninja cats could also use reverse summoning to seek their master support. However, not many people would treat this technique as a combat technique because limited by the chakra and qualifications of the summoning beast. The success rate of reverse summoning was almost zero beyond 2 or 3 kilometers. Usually, in the great clans of the ninja world, this game of swapping places with summoning beasts was something children loved to play, like her childhood. But now, Fanma only needed one opportunity to confront Shana directly to secure victory. Shana looked at Fanma shooting toward her, her right eye spinning rapidly. The Sharingan greatly enhanced her own chakra, and the form of Susanoo was undergoing further changes. Ignoring the blood streaming from her eyes, Shana laughed heartily. Come on, Junior. This is a real battle. The blood armor on Fanma rapidly melted, reshaping into a majestic blood axe, his body bulging with muscles. and his spine curving at a negative angle, terrifying power gathering. Boom! Before Susanoo could don the black Tengu armor, Fama had already descended from the sky, the white great sword colliding with the blood axe. Unfortunately, the second form of Susanoo could not stop Fanma's advance. The white Susanoo was cleaved apart by the blood axe, which was emanating blood energy. The blood axe transformed back into armor, covering Fanma's body, and with a powerful kick, Shana was sent flying. Fama immediately followed up, delivering a fierce punch to Shana's temple. Swish! The airflow generated by the punch ruffled Shana's long hair, transforming her previously messy bangs into a comically styled slickback. The two stood facing each other in silence. Fanma patted Shana's shoulder. Chieftain, the third Hokage once said, the appearance of talented young people is a sign of prosperity. He gathered chakra in his palm, gently repairing the bones and meridians that he had broken in Shana as a master of physical arts. Realigning bones was also one of his specialties. Looking at Shana's tattered clothes and the blood-soaked side of his face, Fama sighed and said, Chief, I understand now. I see the power of the Uchiha's ocular techniques. I will go back and study it. You can leave the arena for now. Shana still didn't respond, staring at Fanma's physical body. After a long while, he weakly said, I understand. The physical technique 014 seems to inexplicably evoke a sense of shame. Shana adjusted his clothes and slowly exited the stage, while several medical ninjas quickly approached to treat his injuries. Fanma let out a long sigh of relief. Dealing with Tsunade and the clan leader was indeed troublesome. Both of them possessed lethal capabilities and a high margin for error, making them the hardest type of ninja to deal with. However, everything was easier now. He was fully confident he could defeat Tsunade alone. Examining the chakra that had already been more than half consumed within him, feeling the multiple fractures and bruises on his body, Fanma couldn't help but smile. This was the kind of battle that could lead to growth. His experience points had significantly increased after a long time. In the distance, Tsunade gritted her teeth, knowing that Shana's exit had almost predetermined the outcome of this match. Feeling the kaleidoscope of power flowing away from her, Tsunade no longer hesitated. If she returned to her normal state, it might be better to surrender outright. With a heavy stomp on the ground, she charged towards Fanma again at high speed. Even in defeat, she wanted to maintain her dignity in front of this man. Fanma retracted his lightning armor and faced Tsunade. For a moment, they were evenly matched, exchanging blows back and forth. A punch was thrown, and both retreated a few steps. Tsunade angrily questioned, You bastard, where's that lightning armor you stole from the Cloud Village? Why don't you use it again? At this moment, Fanma felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, along with a hint of embarrassment. After all, at the beginning of their fight, he had almost split Tsunade in half, nearly foreshadowing events 20 years later. However, Tsunade was indeed the queen of medical ninjutsu. Even after being cut in half by Uchiha Madara, she could reattach herself in a short time, comparable to Kakuzu. Fanma's mind wandered as he contemplated how to conclude the fight with Tsunade. He liked her very much. This woman had a perfect figure, strong abilities, came from a prestigious family, and they shared a deep bond from childhood. Most importantly, she had a strong physique that could withstand his power, making her the only standard he had for a partner in the ninja world. With a cheerful smile, Fanma clutched his chest and said, somewhat painfully, It's just that your monstrous strength punched me too hard. Don't you feel sad for hitting me so hard? Tsunade exploded with rage. This dog of a man was the quintessential villain crying foul, stealing her lines. Enough talking, you heartless bastard. D. With fists and kicks coming like a storm, Fanma skillfully employed various combat techniques, such as sidesteps and footwork, not fighting back at all, like a light boat swaying in the wind. Tsunade's strength was ample, but her fighting techniques were mediocre. She fought purely with her exceptional physique and chakra, lacking in the principles of martial arts and fighting skills, far behind Kiba. The more Tsunade fought, the angrier she became, increasing her strength, yet she couldn't land a hit on Fanma. The roaring wind created by her immense power revealed her growing agitation. Fanma smiled, seemingly enjoying the moment. Many jonin watched the scene, hearing the explosive sounds of air being broken, speechless. Indeed, when your romantic interest is strong, flirting requires strong abilities too. Fanma focused his gaze and seriously told Tsunade, In a few days, I'll come find you. There are many areas where your physical techniques still need improvement. My bone-setting skills have also made new progress. I'll help you check it out, and then I'll write in your medical book. Tsunade's anger surged. What a blunt man. Who wanted to hear about improving physical skills at a time like this? Looking at her furious expression, Fama was momentarily stunned, staring at Tsunade before slowly saying, "A few days ago, I learned a few new dishes, all made from ingredients you loved since childhood. You should love them. Come to my house for dinner tonight." This magical twist left Tsunade dumbfounded. Was this the man she liked? Speaking whatever came to mind, it truly matched his fighting style. With a wave of her hand, Tsunade glared fiercely at Fama and said, "Forget about dinner. You said my physical skills are lacking, so I want to see just how good you are." Fama stepped lightly, dodging Tsunade's punches repeatedly. No unnecessary movements. His shoulder movements, spinal force, joint flexibility, and perfect timing in stepping forward and back showcased his incredible fundamentals and mastery of martial arts. What shocked everyone was that under Fama's guidance, Tsunade's punches became increasingly fluid, and her footwork evolved from chaotic to structured, almost like a martial arts instructor teaching children in a ninja school. Many jonin watched this scene, elevating Fama's teaching abilities in their minds, contemplating how to invite him to teach their clansmen about the essentials of martial arts. Seeing Tsunade getting into the groove, but her face growing more embarrassed and furious, Fama knew he had to provide a dignified conclusion to the day. Another punch came for Fama's ribs, and he lightly dodged, flicking Tsunade's arm to disrupt her flow. Taking advantage of her momentary struggle, he grabbed her hand, twisted it behind her back, and executed a chokehold, his hand securing her neck while the other held the back of her head. The Uchiha naked choke was complete. Fama applied slight force, lifting Tsunade off the ground and securing her neck. In midair, there were no points of power once this choke was established. Unless there was a significant power disparity or the opponent wasn't human-shaped, it was unsolvable. Tsunade found it increasingly difficult to breathe, her elbows striking Fama's abdomen fiercely, yet growing weaker. Fama maintained the chokehold, inhaling the faint scent of sweat and the subtle fragrance of Tsunade's body, softly saying, "When the great battle arrives, if I survive, please go out with me." In his 2 lives, although he had killed countless people and possessed a system, his cautious nature made him very contemplative. Until now, the Raikage Hell Stab, Inoki's Dust Release, and strange sealing techniques still posed risks that could lead to his downfall. He held a sense of awe towards the ninja world. However, facing Tsunade's intense feelings, he chose not to evade any longer. The more responsibility he took on, the more motivation he would have, granting him a sense of belonging in this foreign world. After hearing Fama's simple confession, Tsunade, seeing that Fama's arms had lost their strength, bit down hard, leaving a row of teeth marks, and broke free. She then kicked Fama hard, exclaiming, "You bastard." Finally said something human. With a flushed face, Tsunade turned and ran away. Fama stood there helplessly. It might be hard for everyone to believe, but in his 2 lives, this should be his first experience in romance. Meanwhile, Minato, still in shock, clicked his tongue, glancing at Kushina and thinking leisurely that in this aspect, Teacher Fanma seemed to be lacking compared to him. Little did he know, for his romance, Teacher Fanma had been constantly creating opportunities for him, making him face the Iron Man protecting Kushina and generously giving him silver notes, enabling him to take Kushina out to eat and drink. Otherwise, how could things have gone so smoothly? 015 Aftershocks. Sounds of War Fan Ma walked slowly back to the stands, holding 2 water balloons, cleaning his dusty, blood-stained body. The good thing about being a ninja is that even if your combat power isn't strong, you can still take a bath, start fire, and those with abundant chakra can even do some construction work. On the stands, the Jainin looked at the training ground that had turned to scorched earth before them and couldn't help but smile wryly. These 3 undoubtedly had the capability to command a legion in battles within the ninja village. Each one of them possessed strategic-level destructive power. The 3rd Hokage walked over, patted Fanma on the shoulder, and sighed, "I didn't expect you to grow to this extent. I'm sure Kakashi would be very pleased." Fanma looked at him in surprise, wondering if this was a reminder that he could also be considered part of the Hokage lineage. He smiled and calmly replied, "Thank you for Konoha's nurturing, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to be reckless." The 3rd Hokage said no more and turned to arrange the remaining matches. Minato could no longer contain his excitement and jogged over, shaking Fanma's hand repeatedly. "Sensei, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Sensei, what was that lightning technique you used? Can I learn it? Sensei, when are you going to train me?" The stars in Minato's eyes were shining, and he bombarded Fanma with questions. At this moment, Fanma was his idol. Fanma patted the little yellow head and asked, "Didn't you see the final tactic I used? That's the essence." Minato pouted and said, "The Jainin just said that was a child's trick. Only you, Sensei." can make it look useful. Fanma chuckled and replied, do you know that there is a ninjutsu that allows you to freely traverse space, even faster than my body flicker technique? Minato's eyes widened, and he nervously asked, what technique is that? Can I learn it? Fanma laughed heartily and said, not only can you learn it, but it's specifically prepared for you. I secured 2 forbidden book slots this time, and I'll pick this technique for you as a gift. How about that? Pretty generous, right? Minato cheered and felt a warm feeling of being thought of all the time. The surrounding J-Nin paused for breath. They truly envied his fortune. For a regular J-Nin, using B-rank conventional ninjutsu is already decent, so having an S-rank forbidden jutsu would be considered a significant asset. This little guy, graduating from the Ninja Academy, was fortunate to receive such treatment as Fanma's disciple. Many people began to think about the vacant positions in Fanma's team, hoping to secure a spot for their children or relatives. Fanma took out a sealing scroll and pulled out a coat, putting it on. The setting sun was crimson as Hayashi Hyuga approached. Congratulations, congratulations. Fanma waved his hand with a smile, engaging in their usual pleasantries. Inside the arena, the competition continued. Due to the earlier battle, the entire training ground was in ruins, covered in the acidic slime left by the slug, making the environment extremely harsh. In a way, it further replicated the true conditions of the battlefield. After several rounds of competition, without Jiraiya participating, Orochimaru and White Fang easily secured victory. However, the civilian ninjas were already convinced. Having a chance to compete was a good start. The observing J-Nin had dispersed, leaving behind Fanma, Orochimaru, White Fang, the third Hokage, and Danzo. The third Hokage lit his pipe, took a deep puff, and said, war is about to start. It's inevitable. Fanma nodded knowingly. The timeline was about to enter the Second Shinobi World War. However, the intensity of the Second Shinobi World War was not too great. It could even be considered merely localized friction. The main reason was that Hanzo of the Salamander had attained enlightenment in his training and felt that his strength overshadowed the ninja world, prompting him to take action. Hiding in the small land of Rain, Hanzo felt uncomfortable and wanted to lead the Rain village to fight a resounding battle, turning the 5 great ninja villages into 6. Hanzo chose to invade the surrounding small countries, and his targets, the land of grass, the land of rivers, and the land of birds, were vassal states of the land of fire and the land of wind, which he could not disregard. The Sand Village, having been drained economically by Konoha for 20 years after a battle, was becoming increasingly difficult, and the martial faction was rising, hoping to counterattack Konoha and change the situation. Thus, the 3 factions, along with the small nations, began to fight in the land of Rain as the main battlefield. White Fang, with a serious expression, asked third Hokage, we have no experience fighting against Hanzo. Do you have any information about him? The third Hokage took a deep puff of smoke and said, Hanzo, known for his salamander, is rumored to have an unbeatable venom. He has a deep mastery of water techniques and is skilled in body flicker and swordsmanship, making him difficult to deal with. In short, his combat power is enough to bear the title of Kaguya. Fanma nodded. As a former fan of the Hokage, he had high expectations for Hanzo. According to the lore, Hanzo was a master of water techniques, able to move freely in water, with a level of mastery that was unmatched. In that era, the reference for a master of water techniques would be the second Hokage, which shows Hanzo's prowess. Later, when facing the reanimation, he could break free and maintain his self-awareness, subtly surpassing the second Hokage of various ninja villages. Even in the face of Nagato's outer path Deva path, at over 60 years of age, he could still escape smoothly, only to be caught and beaten to death by Nagato afterward. It's a pity that later on, Kishimoto didn't give him much narrative space, brushing over him, while Fanma was living in a real world. Fanma tried to recall what he had read in the lore and asked, I'm curious. How old is he this year? The third Hokage looked at Fanma in surprise and recalled, he should be about the same age as Inoki from the Rock Village. Around 50. Fanma nodded. 50 years old is the peak age for ninjas, and the 2 reincarnated god from the Valley of the End are also around this age. However, one must not underestimate this person. I fought him when I was young, and his body flicker technique back then could match Fanma's speed. Danzo also spoke up. The information brought back by my root is that his salamander possesses an irremediable poison, and we currently have no countermeasures. Orochimaru, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, Sarutobi-sensei. Let's assign the combat tasks. The third Hokage, with a serious expression, slowly instructed, in this battle, we face the rain and sand villages. The burden is heavy. White Fang, I appoint you as the overall commander against the sand village. Your swordsmanship has a restraining effect against their puppet masters. Understood. Orochimaru, I appoint you to form a special team with Jiraiya and Tsunade. You will be the commander against Hanzo. Be very careful. Yes, Sarutobi-sensei. Uchiha Fanma, I appoint you as the overall commander of the hunting unit to eliminate all enemy scouts and provide support to disadvantaged battlefields at any time. Received, Third Hokage. In short, be prepared. We cannot take the initiative. This will have a huge impact on our public opinion. Wait for Hanzo's invasion, and after we issue a defensive announcement, we will strike decisively. Everyone, the peace of the village and the smiles of the children must be protected by us now. Yes, Third Hokage. Everyone shouted in unison. 016 Shopping. Scout Fama walked through the streets of Konoha, feeling a slight chill in the early autumn air. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, carrying a vegetable basket, and wearing slippers, he strolled leisurely. He had an inherent dislike for the ninja attire, especially the sandals that exposed the toes. In Konoha, dressing freely was a reflection of one's identity. As long as one had strength, people of status almost never wore ninja uniforms anymore. Even the future Sannin, Danzo, and the 12 Guardian Ninja were no exceptions. As he walked, many people greeted Fanma with bows, indicating that his reputation had spread. He enjoyed this brief tranquility, feeling the leisurely vibe of walking in his neighborhood after work. The core area of Konoha in his past life was comparable to 2 or 3 super large universities. After all, there were only about 10,000 ninjas, and, counting the civilians, the total population wouldn't exceed 100,000. Reaching the market, he found a familiar vendor and greeted him. Hey boss, got any good stuff in? I need to entertain a distinguished guest. The plump uncle, wielding a bone knife, looked up at Fanma with a smile and replied, I saved some for you. Top-grade cloud beef from the land of lightning, specially supplied to the feudal lords. I managed to get a bit thanks to my resources. Fanma nodded and handed over a stack of silver bills, saying, Thanks, uncle. Same as usual. Deliver it to my residence. Over the years, Fanma had shown no airs towards the villagers and lower-ranking ninjas, maintaining a friendly attitude and good relations with them. In contrast, the Uchiha clan was not only despised, but also reviled by many. It was well known that the prices of vegetables would rise whenever the Uchiha clan was involved. There was no helping it, with the Uchiha's cold and arrogant nature, along with their role in village security, punishing and capturing people daily. How could they maintain good relations with the locals? Continuing to pick through the market, he spent his silver bills generously, putting in considerable effort to entertain Tsunade. The scallions and pepper from the land of wind, the rock chicken and stone ginger from the land of earth, the fish fins from the land of water, and the flaming deer and rice from the land of fire were all rare delicacies in the ninja world. From Konoha's large market, one could see that Konoha was the financial and consumption center of the entire ninja world. Merchants from all major nations flocked here, and almost all goods and ninja tools would appear in Konoha. Occasionally, there were some unknown ninja techniques or gossip from surrounding ninja villages. In Konoha, as long as your goods had value and uniqueness, someone would bid for them, and you could get a relatively fair price. In places like Sunagakure or Kirigakure, if you brought good items in, they would chew you down to the bone. Merchants pursue profit. No one would turn down money. If one could make big money in Konoha, there was no need to go elsewhere. It seemed like a case of capital flight, Fanma thought with a smile, recalling terms from his past life. This also reflected Konoha's hegemonic status, subtly elevating itself through the ebb and flow of commerce. Breathing in the fresh air, Fanma walked leisurely, and an entry appeared in his mind, indicating that he was close to evolving the heavenly and earthly furnace. Heavenly and earthly furnace. As a ninja, chakra is not your foundation. You can absorb this energy to stabilize and strengthen your body and soul. This was the entry that Fanma had high hopes for. The fundamental aspect of breaking free from the shackles of being a ninja. After acquiring it, he almost completely abandoned using chakra in combat, focusing instead on enhancing his physical body with full power. Fanma continued shopping. He not only needed to entertain Tsunade, but also the gluttonous Minato, and even the third Hokage, Danzo, required some communication and negotiation. Stop! A sharp voice rang out from the street. A female Uchiha, wearing a security team armband, bore a fierce expression as she cornered a fleeing vendor. Please, my lord, spare me. I just want to earn a living. The vendor cried desperately, his speed far exceeding that of an ordinary person as he pushed his cart toward the crowded market center. This female Uchiha was none other than Mikoto's sister, Uchiha Miyuki, the future aunt of Sasuke. Uchiha Miyuki activated her blood-red Sharingan. The two black Tomo slowly spinning in her eyes. She pulled out a large iron whistle and blew it forcefully, the sharp sound echoing throughout the center of Konoha. The barrier overhead immediately sounded an alarm, blaring loudly, causing nearby Konoha ninjas to drop what they were doing and gradually form encirclement. Uchiha Miyuki leaped onto the stall and pursued the vendor along the shortest route. The other vendors, watching with worried faces, looked at their already damaged goods. Fanma sighed lightly, carrying his bags of ingredients like a middle-aged man who enjoyed watching the commotion, and followed along. The fleeing vendor dashed into the market center, where the crowd was dense, filled with many nobles from the feudal lord's residence shopping. He turned back viciously, glaring at Uchiha Miyuki while pulling out a bundle of explosive tags, loudly threatening, "Don't move. Do you see what this is? Let me go, or we all die together." Uchiha Miyuki hesitated, biting her lip, a hint of panic rising in her heart. She was only 13 this year, having just passed the Konoha security team's exam, and this was her second month on the job when she encountered such a situation. The vendor sensed her youth and hesitation, seizing the opportunity to threaten further, forming seals with his right hand while waving the explosive tags with his left. Earth release, earth flow wall. A tall earthen wall blocked the escape route of the civilians, trapping dozens of them, including a noble lady dressed in fine clothes. Miyuki forced herself to concentrate, cold sweat covering her slender neck, as she desperately sought a solution. This vendor actually understood that he should lower his gaze in front of the Uchiha. Miyuki could only weakly face off against the Rain Ninja. From his accent, he must be a scoundrel from the Rain village. Had he become this bold? Watching Miyuki's foolish performance, the Rain Ninja felt much more relaxed. He thought to himself, if I can just delay a little longer, my comrades will surely escape. We will surely assist Lord Hanzo in his great endeavors. From a distance, Fama watched, putting down his bags and using a body flicker technique to appear in front of the Rain Ninja. The Rain Ninja only felt darkness before losing consciousness. Thud! A light elbow strike. Like smashing a rotten watermelon, the Rain Ninja's head exploded. To avoid the smell of blood ruining the precious ingredients he had to handle later, Fanma controlled his strength, and the red and white liquid sprayed out to one side, splattering the earthen wall with filthy remnants. The Rain Ninja's head was shattered, yet his arms still flailed as if it could still threaten someone or delay his comrades for a few more seconds. Fama let out a soft sigh. This was the distorted world of ninjas. Everyone had their own so-called ninja way, whether despicable or insane. Normal people were special in this world, but the abnormal had their own grievances. He took the explosive tags, crushed them in his palm, and suppressed the violent explosion, only producing a muffled sound. Miyuki stared blankly at Fama-'s figure, recognizing him. She had attended the clan meeting and heard some things about him. However, she had previously thought those were exaggerated rumors, which Uchiha would not value their Sharingan. The story about the senior who kills as easily as buying groceries has been spreading like wildfire in the village recently. In reality, she has to pay extra for groceries. Miyuki mustered her courage and stepped forward, saying, "Elder Fanma, hello? Thank you for your help." Fanma turned to look at Miyuki, a stranger among the clan. She had a beautiful face with a hint of coolness, and her figure was starting to develop, but she was still too young. He nodded slightly, pointed to the basket of vegetables in the distance, and said, "Deliver the vegetables to the Uchiha's second courtyard. I will chase the enemy." Miyuki watched as Fanma vanished in an instant, picked up the vegetable basket, and her face suddenly turned red. Elder Fanma, so cool. It was another day of Danzo slamming doors. Fanma stood on the high rooftop, the predatory domain releasing a faint scent of blood, enveloping the entire Konoha. The blood scent could detect the chakra of everyone. During his time in the Umbu, Fanma often wanted to complain that the Rain Ninja's chakra always had a melancholic rainwater smell, as if everyone's mental state wasn't very healthy. Over there. Fanma glanced at a luxurious carriage, inside which were 3 chakra signatures emitting the scent of rainwater. In a flash, he intercepted the carriage. The leading driver looked at the tall Fanma and sneered disdainfully. "Who are you? Do you know whose carriage this is? This is the Lord's vehicle." A spy disguised as a lord, quite innovative. It's a pity such brain power is wasted on a ninja. With a casual wave, a violent gust of wind shattered the carriage, and the 2 hidden individuals along with the driver instinctively executed body flicker technique. Fama smiled and asked, "The Lord of the Land of Rain can use body flicker technique too?" The 3 Rain ninjas stopped pretending and grinned grotesquely. "Kill him." Bang, bang. 2 muffled sounds. 2 more ripe watermelons exploded. The remaining Rain ninja stared in disbelief at his headless companions, terror-stricken as he looked at Fanma. It's over. We encountered the Blood Wolf. During his time in the Umbu, Fanma often operated near the borders, dealing with the Umbu of various countries daily. His fast and brutal fighting style, which often left enemies in tatters, earned him a notorious reputation in the Umbu across the ninja world. Blood Wolf was the nickname given to him by his enemies. However, some say encountering the Blood Wolf is also quite fortunate, as they usually die quickly and without pain. The Rain Ninja gritted his teeth and suddenly pulled out a talisman from his wrist, ready to activate it. Fanma's figure flickered, grabbing his neck, his two fingers like blades slicing through his spine, pinpointing and breaking his remaining major joints. The Rain Ninja was like a dissected frog on a lab table. He still had consciousness, but could no longer move any part of his body. Fanma took an interest in the talisman he was about to activate and began to study it. This was a sealing talisman, probably containing some secret technique. It certainly wasn't an ordinary explosive talisman. Fanma carefully wrapped it in chakra and stored it away, waiting for the Umbu and the security department to arrive. Glancing at the so-called Lord's carriage, he fell into a bored daze. Speaking of which, the Lords are a strange component of the ninja world. They hold high positions without sufficient military power. However, this is somewhat understandable in the Land of Fire. When the Senju clan was disbanded, although the name Senju disappeared, the bloodline connection would not be severed. Just because the surname disappeared, it doesn't mean that Rope Tree isn't the direct grandson of Hashirama Senju. About half of the Senju clan continued to work as ninjas, branching out, which is actually why Konoha can continuously produce geniuses among the commoners. The Senju genes are improving Konoha. The rest either took on important official positions in the Land of Fire or married into the Lords, starting new lives. Therefore, the most important supporters of the Lord of the Land of Fire are the original Senju clan members. This is also one of the main reasons why Danzo, despite being so audacious, wouldn't dare to strike against the Lords. However, if a Lord from a small country were killed, the other Lords might issue some bounties for their own inviolability, but that would be the extent of it. After waiting for about 2 minutes, the security department and the Umbu arrived late. Fanma looked at them and said flatly, "Umbu number 24, number 56, the Inazuka clan is ashamed of you. The Iron Fire, Flame Department, and Uchiha also feel humiliated on your behalf." The four who came bowed their heads in shame and deeply apologized in unison. "We are very sorry, Senior Fanma." Fanma glanced at them, feeling a profound sense of historical weight. It has been 20 years since the First Ninja World War. The war benefits that Tobarama Senju exchanged with his life have transformed into economic dividends, allowing Konoha to thrive materially. But it is precisely this material wealth that has dulled the nerves of many ninjas in Konoha, leading to a diminished sense of crisis. The starving small countries and neighboring countries, drained to the point of madness, are filled with individuals who have survived through hardship and bloodshed, and they have long been eyeing Konoha with greedy envy. The future of Sunagakure is so impoverished that even the shadow of the village has to go dig for gold. How pitiful must the ordinary ninjas and commoners be, forced to wage wars in despair. Indeed, history teaches that people never learn from past lessons. Fanma pointed at the Rain Ninja on the ground, who looked like a dead fish, and ordered, "Leave one alive. Don't let any mistakes happen again." "Yes, Senior." Waving his hand, he headed home, pondering what dishes to prepare for Tsunade tonight and what to say. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, feeling an unfamiliar tension he hadn't felt in a long time. He completely forgot the insights he had just contemplated. What history? What insights? Surely they weren't as important as romance. A few young men watched Fanma walk away and exhaled in unison. "Huh, are you Uchiha clan members also afraid of this Senior Fanma? You might not know, but our clan leader has been better than lately. I heard he almost got killed by him a few days ago. Our Umbu is also spreading this." It seems that during the command selection, Fanma fought 2 upper ninjas at the same time. Wasn't he a 5? But for Senior Fanma, that's quite normal. It's good that no one died. "Hey, tell me about Senior Fanma. I'm also a junior in the clan and find it hard to gather information. In short, it's terrifying. Just brushing against him gets you hurt, and touching him means death. You get it?" The Rain Ninja, like a dead fish, was dragged on the opposite side, wanting to join in the conversation but unable to speak, his eyes only conveying a strange light as he expressed his agreement. In the Hokage office, Danzo angrily pushed open the door. Looking at the smoke-filled office, his anger intensified as he shouted, "How can Konoha be infiltrated like this by a few Rain Ninjas? Hizashi, the Umbu, is absolutely disgraceful." The third Hokage also had a grim expression, sighed, and said, "Yes, The pain of war comes quickly and leaves quickly. The ninjas in the village have gradually lost their necessary vigilance. Danzo slammed the table and questioned. Ninjas don't act like ninjas. What use is that? Hisashi, you are too conservative. I've said long ago that we should apply to the lords for our merchant fleets to engage in foreign trade. We shouldn't bring foreign merchant fleets into the village. The third Hokage stood up, took a step forward, and faced Danzo, responding loudly. It's easy for you to say. If foreign trade were that simple, then your root wouldn't keep coming to me for funding. Feeling unsatisfied, he continued, your root has taken so much funding. Where are your results? The results of root in 5 years don't even compare to Orochimaru's half a year. Mentioning funding and results made Danzo's bandages twitch with anger. The funding I gave was for Orochimaru, but I just don't dare to tell you, you old dog. After thinking for a moment, with nothing more to counter, he could only utter that phrase. Hisashi, you will regret this. Danzo, I am Hokage. The standard process for Hokage fanfiction is complete. In the Konoha interrogation room, Marino Ibiki grinned sinisterly as he summoned the family heirloom interrogation chamber and locked the Rain Ninja inside. The Umbu minister, Sarutobi Shino, also the eldest son of the third Hokage, wore a serious expression and instructed, summon Uchiha Fugaku, Yamano Shinjin, and Yuhi Kurenai. We must clarify the stolen intel and the number of intruders. I didn't expect that the Umbu of Konoha had become so lax. This is not good news with a great war approaching. However, it's fortunate that that bastard is around. He has managed to save the situation, surprisingly reliable. Reflecting on the time when he wanted to establish his authority in the Umbu and reprimanded Hama, only to have his rib broken by him, Shino couldn't help but smile slightly. This could be considered a strange camaraderie. After all, he had said that you don't get to know someone without a fight. For ninjas, strength must be the ultimate measure. Sarutobi Shino pondered the past with a sense of nostalgia. 018, the first kitchen love program in the Ninja World fan Ma, stood in front of the stove, carefully recalling Tsunade's dietary preferences. She didn't like sweets, preferred tender chicken, enjoyed drinking. To win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach, remembering the vast array of recipes from his past life. The delicious dishes that made people linger. Fan Ma found it hard to decide. Should he make Sichuan cuisine or Cantonese cuisine? Shandong cuisine or Sioux cuisine? The once heroic Fan Ma hesitated in front of the cutting board. It may be hard for everyone to believe, but Fan Ma was a true romantic, a love keyboard warrior. And Tsunade was his childhood friend and close buddy. Transforming a close buddy into a girlfriend was no easy task. Although he might have been fooling around with Jiraiya for a few years, crossed out, he was still a virgin. One reason was that the Uchiha bloodline could not be exposed. If it were, there would be serious consequences. Another reason was that being a virgin was necessary in the early stages of training body techniques, and he wasn't an overly casual man. After his physique improved, Fan Ma sadly discovered he had reproductive isolation. Sometimes he wanted to cross dimensions to ask some fellow practitioners of body techniques how they managed to do it. Can someone who can smash mountains with a single punch really have children in a normal way? Fan Ma stopped his inner monologue and considered tonight's cuisine. Since Tsunade didn't like sweets and preferred tender chicken, he decided to make a famous Sichuan dish, chicken tofu flour. Fan Ma took 2 rock chickens, looked them over, and smiled in satisfaction as they were both tender young chickens. Great ingredients. With a flick of his wrist, he removed the bones from the rock chickens, and wind-style chakra condensed into a knife, removing the excess membranes, leaving behind translucent chicken meat. Controlling the force, he struck the chicken meat at a high speed, turning it into delicate chicken puree. He poured in the prepared sand ginger water, scallion water, premium flame wine, and Konoha mineral water, mixing the chicken puree and water in a 5:4 ratio, then stirred thoroughly. He added salt, egg white, and the right amount of starch, mixed well. Strained it through a sieve, added broth, and more wine. He poured in boiling water, brought it to a rapid boil, and spun it quickly to centrifuge the impurities out of the chicken puree. The chicken puree was set by the high heat, then switched to low heat, slowly rotating to extract the purest flavor from within the chicken puree. He scooped out the broth, strained it into a bowl, and retrieved the cooked chicken puree, delicately plating it. Mission accomplished. The broth was crystal clear with a faint aroma, and the chicken puree was as tender as tofu, scattered in the bowl. Fan Ma nodded in satisfaction. Tsunade would surely love it. He then looked at the remaining broth in the pot, added shredded winter bamboo, mountain mushrooms, fish fins, and watercress, and a delicious chicken soup was prepared. He picked up another rock chicken, simmered it on low heat until it was about 70 cooked, turned off the heat, and let the residual heat finish cooking it. He removed all the bones, cut the chicken into strips an inch wide, and added chili segments, Sichuan pepper powder, ginger, salt, cooking wine, and rice vinegar. Fan Ma took a deep breath and exhaled a mini version of the great fireball technique, evaporating the vinegar and wine, leaving only their aroma. He stir-fried it vigorously, plating it up. The fragrant, tender, spicy, and smooth Dongan chicken also made its appearance on the table. Fan Ma then took the marinated venison, sliced it thinly, and plated it, completing another cold dish. He continued cooking on low heat, stir-frying some peanuts, and smashed a cucumber. Snacks were ready. He also took out a few bottles of fine wine he had acquired from the Water Country Lord's bedroom during his time in the Umbu, fully armed, waiting for Tsunade's arrival. Today was going to be a grand battle. The door was knocked heavily, and Tsunade barged in, smelling the delicious aroma filling the room, and asked in confusion, "You bastard, you really can cook?" As she stepped inside and looked at the dishes on the table, her eyes widened in surprise as she stared at Fan Ma. At that moment, Fan Ma felt a bit speechless. Surely this woman didn't think he was joking? But then again, who could blame her? After all, he had always had a way with words since childhood. Fan Ma steadied himself, poured 2 cups of wine, and gestured for Tsunade to sit down. Tsunade picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the chicken tofu flour, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "Why is this so delicious? It melts in my mouth and is so flavorful. How did you know I love chicken?" Fan Ma chuckled. "I've known since we were kids." Tsunade shot him an eye roll, lost in the deliciousness. She grabbed a bowl of rice and began to indulge in the Dongan chicken and marinated venison, her chopsticks flying. Fan Ma smiled as he watched, not moving his chopsticks, but frequently clinking glasses with Tsunade and taking a few bites of the cold dishes. Tsunade gradually got into the mood, boldly saying, "Drinking like this, 1 cup after another, is boring. Let us switch to big cups." Fan Ma got up, grabbed 2 beer mugs, and brought in a case of wine. Drinking strong liquor from beer mugs. Even in the world of ninjas, it was probably just the 2 of them who could do this, right? Both of them had extraordinary physiques, so switching to big cups meant they could easily finish them in 2 gulps. Fan Ma and Tsunade kept raising their glasses, not saying a word, just sharing a tacit understanding as they clinked glasses, poured wine, and enjoyed the dishes. Until the food on the table was gone, they exchanged glances, and the atmosphere fell into an unspoken ambiguity and subtle awkwardness. Tsunade set down her chopsticks, looking at Fan Ma with a flushed face, slightly tipsy. "You bastard. We've known each other for 18 years, right? Yeah, 18 years. You become an amazing ninja too. Not bad. Defeating me and Uchiha Shana is not too shabby, right? Actually, I know you don't like me, but I don't like you that much either. What you said that day was just to comfort me, wasn't it? I didn't tell you. Someone who could defeat 2 clan leader-level ninjas would worry about war and not be with the woman he loves?" Tsunade slammed the table and shouted. "Even a chunin or jinin wouldn't use such a trite excuse. You bastard." Fan Ma fell silent. He had overlooked one issue. In this world, only he knew that Uchiha Madara was still plotting, that Kaguya was still around, that there was still a lot he was aware of. Fan Ma believed that his current strength was just enough to barely protect himself. In Tsunade's eyes, this was just an excuse. What ninja would consider such issues? After all, at this moment, due to Fan Ma's arrival, she had not experienced the death of Rope Tree, the departure of her lover, and still had the innocence of a girl. Looking at Tsunade's flushed face, Fan Ma's heart unexpectedly calmed down. He stared at her seriously and said slowly, "Since you say that, then I request to be with you now." Tsunade was stunned, her mouth slightly open, looking at Fan Ma, her adorably dazed expression quite cute. "I have known you since we were kids. I am Uchiha, and you are Senju. Although our families are opposites, we still became friends. After I graduated and joined the Umbu, even though we saw each other less, I always remembered you. Whenever I went to a ninja village, I would bring you a local specialty." Tsunade snorted, but the clothes she was wearing today were the ice cotton haori that Fan Ma had brought back from the Water Country. "I can't say how much I love you. As ninjas, we face life and death every day. Maybe I'm strong, but even ninjas like Senju Tobarama can fall on the battlefield. That is my concern. If you ask me how much I love you, I wouldn't know. But if I miss you, I would regret it for a lifetime. What I can promise you is that if we are together, I will learn to love and protect you. So, do you understand now, Tsunade?" Tsunade quietly listened to Fan Ma's statement, her ears turning red. She walked over to Fan Ma, wrapped her arms around his neck, her face like a peach blossom, exhaling like an orchid, and the love in her eyes was bright and dazzling. "Your confession is just like presenting a Taijutsu report, really unique." The 2 slowly embraced, and shared a passionate kiss. 019 Fanma ban established last night. The rain was sparse and the wind was fierce, but the heavy sleep didn't dissipate the remnants of the alcohol. In the early morning, Fanma opened his eyes to see a scene that was both chaotic and sweet. Tsunade was adorably resting on Fanma's chest, her arms wrapped around him, emitting soft snores. Feeling the weight on his chest, Fanma smiled contentedly, turned his head, and quietly admired her face. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her eyes like water apricots, and her light golden hair was soft and shiny, resembling satin. Although still asleep, her brows and eyes curved with a smile, making her incredibly cute. Not only was she beautiful, but she also came from a prestigious family with a heart that surpassed that of any ninja capable of moving mountains. This girlfriend, Uchiha Fanma, will call you the strongest. A sense of belonging coursed through him. In this world, Fanma felt even more fulfilled. Tsunade groggily opened her eyes. Nuzzling against Fanma's chest like a little kitten, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of her mouth as she pecked Fanma on the cheek. "You've been awake for a while? What have you been staring at me for? You're beautiful. You didn't say I was beautiful yesterday. What did I say then? You only said you loved me." Tsunade shot Fanma a playful glare. Fanma drew the curtains. The morning sun was too dazzling. Hokage office. If the 8 gates of death cannot be handed over to me for now, then so be it. Fanma waved his hand. It was within expectations. After all, he was still an Uchiha. Controlling his own strength was also normal for the Hokage line. The village had considered this for a long time. The 8 gates of death had training risks. With the impending war, we are also concerned about any accidents happening to you. The third Hokage had a sincere expression. Seeing the genuinely sincere third Hokage, Fanma shook his head, thinking what a thick-faced and dark-hearted old man. Then, exchanging for the flying thunder god technique and the explosive tag technique, that shouldn't be a problem, right? The third Hokage was taken aback. Wasn't this the signature ninjutsu of the second Hokage? An Uchiha wants to learn the second Hokage's ninjutsu? Indeed, Uchiha Fanma was an extraordinary Uchiha in every aspect. That is not a problem, but since the second Hokage, no one has been able to comprehend the flying thunder god technique. So far, there have been 55 Jonin in the village who applied for this forbidden technique, all of whom failed to even get started. The third Hokage finally had the conscience to remind him. No witties. By the way, third Hokage, I'm also officially part of the Hokage line now. Huh? The third Hokage looked at Fanma, who was smiling as he left, lost in thought. What does he mean he is also part of the Hokage line? As if anyone isn't. Fanma's unspoken words. Did you think it could only be a master-student inheritance? You didn't expect it could be a marriage alliance. Uchiha clan land, elder training ground. Fanma looked at a small red-haired boy, a small yellow-haired boy, and a boy with a hedgehog hairstyle, lost in thought. These 3 were indeed heavyweight, pure-blooded Uzumaki, direct descendants of Senju, and the kings of commoners. Each was exceptionally skilled. Fanma crossed his arms, looking at the 3 little ones. All right, although you all surely know me, and I know you, let us have a self-introduction. I am Uchiha Fanma, 24 years old, skilled in Taijutsu, and my hobby is cooking. By the way, Tsunade is my fiancé. The 3 little ones were so surprised that their mouths formed a na shape, staring at Fanma in shock. Fifi fiancé. Minato was the most shocked. Having closely watched the selection of military commanders, he knew how intense that battle was. The 2 who fought fiercely just a few days ago are now fiancé, yes? Fanma-sensei, I, Minato, can only bow down to you. Truly just your student. Suk excitedly rushed over, closely examining Fanma's good looks and physique. Swish. Suk performed a proper kneeling bow, then loudly stated, "Thank you very much for taking in my useless sister." Fanma, who was originally calm, almost couldn't hold back his expression. What kind of sibling relationship was this? However, this little brother-in-law was quite interesting. All right, Suk. Let us start with you introducing yourself. Pulling up Suk and patting his head, Fanma had a face full of black lines. Suk. 13 years old. I like making friends with others. I have a lot of chakra. I'm skilled in water and earth jutsu. I love eating sukiyaki. And my dream is to become Hokage. Not bad. You have a good spirit. Suk, you truly have the feel of a passionate main character. But unfortunately, you're not the child of destiny, Fanma thought to himself. I'm Namikaze Minato, 13 years old, skilled in body flicker technique. I like reading. Love eating everything made by Fanma-sensei. And my current wish is to learn the 3 techniques of the super light will black armor technique. Fanma quietly looked at Minato, expressionless as he asked, Minato, what do you want to say? Should be the lightning armor technique, right? Ah, no. It's super light. Kushina apologetically covered Minato's mouth, then pretended to clear her throat seriously, starting her self-introduction. I'm Uzumaki Kushina, also 13 years old. I have a lot of chakra. I'm skilled in sealing techniques. I hate eating tomatoes. What I like is being with Minato. Minato nodded with a smile, while only Suk frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Fanma took out 3 sets of materials and handed them to them. Hey, teacher, don't we have a team entry test? Curious Suk asked. Patting the heads of these 3, he began to talk about their strong backgrounds. Suk was the grandson of the first Hokage and Tsunade's younger brother. Kushina was a relative of the Mito clan and also Tsunade's younger sister. Minato was my first disciple. For this kid, I exchanged military achievements to specifically get him a forbidden technique. Even if you 3 don't pass, can I not take you with me? Fanma shot a sideways glance at Suk, waved his hand, signaling them to look at the materials he had, let alone others. When Danzo saw the 3 of them, his head buzzed, the will of fire swirling in his mouth, unable to speak. What does it mean to be well-rooted? This is it. Suk received 2 books, The Past and Present of Explosive Tags and How to Use Explosive Tags Well, authored by the pen name Wandering Hans. This was a book written by Hans in his youth. At that time, he was just a struggling young man on the path of samurai and ninja. He had profound insights on explosive tags, a cost-effective weapon. Even in his 60s, he could use explosive tags to blow off Nagato's leg. Worthy of Suk's careful study. Kushina received 2 notebooks, Essentials of Chakra Application and the Essence of Taijutsu, authored by Uchiha Fanma. These were insights gained from Fanma's years of practicing Taijutsu, containing extremely essential techniques for power application and combat skills. For the Uzumaki clan, monstrous strength could also be cultivated. Kushina's South Template should be close to Tsunade's, and she also had the 9 tails within her. Minato was rather special. Fanma exchanged a knowing smile with him and handed over the previously agreed upon Flying Thunder God scroll. The talent for space is quite mystical, and even Orochimaru, using scientific power, finds it hard to grasp. Since Minato has the talent, it's best to let him train in advance. Perhaps he could develop the Flying Thunder God 18 techniques. Fanma cleared his throat and said, This is a gift from the teacher to you. I will ask questions in 3 days. Shunshu raised his hand, feeling unconvinced, and asked, Teacher, who is this Hans? He doesn't seem famous at all. It was clear that Shunshu's academic performance was not ideal. No wonder the original work. Fanma took out another scroll, which also bore an S-rank seal, and waved it. I've prepared this for you, Shunshu. This is an S-rank ninjutsu. If you understand those 2 books, I will let you practice it. Shunshu blinked with excitement, thinking that S-rank forbidden techniques sounded impressive, but then looked troubled as studying seemed very difficult for him. As for Kushina, Fanma patted her head, squatted down, and pretended to look pitiful, saying originally the teacher wanted to exchange military merit for a powerful ninjutsu for Kushina, but the 3rd Hokage is behind on his payments and won't give it to me. Huh? How can this Hokage old man be like this? Kushina said angrily. It's okay. There are many body techniques here. We won't learn from him. Fanma didn't want her to feel unvalued, being sensitive, and took out another book for her. A brief discussion on the offensive and defensive techniques of sealing by Uzumaki Masahiko. Kushina looked at the name she often saw in the shrine before, a trace of sadness crossing her face. Fanma sighed with melancholy. He was only 16 when the land of whirlpools was destroyed, but later he collected some precious good things, like this book filled with wisdom of maneuvering. Kushina repeatedly thanked him, as she missed her clan and everything about them. Fanma glanced at the clock and instructed, so, at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow, we gather here. Subject, reading report, practical combat. Dismissed. 020 protecting the Senju clan's land, Konoha, Senju, clan territory. Most of the former Senju people have relocated to the Land of Fire, and the remaining few have branched out and integrated into various families in Konoha. In the clan's territory, aside from Tsunade and Suk, there are only a handful of elderly Senju who stubbornly remain here, with an atmosphere of antiquity and desolation permeating the environment. Sister, I'm back. Suk cheerfully returned home, holding 2 books. Oh, you're back, Tsunade said, clearly not wanting to engage with him. Lost in memories from the night before, a faint smile unconsciously curling at the corners of her mouth, pouting in dissatisfaction. Suk quietly approached Tsunade's ear and shouted, "Hey, I'm back." A thump on the head. Suk covered his head with both hands, tears welling up as he squatted down. "How did your classes go, you little rascal?" "I got you the best teacher in Konoha," Tsunade asked, leaning back in her chair. "I actually wanted to call you brother-in-law," he started, but seeing Tsunade's threatening gaze, he quickly replied seriously, "Teacher Fanma is really nice. And he gave me 2 books to study diligently. He also said he prepared an S-rank forbidden technique for me, and if I understand these 2 books, he will teach me." Tsunade looked puzzled. What does it mean for a student who just graduated from the Ninja Academy to learn S-rank forbidden techniques? She glanced at the books in Suk's hands, and a big question mark seemed to float above her head. The past and present of explosive tags. How to properly use explosive tags. And this ridiculous author's name, Wandering Hanzo. It can't be that Hanzo the Salamander, right? And what does explosive tags mean? Does he want Suk to be a tool ninja? It doesn't seem too bad. Tsunade thought to herself. Konoha Park. Minato and Kushina were sitting in the shade of a tree, each holding a juice and a book, studying together. From Minato's focused expression, it was clear he was engrossed in S-rank ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. He, Namake's Minato, age 13, understood it. Kushina was also looking at the essence of physical techniques written by Fanma, interested, her small face occasionally tightening as she nodded seriously, jotting down notes in her book. This is the perfect example of top students learning from each other. If Suk saw this, he would definitely be mortified. He wouldn't admit that he was about to be punished by Tsunade for not reading. Minato sighed lightly, scratching his head. He had been studying this seal for a long time, but still didn't understand it. Kushina leaned over to look at the big mark Minato had circled in the book, her eyes lighting up. "This seal, Granny Mito taught me about it. This is a dual-element seal, generally used to stabilize space. This is the fire seal, used to seal chakra. If this seal is combined with the 5-element seal." Having been taught by the Uzumaki Mito, Kushina was very knowledgeable about various seals and carefully explained the prerequisite ninjutsu needed for the Flying Thunder God to Minato. To learn the Flying Thunder God technique, one must first understand the various small sealing techniques that make up the Flying Thunder God seal, as well as have a sense of space. Only then can one be considered to have entered the basics. Just to get started requires a vast amount of knowledge in sealing techniques, spatial perception, wide-range chakra sensing, and sufficient chakra. The threshold for the Flying Thunder God technique is definitely not lower than that of the Sharingan or Sage Mode. It is a ninjutsu that only true genius can learn. Bloodline and talent are essential for the strong in this ninja world. As Kushina explained, Minato's eyes grew brighter. He was starting to grasp what seemed like an unattainable threshold. Uchiha número 2 courtier. Fanma was at his desk writing lesson plans, taking on the role of teacher for these 3 kids. Although they were all exceptionally gifted, he was aware that history had undoubtedly changed due to his intervention. Genius has always been abundant in the ninja world. What is lacking are geniuses who can survive. With resources, bloodlines, opportunities, and a courageous and diligent heart, one has the potential to become a strong ninja at the level of Hokage. Fanma was very satisfied with Minato's tactical skills in combat. Cautious yet bold. Such a ninja would surely have their day. On the other hand, Suk and Kushina had impulsive tempers. As ninjas, they still had elements of naivety in their personalities that needed to be corrected. They must understand their limitations and, most importantly, the fragile nature of a ninja. In the original story, Suk died from an explosive tag, which is, in fact, how many lower-ranked ninjas meet their end. Carelessly stepping onto the battlefield, thinking they have mastered a few jutsu, they can easily fall victim to simple explosive tag traps, ninja tool projectiles, or even animal traps. Ninjas below the rank of Jonin can, to some extent, be less lethal than fully armed mercenaries. The disparity in combat power among ninjas in this world is stark. Fanma's ears perked up. He heard familiar footsteps. Tsunade walked in, gave him a kiss, and picked up the lesson plan he had written to read it. Fanma looked at Tsunade, calculating her strength. In reality, she had significant room for improvement. Tsunade's mastery of sealing techniques was definitely solid. She had the blood of the Senju and Uzumaki flowing through her veins, inheriting the In sealing and even creating the 100 healings technique, a phenomenal ninjutsu that creates regeneration. Additionally, she was adept in medical ninjutsu and had a high level of chakra control. In terms of potential, she was undoubtedly a candidate for a super Hokage. With Sage Mode combined with In sealing, and if she opened the 8 gates, her monstrous strength would be hard for anyone in the ninja world to withstand. However, In the end, due to familial ties, love, and the drifting apart of mentor-student and friendships, she completely fell into the role of a rechargeable battery for Hokage. Fama squinted at his girlfriend, surprised by her strength. He thought about himself and felt a sense of crisis. What if one day, as a master of physical techniques, he couldn't withstand one of his girlfriend's punches? That would be interesting. Ahem. Fama signaled to Tsunade, who was still reading the lesson plan, explaining, I had Suk study explosive tags, so he understands that he is still very weak. War is merciless. He must recognize his shortcomings and cannot have a playful mindset anymore. To become a great ninja, I believe being able to fight is secondary. What is important is being able to take hits and knowing how to run. Tsunade raised her attractive eyebrows, implying, You're not talking about yourself, are you? Fama nodded unapologetically. Then he proudly shared his error tolerance theory. In summary, it is that ninjas are too fragile. Either they need to have thicker health bars or they need to run fast. Clearly, Fama was a master of this approach, characterized by being able to withstand hits, run fast, and not be easily controlled, making him the hardest type of ninja to deal with. The essence of this style is, if you make a mistake, you die. If I make a mistake, I will be careful next time. Tsunade listened to this theory with surprise, frowning in thought. Besides you, it seems quite similar to Orochimaru. Fama's eyes lit up. The current Orochimaru was relatively cheerful. If he could train Suk and send him to Orochimaru for assistance. Learning a set of Orochimaru's substitution techniques and soft body modifications would be essential for stability. To ensure the safety of this impulsive little brother-in-law, Fama was also brainstorming and working hard. 021 Genesis Alliance X Shinjutsu Rope Tree Uchiha Clan Grounds Clan Elder Training Field. The three little ones have gathered. And Uchiha Fugaku has also arrived at the training ground as a special guest today. Fama is discussing the application and insights of chakra and physical techniques with Kushina, while Little Pepper's eyes sparkle with excitement, occasionally gesturing and gathering chakra in her fists. It seems she really enjoys this combat style. Minato is seriously copying the Flying Thunder God technique scroll on draft paper. He can already feel that this technique naturally belongs to him. The reserve Minato can't wait to learn this technique, and he has already arranged names for his 12 techniques, such as Konoha Raging Wind Vortex Charge, 3rd style. It must be very cool, right? Such flashy names will instantly defeat the enemy when spoken. As for Rope Tree, he is late, and Tsunade is dragging him, rushing over. I'm Soda, Fanma-sensei. The rushing Rope Tree finally arrives half an hour late, with Tsunade wearing an apologetic smile, glaring at him fiercely. When Fama sees Tsunade has also come, he instantly moves over with a warm smile and whispers, I miss you after just one day. They clearly had breakfast together this morning and even practiced together. Oof. Tsunade silently thinks, rolling her eyes dramatically. She loudly announces in a voice that can be heard throughout the Uchiha clan grounds. Did anyone hear that? I'm Tsunade, and Uchiha Fama just said he missed me. A brief silence follows, and the young people in the clan start cheering. Fama, did you miss her? Fama, can you handle a girl from the Senju clan? Fama smiles slightly. It's Tsunade's boldness and exceptional wisdom that attract him the most. Taking a deep breath, he replies in an even louder voice. Tsunade, I missed you. Cheers, teasing, and singing resonate throughout the Uchiha clan grounds. If listened to carefully, one can also hear the voice of Elder Shun. This isn't just to show off their affection, but also to showcase Tsunade's presence to the Uchiha clan. This is a declaration and a test of the clan's attitude towards the union. The marriage between Senju and Uchiha is unprecedented in 1,000 years. Marriages have historically been one of the best ways to resolve disputes and gain trust, especially since these two are the former clan leader, Senju Tobarama's disciple, and the son of Uchiha Kagami, while the other is the direct granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. Their generational ties, familial connections, and social standings make them a perfect match. Setting aside the blood feud of these generations, in the Warring States period, this would be equivalent to the head of a household initiating a marriage, with the remaining clansmen likely following suit, creating a potential merger of the two families. In today's context, it also holds significant meaning for changing the dynamics of Konoha. Currently, the clansmen seem to have a relatively positive attitude towards this union. The three little ones too young to fully understand just pouted, thinking that these two, being so old, are really not mature. Uchiha Fugaku, however, sees further into the implications of Tsunade and Fanma's union. He looks enviously at Tsunade and Fanma. Their strength and family background are not constraints, but support. Clearing his throat, he called for Fugaku and Rope Tree to step forward and begins today's lesson. Rope Tree, I believe you know Fugaku. You are classmates at the Ninja Academy. He just became a Chunin, and you will train in real combat with him today. Give it your all. If there's danger, I will intervene. After instructing Rope Tree, he exchanged a few words with Fugaku, who wore an impatient expression. Clearly, he felt bored fighting a child like Rope Tree. Begin. Rope Tree took out his ninja tools and loudly shouted at Fugaku. Fugaku, you old-faced bastard, it's your honor to fight against me. Seeing Fugaku's impatient expression, Rope Tree felt annoyed. So what if he S.A. Chunin? I will become Hokage. Fugaku's face darkened further. In fact, his naturally deep tear troughs are often a topic of jokes among the clan. Even his crush, Uchiha Mikoto, jokingly said that Elder Shun looks younger than him. Fugaku is still a teenager now, far from the middle-aged man tormented by family, children, and village depicted in the later original story. Uchiha Fugaku has a bad temper now too. His crimson Sharingan slowly spins, and without any visible movement, 12 shurikens fly towards Rope Tree at an uncanny trajectory. Rope Tree looked at the shurikens, his face turning pale. He had never seen such a throwing technique that could bend in the air. Relying on his decent physical fitness, he clumsily dodged the shurikens. But his steps were already chaotic, and his center of gravity was unstable. Too many openings. Fugaku saw his disordered steps, charged forward directly, and slashed at Rope Tree, the cold blade stopping beside his neck. Fama signaled Fugaku to step back and began explaining. For ninjas below Special Jonin, shurikens are a very useful offensive tool. They can block the opponent's movements, test their strength, and probe the enemy's status. A master of shurikens, like Fugaku, can even directly eliminate enemies. Rope Tree's earlier performance, though poor, was still at a normal Jinin level, well, perhaps a bit above average at least, as he managed to avoid the shurikens. Seeing Rope Tree's gradually reddening face, Fama offered some consolation. Next, Fugaku, don't use throwing tools, continue. Rope Tree stubbornly looked at Fama. I just made a mistake earlier. There's no need to go easy on me. I'm strong. Fama ignored his stubbornness, nodded, and signaled to continue. Fugaku cast a proud glance at Rope Tree. His fingers moving rapidly, fire release, great fireball technique. A huge orange fireball surged towards Rope Tree, who did not panic but began forming hand seals. Although his speed was not satisfactory. Water release, water barrier. Thanks to Rope Tree's massive chakra reserves, although the technique was slow, it still managed to overpower the great fireball. With a loud bang, the collision of fire and water generated a massive cloud of mist enveloping Rope Tree. Fugaku smirked, once again moving his fingers. Earth release, earth flow river. The earth began to quake, and a large amount of mud mixed with the previously released water barrier surged towards Rope Tree. At this moment, Rope Tree, still in the mist, could only see faint outlines ahead. His gaze hardened as he chose to defend with ninjutsu. Rope Tree was desperately trying to speed up his hand seals when he saw Fugaku leap high into the air, coming down with a heavy slash aimed at him. Looking at the mudslide below, Rope Tree calculated that if he charged forward and abandoned defense, Fugaku would also fall into the mud pit. And in a contest in the mud, he had a physical advantage. Rope Tree steadied his gaze, took out a kunai, and leaped up to face Fugaku. Seeing Rope Tree charging straight at him, Fugaku was taken aback. What does he mean? Does he have a special technique? Fugaku did not lose his composure. His double tomo, Sharingan, slowly spun, gathering chakra for a Genjutsu. Genjutsu, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Rope Tree looked at those enchanting red eyes. Just as he sensed something was off, his head spun, and he fell from the air. 022 Banma's first lesson in the ninja world, Part 1. Shangshu was trapped in the illusion of the Sharingan, his body stiffened, and he fell directly toward the ground. Banma's figure flashed, catching him and placing him on the ground. Fuyue felt a moment of speechlessness. How could the direct descendant of the Senju clan be like this? Banma released a hint of predatory bloodlust, which brushed over Shangshu and directly dispelled the illusion. Shangshu slowly woke up, his face showing a hint of frustration as he awkwardly lowered his head. Banma patted his head and then commented on the battle just now. In the ninja world, the power of bloodlines is extremely important. Take the Uchiha clan, for example. Those who awaken their eyes will significantly enhance their dynamic vision and can see the Taijutsu movements of J-Nin level ninjas. Therefore, they can also replicate their opponent's hand seals, thus copying ninjutsu. Talented clan members may enhance their Genjutsu abilities or improve the quality of their chakra. Other ninja villages also possess many powerful abilities. such as the dead bone pulse of the mist ninja, explosion release of the rock ninja, storm release of the cloud ninja, and magnet release of the sand ninja. These are all difficult for you to deal with. So, you must have a sense of awe toward the ninja world and your opponents. The students present fell into quiet contemplation, and Shangshu clearly felt a sense of defeat, his small face filled with worry. Taking a ninja's life does not require profound skills or a proud bloodline, just the right techniques. Banma looked at Shangshu, took out a box, and slowly asked, "If behind enemy lines, an old man comes to thank you, saying your enemy killed his child and you helped him take revenge, and this box contains a map of the surroundings, hoping you would accept it, would you take it?" After 2 setbacks, Shangshu hesitated, uncertainly saying, "I might accept it, but I will analyze whether that old man is a bad person and will be very careful in my analysis." Shangshu hurriedly added. Banma nodded and took out an enhanced explosive tag from inside. This red explosive tag, which they had all learned about in ninja school, was an absolutely rare and dangerous item. This was one possibility. Inside could be a map, an explosive tag, or even poison gas. Before I have the strength I possess now, my requirement for you is to always remember that what's inside the box is this explosive tag. Banma crushed the explosive tag with his bare hands, and flames filled the entire training ground, with a violent airflow sweeping across the faces of the students. However, Banma's hand was completely unaffected, as if the explosive tag were merely a balloon. Minato and Kushina, who had seen the commander's selection, were unimpressed. They had both witnessed Banma-sensei splitting Susanoo with his hands and withstanding the great fire. So how could this small explosive tag be a challenge? Shangshu, on the other hand, widened his eyes in disbelief. In the past, it should have been the instructors of the Senju clan who taught him some secrets and knowledge of the ninja world. But unfortunately, he happened to catch the major event of the Senju branch family. To demonstrate the sincerity of the Senju branch, Shangshu had even been intentionally trained as a common ninja. Although everyone took special care of him, no one thought of making him the first Hokage. Everyone just wanted him to be happy. With his carefree life in ninja school, he had never seen the true strength and cruelty of top ninjas. Fuyue squinted his eyes, his Sharingan deepening slightly. This was the first time he had seen Banma truly take action. He often heard absurd stories about Banma. Fuyue knew Banma was strong, but their friendship originated from Banma's exceptional culinary skills. As a child, he often went to Banma's house to eat. The blood of the Uchiha clan was excited after a long time, and Fuyue was planning whether he could have a real match with Banma. Banma continued to share his requirements and insights. Having strength gives you room for mistakes. Otherwise, in war, you will become cannon fodder. Shangshu, you don't have to be sad. These few are stronger than you now. Do you want to hear the reason? Shangshu did not refute anything further, looking at the people around him, and slowly nodded. Banma pointed at Kushina, saying, "You know, Kushina's situation. She grew up with Lord Mito and inherited the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan." Then he looked at Minato. "Minato has been with me since he was 5. I have guided his training for over 7 years, and he practices extra every day after ninja school." He patted Fuyue. His Sharingan was awakened after witnessing the deaths of his clan members, and he trains diligently every day. Finally, he looked at Shangshu and said solemnly, "They have all paid a price to gain their strength. However, Shangshu, you're not wrong either. Having a happy childhood is something many people yearn for. But when facing enemies in war, you must change your mindset." Shangshu drooped his head, slightly enlightened but unsure of what he was thinking. "Don't worry. By following your teacher's lessons, you will soon become an outstanding ninja." His eyes lit up, and Shangshu responded enthusiastically, "Yes, Banma-sensei." Fuyue walked over, looking at Banma seriously, and said, "Banma and I, can I have a match with you? I have always hoped to receive your guidance on sight." Minato and Kushina exchanged strange glances. This pair of little ones had already studied it. The best way to deal with a ninja like Banma-sensei was to stay silent and run away. Little Pepper had previously activated her Kagura's hard eyes, but she had been focused on cultivating the adamantine chains and had not deeply developed her perception. Since witnessing the confrontation between the Jainin that day, Minato practiced flying Thunder God diligently, while Kushina focused on Kagura's hard eyes for safety. Who knew how many Banma-senseis or perverts like Lord Orochimaru there were in the ninja world? Or rather, most Jainin were existences they could not resist now. Minato hesitated, about to say something when he saw Shangshu regain his vitality, loudly exclaiming, "Banma-sensei, please teach me too." Banma looked at Fuyue with a strange expression. It was one thing for Shangshu to be foolish, but had he always been this brave? Did he not see the clan leader, the old man, still lying in bed? He then looked at Minato with ill intent, who quickly waved his hands, pulling Little Pepper to run away and hide behind Tsunade. With a smile, Bama did not force these two little clever ones. He turned and asked, "So, Shangshu, Fuyue, are you ready?" Fuyue nodded, secretly calculating in his heart that with Bamanai's defensive power, he shouldn't use his ninjutsu. However, he wondered how Bamanai's resistance to Jinjutsu was. He had heard that Taijutsu ninjas generally were not good at it. Fuyue had previously asked similar questions, but no one in the clan responded, as if everyone had gone deaf, and, as a junior, he did not dare to dig deeper. He drew his sword. The Sharingan spun rapidly, his figure turning as he elegantly slashed toward Banma with his katana. Uchiha-style sword technique, Sun Halo Dance. The sword light merged with chakra, and the slashing katana, indeed, danced beautifully like a sun halo. Banma chuckled. Regarding the Uchiha clan's flashy taijutsu style, he only wanted to say one thing. Uchiha Madara causes a lot of trouble. With his strength, he could be careless, and if there were flaws, he could just activate Susanoo, but the other clan members could not. The advantage of this sword technique lies in its balance of flair and lethality, while the drawback is that it is a bit too flashy. Chakra gathered at his fingertips, becoming increasingly solid. Banma flicked his fingers, and several orbs of chakra flew out rapidly, creating white lines in the air as they shot toward Fuyue's blind spots. 023 Fanma's first lesson in the ninja world, Part 2, Bang 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 Dash. With a snap of Fanma's fingers, waves of chakra emitted unsettling sounds as they shot towards Fugaku. As Fugaku's sun halo dance had just begun to unfold, and the blade's light had yet to converge, he had no choice but to forcefully stop and take a defensive stance. He quickly retracted his katana, slashing left and right, his footwork changing continuously. Facing the incoming airwaves, he either attacked or dodged, as if fighting an invisible opponent. Fanma watched Fugaku move, chakra continuing to gather, slightly increasing the frequency and speed of his attacks. The chakra that sealed the sky and locked the earth drew white lines in the air, confining Fugaku's movement space. Ju stared at Fanma in shock, in his understanding. The water dragon bullet performed by his ninja school teacher was one of the strongest ninjutsu in the world. Ju gritted his teeth, ready to muster the courage to support Fugaku, but he saw a wave of chakra slice past his face and plunge into the brick ground like cutting tofu. Remembering Fanma's earlier words, Ju struggled internally and walked over to Tsunade's side, quietly watching. Fanma observed Fugaku's footwork, body strength, and mastery of swordsmanship, assessing his shortcomings. Waves of chakra sliced through the corners of Fugaku's sword techniques, striking at his weakest and unrecognized flaws. Fugaku was indeed a talented person. Initially, he was not accustomed to such a fierce and intricately angled attack. One could say he was in a state of panic, or rather, he was like a headless chicken. Yet, miraculously, while defending with his sword against these chakras, it felt as if someone was guiding him hand in hand. His swordsmanship became increasingly fluid, his attacking footwork smoother, and his power more cohesive. Even the swordsmanship level that had puzzled him for a long time began to loosen up, and he experienced new sensations. He was a smart person, immediately immersing himself in the joy of this one-on-one teaching from a master. The sound of the katana, slicing through the air, became sharper. His footwork more concise and direct, with his spine driving power throughout his body, quick and smooth. The more Fugaku practiced, the more energized he became, immersed in the thrill of continuous correction and breakthroughs. His clothes were soaked with sweat, his originally messy bangs now plastered to his forehead. Yet he radiated a fierce, fighting spirit. Fanma inwardly praised. As expected of the future head of the Uchiha clan, both his comprehension and skill were on point. He stepped forward and delivered a side kick aimed at Fugaku. Fugaku's gaze grew more resolute. Without a hint of hesitation, he struck with his sword. Uchiha-style sword technique. Mirror Leap Flame. The high-quality chakra metal sword, combined with fire attribute chakra, unleashed by Uchiha's secret technique, could slash out large fire shockwaves. Revered as a sword technique that emerged from hell, the sword strike met the kick head-on. With no time for a stalemate, Fugaku was directly sent flying, crashing into the wall. Kushina gasped, worriedly gripping Minato's hand, asking, "Fugaku should be all right? I'm a bit worried about him." Minato shook his head, lightly patting her, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I've known Teacher Fanma for 7 years, and I'm still doing just fine, right?" The people around them gave Minato strange looks, then turned to Fanma. inwardly sighing at how truly bizarre this master-student duo was. Fugaku struggled to get up, unwilling to accept that he couldn't withstand a single blow. Fanma looked at him and said lightly, "The most terrifying part of the battlefield is that you never know what kind of opponent you'll encounter." To be honest, Fanma did not intend to teach him a lesson. He simply saw that Ju had become withdrawn. As his brother-in-law, he wanted to give Fugaku some confidence, so he took action to educate him. However, Fugaku did not see it that way. He deeply bowed and said, "I'm truly sorry for troubling you." Keeping his head down in a bowing position, he respectfully asked, "But, Teacher Fanma, could you let me see your full strength?" Fugaku suddenly raised his head. This kid's deep bow was to accumulate illusion chakra, preparing for one last desperate attempt. Illusion technique, Sharingan, golden binding technique. The golden binding technique, a powerful eye technique that defeated Orochimaru in one glance in the original work, is typically released by a 3-tomo Sharingan and is an extremely potent illusion technique. Fugaku, however, has a 2-tomo Sharingan, and to unleash this move, he still needed to gather strength. Originally, Fugaku looked down on such sneak attacks, but after hearing Fanma's earlier teaching to Ju, his heart underwent some changes. What good is pride? It's too excessive. Victory is the most important thing. Surging illusion chakra transformed into several towering golden spears, appearing from the void above, fiercely stabbing towards Fanma. Watching Fugaku with a hint of satisfaction, he thought, "This child can be taught. This is an excellent student. What pride of the Uchiha clan, what legacy of 100 years, is not as real as becoming stronger?" The golden spears advanced toward Fanma, but before they could pierce his flesh, the spearheads began to shatter, unable to advance an inch. Fugaku's eyes widened. This situation could only mean that the gap in spiritual power and illusion mastery was too great, causing the illusion to fail completely. So that's how it is. No wonder those famous illusion ninjas in the clan never mentioned Brother Fanma's illusion prowess. They were all waiting for the next unfortunate soul to suffer. These bastards so concerned about face, what are they doing? Fugaku thought angrily. Before he could figure out what to do next, the fear and sense of helplessness he felt on the day of the clan meeting surged back into his heart. The violent bloodlust flooded the training ground, spreading throughout the entire Uchiha clan, taking the form of a ferocious tiger, thirsting for Fugaku. "You have made progress, and I am very glad. However, as a lesson for sneaking up on the teacher, I will hit you once. If you can't take it, you might die." Knowing that Fanma was joking, looking at that demonic figure and the ferocious, intimidating bloodlust, Fugaku still felt an extreme panic in his heart. This was not a distrust of Fanma, but a biological, instinctive fear of overwhelming violence. Fugaku remained on high alert, watching Fanma, adrenaline surging wildly, his heart beating uncontrollably. In an instant, Fanma vanished from his spot, leaving only a shadow behind. The 2-tomo Sharingan nervously searched for Fanma's figure, and seeing the empty space in front of him, Fugaku's heart trembled as he slowly turned around. Fanma was already standing behind Fugaku, poised to deliver a crushing blow. Fugaku closed his eyes in despair. His thoughts were already extremely chaotic, eroded by bloodlust, a whirlwind of various disorganized thoughts crossing his mind. Smack! Fanma flicked his forehead, signaling Fugaku to open his eyes. Do not provoke the strong. This is also one of the most important lessons in the ninja world. Fanma leisurely walked towards Ju, as he still needed to give this young man some psychological comfort. 024 Fanma's first lesson in the ninja world. Part 2. Fuyue fell to the ground weakly, gasping for breath, a deep sense of fear lingering in his eyes. "I really thought I was going to die. I almost did." His face was still burning. The pain from the fierce punches, along with the fist that was just a few centimeters from his forehead, was something he would find hard to forget in the short term. Fanma smiled and helped him up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. "I thought you could open your eyes." Fuyue looked at Fanma in confusion. "Open my eyes? I already have the double Sharingan." He waved his hand, no longer paying attention to Fuyue, whose mind was a mess and who couldn't articulate clearly. He walked over to the 3 little ones and Tsunade, checking on Minato's homework. "Minato, how's your flying thunder god technique coming along? Do you need someone to help you study?" "It's going well, not as difficult as I imagined. I'm almost grasping the basic techniques engraving," Minato replied with confidence. This Minato, in this timeline, had become more courageous and resolute due to Fanma's teachings from a young age. But he was still that warm-hearted little son. Tsunade was surprised to hear this. Was he really about to master the flying thunder god technique? Jiraiya really missed out on a great disciple. "No, this little genius is now my husband's disciple," Jiraiya truly is unworthy to teach him. Tsunade calculated in her heart. It seems like her family is winning after all. A woman in love had already started planning her family. As for her childhood friend Jiraiya, who is he? Not familiar at all. Fama held Tsunade with his left hand and Rope Tree with his right, slowly walking out of the training ground, with Minato and Kushina following hand in hand behind them. It was a warm scene. Those who didn't know might think it was a family of 5 going out for a picnic. Rope Tree felt the power transmitted through the large hand and watched Fanma and Tsunade chatting and laughing, a sense of happiness and safety welling up in his heart. In his mind, this brother-in-law was like a Hokage. This was the highest level of praise he could think of. This brother-in-law taught him many principles, vividly and understandably, while also respecting his feelings. His fighting strength was also mysteriously high. Just now, Fuya, who had defeated him with a few punches and kicks, seemed like a dead fish in front of his brother-in-law. Rope Tree was filled with warmth, happily watching this scene. Growing up, he actually had no clan members around. It was just him and Tsunade relying on each other, and he felt very lonely. Ichiraku Ramen. Outside the ramen shop, there's a large round table with dozens of bowls of various ramen, tempura, and sashimi. Fanma sat down confidently, a tall stack of leftover bowls beside him. He originally planned to take them to a barbecue or seafood restaurant for a big meal. However, this kid Rope Tree had a particular fondness for Ichiraku Ramen and insisted on eating there. Fanma inwardly complained, could Rope Tree also be the reincarnation of Asura? Why are all the Chinibyo hot-blooded youths in the Naruto world so obsessed with ramen? Rope Tree held a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, his entire face buried in the bowl, chopsticks swirling like a whirlwind. Fanma, on the other hand, was pouring bowl after bowl directly into his mouth. Ramen had too low an energy coefficient for him. Eating ramen felt the same to him as ordinary people drinking porridge, not filling at all. Seeing Rope Tree's belly already bulging, Tsunade glanced at him, shaking her head with a mix of affection and helplessness. Fanma cleared his throat and looked at Rope Tree, asking, Rope Tree, I have a question that I need you to answer. I'm not asking you for your understanding of today's battle. I'm only asking you, what is a ninja? Hastily swallowing the ramen in his mouth, Rope Tree looked at his brother-in-law respectfully, just about to answer when he froze. Right, what is a ninja? Rope Tree was momentarily speechless, looking toward Minato and Kushina for help, his expression pitiful. Minato smiled, while Kushina furrowed her brows, pondering the question. Even Tsunade was looking at Fanma with interest. Seeing the expressions of these little ones and the big one, Fanma raised an eyebrow and replied, I don't know either. Ignoring their speechless expressions, Fanma continued. The first Hokage once said that a ninja is someone who can endure everything. But in reality, what exactly must a ninja endure? And why must they endure it? That needs to be clarified. Everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness and freedom. It doesn't mean that becoming a ninja requires sacrificing something. Suffering is not worth glorifying. In this ninja world, suffering only indicates that your strength and understanding are lacking. Rope Tree stared blankly at Fanma. These words were a bit too profound for him. Tsunade also had a serious expression, not knowing what to think. Only Minato listened calmly. After being influenced by Fanma for 7 years, his values had undergone significant changes. Especially when he first fell in love with Kushina, Fanma told him an unforgettable ghost story. That was when he became Hokage, and Kushina had a difficult labor, causing the Nine Tails to be released. To protect this important asset of the village, the Nine Tails, he sacrificed his life to seal it, resulting in both him and his wife dying in battle. His child inherited the curse caused by the Nine Tails and did not receive the treatment of a hero's child. Instead, he became a Jinchuriki that everyone wanted to hunt down. In order to control the Nine Tails, his child was no longer the orphan of the 4th Hokage, but was sent to Root for modification. Under the pretext of everything for Konoha, when Minato first heard this story, combined with the tasks and methods of the Umbu and Root that Fanma usually talked about, he increasingly felt that such things could indeed happen. Thus, that night Minato grew up. I, Namikaze Minato, have a lifelong wish to work on time, go home on time, and enjoy a warm family with my wife and children. He still remembered how Fanma laughed so hard when he heard this wish that he couldn't straighten up. He even gave him a nickname, calling him Namikaze Yellow Monkey. Minato didn't understand at the time, but thought the name Yellow Monkey sounded terrible. So he gave himself a new nickname, Shining Golden Emperor. Fanma continued, if you can't understand this question about ninjas, then think about your grandfather and your village. The Hidden Leaf Village is composed of several ninja clans and wandering ninjas, now referred to as civilian ninjas. The establishment of Konoha was because everyone was tired of the constant battles of the Warring States period. and the organization was formed for the purpose of uniting strength and protecting everyone. Therefore, the original intention of Konoha was to allow everyone to enjoy peace and live a good life. So, Rope Tree, remember, as long as you let yourself live a good life first, then make other villagers happy, you'll be a ninja. Fama's series of theories shocked Tsunade and Rope Tree, while Minato nodded in agreement. Rope Tree's head was spinning, confusedly asking, "So living a good life for myself means I'm a ninja?" Minato rarely took the conversation and said, "Rope Tree, we are all part of Konoha. If everyone lives a good life, Konoha will get better and better. Isn't that the best thing?" Fama's expression turned serious as he looked at Rope Tree and asked a cruel and sharp question. "One more question, Rope Tree. Have you ever thought about why you were born into the Senju clan, but have such a large gap with Fuyue? 025 young Kakashi. Why aren't you as good as Fugaku?" Remembering the embarrassing battle against Fugaku earlier, Ju lowered his head in disappointment and replied sullenly, "It's because I didn't train when I was younger. I didn't study well in the Ninja Academy." Tsunade shot a surprised glance at Ju. Shouldn't her younger brother have said something like, "I just didn't use my full strength"? Fama emphasized, speaking in a deep voice, "It's not your fault. The real reason is the disbandment of the Senju clan and the oppression from the Uchiha clan." Tsunade's expression suddenly darkened. "Fama, do you really need to tell Ju this?" Fama replied calmly, "What can't be said? At his age, I had already killed many ninjas. Besides, with you here, I won't be biased. You can help me supplement." Tsunade hesitated, but chose to trust her boyfriend. Fama looked at Ju's surprised yet unbothered face and sighed inwardly. "What a thick-skinned kid." He continued, "The Senju and Uchiha were the founders of Konoha and also its noble clans. During the early days of Konoha, the various ninja clans were not close and had significant blood feuds among them. At that time, many voices claimed that Konoha's creation was a ploy by the Senju and Uchiha to swallow other ninja clans. Your grandfather, the first Hokage, chose to disband the Senju clan and integrate it with the village. Konoha is essentially the Senju. This also dispelled those rumors, but the Uchiha did not choose to disband. They continued to maintain their clan structure. However, the unexpected death of the second Hokage and my father's death accelerated the rise of the Uchiha's militant faction, pressuring the newly appointed third Hokage. The disbanded Senju members only had a small number who continued to be ninjas, and many among them resented the disbandment. So at that time, the third Hokage had no support to confront the Uchiha. Therefore, Ju, as the grandson of the Senju, could only grow like a civilian ninja without the clan's systematic training. So naturally, you cannot compare to Fugaku. Ju furrowed his brows tightly, showing no anger or resentment. In his heart, this was just a story from the past. Tsunade slowly exhaled, as if feeling relieved. She had been hesitating about how to tell Ju this history. "So, what answer do you want to get by telling Ju all this?" Fama's expression remained unchanged as he seriously stared at Tsunade and Ju, slowly saying, "I want to tell him what the Hokage has to bear. The burden of disbanding clans, the misunderstanding of clan members, the betrayal of comrades, the killing of brothers. Your path ahead may lead to being forsaken by all, or perhaps hanging from a tree, dried up and dead. Do you know how long the road is to become a Jonin, or even Hokage? If Ju doesn't want to be a ninja anymore, then we can send him to the Land of Fire. I think it would be quite good." Tsunade was stunned. How can he not be a ninja? The grandson of Senju Hashirama cannot not become a great ninja. Fama said nothing, just looked at her gently. Tsunade's eyes gradually brightened. Yes, not being a ninja is not such a bad thing. After all, the Senju clan basically lives in the capital of the Land of Fire. After a moment of silence, Ju stood up with a serious expression and bowed. "Thank you, Teacher Fama, for telling me all this. I don't know if I should continue dreaming of becoming Hokage, but I still want to be an excellent ninja. Please continue to teach me." Fama smiled and nodded, accepting Ju's bow calmly. "So, when you get home, you need to understand the books I gave you. This is the first step to overcoming yourself. Trust me, if you study with me, you will definitely become an excellent ninja." Hearing about reading, Ju frowned, but still nodded earnestly, indicating that he understood. Tsunade looked at her brother's serious expression and affectionately ruffled his hair, then turned back and smiled. "You just openly talked about how the Uchiha clan pressure the Hokage. Aren't you afraid it will affect your image in your disciples' eyes?" Fama smiled indifferently. "History is there. It won't be erased because of anything. Moreover, my father is also your second grandfather's disciple." For Ju, Fama first needed to correct his childish mindset, then help him understand his true situation. so that he could fundamentally change. Otherwise, even if Orochimaru followed him around, he wouldn't be able to save such a peculiar child. And Fanma really wasn't confident he could let him survive the ninja war. Fanma didn't want to see his lover's tears. And Ju was a very cute kid. Putting in effort was only natural. A small silver-haired boy, not even a meter tall, stood beside him like a little adult, crossing his arms and listening to Fanma's grand discourse. This little boy was none other than our chakra measurement unit, Kakashi Hitaki. Although he looked only 2 or 3 years old, he still wore a mask and had a deadpan expression, looking very cool. As Fanma stood up to add more noodles, he spotted Kakashi holding a basket of vegetables. And a flash of shock crossed his mind. The chakra measurement unit is being born now? Counting the days, it should be right. Minato is only about 10 years older than Kakashi. Perhaps White Fang has been working hard lately. He directly reached out his big hand, picked Kakashi up, and asked with a smile, "Can you understand all this?" Kakashi tried to break free from Fanma's big hand, but failed, and helplessly replied, "Do you know me? However, what you said is very similar to my dad's views, but also a little different." Fanma nodded knowingly. His relationship with White Fang could only be described as nodding acquaintances, and their philosophies were still quite different. After putting Kakashi down, he scratched his nose and said, "Send my regards to your predecessor, White Fang." Kakashi frowned but nodded in agreement. White Fang is also a ninja body technique style, known for his speed and swordsmanship, using wind release and lightning release chakra to enhance his physical capabilities. He is a warrior disguised as a ninja. White Fang adheres to the idea of loyalty to the king, and under the third Hokage's civilian policies, he received a lot of support, so he devoted himself wholeheartedly to Konoha. Although he later committed suicide due to the burden of public opinion from conflicts with teammates and mission completion, he absolutely does not agree with Fanma's theories. To put it bluntly, Fanma has no feelings for Konoha. He loves specific people, not the concept of Konoha. Konoha does not have any so-called foundation or origin. It is merely a coalition of ninja clans, crowned with the will of fire and integrated. Perhaps what Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama did is beyond reproach, but Fanma deeply understands how shocking Konoha can be when it becomes corrupt under such a system. White Fang fell due to public opinion, Orochimaru defected, and Tsunade and Jiraiya did not participate in the Third War. As for the root organization, human experiments, and so on, he couldn't be bothered to mention them. A place with only a few tens of thousands of people really makes one sigh. One can't be so dense with activities. In Fanma's eyes, Konoha is just a large neighborhood with a warlord-like nature. If one doesn't feel comfortable in the neighborhood, then moving away is quite a normal thing, right? 026 Danzo always has various plans. In the route, Fuma, Danzo, and Orochimaru are sitting around a tea table, silently tasting tea. The presence of these three together makes the atmosphere en route even more eerie, causing even the disciplined route members to show signs of discomfort, feeling waves of unease. Seeing these three gathered together, the discomfort is doubled, both psychologically and physically. Shimura Danzo, the man who walks like a ghost in the shadows of Konoha, is known as the darkness of shinobi due to his unscrupulous ways. Orochimaru, although still relatively normal in personality, has become a pervert to ordinary people. His snake-like tendencies have become quite apparent, showing signs of collapse. Fuma, a member of the Uchiha clan, possesses a body akin to that of a demon and is surrounded by a hellish aura during battle. In the eyes of other villages Umbu, he has always symbolized death. With these three together, the atmosphere has reached a point where it feels a bit awkward not to discuss which village to slaughter today. Fuma savors the crisp tea, which has a lingering flavor and a sweet aftertaste, likely the special Mother Tree Flame tea reserved for the daimyo. It seems the root of Konoha has quite a rich source of nutrients, at least not wasting his palate. The atmosphere falls into an unspoken silence, with no one wanting to speak. Fuma enjoys his tea, seemingly immersed in the sweetness of the good brew. Orochimaru squints at Fuma. Absorbed in the study of bodily functions he compiled, Danzo is reviewing documents, showing off his decent administrative skills. 20 meters away from them, a spy who had infiltrated the Konoha market is nailed to a cross, undergoing inhumane interrogation. After a while, the mountain clansmen of Root stop their techniques and jog over to report. Lord Danzo, the information has been compared with that provided by Umbu and is consistent. Danzo grunted and flipped through the documents, passing them to Fuma and Orochimaru. Although Umbu had already probed this spy's brain once, Danzo no longer trusts their capabilities. The incompetent Sarutobi Hiruzen and his foolish son allowed a mere range shinobi to infiltrate. If he, Shimura Danzo, were Hokage, such a thing would never happen in Konoha. The rats in the sewers can no longer sit still. Challenging Konoha must come at a price. Fuma raised the information in his hand and smiled. Is it really appropriate to call them rats? Hans of the Salamander's strength is still quite tricky, as we can see. Danzo huffed, speaking in a commanding tone. The summoning beast like the salamander is practically a decoration against your speed. If you infiltrate the range shinobi village, is there anyone who can stop you? Hearing this condescending tone, Fuma smiled but did not retort. He simply tapped the table lightly to show he was listening. Danzo continued with his plan. We can completely infiltrate the range shinobi and carry out a decapitation mission to kill Hans, then swiftly annex the range shinobi. Orochimaru looked at Danzo in surprise. Putting down the book he and T even read before. With snake-like vertical pupils, he countered, "That's not what teacher Sarutobi meant." Upon hearing the name, Sarutobi, Danzo's expression immediately turned agitated. He was about to speak when Fuma interrupted. Yes, Elder Danzo. There's quite a significant difference between being a Hokage's advisor and being the Hokage. The title Hokage seems to be a kind of secret technique for you. Just saying it throws you into a state of confusion. With a wave of his hand, he glared fiercely at Fuma, no matter what. My plan is the most beneficial for Konoha. Fuma leaned back on the sofa, pouring himself another cup of tea, thinking that Danzo really has no political acumen at all. I won't listen to the Hokage. I'll listen to you? Shouldn't my Uchiha clan just rebel directly to avoid being backstabbed by you? He reiterated his stance, expressing that he would only act upon the Hokage's orders, then continued sipping his tea. Orochimaru also looked at Danzo with disdain, saying, assassinating the leader of an enemy shinobi village during peacetime will certainly be condemned by the other shinobi villages. If this stirs up chaos in the entire shinobi world, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Danzo's face darkened completely as he replied in a deep voice, dedication and sacrifice are the duties of a ninja. As long as it's for Konoha, there's nothing that can't be done. Looking at the dazed Danzo, Fuma felt the need to voice a complaint. Elder Danzo, how come I heard that it was the second Hokage and my father who sacrificed themselves during the retreat back then? If you had the courage to stay back then, wouldn't both the second Hokage and my father have had a chance to survive? These words pierced like a sharp blade, turning Danzo's face as black as a cloud ninja's, and he stood up, waving his sleeves as he left. Orochimaru displayed a hint of sadness and softly said, You are indeed still troubled by your father's death, aren't you? Fuma waved his hand casually. I've already forgotten what my old man looks like. I just want to remind him that he shouldn't demand things from others that he can't do himself. However, he is right about one thing. The actions of the range shinobi are indeed a serious provocation, and we need to respond. Orochimaru remained silent, increasingly bored with war as he immersed himself in research. Noticing Orochimaru's expression, Fuma's heart stirred. Did he just conduct a wood-release experiment with Danzo? It's better to remind him, as they might collaborate in the future. Collaborating with this old fellow poses a significant threat, so caution is needed. Orochimaru paused, wondering if this was a reminder to himself, and looking at Fuma's normal expression, he slowly nodded. Konoha, Hokage building. The third Hokage looked kindly at Fuma, patting his old waist. This is your first time taking on students? It must not be easy. When I was their teacher back then, it was quite exhausting. One must say, the third's demeanor and rhetoric are much better than Danzo's. At least he makes people want to listen rather than frown and command. Fuma nodded in agreement. Yes, these kids are indeed hard to manage. It's quite troublesome. This is pure ignorance of one's own fortune. How many would want to teach Minato, Shunshu, and Kushina, yet had no opportunity? After chatting for a while, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. The third took out a pipe, took a deep puff, and his expression showed hesitation, as if he wanted to ask something but felt embarrassed. Fuma didn't rush him, giving the third enough time to think. In moments like this, the initiative is his. After a sigh and a long exhale, the third adopted a very apologetic yet unavoidable posture to ask, Fuma, can you let this old man know what your strength really is? 027 response. To Rain Ninja Village, the strength of ninjas has always been a very private matter. Exploring someone else's limits in the ninja world is akin to asking, hey, if I wanted to kill you, what is your killing line? How do you even ask this? Fama maintained a calm expression, keeping the same smile he had during their earlier pleasantries. Sigh, the village is going to war. After all, they're facing two ninja villages, and it's understandable to feel apprehensive. It's no wonder he felt uneasy. The third Hokage had also reached the age of 50 this year, but it was his first time leading a war on such a scale for the ninja village. However, This worry is not without reason. Although the scale of the Second Ninja World War was much smaller than that of the Third Ninja World War, with only Sunagakure, Konoha, Amagakure, and a few insignificant small countries participating, the original work's results are not optimistic. On the battlefield of the Rain Country, dominated by the Sannin, Konoha's forces, aside from the so-called Sannin, faced total annihilation. Only in the battlefield of Sunagakure, led by White Fang, were there relatively considerable achievements, having killed the genius puppet master couple from Sunagakure, who were also Scorpion's parents. However, as Konoha, which holds the hegemonic position in the ninja world, this cannot be considered a display of their might. Currently, Fanma had risen in the village, and with a relatively flexible position, his attitude held significant political meaning. The key decision-makers for this war would consist of Uchiha Fanma, the Sannin, and White Fang. Fanma did not rush to speak. He still believed that the third Hokage did not fully trust him. After all, the Eight Gates of Death technique is said to be a forbidden technique, yet its powerful might has yet to be demonstrated. The current collection of it in the Book of Seals likely serves the purpose of cultivating this technique, as it poses too great a risk to the human body, similar to why the multi-shadow clone technique was included. The third Hokage's refusal to give it to him only indicates that Konoha's higher-ups are consciously attempting to curb his development. Reflecting on the earlier attitudes of the higher-ups, Fanma put away his smile and responded calmly. Perhaps it's just about having the ability to protect oneself when facing Hanzo of the Salamander. The third Hokage smiled wryly at this statement. What do you mean by having the ability to protect oneself? You dare to single-handedly battle the Manjiki Sharingan Uchiha and the direct descendants of the Senju. It's unimaginable what you will do in the future. Adopting a wise elder's demeanor, he earnestly said, since the First Ninja World War, Konoha has suffered immense losses, and the village has yet to fully recover. Meanwhile, Fanma, you have already surpassed many. It's time to take on some responsibility for Konoha. We also want to give you more burdens. Hearing this familiar phrase, Fanma sensed that this should be a secret technique learned from the third Hokage. The secret technique of ninja. Transform into a pancake technique. Sounds nice, but your good disciple, Jiraiya, was promoted to Jonin at 15. Fanma, due to his Uchiha background and the urgent need for experience, had his ninja rank suppressed by the Hokage building until now. You don't need to say that. I will do my part for the village, especially since you know about my situation with Tsunade. This was also the consideration that the Uchiha made after weighing the pros and cons. Fanma quietly represented the Uchiha clan. The family was there to be used. The third Hokage was clearly taken aback. He had only heard about the matter between Tsunade and Fanma. After all, his telescopic technique, along with the village's Umbu, did not dare to monitor or approach the Senju ancestral home and Uchiha courtyard. Is there such a thing? Then congratulations to you both, the third Hokage awkwardly wished. The second Hokage's strategy of dividing the ninja clans was his governance strategy, and if the Uchiha and Senju truly merged, it might not be a good thing for the third Hokage's administration. Then I will issue the order. Currently, we need to respond to the provocations from Amagakure, but we must control the scale. After much consideration, we believe you are the most suitable for this. This assignment was indeed a very undesirable task. Facing the hostile Hanzo, retaliation carried significant risks. However, as a Konoha ninja, it was indeed difficult to refuse the Hokage's assignment. Fanma pondered for a moment and countered, I need a specific task objective. The third Hokage smiled as he took out a scroll and handed it to him. The main task was to reobserve and survey the geography of Amagakure, marking important strategic points. If he could get close to their important figures, he should eliminate them directly. No need to capture them alive. This was also the tragedy of small ninja villages. If it were a great nation-esque ninja, even if there were friction between villages, there would still be a chance to negotiate and use them as bargaining chips. Fanma did not say much more before displaying his might and reputation to the whole village. It was best not to engage in excessive arguments with the Hokage. The third Hokage still wore a kind expression, reminding him to stay safe. Fanma, I wish you success in your endeavors. Konoha Root. Danzo leaned on his cane, wearing a sinister expression as he looked at the visiting Fanma. Speak if you have something to say. It seemed that the previous comment about why you keep lagging behind had deeply affected the dark side of the ninja world. Fanma glanced at the bare table. This person was indeed realistic, not even offering tea. Lord Third sent me to scout Amagakure and retaliate against key personnel. I've worked in the Umbu for a long time, and when it comes to intelligence, it's still reliable to rely on Lord Danzo's route. I must say, although Danzo had a terrible character and extreme views, He indeed had his own set of professional abilities. Danzo's expression softened slightly. He snorted, and an Umbu ninja handed over a report. This display was not much different from the Hokage. From the intelligence report, he took out a photo and placed it in front of Fanma. This is Hanzo's only son, Iga. There is nothing much to say about his strength, at most. He is a Jonin. Killing him is our best target for retaliation against Hanzo's provocation. Fanma nodded knowingly, smiling as he asked, "Is there anything else you need me to handle?" Danzo finally stopped wearing a grim face, pulling out a map and pointing to the bear country next to Amigakure. There is an underground exchange in the bear country. Roots funds were taken away by unidentified wandering ninjas, totaling 80 million Ryo, resulting in the destruction of a small team. Help me check the situation. If they can't compensate for the funds, just destroy this exchange. Looking thoughtfully at the map, bear country, funds taken away. The unidentified wandering ninjas that could wipe out a root team were likely the Shuriken masters 800 miles away. However, what truly intrigued Fanma was the Star Ninja village in bear country. The hidden secrets here could very well be the key to his breakthrough. 028, this crying country, the land of rain, due to its terrible terrain and the unscientific climate of the ninja world, experiences rain all year round. This country seems like the abandoned child of the Sage of Six Paths, with no one able to hear its lamentations. The unending rain has stripped this nation of its vitality. The land is covered in swamps and wetlands, where no food or cash crops can survive well. The houses built here are also rusted and dilapidated, with only a few specially treated skyscrapers remaining intact. As for industrial equipment, there are no steel structures that can withstand the constant erosion from the moisture. This is a hell on earth where life slowly withers away, with no hope in sight. The land of rain relies heavily on imports to survive, depending on the fire country for food, industrial goods, and daily necessities. Ninjas can only eat the leftovers from Konoha and Sunagakure, selling their cheap labor in exchange for meager wages. The common people are treated like cattle and horses. In this ninja world, trying to escape the land of rain to become a civilian in the fire country is punishable by death. This damned ninja world is truly unbearable. Fanma thought to himself, in a world of extraordinary beings, discussing equality seems somewhat superfluous. However, it shouldn't be difficult for ninjas, who inherently possess high productivity, to ensure ordinary people have enough to eat. Unfortunately, the terrible system of the ninja world and the greedy nobles have created a personal tragedy. After some reflection, Fanma concealed his presence. Thanks to the enhancements from his predatory domain, he is the perfect hunter. He can unleash his bloodlust when attacking, locking onto his prey, and he can also hide his aura while lurking, like a tiger or leopard retracting its claws. Fanma silently hid in the forest, watching the lifeless village before him, waiting for the target to appear. Lord Fanma, the target from IGA, is expected to arrive in 5 minutes in the B302 area, accompanied by 15 ninjas, requesting instructions. The radio in his ear transmitted a request from an Umbu member. One must admit, the technology tree of the Hokage is quite skewed. A small team dispersed, keeping an eye on the direction of the Rain Ninja village, ready to report any enemy reinforcements. The second team continued to monitor IGA's movements, sensing the ninja's expanding domain. I am now heading to the ambush area, preparing to engage. If I can silently kill him on the spot, that would be perfect, and then I can head to the bear country for a pleasant trip on the public dime. If I let IGA call for reinforcements and bring his father Hans here, that would be a bit unworthy. In just a few breaths, Fanma had arrived at the ambush area. About 2 kilometers away, a group of hurried rain ninjas was quickly approaching. Fanma's vision was extraordinary. He recognized a face almost identical to Hans's from distance. Calculating the distance and waiting to toll his death knell. Action. Fanma charged ahead, and with his speed, ordinary ninjas couldn't react in close quarters. Elbow strikes, crushing punches, side kicks, these are just simple basic taijutsu moves, but paired with absolute strength and speed, they became the most solid killing weapons. A vast force accompanied by a fierce punch shattered the leading rain ninja into pieces, and as Fanma passed, blood and dismembered limbs flew through the air. Who is it? Spread out. Protect Lord Iga. All the rain ninjas only caught a glimpse of a shadow, a loud explosion ringing in their ears, as 2 more comrades turned into red stains on the ground. The rain ninjas looked at the giant in front of them in shock and anger. They were somewhat well-trained and quickly retreated, forming a defensive formation. Fanma said nothing. Who would tell you who I am? Maintaining his high speed, he continued to close in on IGA. With the physical capabilities of these rain ninjas, as long as he kept close combat, they had no room to fight back. The slaughter continued, and dozens of rain ninjas had already fallen to the ground, the never-ending rain washing away their blood, erasing their last traces in the world. IGA screamed in terror, "Bloodwolf, you damn Konoha bastard. The Rain Ninja Village will never let you go. Hey, don't call me that embarrassing nickname anymore." Fama leaped forward, intent on completing his mission directly. Water release, double water barrier technique. IGA's hands flew through hand seals, and with only 5 hand signs, the technique was unleashed. The surrounding water vapor quickly gathered, forming a thick water wall to protect IGA. Water release, water dragon wrath technique. IGA's offensive continued, as a massive water dragon roared and surged toward Fanma, possessing a hint of elite-level power. Water release performed in the environment of the Rain Ninja Village indeed had exceptional effects. Fanma's figure flickered. He was never afraid of such large-scale ninjutsu. He easily broke through the water barrier with brute force, squatting deep, exerting tremendous strength, and with a terrifying speed, he charged directly at the water dragon, creating a sonic boom behind him. Years of enhancement in the furnace of heaven and earth ensured Fanma's defense, and he was too lazy to dodge against such an unremarkable ninjutsu. Faced with the momentum brought by Fanma's exaggerated speed, the massive water dragon could not withstand the blow and shattered instantly. An elbow strike directly hit IGA in the abdomen, and Fanma's palm, like a fan, was raised high. Aiming straight for his head, IGA coughed up blood, his skull caving in, his mind clouded, and he had completely lost control. Smart enough to know to use chakra to protect vital areas, but it was useless. Looking at IGA, who resembled a dead dog, Fanma could only sigh. This was the ninja world. Winners take all. Fanma picked up IGA, contemplating where to strike, intending to give him a decent corpse. It wasn't that Fanma was kind-hearted, but someone of IGA's status could fetch a good price later in the Bear Country for a gold exchange. This kid might be worth 20 million Rio, right? After all, dating costs a lot, so earning a bit is better than nothing. Fanma gently exerted force, lifting him off the ground, preparing to gently twist his neck, leaving as complete a form as possible. A glint of hatred flashed in IGA's eyes, and a twisted grin spread across his face. Boom! A certain secret technique within IGA was triggered, causing his body to swell into a sphere before exploding violently, releasing deep purple smoke. Collectively use wind release ninjutsu to disperse. Retreat at full speed. Suspected toxic substance. Fanma ordered the umbu present. This purple mist, suspected to be from the poisonous newt, was something they absolutely could not withstand. Captain Fanma, there's a strong chakra reaction moving from the Rain Ninja Village towards you, suspected to be Hans. Should we intercept? The umbu, monitoring the direction of the Rain Ninja Village, faithfully fulfilled their duty, calmly inquiring whether to intercept in the face of Hans. No need, all umbu retreat. I will cover the rear. Fanma felt a tingling in his left arm, squinting at the distant Hans. The poison of a newt was indeed well-deserved of its reputation. 029 Hanzo's. Might Hanzo approached with a grim expression, his eyes bloodshot and filled with a frenzied rage, as a large number of Rain Ninja troops followed behind him, surging with a murderous intent. This was his son, his flesh and blood, and also the future successor of the Rain Ninja Village. Which bastard dared to attack IGA? On the other side, although Fanma was in a poisoned state and could not ascertain the severity of the poison from the giant salamander, he showed no intention of retreating. Firstly, it was to cover the retreat of the umbu, which was not just a matter of the will of fire. When capable, it was only right to save a few diligent juniors. Secondly, Fanma was very interested in Hanzo. After all, he was the demigod of the ninja world who conferred the title of the Three Ninjas. Accumulating combat experience against him would make it easier to deal with him when the two villages officially went to war later. The main reason, however, was that Hanzo, as a samurai-type ninja, was the type Fanma feared the least. With his iron-like body, and covered in lightning armor and blood armor, no secret sword techniques would be effective against him. If something unexpected happened, and Hanzo unleashed an unknown secret technique, Fanma would just turn and run, and Hanzo would have no way to stop him. In terms of speed, Fanma was already considered the fastest ninja in the world. Even his beloved disciple, Minato, hadn't learned the Flying Thunder God technique yet. As they were about 100 steps apart, the Rain Ninja troops spread out in an orderly manner, with some pursuing the umbu from Konoha, while others distantly sealed off the area, maintaining a very loose formation. Fanma watched Hanzo with great interest, eager to witness this ninja who would later earn the title of demigod in the ninja world. Hanzo, Seeing his enemy's calm demeanor as he faced the man responsible for his son's death, felt his eyes nearly bulge with rage. His fingers danced, and the moisture in the air thickened. Water release, rain cloud cover technique. Dense water vapor, guided by chakra, began to gather and compress in the air, forming large rain clouds. Meanwhile, the rain ninja, scattered in the distance, continuously utilized fire techniques to scorch the earth, causing the water vapor to rise rapidly, expanding the size of the rain clouds even further. The area within 1,000 meters was suddenly shrouded in darkness, with an uneasy wind blowing, permeating the atmosphere with a sinister aura. The rain clouds hung low, only about 100 meters above the ground, but their range was vast, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Fama quietly observed Hanzo's technique, marveling at the display. Truly, he was worthy of the title of demigod. This was a spectacular ninjutsu. Although it was not solely his doing, it was nonetheless capable of altering the weather. A ninja with the ability to change the weather could undoubtedly be considered a strategic-level figure. Hanzo slammed his hands heavily against the ground, and as the thick smoke dissipated, a giant salamander approximately 20 meters high appeared before him. This was his summoning beast, the king of salamanders, F-Key. Hanzo leaped onto its head and looked down at Fanma, speaking from a vantage point. Damn Konoha ninja, bullying the rain ninja is absolutely unforgivable. I will use your skull as a bowl. The salamander threw its head back and roared, spewing a thick purple poison mist towards the rain clouds, quickly dyeing the dark clouds a vibrant purple, making the scene even more eerie. Fama gasped at this sight. This technique that altered the weather combined biological warfare with toxic gas perfectly suited to the environment of the Land of Rain. The concept was indeed intricate. Hanzo maximized the use of timing and terrain, amplifying his combat advantages to the fullest. In the environment of the Land of Rain, he was like Magellan advancing in a city, able to claim invincibility. With a furious roar, Hanzo unleashed his chakra, and the rain ninjas who had already hidden outside the rain clouds simultaneously formed hand seals to cast their technique. Water release, hell of toxic flood technique. The rain clouds, spanning 1,000 meters, unleashed torrents of deep purple toxic water, and within this domain, no living creature could escape. This was a killing move that harnessed the power of nature. Feeling the intensity of the toxic rain, Fama experienced a fleeting sense of admiration. With the enhancement of his barbaric growth and his superior physical condition, Fama's resistances were far better than the average person. Coupled with his mastery of blood energy, he could control the poison gas at the surface of his body, greatly diminishing its potency. However, even with such advantages, he still felt waves of weakness. If it were an ordinary ninja, they would have already collapsed to the ground. This toxic gas combined with a water release technique could be described as a harvesting machine for any ninja below the special Jounin level. A merciless mowing machine on the battlefield. Hanzo looked at Fanma, who wore an expression of admiration, puzzled. It was the first time he had seen someone standing in the toxic rain, arms crossed, simply enduring it. In reality, Fanma was facing the toxic rain not to disgust Hanzo, but because of the enhancement from his barbaric growth. As long as he could withstand it to a certain degree, he would gradually gain corresponding resistances. Die for your arrogance. With a roar, Hanzo swung his chain and lunged forward. Hanzo's body flicker technique was extraordinarily advanced. Having defeated all the samurai of a land of iron, his close combat skills were among the best in the ninja world. The large scythe attacked at a strange angle. This weapon combined the range of a sickle with the maneuverability of a meteor hammer. Fanma curved his arm to block. The sound of metal clashing echoed. His gaze sharpened, and he unleashed all his blood energy. The violent scent of blood instantly filled the battlefield, and a seductive red glow flickered around Fanma, coalescing into blood-red armor. The distant rain ninjas were violently drained of chakra by the blood energy, strands flowing back into Fanma's body, with only a few elite Jounin able to resist the encroachment of the blood energy. Above, the sky was covered with dark purple poison clouds stretching for miles, while below, the ground was filled with raging blood energy. The battle between Fanma and Hanzo had turned the battlefield into a hellish existence. Hanzo furrowed his brows, feeling something was off. This bastard, I've seen in the Umbu reports, is the blood wolf of Konoha. I didn't expect him to have grown to this level. Damn, Konoha always has these strange geniuses. His body's hardness is also unusual. I can't even cut through with my scythe, which is quite troublesome. However, as long as he gets hit by the salamander's poison, death is only a matter of time. Hanzo continued to swing his scythe. and Fanma raised a long sword formed from blood energy, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Strike, stab, thrust, crush, stir, press, cleave, intercept. The colliding weapons sparked in a flurry, and both Fanma and Hanzo's expressions grew increasingly serious. The techniques exchanged between Hanzo and Fanma bore the shadows of various schools. One was the world's greatest warrior, while the other was a master of Taijutsu across the ninja world. At their level, the techniques no longer mattered. It was merely a contest of speed and strength, reaction and determination. The struggle intensified, and Hanzo used the chain to ensnare Fanma's arm, swinging the large scythe towards his carotid artery. Fanma didn't care about the scythe's attack at all, with blood armor protecting him. It was absolutely impossible for such an attack to breach his defenses. His arm muscles bulged, and the blood sword unleashed a terrifying, slashing wave, abandoning defense and fiercely striking towards Hanzo. 030, the hidden god's secret weapon with a terrifying force. The slash struck fiercely towards Hanzo's neck. Fanma ignored the sickle aimed at him, and without hesitation, he exerted his strength and slashed down hard. Hanzo's face changed in shock. A seasoned warrior, like him, had sensed something unusual from the air pressure created by the strike. What a ferocious power. This bastard has been hiding his strength all along? With a nimble retreat, he flipped over and created distance from Fanma, eyeing him with a hint of caution. Fanma played with the blood blade in his hand, smiling at the distant Hanzo, and taunted, "Isn't Mr. Hanzo a proponent of the samurai way? In this situation, shouldn't you be taking a strike with conviction against your enemy?" Hanzo's expression darkened, and he cursed wildly in his heart. Letting this bastard take a strike? What the hell does the samurai way have to do with it? It's all in pieces now. Fanma charged forward again, releasing his power without restraint, and the blood blade no longer adhered to any form, slashing wildly. Hanzo executed a series of body flicker techniques, leaving behind multiple afterimages. Behind him, countless blood-colored slashes plowed the ground, leaving deep craters across the battlefield. It must be said that Hanzo's body flicker technique was indeed one of the best in the ninja world. The body flicker technique is not some extraordinary ninjutsu. It merely utilizes muscle strength and the concentration and impact of chakra at the feet to gain explosive speed. However, ordinary ninjas can hardly maintain their position after one or two body flickers, let alone accurately strike the enemy after flickering. Hanzo's talent in the body flicker technique was maxed out. He had developed motor nerves and outstanding strength, allowing him to perform continuous body flickers while maintaining accuracy and power for the next strike. The situation had reached a stalemate. Hanzo couldn't harm Fanma, and Fanma found it difficult to hit Hanzo. In their current states, both were at an impasse. Continuing this meaningless probing might bring Konoha's reinforcements. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Hanzo's eyes. If he didn't bring out some hidden cards, it would be hard to reach a conclusion today. For the sake of his IGA, he could not give up. He leaped up, standing atop the head of the salamander, forming hand seals with both hands and gathering chakra. Hanzo provocatively glanced at Fanma, seemingly waiting for his attack. A feigned, empty city strategy? Or was he preparing some powerful technique? There was too little description of Hanzo in the original work, and he had no information on him. Fanma squinted at him, sensing that this situation was likely to reveal some hidden card. Should he interrupt? Forget it. With his body flicker technique, it would still be difficult to kill him directly. The upcoming battle would likely see Tsunade facing Hanzo. He should help her gather some information. The salamander once again spewed out poisonous gas, and with the guidance of the technique, dark purple toxic clouds poured down from above, wrapping around Hanzo. The mist gradually solidified into a purple poison dragon. Hanzo took a deep breath, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the purple poison dragon into his body. With a low growl, misty poison emanated from him, his pupils changing from black to an eerie purple, and he swelled up slightly. Water released chakra mode, poison form. With a sinister smile, Hanzo arrogantly said, "Junior, remember, giving a powerful enemy a chance to breathe is to dig your own grave." Actively approaching Fanma, the massive sickle swung once again. Bang! This time, the clash of power ended with Hanzo being sent flying. Where did this bastard get such strong power? This isn't right. There must be something strange. In the current ninja world, only the third Reikage of Kyumogakure could match the power of this form. Hanzo was shocked as he felt the immense force from the sickle, his mind racing as he charged towards Fanma again, no longer choosing to clash in strength. The water-released chakra mode granted him balanced enhancements, slightly and comprehensively increasing his resistance, speed, and power. The two became entangled, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows over 100 times. Although Fanma was not at a disadvantage, Hanzo's speed was beginning to make him feel strained. Sensing his advantage in speed, Hanzo let out a cold laugh, releasing a vast amount of pure toxic mist, the poison in the air seeming to liquefy. The sickle, accompanied by surging poison, once again attacked like a shadow. As long as he dragged out the time, the toxin's damage would grow stronger. Just wait to die, Konoha's blood wolf. Hanzo whispered ominously. Fanma felt a tingling sensation in his body, the stiffness between his muscles becoming increasingly pronounced. If it weren't for his exceptionally strong physique, if he were an ordinary taijutsu ninja relying on chakra to enhance his strength and speed, he would have already been knocked down by the poison gas. Sigh. No wonder Tsunade and the others are struggling against Hanzo. He is indeed a formidable opponent. Fanma took a big step back, unleashing a surge of lightning chakra that violently struck the air, forming a massive ball of lightning. The combination of blood armor and lightning shield chakra was a new technique evolved from the predator domain, and Fanma couldn't quickly enter that state yet. The lightning ball expanded further, dark red blood energy staining the electric light, and blood-colored lightning once again appeared on the battlefield. Hanzo was genuinely wary at this moment, watching the terrifying amount of chakra from afar, secretly alarmed. How could Konoha possess such a proficient lightning release chakra mode technique? Those useless cloud shinobi haven't even mastered their own family ninjutsu, as well as outsiders. He secretly scattered a large number of explosive tags around, forming a defensive formation. This enemy had the potential to kill him, and he had to go all out. Boom! The roaring lightning stabilized, and a violent electric light combined with the blood energy, solidifying into a blood-colored armor, tightly wrapping around Fanma. At this moment, Fanma's height had surged to over 2 meters, resembling a small-sized Susanoo. Well, it's the second time using this combination technique. I've kept you waiting, Mr. Hanzo. With unmatched speed, he dashed across the ground, the air letting out a mournful wail under the overwhelming pressure. With just a simple punch, carrying the most primal and extreme violence, he aimed to obliterate Hanzo right there. Bang! As the punch landed, the ground shattered, leaving a bottomless pit. Fanma scanned his surroundings, searching for Hanzo's figure. This Konoha bloodwolf has such strength. Why would such a bastard be willing to join the Umbu? Hanzo hid in the shadows, suppressing his bruised face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he had a huge misunderstanding of Konoha's Umbu. 031 stalemate Hanzo was hiding in the water, his face pale as he looked at the giant pit in the distance, clutching his chest and spitting out large mouthfuls of congealed blood. Why was there still no sign of poisoning? Could it be that the old man's poison was countered by him? Impossible. Just hold on a little longer. Is this posture the Susanoo of the legendary Uchiha clan? However, it's not as massive as described in the text. I need to find some intelligence to confirm this. Inoki might know. With his speed and power, the only way to kill him is to use that one technique. Fanma sensed the chakra brought back by his blood energy, locking onto a flow of water, his face showing surprise. Hanzo, do you still have the bloodline of the Hozuki clan? Why not acknowledge your ancestors and return to the Mist Village? The earlier heavy punch was delivered when Hanzo hadn't yet adapted to his increased speed. Normally, it would have landed solidly on him. However, when Hanzo used the body flicker technique to evade, he unexpectedly turned into water. Utilizing the abundant water in the environment and his superb body flicker technique, he managed to evade most of the force of that blow. Hanzo glowered at Fanma, his body feeling numb. Fanma's powerful lightning chakra was highly effective against his water transformation technique. His primary task now was to calm down, carefully analyze Fanma's intelligence, and find a flaw. If I were you, I'd just become the Mizukage in the Mist Village. After all, over there, it's all about who has the bigger fist that gets to speak. Even a third Mizukage seems like a waste compared to you. You're fighting tooth and nail with us in Konoha. Do you really have that strength? Don't get stuck in your current village. Directly launch an operation against the Mist. That's the right move. Step out, and a better future awaits. I'm pointing you in the right direction. Think about whether I'm right. If you don't step out and directly annex the 5 great nations to make a name for yourself, while conspiring in someone else's vassal state, what kind of vision do you have? Why are you so unambitious? Fanma showcased his years of experience engaging in small talk in a market, throwing out trash talk one after another, trying to attack Hanzo's mindset. It wasn't that Fanma forgot the trope of villains dying from excessive chatter. It was that Hanzo, as high-purity venom, was becoming too much for him to handle. With the enhancement of his brutal growth, his body was slowly gaining resistance to the poison. The effects of the salamander's venom were gradually diminishing. However, if he inhaled such a large amount of venom at close range again, Fanma couldn't be sure if he could withstand it. The Blood Thunder armor granted him defensive power. He completely ignored Hanzo's sickle and explosive tags. The only effective means of killing Fanma that Hanzo had left was the salamander's toxin. Just hold on a little longer. The improvement of poison resistance takes time. His body's self-detoxification ability was also continuously at work. Time was on his side. Listening to Fanma's half-truths about launching a surprise attack on the land of water, Hanzo grew increasingly furious. What do you mean by conspiring against someone else's vassal state? Konoha the Damned occupies the most prosperous land in the ninja world while controlling numerous grain-producing small countries. Stuffing their mouths full of food, they disregard the lives of others. Isn't Konoha's territory something they fought for? What does our attack on the land of rivers have to do with you? If you and Konoha don't let our land of rain get better, then we'll give you a good beating. Hanzo steadied his breath, the purple light in his eyes intensifying, ignoring his already indented chest, and urged the salamander to attack again. Fanma squinted, watching Hanzo continuously flicker, his chakra surging as he charged forward. With the enhancement of the Blood Thunder armor, Fanma's defenses and speed had greatly improved. Every punch and kick generated terrifying sonic booms, creating a long white line of mist behind him. Bang! Another heavy punch struck down. After several rounds of confrontation, the ground was already filled with deep craters. Fanma was like a whack-a-mole, his punches and kicks powerful enough to threaten Hanzo. As long as he landed a solid hit up close, he could declare victory in this battle. Hanzo, however, showed no regard for so-called face or dignity, continuously using the body flicker technique to evade Fanma's attacks. If he couldn't evade, he would turn into water, slipping into the pit to absorb most of the damage. Hanzo's offensive tactics had become direct and singular, using his water-style chakra mode, poison form, to wrap the area in toxic gas, further deepening the erosion of Fanma by the toxins. Fanma was searching for a chance to land a killing blow, while Hanzo waited for the toxins to work their magic, and the two entered a stalemate once more. Hanzo's complexion had turned an abnormal deep purple, his ribs and forearm already broken. His left hand drooped limply, and he felt a faint stinging pain from the poison sac within. Although the combination of his water transformation and body flicker techniques was perfect and could evade almost all physical attacks, he couldn't withstand the overwhelming strength of Fanma. The fierce wind from his punches was equally lethal. Fanma held his breath, trying to avoid inhaling the toxic gas, but he couldn't stop his pores from breathing, and the symptoms of poisoning in his body grew increasingly severe. The toxic mist on the battlefield had become so thick that it was nearly impossible to see the ground. Under the efforts of their leader, the environment of the Rain Village deteriorated irreversibly once again. Unexpectedly, what was supposed to be a simple assassination mission had led him to encounter Hanzo prematurely. How unlucky. That earlier self-detonation technique from his son was probably taught by this old man as well. Hanzo shouldn't be able to self-destruct, right? He should have ambitions now and shouldn't he? However, if Hanzo forcibly self-destructed close to me, that would indeed be quite troublesome. Fanma took the initiative to create distance, observing Hanzo. In reality, he had no compelling reason to kill Hanzo. Moreover, the sense of heaviness in his body was becoming more pronounced. If Hanzo self-destructed and severely injured him, Fanma couldn't expect the people of Konoha to provide any compensation. After all, when his father, Uchiha Kagami, passed away, it seemed like all they got was a few boxes of fruit. Unbeknownst to him, Hanzo had the same thoughts. This guy's body was extraordinary. The salamander's poison was proving to be ineffective, which was quite troublesome. Today, revenge for IGA would be difficult. I will remember this, damned Konoha. Konoha's power has been swelling. This is problematic. This confrontation has already started ripples in the timeline. The pattern of the Second Shinobi World War has quietly begun to change. In the original story, Hanzo wanted to flex his muscles alone, annexing the land of birds under the wind country and the land of rivers under the fire country, quickly becoming one of the 6 great ninja villages. However, facing Fanma, this Konoha ninja capable of killing him, invasion had become mere talk. To tear a piece of flesh from Konoha, it seemed he would need to call upon the Sand Ninja, those starving, vicious dogs. 032, shut up. Don't give me a nickname. Fanma and Hans were staring at each other from a distance, both of them wishing the other would die, but there was nothing they could do about it. If this continued, Even if Fanma managed to kill Hans, he would most likely suffer a fatal blow from Hans's self-detonation. Taking such a hit might not kill him, but certainly wasn't worth it. From Fanma's 23 years of rich experience in Konoha, killing Hans would likely not be a merit, but rather a huge stain on his record. Donsu, Tsurugi Koharu, Mitu Goten, and Sarutobi Hizashi were often jokingly referred to as the Konoha internal strife F4 by many netizens, and there was a reason for that. The political skills of these few could only be summed up with the phrase, "I can't say." However, when it came to making things difficult for their own people, they were indeed skilled. If Fanma killed Hans, he could already picture them blaming him in his mind. The village's task was to moderately suppress the ranged shinobi, and as a ninja of the village, failing to follow orders should be punished. This was Mito Gate Inn, appearing composed and fair, yet internally harboring a pathological demand for obedience among ninjas. How dare you? This is a matter that could provoke a war between two villages and even the entire ninja world. You will be responsible. This was Tsurugi Koharu, who had a face that was quite unpleasant to look at, one of the few in the ninja world who was a maternal figure to outsiders. Well done, Fanma. This was Shimura Danzo, who likely wouldn't oppose killing Hans. However, he would certainly incite public opinion afterward, suppressing any Konoha rookie who gained fame. Sigh, this is difficult. How about this? Let's hold a meeting to discuss it. You go back and wait for news. This was Sarutobi Hizashi, who liked to smooth things over, always acting like a nice guy, yet was indecisive in the position of Hokage. The Uchiha clan has become too powerful. We must find a way to handle it. Gather the Umbu and closely monitor the Uchiha territory. This was the unanimous voice of the four. As disciples of Senju Tobarama, these four had indeed learned some things, but each had only inherited a part. Shimura Danzo only knew how to fight, Mito Gate and only knew how to restrain, Tsurugi Koharu only knew how to appease, and Sarutobi Hizashi only knew how to hold meetings and research. They all prided themselves on inheriting Tobarama's will, yet never realized that their teacher was a complex composite. Senju Tobarama, as the second Hokage, dared to wage war to maintain the village's dignity, dared to innovate by establishing a ninja school, dared to establish diplomatic relations by signing peace treaties with the Land of Lightning, and dared to make sacrifices for future generations. As a politician, he was an extraordinary presence in the world of Hokage. Just thinking of these four underachievers, Fanma's fighting spirit immediately cooled down significantly. Not necessary, not worth it, why bother? To let Tsunade receive 2 boxes of comforting fruits and a big tombstone? The blood armor on Fanma gradually disintegrated. The blood energy was retracted into his body, and he began to block the toxins within. Sighing, he looked at Hans and said seriously, "You know, I'm just an ordinary ninja of Konoha, and I'm just completing my task. This attack is a response to the ranged shinobi's provocation against Konoha, and I'm also on a mission without any choice. But debts have their owners, and there's something I can tell you." Hans looked at Fanma, who suddenly seemed to lose his fighting spirit, showing a wary expression. "What kind of strange tactic is this?" He coldly replied, "Speak." Fanma scratched his head and said sincerely, "You know the Dark Ninja, right? He asked me to do this, and he told me it was just to kill the ranged shinobi's Umbu. If I had known it was your son, I would have accepted this mission. As a senior in the ninja world, I have always respected you." This was indeed the truth, though it contained a hint of insincerity. As for Shimura Danzo, he had already accumulated countless debts and blood debts. A little more wouldn't he matter, right? Fanma waved his hand, attributing this achievement to the respected Hokage's assistant. Hans narrowed his eyes, contemplating Fanma's words. He certainly didn't believe in the admiration directed towards him. Fanma's ruthlessness and experience shown in their previous battle made Hans aware of his killing intent. However, Danzo, the Dark Ninja, that was indeed something he would do. This grudge, Hans, will remember for now. Hans stepped back, maintaining a vigilant posture, and slowly spoke. Konoha's arrogance is known throughout the ninja world. No need to mention it again. Today's battle has left a deep impression on me. We will meet again on the battlefield. A ninja like you deserves praise from the ninja world. I will grant you. Fanma's body trembled. How could this old man be so willing to give others nicknames? You didn't win just now, did you? Do you really want to force a title on someone? It should be known that those who received nicknames from him, their endings were indeed quite thought-provoking. Jiraiya died in the belly of a fish. Tsunade lived a lonely life. Orochimaru died several times, and in the end, even changed his nature. Hansa's praise was akin to Heiden's curse. Seeing Hansa's words about to come out, Fanma loudly interrupted. "No, I'm just an ordinary Konoha ninja. I suggest you give that glamorous nickname to Elder Danzo instead. By the way, Elder Hans, you and T want the entire ninja world to know that the poison of your puffer fish can be neutralized, would you? Hans's expression turned unkind. He still didn't know how Fanma had neutralized the poison of the puffer fish. He never believed that a person's physical quality could withstand the fierce poison of the puffer fish. In Hans's mind, Fanma had already been labeled as a terrifying medical and physical ninja. Humph, my praise is sought after by countless people. Then we shall meet again on the battlefield. Young Konoha ninja, although his insides were already screaming in pain, and his left hand hung limply, he looked utterly disheveled. Hans still maintained the last bit of dignity as a senior in the ninja world and spoke arrogantly before quickly fleeing. Fanma watched Hans's hasty retreat with a smile on his face. Hans the puffer fish, truly an interesting and powerful opponent. Leaving this hellish battlefield, Fanma took out the summoning scroll and summoned his black eagle. Dahe, go back to Konoha and tell Tsunade and the third that I'm fine. I just need to rest for a bit, and I'll be back in 5 days. Got it. The taciturn Dahe spread its wings and flew towards Konoha. 1 day later, Fanma was leisurely lying in the bath of the daimyo's mansion in the Bear Country, adjusting his body. A post-battle vacation was always so wonderful. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Tsunade, Danzo, and the third were already in a heated argument. Danzo, you let Fanma face Hans alone. What exactly is your intention, you bastard? Tsunade furiously questioned. 033 aftershocks from all sides. Prelude to war, Tsunade glared at Danzo. In her heart, sending Fanma to provoke Hanzo alone was a blatant conspiracy. Danzo undoubtedly aimed to eliminate the rising momentum of the Uchiha clan. This was a despicable tactic of using others as a tool for murder. Even though she had sparred deeply with Fanma and knew his strength best, she couldn't help but feel anger. Hanzo was a ninja with more seniority than Hiruzen Sarutobi, having made a name for himself in the ninja world long ago. His ability to maneuver between two great nations and establish a powerful ninja village spoke for itself. I am the Hokage's advisor. Why should I explain my actions to someone like you? Danzo coldly responded to Tsunade's questioning. In his mind, such questions should not arise in Konoha. Hiruzen, seeing Tsunade about to explode with rage, stepped between her and Danzo, slowly speaking. This matter indeed has its peculiarities. My orders were for him to scout the terrain of the Rain Village. I did not instruct Uchiha Fanma to engage Hanzo. The strange struggles within Konoha began again, as Hiruzen directly distanced himself from the situation, shifting the burden onto Danzo. If it were someone else's doubts, Danzo would not have cared, but if Hiruzen spoke, he had to clarify things. I merely asked him to keep an eye on Hanzo as son and sent 2 route teams to accompany him. With Uchiha Fanma's abilities, is this task difficult at all? Tsunade's expression softened slightly. It seemed Fanma must have taken the initiative to confront Hanzo. That troublesome guy had indeed told her he had fought Hanzo, which had made her worry for quite some time. Hiruzen cleared his throat and said then, let's wait for Fanma to return to the village and ask him about what happened. The brief commotion ended there, with Tsunade feeling joy for her lover's safety, while Danzo and Hiruzen had their own thoughts. After all, a ninja who could engage Hanzo and return unscathed was someone worth heavily courting in any ninja village. Rain Village. In the headquarters of the Rain Village, Hanzo sat in the main seat, wrapped in bandages and with a dark expression, presiding over a high-level meeting. Due to Fanma's immense strength, his internal organs had suffered severe injuries, and the poison sacs within him had nearly ruptured. He realized that the original expansion plan for the Rain Village was no longer feasible. Hanzo had originally intended to annex the Land of Rivers, a vassal state of the Land of Fire with extensive plains and favorable climate, as long as he displayed sufficient strength. Annexing the Land of Rivers would only provoke a superficial response from Konoha. He did not believe Konoha would mobilize its entire army for a vassal state. As long as they could withstand the initial onslaught from Konoha, the Rain Village could successfully escape its current miserable situation. Now, with a single Uchiha Fanma able to challenge him, the original plan was naturally aborted. Hanzo understood deeply that this person could easily kill him. His expression darkened further, while the high-ranking officials below could only lower their heads, waiting for Hanzo's orders. In this small nation, Hanzo was like a god. No one could question his authority. Contact the people from the Sand Village. Their situation is also very dire. If they send troops, we can split the spoils of war. Not only is there hope of taking the Land of Rivers, but we may also gain some resources. Konoha cannot afford to fail. Any loss of territory would be an affront to their previous Hokage. Hanzo clearly grasped Sarutobi Hiruzen's psychology and bottom line. Having immersed himself in the ninja world for over 50 years and maneuvered between two great nations, he had his own unique understanding of war and politics. Sand Village. The third Kazekage and Chiyo were studying the confidential letter from the Rain Village's Umbu, discussing the feasibility of this plan. After a brief silence, the one known as the Shadow of the Sand, Hiraizumi, was the first to express his opinion. I believe this matter is feasible. Our village has been overshadowed by hunger and poverty for too long. It is time for a change. Hiraizumi was Chiyo's younger brother, responsible for espionage and Umbu work. A standard martial faction member, he had long harbored thoughts about Konoha's prosperity. Chiyo looked at her brother and pondered, saying, "The key is to estimate Konoha's reaction. If we are defeated, will the daimyo provide enough support for the village?" No one among the Sand Ninja raised any objections to Chiyo's cautious stance. Chiyo had devoted herself to the development of the Sand Village, making thoughtful decisions and serving as the most reliable strategist in the village. The third Kazekage picked up the intelligence report, remaining silent. Going to war with Konoha required courage and confidence. Hiraizumi stood up and surveyed the crowd. The current situation in the Sand Village is a slow death. 85% of our village is desert, and we can only import food. The ninjas and residents are also suffering from the high temperatures of the desert, greatly affecting work and life. Meanwhile, Konoha occupies vast green lands, controls small nations, and continuously drains resources through economic means. Hiraizumi slammed his hands on the table, shouting, "The Sand Village should not be destined to suffer. Since Konoha has bread, we should also have a bite. Since Hanzo is willing to take the lead, we have no reason to back down." The high-ranking Sand Ninjas present nodded in agreement, feeling the pain of the Sand Village, which had lasted too long. Since the first 5 Kage summit, the first Kazekage had proposed demands for Konoha's land, only to be met with harsh rejections. Therefore, would invading Konoha also be seen as inheriting the will of the first Kazekage? The third Kazekage scanned the room and said solemnly, "My disciple, Rasha, has awakened magnet release. Unlike my magnet release, he can extract gold from the desert sands. So, even if we are defeated, we will have enough funding to support our ninjas." The high-ranking Sand Ninjas showed excitement. If that were the case, they would have ample confidence for this war. In fact, directly invading Konoha's homeland and biting off a chunk of fat was not impossible. Chiyo stood up to add, "My puppet poison technique, combined with Hanzo salamander poison, can effectively harm their grassroots ninjas. For the land of rivers, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's composure, it will be hard for him to engage in a war that drains their resources." The third Kazekage made a decisive decision. "Hiraizumi, notify Hanzo that we agree to the alliance, and you will negotiate a detailed battle preparation plan with him." Chiyo, based on Hanzo's intelligence, "The blood wolves of Konoha have already grown. Be prepared to respond. Everyone, the prosperity of the Sand Village depends on this. Prepare for war." Yes, the Sand Ninjas present were invigorated and shouted in unison. Sometimes, fate is so wondrous. What should have been the Second Ninja World War, with 3 villages in chaos, turned into a united front against Konoha. The emergence of a genius could prosper a village's future, but might also bring about greater conflict. This is the harsh reality of the ninja world. Who is right or wrong? Who can say for sure? 034 Secrets of the Ninja World. Dusty treasures in the land of bears. At the daimyo's residence, the ninjas and samurai guarding the daimyo were sprawled on the ground, twisted and motionless. The daimyo himself hung high on the flagpole like a dead dog. Only one figure, with a sturdy posture, held a bowl, happily devouring his meal. The plates of food piled over a meter high in front of him. Letting out a thunderous belch, Fanma picked his teeth, looked at the trembling chef, waved his hand, and asked, "Where does your daimyo usually keep his money? I want to borrow some." The chef knelt on the ground, holding his head with both hands, shaking violently. The earlier scene had severely traumatized him. This demon had inexplicably appeared here. He had just asked who could cook, and in the next moment, everyone collapsed to the ground. If he instinctively replied that he was the chef, he would probably also be lying on the ground now. Fama looked at the speechless chef, shook his head helplessly, lowered his tone, and kindly asked, "If you don't speak, you'll die." Hearing these warm words, tears welled up in the chef's eyes as he struggled to control himself and stammered, "Master, the daimyo's silver notes are on him. He likes to count silver notes when he's bored." Fama nodded in understanding, searched his body, pulled out a thick stack of silver notes, and happily tucked them into his pocket. He then picked up a small bundle and handed it to the chef, gently saying, "I am Hans of the Rain Country. Do you understand?" The chef was taken aback, quickly stashing it away, nodding excitedly. Suddenly, he stood up and dashed straight into a pillar in the hall, collapsing on the spot. Fanma clapped in admiration. Regardless of strength, intelligence was always a remarkable quality. During these few days at the daimyo's residence, Fanma enjoyed good food and drink, taking the time to recuperate his body. Hans's poisonous mountain pepper fish had indeed caused him quite a bit of trouble, but it was also a gift. The wild growth ability had provided him with extraordinary recovery power, completely healing his body and even granting him a new attribute, toxin immunity. After several days of exposure to potent toxins, your liver and kidney functions have mutated, significantly enhancing your immune system. Biological toxins are no longer a concern for you. This is the overwhelming effect brought by wild growth. What cannot kill Fanma only makes him stronger. Next time he encounters Hans, or even Shio, these ninjas who like to use poison, Fanma will surely surprise them. During his days at the daimyo's residence, Fanma lived extravagantly. If it weren't for Tsunade waiting for him, he wouldn't even want to return to Konoha. The resources here were abundant, the guards were of low skill, and it was a beautiful place, akin to a vacation paradise. Whatever he wanted to eat or drink, he could just take it himself, which was very convenient. When he was on missions in the Ambu, if conditions allowed, he would often make a trip to the nearby daimyo's residence. Even the night, he captured Tsunade. The wine they drank was also taken from the daimyo's residence in the land of water. After all, there is a saying, stockpile weapons, but not food. Everywhere is a granary. As a ninja, how much money can one make while on missions? The guards of these small nations were merely decorations in front of elite Jonin-level ninjas. Fanma had no chains in his heart regarding these pig-like nobles. They were just a group of shameless vampires. Fanma agreed to help Danzo find the missing funds in the land of bears, but it was not to curry favor with him. This was merely a pretext to validate his conjecture and to chart his path for further breakthroughs. In the world of shinobi, aside from the 5 great nations, there are many small nations with mysterious powers. For Fanma, who possesses attributes, obtaining them would have tremendous developmental potential. In the theatrical versions, these so-called villains typically only reach the level of a Kaguya. This does not mean they are truly weak. Their combat power may not be strong, but the characteristics they possess are extremely valuable. Abilities like devouring, immortality, and time manipulation, these precious attributes, combined with conditional limitations, may not seem so powerful, but in Fanma's eyes, they are gems buried in the desert, covered in dust among small nations. Fanma only needs to absorb their extraordinary traits, planting a seed of ability in himself. Relying on his own attributes, he can perfectly unleash their powers. Grass ninjas with a box of ultimate bliss, ghost ninjas sealing phantoms, waterfall ninjas with the water of heroes, and the dragon vein in the depths of the desert. This ninja world still has so much to explore. Since his crossing over, Fanma has truly felt that the entire ninja world is like a gigantic treasure map. Beyond the obvious resources, such as the tailed beasts that the 5 great nations compete for, some secrets from 1,000 years ago are even more worthy of research. For Fanma, given the current situation, acquiring these little-known treasures from small nations is far more cost-effective than trying to seize tailed beasts. After all, if he showed his covetousness for the tailed beasts, not only would the 5 great nations not tolerate him, but even Uchiha Madara would notice him, and things would become very troublesome. The Star Ninja Village in the Land of Bears is the target of Fanma's journey. The Star Ninja Village, 1,000 years ago, was struck by a meteorite from the heavens, which was considered the village's treasure and named the star. The star can influence and mutate the chakra within ninjas, greatly enhancing their combat power, even granting them the ability to shape chakra and fly. This mysterious meteorite had long piqued Fanma's interest, but due to his previous strength, he had hesitated to take action. After all, running around in other countries and causing trouble in ninja villages without a guarantee of strength would be very troublesome if he left any traces. If discovered, it could escalate to Konoha or even the daimyo's residence in the Land of Fire, which would be a serious matter. Moreover, Fanma is still an Uchiha. If something went wrong, he would surely be heavily exploited by the Hokage building. However, that no longer matters. The mere Star Ninja can no longer stand around against him. It is time to harvest these precious relics of the ninja world. In the Star Ninja Village, the village chief, Yinxing, looked solemnly at the village's treasure, his face full of worry. Ever since this meteorite-like object was discovered on this land 200 years ago, everything has changed. The then village chief found that the star could mutate the chakra of ninjas, significantly enhancing their combat power, which bred an ambition that should not have existed. The chief granted himself the title of Shadow and called himself Star Shadow, leading the entire village to train together, developing a secret technique, the Peacock Miracle. Just as the entire village was excited and uplifted by the power of the secret technique brought by the star, things took a turn. As the villagers increasingly exploited the power of the star, more and more ninjas in the village died suddenly, and the probability of children dying prematurely grew larger. The first Star Shadow died suddenly, and the second Star Shadow also inexplicably coughed up blood and died. All of this hinted at something sinister, pointing towards the star. But no one cared. What did it matter if a few people died in a small nation that had obtained such a secret technique? Yinxing was a cautious man. He was very old, already 70 years old this year. He had begun to sense that something was wrong. The power brought by the star came at the cost of the ninjas' lives. If this continued, no matter how powerful the star's strength was, the Star Ninja Village would not be far from destruction. They could no longer continue training. It was time to abandon the fantasies that should not exist. Yinxing is determined that, even though most people in the village are obsessed with the power of the stars, he will prohibit the cultivation of the Peacock Wonderful Method to save this village. 1,000 years ago, the remnants of the Ten Tails. Yinxing stood on a high platform, holding the star, waiting for all the villagers of the Star Ninja Village to arrive. After intense internal struggle, he had made up his mind to call upon the entire village to abandon the practice of the Peacock mystical art. If they delayed any longer, the Star Ninja Village would inevitably face destruction because of this stone. Today, he gathered everyone to tell them an extremely important matter regarding the star. This stone has always been considered the treasure of our Star Ninja Village, and it is also the cornerstone of our strength. However, I must tell everyone that this stone is the reason why so many people in our village have died inexplicably. Have you all noticed? The number of ninjas in the village falling ill has been increasing, and there have been many children dying in recent years. It harms our bodies, affects our descendants, and is an ominous object. The first and second generation leaders passed away because of it. Yinxing looked at all the villagers, his expression earnest, shouting loudly that he could no longer accept the continued development of the Star Ninja Village in this manner. What? Do you have evidence? It really causes illness? How is that possible? This is the treasured legacy of our Star Ninja Village. Even the Star Shadow cannot desecrate it. Could it really be true? My child died just a few days after practicing. Various murmurs filled the entire village assembly. This news was too shocking for all the villagers of the Star Ninja Village. The reason is simple. Without this stone, there would be no Star Ninja Village. This is digging at the root of the Star Ninja Village. Yinxing signaled for everyone to be quiet, scanned the crowd, and said seriously, "This is true. After my thorough investigation, all the ninjas who died unexpectedly in the village were those who had mastered the Peacock mystical art deeply." The meeting became increasingly restless. Who could accept that their village's treasured legacy was actually a disaster? We will never accept that. Without the Peacock mystical art, the Star Ninja Village would no longer exist. Yes. Without the power of the star, how could we have a place in the ninja world? There were many ninjas in the Star Ninja Village who shared the same thoughts as the so-called first-generation Star Shadow. Having never seen the vast sky, they stubbornly believed that the power of the star could push them to the peak of the ninja world. A ninja from the Star Ninja Village turned his eyes and stood up to loudly question, "Yinxing, are you trying to hoard this power for yourself?" The surrounding ninjas seemed to suddenly awaken, questioning in unison, "Yes, how could the star be harmful? It is the source of our power." Yinxing's face turned pale. He had thought the villagers might be reluctant to give up this power, but why was the blame directed at him? The ninjas below slowly stood together, staring at the star in Yinxing's hand, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. "Hand it over, Yinxing. You are not worthy to be the shadow of the Star Ninja Village. You ungrateful bastard." The ninja who had just questioned him stood up straight, pointing at Yinxing and shouting. Voices of agreement rang out continuously, and the entire situation had spiraled out of control. Yinxing's expression was dazed. He had never expected such a strong backlash. Fama stood high above, observing this scene. Seeing that the Star Ninjas were about to turn against each other, the kind-hearted Fanma decided to stop this conflict. As long as he took the item away, neither side would argue. This logic should be fine. He took out a very crude mask, which he had specially prepared for doing bad things, with a large headshot of Danzo printed on it. With a swift movement, Fama directly took the star from Yinxing's hand and began to play with it. The leading troublemaking Star Ninja's gaze sharpened, and he shouted loudly, "Intruder, prepare for battle." He then turned back to Yinxing, yelling, "Did you see that? Others are coming to snatch the good stuff, and you actually said you didn't want it. Fanma originally had no high expectations for the so-called star. However, when he activated his sensory ability to investigate this little object, he was greatly surprised. This strange stone had a scent reminiscent of the tailed beasts. When Fanma was young, he had interacted with Uzumaki Naruto and had also come into contact with the Jinchuriki of other countries during his time in the Umbu. So he was somewhat familiar with the aura of tailed beasts. Tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki would emit a violent and chaotic scent, which is very obvious to ninjas with sensory abilities. This stone had a very special chakra response similar to that of a tailed beast, although the quantity was not large. The level of chaos and violence was even greater. This so-called star was likely the remains of the Ten Tails. When Sage of Six Paths chose the successor of the ninja sect, one of the important tasks was to eliminate the remains of the Ten Tails from the ninja world. However, no matter how much removal was done, some remnants were bound to be missed. Fanma acted decisively. Such high-level items could trigger mutations and had countless uses. Peacock Mystical Art, Beast Form. The star ninja's present erupted with light pink chakra, continuously shaping it into various forms like tigers and leopards. Fanma frowned. The way this strange chakra was released was not elegant at all and resembled the expulsion of some gas. How could it be related to the elegant peacock? Avoiding the attacks from the star ninjas, Fanma was not in a hurry to counterattack, but observed their techniques. He also wanted to understand how these people had developed the star over 100 years while hiding in a valley. Fanma casually exploded a chakra tiger. Feeling the strength of this secret technique, he released some blood energy to devour the dissipating chakra. The strength was completely insufficient, but the nature of the chakra had indeed changed, becoming more resilient and denser. The star ninjas watched their attacks completely ineffective, feeling shocked in their eyes. The power of the peacock mystical art was something that others could not contend with. Yinxing watched Fanma dodge effortlessly, his expression darkening. Indeed, had disaster arrived. Yinxing stepped forward. Whether the village continued to inherit the power of the star was their own business, and outsiders had no right to intervene. Everyone followed orders and entered a state of battle readiness. Peacock mystical art, charging form. The faces of the ninjas present grew serious, recovering from their panic, and everyone put their hands together to begin gathering chakra. Yinxing shouted loudly. The light pink chakra gathered into two large wings, soaring into the sky, looking down at Fanma, coldly saying, "Outsider, return our star ninja village's treasure, or die here." A faint smile appeared on Fanma's lips. Interesting, there was a flight form. Flight ability was quite precious in the ninja world and held significant strategic value. He clapped his hands, signaling Yinxing to continue his technique. A trace of anger crossed Yinxing's eyes. How audacious was this outsider? The power of the star might be harmful, but it would not be underestimated. All the chakra of the star ninjas flowed towards Yinxing, forming links that converged into a massive purple dragon. Peacock mystical art, ultimate secret technique, purple dragon. The enormous dragon head roared as it charged towards Fanma, completely overshadowing his figure. This is the price of underestimating the star ninja village, Yinxing said proudly. But then he became worried. This outsider's attack once again confirmed the power of the star. The villagers were already unwilling to give up their cultivation, and now it was even more troublesome. Watching the purple dragon roar and continue its rampage, Yinxing was deeply concerned about the developments ahead. Lord Yinxing, be careful. Something's wrong. Just moments ago, the invincible purple dragon let out a howl, and its enormous body rapidly shrank, being absorbed into Fanma's body. This uncontrolled chakra was the best supplement for Fanma to devour blood energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A huge sound of sonic booms erupted as Fanma curled his fingers, using immense strength to release the chakra gathered at his fingertips. With each snap of his fingers, a star ninja fell, knocked unconscious like wheat falling in a field. Interesting, he could actually witness a chakra technique similar to that of a perfect Jinchuriki. It felt like Naruto sharing the tailed beast chakra with a ninja alliance. Fanma sighed, paying special attention to the leading star ninjas who were eager to continue their cultivation. After securely storing the star, Fanma pondered the use of the Ten Tails remains and left the now quiet village. 036 Lover, decaying leaves in the early morning, in the Uchiha No. 2 courtyard bedroom. Although Fanma didn't get much rest last night, he was still full of energy, maintaining his early rising routine. Just as he was about to get up to make breakfast, a small foot, crystal clear and painted with red nail polish, hooked around his waist. "No hurry, let us stay in bed a little longer," said Tsunade in a soft, kitten-like voice, creating a contrast to her usual demeanor. Fama smiled knowingly and wrapped his arm around Tsunade's waist, and the two quietly enjoyed the beautiful morning together. Yesterday, Fama rushed home and found the living room light was on as he reached the door. He initially thought it was Minato studying with Kushina, but upon opening the door, he saw Tsunade sitting there bored, drinking. During the time he was away, Tsunade had quietly moved in. Notably, S.H. Rin was still honestly staying at the Senju family home, ordered by Tsunade to stay home and study well. In a sense, this was a plot twist. Tsunade didn't lose S.H. Rin. Instead, S.H. Rin lost his sister ahead of time. Fama and Tsunade hadn't seen each other for nearly a month, and both hardly slept last night, exchanging their longing for each other throughout the night. This trip to the land of rain is quite dangerous, right? Tsunade asked, hugging Fanma's waist and gently rubbing his solid chest. Fanma smiled slightly, releasing his chakra, which transformed into a large hand that retrieved an explosive tag from the bookshelf. Tsunade shot him a reproachful glance. What else with the fuss over just grabbing something? This explosive tag was intercepted from a rain ninja spy in the village, and I haven't submitted it to the Hokage building yet. However, after this encounter with Hans, I've also learned about the venom. This should be an explosive tag mixed with the venom of the salamander, Fanma explained. The hand formed from chakra carefully waved the explosive tag in front of Tsunade before placing it back. I'll hand it over to you later. It can be used to research how to counteract the salamander's venom. After all, if Hans invades, the plan for the village is for your Sarutobi team to confront him. Tsunade nodded. For her, as a medical ninja, as long as she obtained a sample in advance, countering the toxin wouldn't be difficult. The real challenge was creating a highly efficient antidote that could be used on the battlefield. After all, detoxifying 3 days later is completely different from detoxifying on the spot and regaining combat capability. Tsunade examined Fanma's body closely and found not a single scar. Puzzled, she asked, "What kind of strength does Hans have? Have you had a direct confrontation with him?" Fanma looked at Tsunade, carefully choosing his words. Hans was a ninja who was completely countered by him, but that didn't mean he wasn't strong. On the contrary, for most people in the ninja world, he could cause instant kills upon meeting. Looking into Tsunade's eyes, Fanma said seriously, "You probably know my abilities. To put it bluntly, I am among the best in terms of strength and speed in the entire ninja world. Using my experience as a reference is meaningless for others." Tsunade nodded gently, and for some reason, her ears turned red. Fanma chuckled at her reaction, but didn't tease her, continuing, "When Hans unleashes his body flicker technique, his speed can rival mine without activating my blood thunder armor, which is already overwhelming for many. His swordsmanship is also exquisite, with tricky angles and speeds exceeding that of samurai's draw. Moreover, his most deadly weapon is the salamander, which, combined with his water release, can cover the entire battlefield. If our ninjas engage him under such conditions, those below the rank of Jonin wouldn't stand a chance." Tsunade's expression grew serious. Such a ninja was definitely a nightmare on a large-scale battlefield. Fanma patted her face and teasingly said, "Now you know how strong I am, right?" Tsunade's face flushed, and she picked up a pillow to hit Fanma, leading them into a childish pillow fight. Hokage building. The Konoha F4 gathered together, listening to Fanma's report on his battle with Hans. Narashika, the head of the Nara clan, sat nearby, constantly sketching. The battle went like this. Fanma slowly recounted his encounter with Hans, feeling it was important to share this valuable information with these few people. The third Hokage pondered, looking at the battle power analysis of Hans just completed by Narashika, frowning and remaining silent. "Tsunade, it seems your encounter with Hans could have been completely avoided, which exposes your strength. If you had retreated at that time, we would still maintain the chaotic situation between Konoha, Sand, and Rain Ninjas," Tsunade said, narrowing her eyes to find a sharp angle. "Now we need to consider whether we will face a two-sided attack from the Rain and Sand Ninjas." It must be said that Tsunade's line of thought was indeed on point, delicately analyzing the changes in the battlefield and demonstrating a certain level of strategic insight. However, she still managed to find a flaw in the situation and began nitpicking. Fanma looked at the third Hokage, his eyes conveying that it would be better for this old lady to stay out of it and not embarrass herself. Mito Minyan also chimed in. "The mission we sent out didn't require you to engage Hans. With your abilities, you could have completely avoided this battle." Danzo snorted in dissatisfaction. In his mind, although the Uchiha clan was also a target for him, he looked down on these two classmates. Fanma looked at the so-called Konoha advisors and said nonchalantly, "Then, you could demote me back to Chunin, and I can also give up command in this war." Standing up, Fama said playfully, Lord Hokage. My state, after the encounter with Hans, is quite poor. I request to withdraw from active combat and recuperate at home. The third Hokage, who had been silent, finally spoke, slamming the table with force and saying sternly, Enough, Shika, stop with this useless talk. Fama is taking the rear for the Umbu, which is a manifestation of the will of fire. The intelligence of Uchiha Fama is crucial. I propose a reward of 500,000 Ryo and 1 merit point. Fama smiled nonchalantly, signaling his gratitude to the third Hokage before directly pushing the door and walking out. The third Hokage picked up his pipe again, starting to smoke while continuing to study the intelligence about Hans. Tsunade, dissatisfied, said, Hizashi, with such a person appearing in the Uchiha clan, we need to test his loyalty to the village. You should cooperate with us. Danzo could no longer sit still, leaving in a huff. He had many things he wanted to discuss privately with Fanma regarding this operation. The third Hokage sighed as he watched Danzo leave, saying, Focus on the upcoming war and don't cause trouble. Thus, the arrival of war alleviated the impact of the White Fang incident on Fanma. In their words, Fanma should abandon the Umbu, hide his strength, and fully obey the Hokage's orders. However, that wasn't necessarily the case. They could say he was not following orders, disregarding the bigger picture, or that he abandoned the Umbu, lacked a sense of camaraderie, and was indifferent to the village. In this Konoha, which had already begun to show signs of decay, one must possess strength and will to avoid the hidden daggers behind them. Fama looked back at the Hokage building, smiled, and thought to himself that he wouldn't stay in this Konoha for too long. 037 Rope Tree and Orochimaru, faced with the decaying atmosphere of the higher-ups in Konoha. Fama took a spectator's attitude. In a ninja world, as long as your strength is high enough and your mindset is relatively healthy, you belong to vast lands and have great potential. Fama deeply understood that a person's prejudices are a huge mountain in their heart, and just being oneself is already quite difficult. To clear the name of the Uchiha clan, one must undertake a series of complex operations, such as bringing down the Konoha higher-ups, changing the villagers' prejudices, and persuading the clan members. Attempting to save the Uchiha clan in all aspects within Konoha is as troublesome as making Uchiha Madara admit fault to Senju Tobarama. However, this former Uchiha clan leader has already fled, setting a good example for Fanma. Konoha, a place of talented individuals and heroes, is also home to numerous mentally ill and perverted individuals. In Konoha, there are the most extreme clashes of ideas in the ninja world, with heroes gathering together. There are those who believe in prophecies, like Jiraiya, who abandoned everything to travel the ninja world. There are those who burn themselves, like Might Guy, who spent 30 years honing a sword just to protect those in front of him. There are those who capture ninjas from their own village for cruel experiments, like Orochimaru, and those who willingly sacrifice themselves to protect their companions, like Rin Noera. There are those who talk about righteousness while resorting to any means to become Hokage, like Danzo, and those who, as Hokage, are willing to sever ties for the sake of future generations, like Senju Tobarama. There are also those who commit suicide for the sake of their beliefs, like White Fang, and those who disband their clans, like Hashirama, and those who instigate ninja wars, like Obito. Complex people and complex situations mean that the will of fire can be a creed for everyone, inspiring each individual. It can also be a brainwashing tactic of the Konoha higher-ups, devouring people without spitting out bones. However, the current situation in Konoha is clear. Fama was not interested in playing a bad hand while adhering to such disgusting game rules. Being born into the Uchiha clan in the current Konoha was basically equivalent to being sentenced to death in terms of identity. As someone knowledgeable about the history of the ninja world, Fama already had his own plans and saw no need to be a mere figurehead in Konoha. Why must he be constrained by Konoha? Apart from the Book of Seals, there was nothing of value to Fama here. Fama was contemplating the future, waiting for these decaying higher-ups to reveal their dirty fangs so he could rally some like-minded allies. Meanwhile, some people still held unrealistic fantasies. At the Uchiha training ground, Fama was chatting amiably with Orochimaru, while in the distance Minato, Rope Tree, and Kushina were practicing together. Orochimaru had a helpless expression. Although he and Fama were friends, they were not that close. However, ever since Rope Tree became Fanma's student, they had a basis for further communication. When Fanma was busy completing missions in the Umbu and accumulating his foundational skills, he and Tsunade could only be described as ambiguous. They had little time together, and naturally, he had no interactions with Rope Tree. Orochimaru, on the other hand, had long embarked on the path of research, continuously conducting studies in the village. Having lost his parents at a young age, Orochimaru, before experiencing the impact of losing friends and family, still harbored a desire for immortality, but it wasn't as pathological. He valued the bonds of teacher and student and friendship within Sarutobi's class. Due to the disbandment of his clan, Rope Tree often found himself alone, and his naturally warm personality led him to cling to Orochimaru, resulting in a harmonious relationship. Orochimaru treated him like family in the original story. Rope Tree's death even brought Orochimaru to tears and accelerated his descent into darkness. Today, Fanma invited Orochimaru not only to provide Rope Tree with an extra layer of protection, but also to build a bridge of communication between him and Orochimaru. Fanma watched the three of them practicing with a smile, sighing, "The new generation in the village is gradually growing up." Orochimaru unexpectedly showed a gentle expression, watching the vibrant Rope Tree and nodding slightly. Fanma-kun, I didn't expect things to go so smoothly with Tsunade. That idiot Jiraiya is quite upset. Fanma waved his hand dismissively, saying that Jiraiya was currently of no concern. Glancing at Orochimaru's gaze towards Rope Tree, he already had a clue and quietly waited for Orochimaru to speak. Sure enough, after a while, Orochimaru took the initiative to say, "I hope you can take good care of this child, Rope Tree." Fanma crossed his arms, responding casually, "Then I still have to rely on you, after all. Rope Tree intends to become your disciple." Orochimaru showed surprise. "What? Are you not planning to continue mentoring Rope Tree?" Fanma explained, "Minato is my direct disciple. I'm just looking after Rope Tree for a while as his brother-in-law. The greatest potential in Rope Tree comes from the direct Senju bloodline of Senju Hashirama, and Orochimaru is the most suitable person to tap into his full potential." Orochimaru squinted his eyes. That seems to contradict Konoha's rules. In Konoha, the first mentor of a genin is usually regarded as a lifelong teacher-student relationship. Fanma chuckled. "So you, Orochimaru, also understand the rules?" "What rules?" "This is for Rope Tree's benefit. Changing classes in Konoha isn't unheard of, and besides, he himself is quite eager." He waved at Rope Tree, signaling him to come over. Rope Tree ran over, properly bowing to Fanma, then cheerfully greeted Orochimaru. Fanma raised an eyebrow, indicating to Orochimaru, who, seeing Rope Tree's reaction, smiled in satisfaction. The proud Orochimaru felt a deep sense of regret for not becoming Rope Tree's teacher, but had never voiced it. "Rope Tree, Orochimaru wants to take you as his direct disciple. Are you interested?" Fanma asked directly. For this passionate fool, straightforwardness was the best choice. "Of course I am, Mr. Orochimaru and I are the best of friends." Fanma twitched his mouth. Such words truly gave off a sense of deja vu reminiscent of Naruto. Rope Tree then looked at Fanma, feeling a vague sense of unease. He had a strong liking for this brother-in-law, who was willing to reason with and care for him. "Why are you looking at me? Orochimaru and I are also friends. Although you are excellent, how could I take someone else's beloved?" Rope Tree looked at Orochimaru in surprise, realizing how sought after he was. Orochimaru looked at Rope Tree affectionately, his usual icy demeanor melting as he gently nodded. Watching the two of them gradually engaging in conversation as they walked away, Fanma nodded in satisfaction. Now, he just needed to wait for the Konoha higher-ups to take action. Orochimaru would naturally come to the same conclusion, and then they could discuss starting a business in the village. Fanma walked towards Minato and Kushina, preparing to observe his disciple's progress. Next, it was time to prepare for the impending war. 038 The growth of Minato. Fanma, you're back. "Hello, Fanma-sensei." Seeing Minato approach, Kushina and Minato greeted him enthusiastically, expressing their longing. A big hand ruffled Minato's hair, playfully messing with him before he straightened his face and asked seriously, "How is your flying thunder god technique coming along? In the upcoming war, I will be commanding the hunting squad, and I won't be able to take you with me." The hunting squad is an elite unit formed by selecting highly mobile ninjas among the special jonin in the village. They're responsible for striking enemy scouts, providing support on disadvantageous battlefields, or acting as surprise troops to raid enemy command centers and other important duties. Minato confidently replied, "Kushina has helped me a lot. I can already use the technique." Kushina raised her little fist high and agreed. "Minato-kun is the smartest." Fanma looked at the overly affectionate pair and recalled his own complicated past with Tsunade, sighing. He silently mocked, just a couple of kids falling in love early." He raised an eyebrow, signaling Minato to demonstrate his results. Minato stepped into the center, flicking his wrist, and the kunai spread out like a large net in the air, with each throwing trajectory carefully laid out. Fama's gaze sharpened. This actually looked quite promising, resembling the yellow flash from the original work. Spiral Flash Super Round Dance, third style. Minato quickly recited this long name with a hint of teenage enthusiasm. At the same time, yellow flashes continuously flickered, darting between the coordinates of each kunai. Unlike the usual body flicker technique, the teleportation of the Flying Thunder God technique almost made it feel like there was no fluctuation or aura. Kushina also wore a proud expression. This was their joint achievement. Fama's figure moved, and he caught a high-speed kunai barehanded, recalling something interesting. In the original work, Minato's seal was the Sword of Love, which represented his ninja way. So what about now? Looking down, he saw the mark on the Flying Thunder God kunai, clearly inscribed, with 4 large characters, Steady Sword. Fama's face darkened. Minato, how old are you this year? If I become successful in the future, I'll definitely send you to a world full of oceans to see your predecessors. He twisted his neck, producing a series of loud cracks, and looked at Minato with a mysterious expression. He planned to help Minato thoroughly validate his ninja way and see just how steady it was. Seeing Fanma's peculiar expression, a few drops of cold sweat appeared on Minato's forehead. After living with Fanma for 7 years, he understood that this guy was inexplicably upset again and was coming to educate him. Although Minato believed Fanma could control his power, what if that was just too unsafe? Recalling Fanma's extreme violent displays in the past, Minato's potential was instantly unleashed. Watching Minato's slightly flustered expression, Fanma smiled, and his massive fist was already closing in on Minato's head. Minato pushed himself to react at his limit, successfully activating the Flying Thunder God technique and dodging the blow. Fanma applauded. Mastering this technique at 13 and having such quick reflexes made him a true genius in the ninja world. Although there was a bit of a riding on coattails effect, no one could deny Minato's talent. However, before Minato could catch his breath, Fanma moved in close again, starting a new round of tests. In the training ground, figures and flashes moved together. Minato and Fanma were inseparable, maintaining a close bond. After Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique over a dozen times, Fanma stopped his attacks. This was now Minato's chakra limit. This training was mainly to help Minato refine his new technique and understand his limits. It was not out of spite for how close he and Kushina were. Pulling Minato up, Fanma began to comment on the earlier battle. The brilliance of the Flying Thunder God technique lies in its no-seal release. Minato, your technique activation needs to be faster and more concealed. Right now, you can't achieve the direct teleportation effect that you will in the future. If your chakra runs low or if the mark is too far, you will need a hand seal for guidance. Additionally, you need to be aware that a fully developed Flying Thunder God technique should combine range and speed. Your perception ability must also improve. A truly mature user of the Flying Thunder God technique, like Tobarama Senju, is the only template. The second Hokage had a terrifying perception range and abundant chakra. As long as the Flying Thunder God coordinates are set in advance, he is virtually invincible, a perfect ninja. Minato nodded seriously. Fama's comments were quite objective, and they set a development direction for him. As for the hard-killing ability that Minato lacked, that was not something he should worry about now. His small frame didn't have that much chakra. Minato dashed to the edge of the training ground, starting to pick up the kunai he had thrown, putting them away. Fama laughed heartily. This was the hidden classic scene he wanted to see. The Flying Thunder God kunai, indeed, needed to be retrieved. Such uniquely shaped ninja tools were obviously expensive. Rubbing the Flying Thunder God kunai he had just caught, Fama carefully felt its material. The hardness and chakra conductivity should have a lot of chakra metal mixed in. Indeed, very expensive. Looking at the bulging ninja tool pouch at Minato's waist, Fama's expression became complicated. Minato, you really should consider marrying in. Kushina ran over, poking Fanma, her eyes showing a hint of unexpected shyness. Fanma-sensei, I heard that the village might go to war. Can I go with Minato-kun? Fanma pondered, not answering Kushina immediately. Considering the current situation, this was not a simple question. As the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, with the Ine seal, Uzumaki Mito's lifespan had begun its countdown. Kushina, being the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, was also a backup Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and in the eyes of the higher-ups, she was seen as a tool of sorts. Especially with the current Nine Tails Jinchuriki being Uzumaki Mito, who was also the first Hokage's wife, this meant a lot. In a sense, the Nine Tails could be seen as the Hokage's legacy, the symbol of Konoha. If anything were to happen to the Nine Tails, regardless of its actual combat power, it would create a severe impact, significantly shaking the reputation of the third Hokage and others. Fama looked at Kushina, his heart stirred, recalling a classic quote from a devoted son. You should go find a third Hokage and say it in my tone. Fama imitated Uchiha Itachi's cold and arrogant tone. I want to test my character as a trial to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If I can't even face war, how can I protect the village and the Nine-Tails? Looking at Kushina's confused expression, Fama smiled helplessly. Imitating Itachi was indeed a challenge for her. You could also go find Lady Mito. She has more influence, and the third Hokage and the others will listen to her. Kushina blinked, asking, so, if I go to plead with Grandma Mito, I can fight alongside Minato-kun? Fama nodded, and Kushina cheered as she ran to Minato's side to help him collect the kunai. Lady Mito's words were enough to be considered an imperial edict in today's Konoha. 039, I advise you to first understand the philosophy of Hokage. In the courtyard of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shana looked at Fanma with a serious expression, waiting for him to answer his question. Fanma gazed at the ceiling, silently appreciating the ukiyo-e paintings, remaining silent, feeling a wave of bad luck. Today, he didn't know what had gotten into this old man, who had earnestly invited Fanma to discuss important matters for the prosperity of the clan. Yet upon arrival, he immediately dropped the bombshell. In the upcoming war, the Uchiha clan will fully support any of your needs, and we will definitely seize the position of Hokage. This statement left Fanma completely speechless. He had never felt this way even when facing Hanzo's deadly poison. Who gave him such confidence? Ever since Shana revealed the Manjiki Sharingan, the reactions of the other clan members were quite peculiar. They were both excited about the reemergence of the Manjiki Sharingan and skeptical as they saw Uchiha Shana lying in a hospital bed for over 2 months. How could this Manjiki Sharingan not handle Uchiha Fama? It must be that Shana the clan leader doesn't know how to use it. Perhaps Fama is just too strong. But in any case, we are all Uchiha. Under this strange comparison, their attitudes towards common ninjas and even villagers began to shift closer to Fanma, becoming friendlier. As a result, the previously despised security department had seen an improvement in its reputation lately. Therefore, Shana actually felt that this was a sign that the villagers were beginning to support the Uchiha, a reflection of the people's will, and it was time to go for the position of Hokage. Fama looked at Shana, who was dressed in a Warring States period style, and the katana placed beside him, sighed, realizing this was an attitude that was pushing him onto the stage and could only helplessly speak. I say, old man Shana, didn't you boast about inheriting Uchiha Madara's will? His will is to become Hokage, right? However, this question might actually get a response from Uchiha Madara, who is lying underground doing who knows what. Shana snorted heavily, not answering the question directly, and said, the so-called Hokage is merely the strongest person in Konoha. Clan leader Madara merely chose to give it up back then. And now, you already have the qualifications to become the strongest in Konoha. So it is time to reclaim the position that belongs to our Uchiha. Fama's expression was subtle. It seemed Shana had not seen the battle at the Valley of the End where the statue of Buddha was formed. Besides, wasn't he always being accused of deviating from tradition? Why was he now counting on him? Due to the mental effects of the Sharingan, most of the Uchiha clan members with open eyes had a paranoid and gloomy personality. Not only were their attitudes arrogant, but their words were also harsh. Rather than muddling through in Konoha's atmosphere, it would be better to head north and join the Cloud Village. There, the people were simple, they spoke with their fists, and wouldn't care too much about the Uchiha's flaws. Perhaps a good development could be achieved. However, in the eyes of the Uchiha, the Cloud Village was merely a group of beggars from the mountains. After all, they were the rightful creators of Konoha. How could they go to such poor and harsh places? Back to the point, at this time, in Konoha's 37th year, there were many reasons why the Uchiha could not become Hokage. First of all, even the strength that the Uchiha clan was most proud of did not meet the standards to compete for Hokage. In Konoha, there were over 200 Jonin, while the Uchiha currently had nearly 30 surviving 3-Tomo Sharingan users. Among them, some were old folks who had survived from the Warring States period. Although their strength was formidable, their time was running out. Since taking over the security department, the Uchiha had been limited to handling trivial matters within the village. The new generation in the clan had lost the nurturing of blood and hatred from the battlefield, and thus lost their strength. Most critically, Hokage is not a Hokage of a single clan, but a representative of a group of clans chosen for their interests. The Senju clan had already taken the upper hand in Konoha's high positions, backed by a large number of supporters. The great sage Uzumaki Mito was still alive, and among the ninja clans, there were strong support from the Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, and Waihai clans. They had also absorbed a large number of common ninjas, unearthing talents like White Fang, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, giving them an absolute advantage in numbers. In contrast, the Uchiha clan could hardly find a single ninja in all of Konoha who had a friendly attitude towards them, aside from the cat selling ninja tools. The Uchiha had always been in an isolated and unsupported state since the day the village was established. During the Warring States period, there were too many bloodthirsty fighters among the Uchiha, having spilled too much blood, leading to blood feuds with most ninja clans. Furthermore, due to their arrogant attitude, they had always presented a cold face to others and did not ease relationships promptly after the village was founded. Instead, they intensified the situation. The Uchiha had few friends, but many enemies. In such a dire situation, pushing Fanma to the forefront was akin to forcing him to bear the brunt of the storm. Even if Fanma were to dominate the ninja world in the future, silencing everyone with absolute strength, what would be the point? With extraordinary power, he still wouldn't unify the ninja world, and instead, he would prepare to continue filming Boruto, right? The only current solution would be for Tsunade and Fanma to quickly have a child who could take on the mantle of the Buddha statue. Then everything would be resolved. Fanma took a deep breath, realizing there were no other options left, preparing to recite the classic scriptures from his past life to correct Shana's thinking. Clan leader Shana. You say, how many clan meetings have we Uchiha held? How many policies have we proposed? And have we ever executed any? Each time it was just changing the soup, but not the medicine, right? You want me to compete for Hokage? Then I have something to say too. Who did Hiruzen Sarutobi lead? Who does Uchiha have now that you want to lead? What level is the Uchiha at now? There are only a few of us. And your Iron Fire, 8th generation, and others are all becoming Jainin. Can he do it? He can't. He doesn't have that ability, you know? If this fantasy continues, not only will we lose to the Senju clan, but we will also lose to the Sarutobi clan, and then to the Inuzuka and Nara, until there's no one left to lose to, and in the end, the security department will have no one to lead. Shana's face turned red from the reprimands, and he finally found a reason to fiercely retort. From the origin of Konoha, our Uchiha clan is the creator here. The Uchiha were the first ninja clan to join Konoha. Every brick and tile here has Uchiha's contribution, and we deserve the reward of the Hokage position. Fanma exaggeratedly waved his hands, as if the shadow of that man appeared behind him. Oh, thank heaven, thank heaven. Just think about it. Since the founding of the village, the Uchiha have never laid a good foundation for competing for Hokage. Even if we got nomination, how can you guarantee that you can win in the Jainin voting phase? Be practical. I advise you to first understand the issues within the clan and the philosophy of Hokage. Uchiha Madara has already run away. What are you inheriting his will for? He lost the Nine Tails to Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End. How do you explain that? Fanma criticized Shana passionately, watching his dazed expression, nodding in satisfaction. Realizing the power of the football scriptures was still strong, he kicked away the katana beside Shana and turned to leave with big strides. This matter could only depend on Shana's own comprehension. It couldn't be solved with just a few words. 040, a hefty heartfelt gesture, Death Forest, underground laboratory. Orochimaru and Fanma are discussing a roll of experimental data. From their relaxed and friendly demeanor, it's clear that they have been getting along very well lately. A month ago, Fanma approached Orochimaru and lent him the star for research, which significantly strengthened their friendship. Although Fanma is not a professional scientist, his deep understanding of the Naruto world allows his arguments to always refresh Orochimaru's perspective, thus allowing him to participate in the research. The star, being a remnant of the Ten Tails, has a very high level of chakra, which has a great effect on inducing biological mutations and can help Orochimaru study the mysteries of genes, getting closer to the dream of immortality. Later, during an invitation from Orochimaru, he actively showed Fanma the recent would-release experiments he and Danzo had been working on. Seeing Fanma's calm expression and his keen inquiries about the details of the experiment, Orochimaru silently placed Fanma in a position of a friend in his heart. However, the current Orochimaru, due to the presence of Shinji, has gained much popularity, and his demeanor is drifting further away from the coldness of the future. Occasionally, he even displays a slightly sunny smile. The experiments he is conducting are strictly following the standards of the third Hokage, and despite Danzo's multiple hints, he never crosses the line. Fanma carefully examined Orochimaru's experimental data. Since the death of the first Hokage, research on wood release in Konoha has never stopped. Wood release is not only a symbol of Konoha, but also has a miraculous effect on controlling tailed beasts, making it crucial for Konoha. Fama closed the scroll, reminiscing about the origins of wood release. Asura can use wood release. Hashirama can also use wood release, which means that wood release belongs to the lineage of Asura. It can be obtained through transplantation, which means that Ashura's chakra is not a necessary condition. Fama's mind lit up, and he slowly spoke. Nearly 100 volunteer ninjas have died in pursuit of wood release. If this continues, it will be a loss without gain. As a bloodline limit, there is no reason for the probability of inheritance to be so low, which indicates that the research direction has issues. Orochimaru nodded slightly. In fact, this method was merely a hypothesis from the second Hokage. The third Hokage and Danzo, having only heard a few words from the second Hokage, forcibly required Orochimaru to follow this path. And for researchers, the most taboo is for outsiders to lead insiders. Orochimaru smiled and said, "My original guess was that wood release is a bloodline that has been eliminated. Even as a bloodline limit, it would at least require the awakener to possess sufficient yang chakra to adapt. However, since teacher Sarutobi wants to use such a crude method, I have no objection, but I will gladly accept the remaining funding." Orochimaru snorted coldly. It seems he also harbors dissatisfaction with the third Hokage's interference. Fama's expression darkened, silently lamenting Orochimaru's strong resentment, and changed the subject. "How is the star research going? Is it going smoothly?" Upon mentioning this, Orochimaru became excited and walked toward the hidden door to show Fama the results. This stone possesses a breath very similar to that of tailed beasts, but its brutality is far greater than that of tailed beasts, even capable of influencing the genes of living beings. The most crucial point is that its biological nature leans more towards plants rather than animals. This may be the source of the tailed beasts, or even their mother body. According to my speculation, these so-called tailed beasts are very likely products artificially catalyzed. Historical records indicate that the existence of tailed beasts is only 1,000 years old, and 1,000 years is not enough for plants to evolve into animals. This is impossible. The ninja world definitely had significant events 1,000 years ago. In fact, the Sage of Six Paths may have truly existed. At this moment, the spark of knowledge flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, and his expression finally bore a hint of madness. Fama was genuinely shocked. What does it mean to be the intellectual backbone of the ninja world? Although Orochimaru's speculation has some flaws, he nearly uncovered the secrets of the ninja world with just a fragment. This friend, Fama must definitely keep. Orochimaru looked at Fama, thinking he was stunned by his speculation, and chuckled softly. From the current usage, the Oil Girl clan's insects are the best subjects for mutation experiments. Their parasitic insect genes are unstable, and they reproduce quickly, greatly increasing the probability of mutation. After several generations of selection, breeding stronger insects is a certainty. This project can be fully entrusted to the Oil Girl clan, even making them your staunch supporters. Orochimaru directly told Fanma, which also reflects how he regards Fanma as a friend. This war is bound to give birth to heroes, and Fanma is already at the forefront of everyone. The third Hokage is not young anymore. It's highly likely that the Uchiha clan will send Fanma to compete for Hokage. Orochimaru felt somewhat emotional. Coming from a noble family also has its own constraints. To his surprise, Fanma waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. When I was in the Umbu, there was a kid named YN Shurhei who was quite interesting. You should approach him and trade with the Oil Girl clan to bring him under your wing." YN Shurhei, the father of YN Torian. Both possess the ability to control nanoscale poisonous insects with huge development potential. Unfortunately, they ended up in Danzo's hands and couldn't unleash their power. Orochimaru looked at Fanma in surprise. It seems that Fanma is not bound by the Uchiha clan and has no thoughts of competing for Hokage. This is also because Orochimaru has only recently grown close to Fanma and doesn't know much about his past. In the Uchiha, who with a bit of status hasn't been beaten by Fanma, the clan leader has it the worst, getting beaten and scolded. Seeing Fanma's relaxed demeanor, Orochimaru's mood seemed to brighten as well. He patted Fanma on the shoulder, handing him a strange explosive tag. "This is a product I developed with Shinji on the mutual explosive tag technique. He asked me to give you one." Fanma looked surprised, not expecting this kid's talent to be so good, actually having the potential of the second Hokage. Orochimaru had a helpless expression on his face and explained, "The reason no one has been able to successfully train in the mutual explosive tag technique over the years is that no one can sense the explosive tag space within the technique. However, Shinji successfully summoned the explosive tags on his first trial. In fact, this technique has no real difficulty. I suspect this is a technique that the first Hokage unilaterally stuffed in. The so-called explosive tag space is where the second Hokage stored a massive amount of explosive tags he created. As long as one makes a special mutual explosive tag, they can master this technique, which is a difficulty that even a CH Nin can complete. Fama suddenly understood, with the image of the first and second Hokage's conversation flashing in his mind. Bro, I invented a ninjutsu that is quite useful. Is it water release? No. Oh. Then let us ban it. Orochimaru looked at Fanma, his expression serious as he emphasized, Shinji divided all the explosive tags in the space into 3 parts, resulting in these 3 explosive tags. He only gave 1 to you and me, keeping 1 for himself. It can be said that this is the last 3 chances to release the mutual explosive tag technique. I estimated the power of this technique. Blowing up half of Konoha is not a problem. Although your body is extraordinary, you must be careful in how you use it. Fama solemnly took it, as it was not only a powerful ninja tool, but also contained the intention of the rope tree. He then curiously asked, he kept 1 for himself? Gave each of us 1, but didn't give Tsunade 1? Orochimaru, with a bright smile at the corner of his mouth, replied, no, and because of this, he got beaten up by Tsunade. As soon as he finished speaking, a hearty laughter erupted from the basement. Ah, it truly is a comfortable atmosphere. Orochimaru watched as Fanma laughed so hard he was bending over, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more pronounced. 041 The War of Endurance and the Sun Strategy. So, from now on, we have officially formed an alliance. Lord Hanzo, I understand. But you must withstand the pressure. Otherwise, we will all suffer losses. Inside the building of the Land of Rain, Hans and Kaiza are discussing the strategy to attack Konoha. After 3 days of probing and clashes, they have finally come up with a strategy that both sides can barely agree upon. This battle has raised high expectations from both the Sand Shinobi and the Rain Shinobi. For these 2 ninja villages, which are inherently crippled, encroaching on a piece of lush green land, which is filled with anger, greatly stimulates their nerves. In a sense, this can be seen as their alternative battle for nationhood. The mentally exhausting diplomatic tug-of-war has ended. Kaiza rubbed his sore face and relaxedly took out a cigarette. A look of anticipation involuntarily appeared on his face, and amidst the swirling smoke, he seemed to envision the children of the Land of Wind, no longer having to run in the sandstorm or endure the troubles of hunger, growing up freely and beautifully. He handed 1 to Hanzo, but seeing the gas mask that he always wore, he couldn't help but chuckle and enjoyed himself. Hanzo sneered. If it weren't for the fact that they were still allies, he would have asked Kaiza to try the special product of the pepper fish. In any case, now is not the time for us to be lax. I emphasize again, you Sand Shinobi must attract Uchiha Banma over. Kaiza squinted, contemplating Hanzo's intentions, and slowly replied, on the battlefield, no one can say for sure what will happen. All we can do is increase our troop deployment. If Sarutobi Hiruzen adopts a conservative strategy, it will definitely lead to a duel between Hatake Sakumo or Uchiha Banma against our Sand Shinobi. After all, our Sand Shinobi's puppet technique is a nightmare for those ninjutsu users. Hanzo's face darkened. Even after signing the alliance, he did not trust the Sand Shinobi. If the puppet technique was as invincible as the Sand Shinobi claimed, they wouldn't have been trapped in the desert for so long. Konoha's foundation and strength are unparalleled in the ninja world, and Hanzo deeply understands this. I don't care about that. If Uchiha Banma doesn't have a clear position on the battlefield, I will not personally intervene. You Sand Shinobi also need to show some capital and prepare for the tailed beast attack. Don't just leave it in the temple as a good luck charm. Kaiza waved his hand and said, the Jinchuriki of Konoha's 9 tails is the wife of the first Hokage. Sarutobi and the others are not so shameless as to send her to the battlefield. The probability of the tailed beast appearing in this war will not be very high. Hanzo stopped responding. Facing the Land of Rain, such an arrogant tone would unwittingly reveal itself even in the weakest of the 5 great countries, the Land of Wind. After all, the Land of Wind is home to the tailed beast known as the Calamity, while the Rain Shinobi only have an old man and a few pepper fish. I'm just advising you. Also, don't play any tricks on the battlefield. For Konoha, there is no difference between the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain. They're all small countries. In response to Hanzo's threat, Kaiza's expression remained unchanged. After finishing his cigarette, he politely stood up to shake hands and turned to leave. Damn Rain Shinobi, they really carry a damp atmosphere even in their speech. Damn Sand Shinobi, they really carry a barren taste even in their speech. This is the ninja world. Here, Trusting allies is less reliable than trusting the sage of six paths. Turning on your allies is a common occurrence. Loyalty is a laughable quality. A month later, in Konoha Square, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage ceremonial robe, stood on the high platform, solemnly reading the orders from the daimyo. In order to protect the peace of our vassal state, the land of river, I hereby order that Konoha Ninja Village retaliate strongly. We must drive away the invading enemies to maintain the prestige of our fire country. Issued by the daimyo of the fire country. On July 5th, the 38th year of the new era of the fire country, the third Hokage coughed lightly and quietly scanned the expressions of the villagers. At nearly 50 years old, he had been in the position of Hokage for over 20 years, but had never led a large-scale battle. The outcome of this war would undoubtedly leave a deep mark in the history of Konoha and would historically determine the achievements of him, the third Hokage. Would he be seen as a prosperous ruler who inherited the legacy of the second Hokage and maintained stability, or as a king of a fallen nation who clings to a golden rice bowl while begging for scraps? The historical evaluation of him would begin to take shape from his battlefield. Reflecting back on the time when he voluntarily requested to hold the rear, he looked at the crowd before him. A surge of pride filled Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. This is his achievement, a reflection of Konoha's prosperity. Clearing his throat heavily, he said in a deep voice, "Silence. I will now announce the Hokage's decree. Orders. Orochimaru is appointed as the overall commander for the battlefield against the Rain Shinobi, with Tsunade and Jiraiya as deputy commanders. Orders. Hatake Sakumo is appointed as the overall commander for the battlefield against the Sand Shinobi, with Kat Dan and Nara Shikaima as deputy commanders. Orders. Uchiha Banma is appointed as the overall commander for the hunting team, with Uchiha Fugaku as deputy commander." Upon hearing Fugaku's name, many Jonin present showed surprise in their eyes. A kid in his teens serving as a deputy commander. Is this a joke? The anger of SH, who stood beside Banma, was already boiling. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, he would have rushed to the stage. The third Hokage's expression remained unchanged as he solemnly handed the orders to the three commanders, then turned to the crowd and slightly bowed. This battle is the first war for Konoha in 20 years of peace. Many in the ninja world have forgotten the prestige of Konoha and want to provoke our ninjas and take our land. For the fire country, for Konoha, for the will of fire, everyone, please give it your all. The third Hokage shouted loudly, and the surrounding umbu enhanced his speech with ninjutsu, the sound echoing throughout Konoha. The civilians looked on with anticipation, while the ninjas had varied expressions. Some wept bitterly, shouting to unleash their youth. That was my guy. Some had a calm demeanor, eyes full of respect. That was Hatake Sakumo. Some looked thoughtful, squinting their eyes to assess the third Hokage. Those were the leaders of various ninja clans. Only the Uchiha clan had eyes filled with anger, yet also a sense of excitement. They had both a desire for war and dissatisfaction with the orders. The third Hokage lowered his head, sweeping across the reactions in the audience. A hint of satisfaction on his face, and solemnly said, "Then, I wish you all good fortune in battle. Konoha's combat troops, at your command, march. 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 March." The response from the entire village echoed throughout Konoha. The third Hokage watched the surging response, trying hard to control his expression. But the smile on his face could not be hidden. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the assembly, Shimura Danzo looked on with a dark expression, unsure of what he was thinking. The troops are gathering, and various forces are assembling in an orderly manner. Uchiha SH approached Banma, angrily asking, "What is going on here? The troops you command are mostly our Uchiha clan members, and the rest are those civilian ninjas. How dare these insignificant people in the Hokage building treat us Uchiha like this?" Banma looked at the third Hokage, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, and quietly comforted SH. "Don't worry, clan leader. Let me teach you a saying. If you cannot endure small grievances, you will disrupt great plans. I know what I'm doing. As the commander on the battlefield, in addition to gaining military achievements, what else can one obtain? The most crucial opportunity is to establish an unparalleled camaraderie with various types of ninjas in the village. War is a meat grinder for ninjas, and also a catalyst for the bonds of friendship to form. Through war, the leader on the battlefield can weave a vast net of comrades, becoming their most steadfast supporters. The actions of the third Hokage can be regarded as a clever strategy. Under the pretext of Fanma's combat style, he first assigned him to a hunting unit that bore no responsibility on the battlefield. A few days ago, he even privately approached him, mentioning the relationship between Minato and Kushina with a hint of coercion. After some negotiation, the two reached an agreement. The hunting unit would be primarily composed of the Uchiha clan, with only a few other ninja clans as supplements. Furthermore, the third Hokage would not interfere with the relationship between Kushina and Minato, and Kushina could choose whether to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This condition was quite a concession from the third Hokage. Fanma embraced Shana and whispered, "Protect the home. Elder clan leader, trust me. I won't let them be too pleased for long." Nufiat Zweiva. Training base. 1 year later, at the border of the Land of Fire. What bad luck. I ran into you, the demon of Konoha. A sand ninja weakly uttered his last words, a large hand deeply embedded in his chest. Fama frowned, yanked up his clothing, wiped the blood from his hands, and muttered to himself, "What am I hiding from? I got blood all over my hands." And my head exploded without any pain. Returning to the camp, Fama looked at the messages from Konoha and sneered. In the years since the war broke out, Fama had slaughtered a large number of sand ninja spies, almost penetrating the entire intelligence department of the sand. Fama's predatory bloodlust allowed him to easily sense ninjas within a radius of several kilometers, and combined with his close combat abilities, sand ninja spies had no space to survive. Even elite ninjas, when encountering Fanma in the wild, were just walking to their deaths. They couldn't even delay their steps. The sand ninjas spontaneously bestowed upon Fanma the title of the demon of Konoha, hailed as the man who would surely bring death upon any who encountered him. 6 months ago, to suppress Fanma's further expansion of achievements and thereby threaten the position of Hokage, the third Hokage actually requested the recall of the civilian ninjas in Fanma's unit, instead dispatching several small ninja clans under the pretext of continuing to expand results. On the surface, this strengthened Fanma's unit, but the now-grown civilian ninjas were scattered again, while the dispatched ninja clans were carefully selected by the third. The third sent 2 teams, one from the Hyuga branch and the other from the Yamanaka clan. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans have had irreconcilable conflicts since the Warring States period, while the Yamanaka clan was subtly leaning towards the third. The third's intention was to allow ninjas from the 2 major clans to share in Fanma's achievements, and to ensure that these clans remember him favorably. Essentially, it was Fanma fighting on the front lines, while the third sent favors from behind, with the front line tightening and the back line tightening as well. However, what the third did not calculate was that this battlefield, although it appeared to be a 3-country melee, would ignite a war the moment Konoha showed signs of decline. Sensing the third's intentions, Fanma directly began to slack off on the battlefield, leading the Uchiha to engage in a training-style war. Although he didn't care for the position of Hokage, it didn't mean the third could use him as a tool for favors. As news of the chaotic battles among Konoha, sand, and rain ninjas spread, the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Rock, and Hidden Mist increased their efforts to dispatch their Umbu, with the Hidden Cloud even sending organized troops to roam the borders of the Land of Fire, waiting to pounce. Fanma further stoked the flames by deliberately opening a gap, allowing sand ninja troops to contact the Umbu of other major countries. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a difficult position. The reason the other 3 major countries had not taken action was still due to Senju Tobarama leading Konoha to victory against 4 enemies in the First Ninja World War. Konoha's residual prestige still existed, but 20 years later, other ninja villages began to test the waters. Since the outbreak of the war, Konoha had yet to achieve any significant results, and the accumulated prestige was gradually dwindling. 2 decades of peace had given Konoha a golden period of development, but it also saw the departure of a batch of veteran warriors from the Warring States era. These talents were Konoha's true foundation. The new generation of Konoha ninjas, having enjoyed a peaceful life, lacked the fighting spirit compared to the impoverished and struggling sand and rain ninjas, except for geniuses like Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Hitaki Sakomo. Once the other 3 major countries sensed Konoha's facade of strength, they would rush in. Fanma looked at the urging orders from the third Hokage and sneered in his heart. Did he think he had been slacking off for the past 6 months? A warm shout interrupted Fanma's thoughts. "Teacher Fanma, we're back." Kushina and SHJ returned, dragging several giant black bears and wild boars, while Minato leisurely hung back to prevent Sand Ninja from following. "Handle the ingredients. I'll go call them back." After instructing the cooking team, Fanma's gaze sharpened, and his predatory domain expanded, causing the entire forest to suddenly fill with the smell of blood. In the distance, Uchiha Fugaku, who was chasing a sand ninja, felt a jolt in his heart, gritted his teeth, and accelerated to catch up with the sand ninja ahead. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Agile and surging flames engulfed the sand ninja's figure ahead. When the firelight dissipated, only a charred corpse remained. Fugaku looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, then instantly left to find his ambush partner, Tetsu. "Let's go, Tetsu, Brother Fama has called us back. I sensed it long ago. I was really looking forward to today's meal." Fugaku, Vice Commander. "Shut up." The two looked at the bloodlust that enveloped the forest, enduring the constant erosion, silently lamenting. No matter how many times they experienced it, they still felt that Brother Fanma was truly exaggerated. What kind of bloodline limit is this ninjutsu? Fanma's predatory domain continued to grow amidst the constant slaughter. Fully unleashed, it could cover the area of 4 or 5 Konoha, under the shroud of bloodlust. If Fanma did not discriminate, the chakra of all living beings would be slowly eroded, affecting their spirits as well. However, Fanma chose not to discriminate against allies, but allowed the Uchiha to fight freely in the bloodlust environment. Killing could bring the Uchiha the most direct growth, and under the catalysis of the predatory domain, it could greatly stimulate the Uchiha Sharingan. The entire battlefield had now been transformed by Fanma into a sacred ground for the Uchiha to awaken their eyes. In an instant, he watched wave after wave of clansmen returning from Fanma's side to rest, almost all of them having awakened their Sharingan, grinning from ear to ear. The younger generation of the clan had begun to idolize Fanma. After all, who wouldn't he want to follow someone who could help them awaken their eyes? The hunting team's alternative approach displeased the third, but currently, there was no one who could replace Fanma. After all, Fanma was only holding back. Yet his current achievements were already unattainable for others. Fanma no longer held any hope for the third. First, he was stuck on his training of the 8 gates, and then he used Minato and Kushina's matters as leverage. The last bit of his feelings for Konoha was gradually being consumed. "Brother Fanma, is it time to eat?" Fugaku and Tetsu, covered in frightening bloodstains, wore radiant smiles as they rushed towards the camp's mess hall. Seeing that Fanma and the others were already enjoying their meal, they complained unhappily. "Next time, you have to wait for me. Kushina eats too much. If I'm not full, I'll kill a lot fewer sand ninjas." This blend of sincerity and brutality could be considered a characteristic of the Uchiha clan. Kaguya kicked Fugaku and comforted Kushina, handing her a large bowl. "Stop complaining. Following Brother Fanma, you can still eat delicious stewed meat. If you don't want to eat, go to the Rain Ninja battlefield and eat soldier food." The Hyuga branch sent by the third unexpectedly mingled with the Uchiha. Thanks to Fanma's presence, the Uchiha no longer exhibited those strange airs of superiority. After all, the strongest member of the Uchiha clan had not even awakened their Sharingan. The Hyuga and Uchiha didn't need to discuss who was the strongest ocular technique in the ninja world anymore. Minato picked up a large ladle and served Tetsu and Fugaku a generous scoop of stewed meat. Thanks. Fugaku and Tetsu grabbed their bowls and began to eat heartily, the freshly cooked stew burning their mouths. Kaguya watched this scene, sighing inwardly. Unexpectedly, being on the battlefield feels more at ease than at home. As a branch of the Hyuga clan, he was indoctrinated from a young age with the belief that there are distinctions between the main and branch families and that one must adhere to the etiquette of a noble family. For the first time experiencing freedom, Kaguya has deeply fallen in love with this feeling. Here, he doesn't have to bow, doesn't have to salute, and doesn't have to grovel like a dog in front of the main family, seeking pity. He only needs to do his own job well, with a strong backing to protect him. Kaguya looked at Fanma, his gaze gradually becoming complex, as a seed had already been planted in his heart, waiting to take root and sprout. The truth behind the decline of Konoha's ninjas was almost materialized in the smoke that lingered in the Hokage's meeting room. The third Hokage stared intently at the battle map, pen in hand, continuously sketching and drawing, trying to find a breakthrough. Beside him, Shimura Danzo and others had serious expressions. The dire situation on the battlefield was something this generation of Konoha's higher-ups had collectively failed to anticipate. In the predictions before the war, the lower-ranking ninjas and even the Umbu of Konoha were expected to have superior combat capabilities compared to the Sand and Rain ninjas. This war should have been one-sided, and Konoha should have already achieved a great victory. The third Hokage squinted his eyes, recalling the analysis materials from before the war, feeling confused about what had gone wrong. According to previous Umbu reports, the quality of Konoha's ninjas was definitely higher than that of other ninja villages. When the Umbu from other villages encountered Konoha's Umbu, they had no chance to fight back. The Umbu was the backbone of Konoha, mainly composed of Chunin and especially Jonin, which could well reflect the average combat power of Konoha's ninjas. The third Hokage was troubled, The combat power analysis provided by Nara Shikaku was logically sound. However, now, whether it was the fighting will or combat capabilities of the Sand and Rain ninjas, they overshadowed Konoha's. What could have caused this? Surely, the Umbu's reports couldn't be fabricated. The confusion in the third Hokage's heart ignited his anger. He felt very uneasy. As Hokage, he seemed to have been deeply blinded to critical matters. The truth of the situation, of course, was related to Banma. He pioneered the profession of booster in Konoha. During his time in the Umbu, Banma discovered that no matter how many enemy Umbu he killed, he couldn't gain any substantial benefits. The third Hokage would only give him some Konoha fluid techniques as a form of perfunctory response, telling him that the path of physical techniques had limitless prospects and encouraging him to continue to explore new avenues, etc. Some precious ninjutsu were never shared, and even some chakra medals were stingily withheld as rewards. In the end, it even humorously led to an internal commendation meeting within the Umbu to provide some moral encouragement. There was no substantial promotion or reward. Otherwise, Banma wouldn't have been promoted to Jonin at the age of 23. In response to this situation, Banma simply exchanged his military achievements for benefits, walking a path that had never been envisioned in the ninja world. His methods became increasingly gentle, erasing his strong battle traces, trying to make the enemy's deaths appear more normal, disguising them as kills by other Konoha ninjas. In the Umbu, which was directly under the Hokage's command, as long as one had achievements, they could receive rewards, except for Uchiha. One by one, the enemies he killed were credited to the names of other ninjas, while Banma collected a substantial amount of money from them, and those people's ninja ranks and positions also rose accordingly. Everyone was happy, and everyone had a bright future. The fees for booster services were as follows: 3 million Ryo for Chunin, 10 million Ryo for Special Jonin, 20 million Ryo for Umbu squad leaders, and over 15 million Ryo for Jonin, requiring private customization. If there were bounties for specific targets, the price would be adjusted according to the bounty. Banma accepted all kinds of jobs, regardless of size, with a work attitude that aimed to earn something, contributing diligently to Konoha. This business won unanimous praise from Konoha ninjas for its fair prices, enthusiastic service attitude, and professional confidentiality. In a sense, Banma's personal boosting studio also opened the door for boosting in the ninja world, representing an entrepreneurial venture. The one who benefited the most was the third Hokage's son, Sarutobi Shino. With the strong financial backing of the Sarutobi clan, he placed several large orders with Banma, achieving significant feats by killing enemy Umbu leaders multiple times. The third Hokage, disregarding Danzo's opposition, successfully promoted his eldest son to the position of Umbu minister. After all, my son is quite outstanding, and, as Hokage, I must promote talented individuals regardless of kinship. The third Hokage's words from back then were deeply etched in Danzo's heart. He even regretted not having a son, feeling he had lost to Hiruzen. However, this revelry could be sustained during peacetime, but once real warfare began, the enemy would show no mercy to Konoha's ninjas. Sarutobi Shino was not unaware of this, but after he ascended to the position of Umbu minister, he found many others in similar situations, all bound in this web of interests. Anyone who dared to break this balance would face collective backlash from other ninjas, reminiscent of the plight of 1 million laborers dependent on their livelihoods. This matter was thus concealed, and the number of boosters continued to grow, with the achievements of the Umbu becoming increasingly dazzling. Sarutobi Shino's status rose steadily, being hailed as the most responsible Umbu minister in recent years and a future successor to the Hokage. He even thought that this model could work, just needing to push Banma a bit harder. Yet they overlooked one point. If Banma were to falter during the war, who would step up? But due to the arrogance of the Hokage lineage, it seemed no one among them thought that anyone would dare to defy the Hokage's orders. The third Hokage stood up, pacing back and forth. The unknown, confusion, and tense situation immersed him in a restless state. From once being filled with lofty ambitions to become Konoha's revitalizing leader, he was now worried to the point of losing sleep, fearing being nailed to the pillar of historical disgrace. This time, the joint offensive of the Rain and Sand ninjas showcased their profound understanding of Konoha's war and diplomatic style, leaving him in a passive position. The Sand and Rain ninjas did not attack Konoha's homeland, but also refused to withdraw from the Land of Rivers. Their intentions clear. They were telling Konoha not to meddle. Hanzo of the Salamander also changed his usual reckless style, not leading a large-scale attack, but instead sending small groups to carry out harassment attacks along the borders of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Fire, closely monitoring Orochimaru and others. Once Konoha gathered a large military force to prepare for a decisive battle, all Rain ninjas would unhesitatingly retreat back to their homeland. Combined with Banma's previous reports, the ninjutsu of Hanzo made the third Hokage deeply apprehensive, delaying any orders to counterattack the Rain country. According to Banma's report, Hanzo could combine with the Rain ninjas to utilize the special environment of the Rain country, unleashing terrifying water-style ninjutsu on the battlefield. The moment the third Hokage thought of the overwhelming toxic rain clouds described by Banma, he immediately dismissed the idea of invading the Rain country. This situation couldn't be dragged on any longer. If it continued like this, Konoha's prestige would vanish. Sacrifices had to be made. It couldn't go on like this. He was still hesitating, his indecisive nature seeming to be etched into his bones. 044 let Shumo take the lead. Danzo looked at the hesitant expression on the third Hokage's face, his brows furrowing, and a strong sense of disgust welled up in his heart. Can someone like this really be a good Hokage? Teacher Tobirama, even you have made mistakes. But he failed to realize that perhaps the current third Hokage no longer had the sharpness he once had. After all, he had one step forward. Yet Danzo, who always prided himself as the root of Konoha, had shown weakness even in the face of life and death for the sake of his mentor. Danzo stood up and coldly glanced at the silent high-ranking officials, then walked towards the door. "What are you going to do, Danzo?" The third's hoarse voice stopped his footsteps. "Whatever it is, it's better than doing nothing. Hisashi, I'm very disappointed in you." This time, before the third could respond, Danzo strode out, disappearing at the end of the corridor. The third's expression grew even darker. He took Danzo's criticism to heart. With a heavy huff, he turned to the few people next to him who remained silent, feeling a surge of anger, his dissatisfaction almost overflowing. "Tsunade, Mito, how could Teacher Tobirama bring out students like you?" The third turned to Nara Shikaku beside him and sternly shouted, "Shikaku, share your thoughts, even if they are radical." Nara Shikaku, the current clan head of the Nara clan, was also the third Hokage's strategist and staunch supporter. "This is troublesome. Why do I have to come up with ideas? It's just the sand and rain ninjas. How did it end up like this?" Shikaku stood up, slightly hunched over to maintain a respectful posture, and slowly said, "Based on the intelligence from Uchiha Fanma, we can't act against the Rain Ninja village for now. We can only focus on the Sand Ninja. Although the situation in the sand is not ideal either, I believe that as long as you give the order, Shikamo will find a way." The third looked at Shikaku with dissatisfaction. This was not the approach he wanted. Currently, the casualty ratio of Konoha ninja on the sand battlefield had reached an unoptimistic number. Nara Shikaku keenly sensed the third's dissatisfaction and showed a hint of helplessness as he quietly analyzed the situation. "You see, Chio and Eyes from Sand are facing off against our Shikamo and Cat Dan. While the battle is intense, overall, we still maintain an advantage. On the Rain battlefield, Orochimaru and the others are struggling against Hans. Moreover, Hans possesses large-scale lethal ninjutsu, making it difficult for us to counterattack in the Land of Rain. At this point, if we want to change the situation on the battlefield, we can only rely on Shikamo to forcefully open a breach. Hans poses a significant threat to our Konoha ninjas. If we push from the Rain side, we risk unacceptable casualties." Shikaku wisely did not mention the existence of the hunting unit. The constant tug-of-war with the Uchiha over the past year had shown him the changes in that clan. The Uchiha were no longer just reckless killers. They had a leader now. In Shikaku's mind, the Uchiha was not a realm he should touch. This year of war and the growth of that clan were evident to all ninja clans. They were thriving through war. No ninja clan was willing to provoke the Uchiha now, even in secret. Let the Hokage handle these matters himself. The third tapped his pipe, a glint of determination crossing his eyes as he said solemnly, "I will personally go to the battlefield and end this fight." Shikaku sighed deeply, feeling a sense of helplessness about Konoha's precarious situation. "What use would it be for you to go? The Sand Village also has its Kazekage, and their Jinchuriki can be deployed." Shikaku suppressed his inner complaints, stood up, and deeply bowed, advising, "Lord Third, if you appear on the battlefield and we still can't end the war, things will really get complicated. If you mobilize, the third Kazekage will also surely mobilize. And the Sand might even use their Shikaku. I never doubt your ability to defeat the Kazekage, but Lord Mito cannot engage. We would be far too passive. Please trust our Konoha ninjas. They just haven't experienced war for too long. If we need you to intervene against mere sand and rain ninjas, the other ninja villages will surely be tempted to test us as well." The current strategy should be to have Shikamo intensify the offensive against the sand. Let us observe the situation further. The third's previously determined expression wavered again as he stared at the war map before him, entering a new round of silence. Shikaku also fell silent, waiting for the third's decision. As a smart person, he understood that the Hokage had to make decisions on his own. No one could help him. The entire Hokage conference room fell into an odd silence. And what was even stranger than this long silence was that everyone seemed to have forgotten about Fanma, with no one mentioning the deployment of the hunting unit. After all, based on the intelligence gathered over the past year, Uchiha Fanma's performance had been exceptionally outstanding. Meanwhile, the third was silently contemplating the feasibility of Fanma's deployment, recalling their previous negotiations, shaking his head. Uchiha Fanma still held a belief in family over village. His sense of belonging to Konoha was insufficient. I can't let him go again. It's better to have the frontline ninjas bleed than to let the Uchiha grow too powerful. This is teacher Tobarama's will. The third walked to the window, gazing into the distance, taking a deep breath of fresh air, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. In his eyes, the Hokage rock in the distance seemed to come alive, its face carrying a hint of reproach. Looking at the familiar and affectionate face of Senju Tobarama, the third felt a surge of reluctance and bitterness within him. Back then, teacher Tobarama could lead Konoha against the entire ninja world. How did Konoha end up like this now? Perhaps I really haven't done enough. With a solemn expression, he returned to his Hokage seat and in a deep voice commanded, "Order Shikamo to launch a full-scale attack on the Sand Ninja and must break through at all costs." Yes, Nara Shikaku lowered his head like an emotionless machine, conveying the order to the sand battlefield. On the sand battlefield, several Konoha ninjas were gritting their teeth, removing rotten flesh from their arms. Cursing the sand ninjas. Is there no bandage for treatment? Those damn sand ninjas are still using such poison tactics. Stop complaining. The village has no choice. Lady Tsunade is still on the battlefield in the land of rain. If you ask me, we should withdraw if they want the land of rivers. What do we Konoha have to do with it? While patrolling the camp, Shikamo heard the wounded soldier's complaints and frowned, but said nothing. He whispered to a nearby medical ninja and sent over a box of medical supplies. At this rate, morale will be a huge issue. Just as Shikamo was pondering the morale of the troops, Nara Shikaku entered with new orders. "Shikamo, the Hokage has requested us to launch a general assault." 045 The two sides forced into a decisive battle. Kakashi Sakomo frowned as he looked at the order from the third Hokage demanding a strong offensive, remaining silent. Nara Kashiyama also softly reassured him. The intelligence says that the situation in the range shinobi village isn't going well either. The Hokage is very anxious. Having us take on the burden is also a sign of trust in you. Recalling the complaints from the injured earlier, Kakashi Sakomo shook his head and said, "The current issue is, with morale like this, launching a decisive battle. Will it be a fight to live or a fight to die?" Nara Kashiyama's expression froze. As a clever member of the Nara clan, he had already noticed this problem. But what could he do? Kakashi Sakomo looked at the battle situation map before him, silently polishing the blade of his white fawn. The Kakashi clan originated from the Land of Iron. Before the Warring States period, the Kakashi clan were all samurai, gradually evolving into a ninja clan. Sakomo's thoughts drifted away as he reminisced about his growth in Konoha. From narrowly escaping his clan's extermination to joining Konoha as a war orphan, he was fortunate to meet Lord Tobarama, receiving an education at the Ninja Academy, joining the Umbu, and rising step by step through the battles, eventually becoming the commander of an army. Konoha was where he owed his loyalty, and in his heart, he felt a responsibility and obligation to be loyal to Konoha. This man, who appeared to be a ninja but was a samurai at heart, was already determined to repay Konoha with his life. For a samurai, the most important thing is to bear responsibility and fulfill it. Death is merely a means of fulfilling that responsibility. Failing to complete the responsibilities assigned is far more serious than death. Kakashi Sakomo closed his eyes, adjusting his state, and said lightly, "No need to think any further, Kashiyama. We will launch a full-scale attack tomorrow morning. I will lead the charge, even if it means death." Nara Kashiyama looked at Kakashi Sakomo with a complex expression, sighed heavily, and turned to arrange the attack plans. In the Sand Ninja main stronghold, Chiyo and Ebiz, a pair of young sand shinobi jonin, were discussing battle reports in a relaxed atmosphere. "Haiko, you both did very well in responding to Konoha's counteroffensive last time," Chiyo said lovingly, looking at the young couple, who were her son and daughter-in-law, and also the parents of Sasori. "Ko, with his striking long black hair, had a gentle demeanor. Hai, with his bright red hair, was handsome and sunny, resembling Sasori closely. Both were talented puppet masters of the new generation of Sand Shinobi, performing excellently in this war. Ebz also looked at them with warmth. They were his juniors and the future pride of the Sand Shinobi. The war against Konoha was progressing even more smoothly than predicted before the battle began. However, they could not afford to be careless. This was the most intense time on the battlefield, and they still had to be wary of Konoha's counterattacks, Ebz added. Well, the ninja from Konoha really aren't that impressive. Compared to the records, they fall far short, Ko said nonchalantly. Chiyo and Ebz exchanged glances, both with a hint of confusion in their eyes. Indeed, the ninjas from Konoha had declined significantly compared to the last Shinobi War. Their combat strength and the Umbu reports did not match up. This was their shared inner thought, and they could only reluctantly attribute it to the complacency brought about by Konoha's wealth. Seeing her son's confident appearance, Chiyo smiled. With her protection, there shouldn't be any unexpected issues, right? Lady Chiyo, we have received a command from Lord Windshadow. The brief war moment was shattered as a bloodied sand Shinobi Umbu, dusty from travel, knocked on the gates of the Sand Ninja camp. Chiyo took the command letter and began to read it carefully, while Ebz inquired about the messenger Umbu. What happened? Didn't Konoha's hunting team already settle at the border? Ebz asked. The messenger Umbu looked terrified as he recounted his absurd and terrible experience. It wasn't the Uchiha team led by the Konoha demon, but a strange three-person team from Konoha. The leader was a very young blonde Konoha ninja who mastered an extremely advanced body flicker technique. They annihilated intelligence teams 2 and 3, and only I and Ebz managed to escape. Ebz's gaze sharpened, secretly alarmed, annihilating nearly 3 squads. To achieve such a thing, just as Konoha seemed to be decaying, an extraordinary talent has emerged. Tell me in detail about all the characteristics and combat methods of this Konoha team. The Sand Shinobi Umbu lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, their ages are between 12 and 15. The main attacker is that blonde Konoha ninja who uses a strange body flicker technique to attack, employing a large number of explosive tags, and then vanishes in an instant. Noticing the puzzled look on Ebz's face, he hurriedly added, his body flicker technique is extraordinarily profound. We couldn't even see his afterimages, and that red-haired Konoha female ninja seems to have a wide-ranging sensing ability. No matter how we hid, they could always find our positions. Ebz waved his hand, signaling him to go rest and heal, while he pondered. An invisible afterimage body flicker technique. I've never heard of such a person. Could it be that the flying thunder god technique has resurfaced in the shinobi world? The red-haired sensing ninja. This must be one of the orphaned Uzumaki who fled to Konoha. What a troublesome combination. They also use a large number of explosive tags for attacks. Konoha's ninjas are indeed extravagant. Ebz thought about countermeasures. This talented team must be swiftly eradicated before he could decide to hunt down this team. His thoughts were interrupted by a heavy bang on the table from Chiyo. Chiyo waved the wind shadow orders in front of her, her expression dark as she said, the daimyo has pressured the third wind shadow to let us achieve results quickly. If we delay any longer, the wind country's tax revenue won't hold up. Ebz's expression also darkened. It seemed that decay was not only in Konoha, but also in his homeland. He could only sigh inwardly. How can we govern the wind country with these pests around? If we delay any longer, given the current battlefield situation, we could clearly achieve victory without fighting. Since that's the case, we can only obey orders and study the combat tasks. After thinking for a moment, he commanded, order the remaining 5 intelligence teams to take Raza and Yezakura and fully eliminate this Konoha team. With the impending war, every precious jonin must be used for the decisive battle. There simply isn't time to deal with Minato and the others. So, let our Sand Shinobi geniuses meet Konoha's geniuses. Hopefully we can eliminate these new Konoha ninjas. Sigh. In the original timeline, the Wind Country was deeply constrained by the daimyo. When Raza was in power, the daimyo further reduced the funding for Sunagakure, forcing him to spend a lot of time panning for gold in the desert to keep Sunagakure's finances from collapsing. Under different external pressures, both Konoha and Sunagakure's forces quickly organized. A forced war was about to break out. 046, the unsheathed deadly blade, the assault troops are ready. The support team is ready. The reconnaissance team is ready. The strike team is ready. The Konoha forces are hidden not far from the Sand Ninja camp, preparing to launch a surprise attack as the beginning of this final strong offensive. Kakashi Tsukumo raised his right hand high, his fingers slowly pressing down one by one, starting the countdown to the attack. Action. Earth release. Great earthquake. With Tsukumo's command, dozens of Konoha ninjas skilled in earth release lined up and performed the technique in unison. The ground where the Konoha assault troops were located trembled violently, and thick earth pillars surged up from the ground, creating a high ground with earth release. Each Konoha ninja atop the earth pillars was a special jonin proficient in wind release and fire release. At this moment, Konoha ninjas gained positional advantage, looking down at the Sand Ninja camp, unleashing their chakra. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball technique. Hundreds of Konoha ninjas unleashed their techniques simultaneously, with surging winds and biting flames intertwining, creating an overwhelming force. In this borderland, the yellow sand and green leaves coexisted marvelously, but at this moment, they all became fuel for the flames. The entire ground ignited, and the main position of the Sand Ninja was instantly engulfed by the raging fire. The enemy's chakra response remains normal. Be cautious of enemy ambushes. The Hyuga clan ninjas activated their Byakugan, assessing the results of the attack, loudly reminding their teammates. As the flames dissipated, rows of solid earth walls were revealed. The thick earth walls blocked the Konoha ninjas' fierce flames. The Sand Ninjas' eyes glinted with cruelty as they charged forward. Although it was nighttime, Narashikaku felt as though he could see the mocking gaze of Ebizo. Strike team, follow me and kill. Kakashi Tsukumo, unfazed by these developments, let out a low growl, drew his tanto, and chose to lead the charge directly. He had no intention of achieving a quick victory against Chiyo and the forces stationed under Ebizo. These were all veterans of the ninja world. How could they possibly fall for such a low-level ambush? Tsukumo's intent in having the Konoha forces use such large-scale ninjutsu was mainly to clear out the puppet traps set by the Sand Ninja on the ground, paving the way for his subsequent charge. With the yellow sand swirling, several vicious puppets, controlled by the puppet master, rushed in at high speed, attacking Tsukumo. Kakashi Tsukumo did not slow down, his breathing becoming more stable. At this moment, he entered a mysterious state. His mind was focused solely on the enemy before him and the blade in his hand. A flash of silver, and the Sand Ninja's proud puppets were left immobile like broken scrap metal. Tsukumo's precise slash-wave effortlessly severed the chakra strings controlling the puppets. Puff! The white short blade merely grazed the throats of the puppet masters before continuing forward without hesitation. The Sand Ninja clutched their throats helplessly, blood gushing uncontrollably as they collapsed onto the ground. This was Kakashi Tsukumo's fighting style, an extremely fierce sword technique, combined with the speed granted by lightning chakra activating his body. He was the perfect combination of a samurai and a ninja. Tsukumo continued to charge forward, and the remaining Konoha ninjas were awakened to their fighting spirit, beginning to engage in close combat with the Sand Ninja. It's not your turn to be reckless here. Just as Tsukumo intended to continue his assault, cutting through the Sand Ninja, Chiyo halted his advance. Unlike regular puppet masters, Chiyo could simultaneously control a multitude of powerful puppets, making her puppet army difficult to handle. Secret technique, 10 Puppet Brigade. Inherited from the masterpiece of the founding puppet master, Bunzaman, it was hailed as a one-man army. Not only were the shells made from hard materials, but they could also unleash various combination ninjutsu and sealing techniques, their power absolutely not to be underestimated. Puppet technique, 3 treasures collapse. 3 white, demon-like puppets arranged themselves in a triangle, opening their mouths wide. Their masks changing characters as a terrifying tornado drew in everything around it. Tsukumo pressed forward, using the tornado's pull to gather chakra beneath his feet, his afterimage speeding across the ground. Chiyo watched Tsukumo with a cold smile. The power of 3 treasures collapse was far from over. Daring to rush into the formation would only result in being turned into mush. With a flick of her fingers, the 3 puppets changed their stance, gathering the tornado further. In the original story, this technique directly destroyed dozens of Scorpion's puppets. Tsukumo looked at the puppets, gathering a long chakra blade at the tip of his white tanto, swinging it rapidly. Useless, the 10 Puppet Brigade is sturdy. You Konoha ninjas can't even begin to imagine. Chiyo flicked her fingers, only to find she had lost control over the 3 puppets. The short blade, White Fang, was a treasured heirloom of the Hatake clan, possessing strong chakra conductivity, allowing Tsukumo's chakra to become an incredibly fierce blade. The White Fang in Tsukumo's hand shone brightly, with fierce, slashing waves cutting through the resilient chakra strings on the puppets. This is the puppet master's Achilles heel. As long as you have the means to handle the chakra strings, the puppet master's ability is reduced by 90%. Susanoo exerted force beneath his feet, charging towards Chiyo at high speed, the white fan like a venomous snake striking at her throat. A fierce and ruthless slash aimed at Chiyo. With this strike, Susanoo intended to separate the old woman from her head and body. Chiyo calmly observed the incoming slash wave. Even she did not anticipate that the chakra string she had honed for years could be so easily severed. With a gentle flick of her fingers, the remaining puppets surged forward, facing the increasingly massive slash wave, forming a bizarre formation. Puppet technique, mechanical light shield. The puppets arranged in a line, emitting virtual lines, as Chiyo wielded her chakra, forming a massive azure chakra shield. Bang, bang, bang. As the smoke from the clash of chakra dissipated, 7 puppets revealed various weapons protruding from their bodies, firmly protecting Chiyo. As a puppet master, being up close was the most dangerous moment. Susanoo's unmatched sharp slashes posed a deep threat to these puppet masters' lifelines. Susanoo looked at Chiyo, his expression emotionless as he directly retreated. He did not need to entangle with such an enemy. As long as Susanoo killed enough, Chiyo would come looking for him. After all, although the Sand Ninja's puppet technique was created and promoted by the second Kazekage and served as the foundation for Sunagekyu's rise, the threshold was not low. Each puppet master was like a blood-stained ninja, a guarantee for the village's future prosperity. Kakashi Susanoo's mind raced as he scanned the surrounding Sand Ninja, charging toward the puppet master pursuing a Konoha ninja. Seeing Susanoo retreat, Chiyo frowned. She had not expected him to try to forcefully kill her. As she withdrew the puppets and saw the direction Susanoo was charging towards, Chiyo's eyes widened in horror as she shouted frantically, "Hi! Beware of enemy ambush!" Unfortunately, a sharp flash of the blade passed, and this young red-haired Sand Ninja simply fell down just like that. 047 Chiyo watched helplessly as the head of the red-haired ninja, Hai, spun and fell to the ground. Hai's eyes were filled with confusion, as if he was questioning how he had fallen. Looking at the dark red puddle in the distance, Chiyo glared at Susanoo Hatake with venomous hatred, her anger and resentment nearly bursting from her eyes. At that moment, even though she was known as a calm and wise elder of the ninja world, she couldn't suppress her emotions. Her grandson was still waiting for his father to come home. Chiyo let out a roar, her fingers dancing as the power of the puppetry technique was fully displayed before everyone. Puppet technique, manipulation blood. Puppet technique, 3 treasures absorption. Puppet technique, lion roi. In that moment, Chiyo unleashed all her power and charged towards Susanoo, determined to avenge her son's death. The puppets of the ninjutsu were vividly showcasing their might to everyone present. The terrifying close-quarters combat, the powerful ninjutsu, and the intricate sealing techniques were perfectly combined in Chiyo's hands, resembling a legion composed of elite shinobi. The Konoha ninjas in her path were unable to stop her furious advance. Chiyo's 10 fingers moved ceaselessly, the coordination between her puppets flawless, demonstrating the top-tier combat power of a master puppeteer in both offense and defense. However, this was merely the fury of a powerless individual. Susanoo Hatake's incredible speed allowed him to fundamentally ignore Chiyo's pursuit. With a myriad of ninjutsu at his disposal, he could break through with a single strike. Susanoo didn't even glance back at Chiyo, while the gleaming blade of white fan continued to flash across the battlefield, each strike accompanied by the helpless cries of a sand ninja. He was unaware that the red-haired ninja he had just killed was Chiyo's son. All Susanoo wanted to do was kill. This was Susanoo Hatake's plan, to use his personal strength to destroy the roots of the Sand Ninja's puppetry. As long as these puppeteers disappeared, the only advantage Sand had over Konoha would vanish, and the balance of war would naturally tilt back towards Konoha. Like a ghost, Susanoo moved across the battlefield, whether with a swift knife or a ferocious slash, leaving behind Sand Ninjas clutching their throats. The battlefield was thrown into disarray as Susanoo's assault shattered the Sand Ninja's formation. The puppeteers felt a sense of dread. The lifeblood of puppetry relied on the manipulation of chakra threads to mount an attack. And in Susanoo's hands, White Fang was the weapon that could sever everything. Susanoo's mind grew increasingly calm, his thoughts becoming clear and ethereal. With a death wish driving his charge, he became single-minded. He no longer had to think about the complicated battlefield situation, the low morale of the troops, or the strange circumstances within the village. He only needed to wield his blade, kill enough enemies, and repay Konoha for the years of kindness shown to him. Susanoo pressed forward with relentless speed, swinging his blade, and then swinging it again. Ezozaku furrowed his brow. The ferocity of White Fan was beyond his expectations. The Sand Ninja's forces were gradually disintegrating. The situation was on the verge of collapse. Seeing Chiyo lose control, Ezozaku shouted loudly, "Don't get separated. Chiyo, protect our ninjas." Faced with Susanoo's mad charge, the solo operating puppeteers were like lambs to the slaughter. These lambs needed to gather together to have any chance of countering the lone wolf that was Susanoo. Ezozaku's angry shout brought Chiyo back to her senses. She halted her steps and remotely controlled the ninjutsu to protect each isolated sand ninja. Under Chiyo's protection, the sand ninjas began to gather, forming an orderly defensive array. This was, in fact, Ezozaku's desperate measure to counter Susanoo's death charge. For the puppeteers, a vast terrain and the ability to operate individually was what they desired most. Narashikaku, watching from a distance, quickly eliminated the enemy in front of him with shadow binding jutsu and hurried to Kato Dan's side. The battlefield situation had tilted towards Konoha. As long as they could delay the reorganization of the Sand Ninja, Susanoo alone could secure victory in this war. Dan, can you still use the spirit transformation technique? Control, Ezozaku. The spirit transformation technique, an S-rank forbidden jutsu, could project one's soul into another's mental world, even allowing for control over others. Kato da nodet heafili. The spirit transformation technique was extremely dangerous for the caster as well. If they encountered a mentally strong ninja, their own soul could suffer backlash. But at this moment, he had no choice but to step forward. A beam of white light flashed out rapidly as Kato Dan's soul entered Ezozaku's mental world, and the two began to struggle within their minds. Ezozaku instinctively clutched his throat, his eyes growing red, and his chakra began to spiral into chaos, showing signs of collapse. The surrounding sand ninjas panicked. Ezozaku was their backbone on this battlefield. The once calm Chiyo fell back into a rage. Her son was already dead, and now her brother was also hanging between life and death. She would not allow herself to lose a son today, and then also lose a brother. Chiyo looked towards Kato Dan from afar. The special trajectory of the spirit transformation technique was far too conspicuous on this battlefield. Chiyo commanded her puppets to wield their massive blades, racing madly towards Kato Dan. The Konoha ninjas bravely charged forward to block her. Chiyo gritted her teeth, triggering the last mechanism of the white secret technique. One by one, her puppets self-destructed, leaving only 6 in the blink of an eye. As long as she killed Kato Dan, her brother could escape from this bizarre state. Ezozaku's face was growing darker, black blood seeping from his ears, while Chiyo was getting closer to Kato Dan. It was now a deadly gamble. Kato Dan, who was battling Ezozaku in the mental world, smiled slightly. There was no way he could retreat when targeting the Hokage. After a year of war, Kato Dan understood that Ezozaku was the brains of the Sand Ninja, a figure akin to Danzo from the Leaf Village. Allowing such a person to live would cause immense harm to Konoha. Chiyo, through her desperate self-destructing puppets, had pushed back the Konoha ninjas who were trying to block her. Finally, she broke through to Kato Dan, wielding the massive puppet blade and striking down at him. Kato Dan was successfully bisected, and Chiyo let out a sigh of relief, joyfully turning to look at her brother. Unfortunately, Ezozaku was already bleeding from his 7 orifices, lying helplessly on the ground, clearly on the verge of death. Faced with the youthful and determined Kato Dan, he, being over 50, could not withstand the attack even with all his might. Tsukumo Hatake stopped, silently watching this scene. The remaining sand ninjas had successfully regrouped and formed a defensive formation. Ezozaku had left behind the seeds of the sand ninjas' puppetry with his life. Chiyo rushed back to Ezozaku, calling for the sand ninjas to do their best to heal him, then turned her head and glared at all the Konoha ninjas with hatred. Tsukumo Hatake slowly walked back into the Konoha formation. At this moment, he did nothing, and the sand ninjas would automatically keep their distance from him. He waved his hand, signaling for retreat. After sprinting so long, he was now just barely holding himself together. Coming from the Hatake clan, his chakra was not abundant by nature, and after a fierce battle, he was already on the verge of collapse. Neishu Mountain silently gathered the remains of Kato's body, while the Konoha troops withdrew from the battlefield like a flowing stream. The sand shinobi also began to retreat, moving away from the border and gradually heading towards the land of wind. It seemed that the sand shinobi had been defeated. 048 different lives in the land of rain. Fanma ran slowly around the border, like a lion patrolling its territory. His predatory aura spread to its maximum, a drizzle of bloodlust enveloping the land, meticulously probing the chakra of all living beings. However, on his shoulder, there was a vacuum of bloodlust where a cute little girl sat with her legs crossed. Fanma squinted his eyes, feeling a slight disappointment in his heart. He expected to find Conan instead of directly seizing Nagato's Rinnegan. Turning his head, he glanced at the adorable young Conan and comforted himself that it was still worth the trip. Sigh, at least he had gained something. Ju was currently studying explosive tags, and now he had a future master-level figure on board. If Ju didn't seize the opportunity, he couldn't blame his brother-in-law for not getting him a wife. This was already Fanma's third tour of the Land of Rain, and the Rain Ninja forces were so frightened by him that they dared not step across the border. After all, the malicious bloodlust was too conspicuous. And Hanzo was indeed fearful of this monster who was not afraid of poison. Hanzo had clearly told the Sand Ninjas that if Fanma was not distracted on other battlefields, he would definitely not take action. Influenced by Fanma, the Rain Ninjas set up an ironclad defense like a turtle shell, leaving Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya speechless. Even though Fanma had repeatedly emphasized Hanzo's might, the three of them still looked forward to facing Hanzo. After all, this was the first time their Sarutobi team had combined to take on an entire nation in battle, and in their hearts, their combination was something Hanzo could not match. Therefore, Tsunade had already contacted Fanma to express her slight dissatisfaction. If he didn't help them attack the Rain Ninjas, he should tone down the bloodlust. There was no need to be so high-profile and disrupt their battle plans. Fanma felt the retracted bloodlust, but still did not perceive any high-level special chakra. So he had to helplessly abandon his plan to seize the Rinnegan. He had thought he could preemptively strike against Uchiha Madara before the Black Zetsu, but it turned out to be his own wishful thinking. It shouldn't be like this. Nagato should have the Rinnegan by now. I remember when his parents were killed, he revealed it that could have been transplanted during the war. No, it should have been replaced at birth. Otherwise, Nagato's parents wouldn't have noticed. So it should exist. How could this happen? Fanma racked his brains, pondering where the problem lay. As a man who pursued extreme violence and martial arts, but was extraordinarily steady at heart, he did not want Nagato to grow up like this. Although he did not practice ocular techniques and firmly believed in his path of martial arts, who would want to let go of such a treasure? Aspiring to be the freest man in the ninja world, Fanma had no interest in the plot or anything. Having come this far, and possessing a deep blue, a golden finger, he had to carve out his own story. Moreover, he was living quite comfortably in the ninja world and might even get married and have children in the future. Leaving such a hidden danger was just asking for trouble. Besides, Nagato was only an 8 or 9-year-old child. There was no need for him to bear the enormous pressure of the Rinnegan. And Fanma was a legitimate descendant of the Uchiha clan, with deep roots, and it was necessary to help his elders safeguard his precious eyes. But now, his plans had fallen through, leading him to deeply doubt his youth, feeling a rare sense of gloom. After all, back then, as a child, he had dragged the floor for a month just to buy a comic book. In fact, Fanma had not let down his hard work. His memory was correct. Uchiha Madara did grant Nagato the Rinnegan around the time of the Second Great Ninja War. It was just that he had forgotten a variable and underestimated himself. Uchiha Madara had been watching him all along and even held a slight wariness towards him. 2 years ago, at the border of Konoha, Nagato, come help Mom get the groceries. These are good things bought from Konoha. I'll make you meat for dinner. Okay. The warm family of 3, carrying a full basket of groceries, walked home hand in hand, basking in the warmth of the setting sun. His father was a doctor from the Land of Rain named Ise, and his mother was from the Uzumaki clan named Fusang. She had beautiful red hair and could cook delicious meals. Nagato looked at his family with joy, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. However, he did not realize that a nightmare was about to descend in the next moment. Boom! With a loud bang, a violent fireball suddenly appeared, engulfing the figures of the family of 3. The sudden arrival of Konoha ninjas mercilessly killed his parents, and Nagato was severely injured on the brink of death. In his final moments, Nagato barely opened his eyes, imprinting an unforgettable scene in his mind for life. A bearded ninja and a tall, thin Konoha ninja chatted casually while smoking, cutting his parents' throats as if they were just buying meat at the market moments ago. Sigh. That person from the Uchiha family isn't taking commissions anymore. My special Jonin mission hasn't been resolved yet. It's really frustrating. Hey, there's nothing we can do. Didn't Team Minister Shino already hint to everyone not to go too far? We are ninjas after all. You're a special Jonin now, getting an extra 10 commission on every mission It must be nice, right? Whatever, the minister also said we could be lenient. Just treat these two Rain Country ninjas as spies. The minister will give you credit for it. Sigh, how did this minister come about? Does he think we don't know? I hope he can give us commoner ninjas a way out. Then, the two of them carried his parents away and slowly walked off. Nagato screamed in rage, but the fire burned him so badly that he couldn't make a sound. Overwhelmed by grief and fury, he fainted. When he woke up again, he was in a dim cave. An old man had saved him, and surrounding him were a group of white creatures. Nagato thanked the old man, but the old man said it was unnecessary. It was his mission, a part of his destiny. This old man was Uchiha Madara. All of this was Madara's meticulous plan. He had used the illusion of the Sharingan to incite the greed of those two Konoha ninjas, forcefully creating this tragedy. Madara had become very old after awakening the Rinnegan and could only maintain his life through the outer path golem, hiding underground. He was both passing the time and selecting his successor, having been keeping track of the significant events concerning the Uchiha through white zetsu. In the past 2 years, Madara began paying attention to Fanma. Initially, it was just to pass the time and find amusement, but as he was shocked by Fanma's rapid growth, Madara felt deep regret for Fanma. Originally, he should have been the best successor, not having awakened the eyes, but possessing a physique resembling that of the sage of the six paths more than the Senju. After 2 to 3 years of observation, Madara saw Fanma's endurance, persistence, greed, and even love for the world, along with his already powerful strength that had not yet been fully developed. But what impressed him the most was Fanma's deep-seated desire for power. Starting from the age of 20, he continuously subjected his body to various powerful ninjutsu, even jumping off cliffs hundreds of times just to hone his physical form. As a world-class hero who survived the Warring States period, Madara possessed a keen eye for recognizing people and a vast understanding of the world, but he had never seen such a scene before. For someone like Fanma, who could engage in such reckless behavior, Madara firmly believed that if he followed his original plan and let Nagato grow up in the ninja world, he could only pray that Nagato wouldn't encounter this clan member of his. If they did meet, he was confident that based on his feelings for Hashirama, Nagato would definitely have his eyes taken by Fanma. Faced with such an outstanding clan member, Madara sometimes felt a hint of regret, thinking he should have guided or directly eliminated him earlier. However, Nagato could not be abandoned. He was the vessel Madara had searched for years with white zetsu, possessing the excellent bloodlines of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, with outstanding potential. In Madara's estimation, Nagato could fully bear 2 Rinnegan and unleash terrifying powers. To prevent any unforeseen events, Madara had already staged a good play before the war to win Nagato's heart. Due to Fanma's sudden emergence and Madara's caution, Nagato ended up enjoying Obito's storyline. At this moment, Fanma was listening to Konan's story, while Madara was explaining his understanding of the ninja world and warfare to Nagato. The two should have relied on each other were thus taken away by 2 Uchiha, embarking on different paths in life. 049 Chiyo's last bet land of Wind Medical Department. Ibiz lay weakly on the hospital bed, enduring his pain, and urged Chiyo. The foundation of Konoha is far stronger than ours. Tsukumo Hatake poses too great a threat to our puppet masters. We can no longer confront him head-on. We must leave a spark of the puppet lineage for the village. With red eyes, Chiyo tightly grasped his hand, silently looking at her brother. Ibiz sighed softly and tried to comfort her. You need to control your emotions. Sunagakure still needs your assistance. The third Kazekage is not yet mature enough to steer the direction of the Sand Ninja forward. My injuries are not severe. Being wounded on the battlefield is simply a ninja's duty. Now, please give me a map of the current battlefield. We need to prepare for Konoha's counterattack. Chiyo choked back tears and said, Don't worry. I've already made arrangements. Ibiz just looked at Chiyo firmly, indicating that he wanted to continue working. Chiyo sighed and quickly left the camp. Seeing his sister depart, a bitter smile appeared on Ibiz's face. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, hung it in his mouth, and forced himself to take a couple of puffs, but he could no longer exhale smoke. Cat's spirit transformation technique had severely injured his soul, and he had actually been in a deep sleep for 2 full days. His current awakening was merely a fleeting moment before death. Perhaps it was the Sage of Six Paths looking after him, granting him a final chance to say goodbye to his loved ones. Ibiz's mind became increasingly clear, and memories of his life flashed rapidly through his mind. Locking onto the day, he officially teamed up with Hanzo. At that time, he was happily smoking a cigarette, naively fantasizing that after this war, Sunagakure would have blue skies and green fields. Ibiz looked at the cigarette in his hand, feeling the gradual ebbing of his life, and murmured unwillingly, I really want to finish this cigarette. He pushed Chiyo away because he did not want her to see him in his dying state. In his heart, a ninja's departure should be strong and carefree, not bringing pain to loved ones. Back in the barracks, Chiyo saw Ibiz with his eyes closed, and she was engulfed in immense sorrow. Chiyo remained silent, internally apologizing to her brother. I'm sorry, this time I ignored your advice. Damn, Konoha must pay the price it deserves. Chiyo found the third Kazekage and proposed to relinquish all her powers and only serve as an advisory position. In exchange, she had just one request, to deploy Sunagekyu's tailed beast, Shikaku, to retaliate against Konoha. The third Kazekage readily agreed. How could he refuse such a good thing? Since the second Kazekage, Sabaku, had initiated research on the weaponization of tailed beasts, there had yet to be a real test of its effectiveness. This would not only demonstrate the wartime value of the tailed beasts, but also clear out those troublesome elders from the upper echelons of Sunagekure. For the third Kazekage, it was a win-win situation. In fact, this would be the first time in a ninja world war to deploy the power of a tailed beast. Previous wars had only seen simple ninja skirmishes. Sunagekure was about to become the first village to open Pandora's box. Land of Wind, Wind Temple. An old monk with his hands together was murmuring to himself, while a young monk listened quietly. One day, tailed beasts and humans will understand each other. As long as we genuinely accept one another, we are no different. There will come a day when a protector, a savior, a guide will appear for you. Shikaka. The young monk scoffed quietly, not agreeing with the old monk's viewpoint. In his eyes, tailed beasts were merely tools for gaining power. This old monk was Fenfuku, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku from Sunagekure, while the young monk was his disciple, Ichi. In the original timeline, he was a powerful figure who single-handedly took on Gaara and the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fu. Hearing the old monk's words, a sharp raccoon-like voice emerged from within Fenfuku. Fenfuku, do you see? Do you see your disciple's true colors? He doesn't believe a word of your nonsense. Fenfuku just smiled and shook his head, calmly watching Shikaku in the spiritual space. Shikaku looked at his serene expression and snorted heavily, mocking, old man. Isn't your village at war? Don't you have humans wanting to use my power? They will beg you, right? They will force you, right? I'm waiting for you to beg me. Just as Shikaku finished speaking, Chiyo burst into the temple, kneeling heavily before Fenfuku. The news of Ibiz and Chiyo's son's death had spread throughout Sunagekure. Fenfuku remained calm and said lightly, I do not have the ability to control Shikaku. If it does not wish to help Sunagekure, there is nothing I can do. Chiyo continued to kneel, silently pleading with Fenfuku. She understood that this old monk, known to only a few in Sunagekure, possessed incredible strength. She had witnessed with her own eyes how this frail old man had once easily controlled Shikaku with purple chains. The upper echelons of Sunagekure had repeatedly tested him, trying to ascertain whether he had completely mastered Shikaku's power. However, Fenfuku, as a member of Sunagekure, held on to an idealism that he should not possess. Despite wielding the power of the tailed beast and having exceptional strength, he was unwilling to step onto the battlefield, quietly guarding Shikaku in the temple. Seeing Chiyo in such a humble state, Shikaku let out a wild laugh. See, this is the true nature of your kind. Tailed beasts and humans cannot coexist in harmony. It's just your fantasy. You humans only see tailed beasts as weapons. Fenfuku sensed Shikaku's rejection and sighed, standing up to slightly bow to Chiyo before silently leaving. The side monk, Ichi, shook his head and internally criticized, Master is good in every way, but he just doesn't understand the rules of the ninja world. First, I will take care of him in his old age. Then I will seize the power of these tailed beasts. Shikaku watched Fenfuku refuse Chiyo in silence, then revealed a slight sneer. Fenfuku, I lend you my power. Go fight, and you'll understand how fragile the so-called peace and love of humans are. Fenfuku smiled slightly. As an elder of Sunagekure, how could he not want to help the Sand Ninja? For a long time, a conflict had intertwined within him. He wanted to persuade Shikaku that humans and tailed beasts could coexist harmoniously while also wishing to use its power to protect Sunagekure. Unlike other Jinchuriki, Fenfuku had a strange bottom line. He did not want to force Shikaku. However, now that Shikaku did not agree with his viewpoint but had consented to lend him power, it was a good start. Fenfuku returned and helped Chiyo, who was still bowing, to her feet, gently nodding at her. Chiyo looked at Fenfuku with joy, tears streaming down her face involuntarily. She hadn't slept in a long time. Her son's head was severed by Tsukumo Hatake. Her brother lay bleeding black blood on the hospital bed, and her grandson kept crying, searching for his father. These memories tore at her heart at all times. The current Chiyo was a woman consumed by the flames of vengeance. The Sand Ninja troops are gathering once again, and this time, the power of the is about to accompany them on their expedition. 050, the compromise of the three generations, the movement of Fanma. At the border of the land of rivers, on the battlefield of the Sand Ninja, Hatake Tsukumo was rarely seen shouting loudly, commanding the Leaf Ninjas to retreat. Chiyo was controlling the 10 Puppet Brigade, her fingers moving rapidly, crazily attacking the surrounding Leaf Ninjas, already in a frenzied state. Bafuku stood in the center of the battlefield, hands together, as the yellow sand extending from beneath his feet constantly took away the lives of the Leaf Ninjas. Thick yellow sand enveloped his body, blocking the assaults of the Leaf Ninjas. The entire land had been transformed into a desert by him. On this battlefield, no one could stop Shikaku in his power. Wind release, vacuum bullets. Wind release, sand dispersion bullets. The torrential rain of yellow sand directly covered the entire battlefield, charging towards the Leaf Ninjas with terrifying kinetic energy. There was no room for counterattack. The Leaf Ninjas could only flee in panic, while the Sand Ninjas were invigorated, pursuing with all their might. Hatake Tsukumo frowned. He had no effective way to deal with such an almost perfect Jinchuriki. The old man before him seemed to have fully harnessed the power of the tailed beast. Not only could he transform into the tailed beast, but he also mastered a profound sealing technique. He had tested several times and found that he could not successfully injure Bafuku. Tsukumo's fighting style leaned towards that of a samurai, and facing this type of enemy was his weak point. Bafuku was not like the young Gaara, who believed in so-called absolute defense. Utilizing his sealing techniques in conjunction with Shikaku's sand shield, Bafuku was virtually impenetrable in defense. With no means to counter Bafuku on the battlefield, the morale of the Sand Ninjas surged under the influence of the tailed beast's power. The Leaf forces were retreating step by step, unable to hold the border defense of the Land of Rivers, and began to fall back to the homeland of the Land of Fire. The Leaf's defensive line on the Sand Ninja battlefield had completely collapsed. Hokage Building. The third Hokage, who had not yet calmed down from the joyous news a month ago, looked at the new situation on the Sand Ninja battlefield with a pale face. He had thought the Sand Ninja battlefield had achieved success and was planning to send Hatake Tsukumo to support the Rain Country battlefield to resolve the war as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, these Sand Ninjas were so fierce that they even brought out the tailed beasts. The participation of Shikaku this time was the first trial of the tailed beasts being weaponized since the Valley of the End battle. The current Kages of the 5 great nations were all shocked by this surprisingly successful result. It turned out that even if one was not a Shura of the ninja world or a god of ninjas, one could still control the tailed beasts and unleash such powerful strength. After this, the 5 great nations secretly accelerated their training plans for Jinchuriki. This battlefield destruction machine, if one of them is missing in the next ninja war, would be waiting to be beaten up by the other 4. The third Hokage looked towards the distant Senju ancestral home and sighed. Although he knew that the power of the Nine Tails was exceptional among the tailed beasts, he absolutely could not let Uzumaki Mito come out of retirement. If he had to invite the widow of the first Hokage to protect the village, it would not only be embarrassing, but could lead to him having to commit seppuku after the war. The third Hokage knocked on the table, signaling the remaining 3 from the Tobarama team to express their opinions. The tailed beast deployed by the Sand Ninja made the other 3 countries restless. The Iwagakure and Kumogakure forces had already begun patrolling the Leaf's border. If the Sand Ninjas brought Shikaku into the territory of the Land of Fire, the situation would become irreversibly dire. Shimura Danzo stepped forward. He was always the first to cater to the third Hokage, though not always with good words. Hizashi, this is the consequence of your actions. You bear the main responsibility for the failure on the Sand Ninja battlefield. All right, that's Danzo for you. Always pointing fingers right away. I asked you to give suggestions, not to blame me. The third Hokage angrily replied. He felt exhausted by Danzo's behavior of infighting even in the face of the tailed beasts. Seeing that no one was saying what he wanted to hear, the third Hokage could only speak up himself. At this point, we can only rely on the Uchiha clan. However, Uchiha Shunshin still needs to stay in the village to prevent him from obtaining the tailed beast power with his Sharingan. Danzo, go negotiate with Uchiha Fanma, and take our sincerity with you. Danzo huffed in dissatisfaction, looking at the third Hokage, and said sarcastically, Do you think Uchiha Fanma is like the previous Uchihas? Although he is the son of Kagami, he is nothing like his father. Hizashi, you don't think he will obey your orders just because you are Hokage, do you? Bring out the benefits. Without benefits, this guy absolutely will not exert any effort. At this moment, Danzo seemed like an ally of Fanma, fighting for his interests. This was not because they had any relationship, but because Danzo understood a simple principle. Some people cannot be swayed by soft words and moral coercion. Tsunade, standing up, angrily questioned. Contributing for the village is the duty of every leaf ninja. Allowing the Uchiha to go to the battlefield is already our concession. In the original work, during the Second Great Ninja War, the Uchiha had no chance to participate and were heavily isolated. Only during the Third War, when the village could not withstand the pressure, was Minato Namikaze allowed to become a Bido Uchiha's teacher, showing some goodwill. Shimura Danzo showed disdain, a cold laugh in his heart. The so-called will of fire could fool others, but it absolutely could not fool oneself. Even Danzo himself believed that with their approach to the Uchiha, how could any Uchiha believe in the will of fire? Unless a few of the Uchiha were completely insane, otherwise try to persuade Fanma with the will of fire would be impossible for him to even speak. Mito Minyin softly suggested, then, can we use his relationship with Tsunade as leverage? The third Hokage irritably waved his hand, rejecting the proposal. Lord Mito has not yet expressed his stance on this matter. Do you not understand what that means? The atmosphere fell into silence once again. After a while, the third Hokage spoke. Danzo, you lead the route to set out. For the remaining 3 great nations, Root must prepare intelligence work to guard against sudden attacks. Also, take the 8 gates of opening and the 4-symbol seal as our bargaining chips, ensuring that Uchiha Fanma will do his best to repel the sand ninjas. These 2 techniques were the result of the third Hokage's careful consideration. The 8 gates of opening was a jutsu that Fanma had always wanted, expressing their sincerity. As for the 4-symbol seal, a technique that even the Uzumaki clan practiced rarely, the third Hokage believed it would not give the Uchiha any significant advantage. Danzo snorted and left in a huff. It must be said that among these few people, only Danzo could actually get things done. Tsunade still relentlessly questioned the third Hokage. We cannot compromise like this regarding the Uchiha. This is aiding the enemy, Hizashi. The third Hokage shot a cold glance at Tsunade and said in a deep voice, what do you mean by aiding the enemy? The Uchiha are also our leaf ninjas. They have the duty to protect the leaf, and we also have the responsibility to give them rewards. Mito Minyin pushed up his glasses, seemingly ignoring the third Hokage's words, and analyzed. From the current situation in the village, the Uchiha clan has no allies. Allowing them to take some military achievements is inconsequential. Moreover, Uchiha Fanma may not necessarily be able to defeat the tailed beast. If he survives, we can attribute the attack of the tailed beast to the negligence of the hunting team, which would greatly damage the reputation of the Uchiha clan. As long as the majority of the ninja clans in the village still support us, we don't have to worry about the Uchiha's ambitions for the time being. The third Hokage quietly listened to Mitarashi Anko's analysis and gently nodded. 051, I won't allow someone so powerful to exist in the ninja world. All right, you can rest here peacefully. I'll come and pick you up in a while. Fanma waved his hand to say goodbye to Konan. A few days ago, the weary Danzo finally found Fanma after much effort and completed the deal to attack Shikaku. Faced with a tailed beast-level enemy, Fanma couldn't guarantee Konan's safety. Therefore, Fanma sent Konan to the residence of a Nico clan as her temporary lodging. Konan held 2 adorable Nico, her eyes crescent-shaped, and sweetly waved at Fanma. Be safe. Konan will be good. Seeing Konan's cute appearance warmed Fanma's heart. Perhaps he could talk to Tsunade about having a pair of children. But for now, he still had to complete this order. After all, he was known as the Konoha's gold medal substitute. It was Fanma's professional responsibility to get the job done after receiving payment. He couldn't ruin his reputation. Border of the land of rivers and the land of fire. Don't break formation, don't panic. Evacuate in an orderly manner. Jonin, stay behind. Use Earth Release to counter the enemy. Intelligence unit. Contact Lord Hokage again. Where are Lord Hokage's orders? Have we been abandoned? They're about to reach Konoha. The ninjas of Konoha were retreating in a panic, while some of the wounded were already abandoned on the battlefield. Endless chakra, large-scale offensive ninjutsu, and that seemingly insurmountable shield of sand. Shikaku's power deeply shocked the ninjas of Konoha, and this disaster-like existence shattered their fighting spirit. Fubuki sat on a floating sand platform, like an emperor overlooking the battlefield, directing the sand ninjas to hunt down the Konoha ninjas with a cold expression. Wherever he passed, the land gradually turned into desert, becoming the source of his power. The earth release techniques meant to delay the sand ninjas' attack were swallowed by the yellow sand, further strengthening Fubuki's momentum. Fubuki waved his hand, and thick arms of yellow sand formed, sweeping away the concealed Konoha ninjas. How about it, old man? This is the thrill of human slaughter and war. You must be intoxicated too, right? Shikako let out a sharp howl, looking with satisfaction at the ruins on the battlefield, secretly pleased with Fubuki. This old man rarely respects himself and understands how to use his strength. As long as he changes that naive mindset like the sage of six paths, the next few decades will be good for him. Fubuki shook his head and responded, I never intended to kill. But peace truly cannot be achieved solely through communication. Fubuki was also deeply shocked. He had never imagined that the power of a Jinchuriki could be so great, nor had he expected the battlefield to be so brutal. Since Shikaku was sealed within him, he hadn't left the temple for over 30 years, living in a state of isolation from the world. The brutal killing by Hatake Tsukumo, the tragedy of family loss that Chiyo described to him, and the piles of corpses on the battlefield were all fresh experiences for Fubuki. His understanding of peace began to gradually change under the baptism of war. How can the blood feuds brought by war allow humans to understand each other and achieve peace? Fubuki looked at the battlefield piled high with corpses and shook his head, recalling Hatake Tsukumo and Chiyo. Even if these two could understand each other, what they would most want to do is to behead one another. Shikaku sensed the change in Fubuki's heart with satisfaction and cruelly smiled, saying, Fubuki, old man, you've had enough fun. It's my turn to take the stage now. Fubuki sighed and said, Stop creating killing karma. Shikaku put on a sarcastic expression and retorted, The number of people you've killed in the last 2 days is already more than I have in the desert for 1,000 years. Fubuki fell silent. After all, Shikaku was speaking the truth. A massive amount of yellow sand gathered around him, beginning to surge and coalesce into a gigantic tanuki shape. This was Fubuki's first transformation into a tailed beast, and he wasn't very skilled yet, needing some time to prepare. Hatake Tsukumo watched this scene from afar, his heart tightening. This posture. No, absolutely cannot let this guy release the tailed beast. Looking back at the nearby border of the Land of Fire, Hatake Tsukumo slowly drew out his white fang. He prepared himself once again, ready to try and stop this sand ninja monk, even if it cost him his life. If he were to release the tailed beast here, the Land of Fire would suffer unprecedented destruction. Hatake Tsukumo concentrated the little chakra he had left, closed his eyes in meditation, and prepared to unleash his strongest, possibly final strike. Let me take over, Tsukumo. This type of enemy is not your forte. A powerful male voice interrupted Tsukumo's meditation. Seeing Fanma's sturdy figure, he asked in surprise, Fanma-kun, how did you get here? Fanma smiled slightly, patted his shoulder, and said, As an excellent ninja of Konoha and honorary captain of the Konoha Guard, dealing with this kind of guy is exactly within my scope of work. Hatake Tsukumo twitched his mouth. It turned out that the Konoha Guard had the important responsibility of handling tailed beasts as well. Although he had a warrior's personality as a ninja, he was also highly sensitive to the situation in the village, being a leader among the civilian ninjas supported by the Hokage faction. He was well aware of the friction between the Uchiha and the Hokage faction. After some thought, Tsukumo still reminded him, the enemy is surrounded by a very fast automatic defensive sand array and can unleash large-scale offensive ninjutsu. Moreover, the Jinchuriki himself possesses profound sealing techniques, making him very difficult to deal with. Please be careful, Fanma-kun, not caring about the turmoil in the village. Tsukumo still did his best to inform Fanma of what he knew. Fanma smiled. Looking at it this way, Hatake Tsukumo was quite a sincere person. Thank you. Organize the Konoha and ninjas retreat. I can handle it alone here. Tsukumo looked at Fanma with a touched expression, feeling in his heart, I didn't expect the Uchiha clan to have members who believe in the will of fire too. Fanma felt a chill in his heart from Tsukumo's gaze, hurriedly said goodbye, and walked toward the sand ninjas. Wind release, thousand faces wind technique. Fire release, head hardening. As the Konoha ninjas retreated, the pursuing sand ninjas were surprised to find that there was only one Konoha ninja left. The guy left behind to die, with a vicious smile releasing chakra. A storm and raging fire rushed toward Fanma. Fanma's gaze sharpened as thick and fierce blood energy enveloped him tightly, and a violent arc of electricity crackled around his sturdy body. The application of blood thunder armor had become extremely proficient for Fanma after numerous battles. Fanma looked amusingly at the sea of flames before him. The blood armor compressed as much as it could, but could only stay at a height of over 3 meters. His figure flashed as he began his slaughter. The leading sand ninjas had not yet realized something was wrong when they lost consciousness. Fama charged across the battlefield. Each exertion of force caused a collapse of the earth beneath him. Elbows, fists, palms, claws, kicks. Basic Taijutsu moves, accompanied by Fanma's terrifying strength, devoured the lives of the sand ninjas. The sand shinobi were extremely terrified, as their vision and perception could not detect Fanma's presence at all. From their perspective, all they could see were enormous craters inexplicably forming in the ground, accompanied by terrifying sonic booms. What followed were the remains of their comrades, either shattered into pieces, turned into puddles, or scattered haphazardly across the earth. This nightmarish scene reminded many of the surviving sand shinobi of the massacre that Kiki Shiboku had inflicted on them during the last war. No, this is not Kiki Shiboku from Konoha. This monster is even faster. Moreover, why isn't he dodging any ninjutsu at all? Kiki Shiboku had to evade the wide area coverage of ninjutsu, so the sand shinobi still had some room for countermeasures. In contrast, Fanma's outstanding defensive abilities made him completely uninterested in dodging these unremarkable elemental jutsus. Damn it, at least show us some respect. The sand shinobi watched as Fanma strolled through the sea of flames, his expression calm, and finally broke down, letting out uncontrolled wails. In just over 10 seconds, the pursuing sand shinobi had transformed into beautiful red flowers, adorning the barren sandy ground. Following this, Bunfuku was awakened by the unusual bloodlust on the battlefield, breaking free from his transformation into the Shikaku. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a massive fist and a big smiling face. Bang! Bunfuku was sent flying, the overwhelming force shattering the so-called absolute defense of the One Tail. The thick sand armor covering him was pierced, and his facial features twisted grotesquely, making it impossible to recognize his original form. Fanma grinned wickedly and said lightly, "In the entire shinobi world, I won't allow anyone this powerful to exist. Do you still dare to keep your eyes closed in front of me?" In the confrontation with Shikaku, Fanma's immense strength shattered Shikaku's absolute defense. If it weren't for the unique sealing technique of Senju's Fubuki, this strike could have sent him to meet the Six-Path Sage. The purple chains wrapped around Fubuki snapped one by one, and this exclusive sealing secret art helped him mitigate the fatal impact. "Hey, Fubuki, what happened to you? Pull yourself together. You're the Jinchuriki of Shikaku." In the previous scene, even Shikaku didn't react in time, watching as Fubuki was sent flying, nearly dying on the spot. I can barely hold on. Shikaku, it's your turn now. Be careful." This severe injury was difficult for someone Fubuki's age to withstand. He was supposed to rely on the technique of feigned slumber to release Shikaku, but now he had fainted. Fanma's strike unexpectedly had a rapid hypnotic effect. Shikaku opened its mouth wide. Now, Fubuki wouldn't be able to restrain it anymore. It was ready to have some fun. A massive amount of yellow sand gathered at an astonishing speed, with light yellow chakra swirling in the sky, forming a gigantic raccoon dog. The land that had been eroded into desert was gradually recovering, with sand collecting around Shikaku's body. Shikaku was gathering every resource it could to enhance itself. After nearly a century of being trapped by Hashirama, then locked in a teapot, and finally spending over 30 years inside Fubuki in a temple, it had become exceedingly dull. Shikaku's first public appearance in a century had to be magnificent. Hee. A gigantic, plump raccoon dog appeared on the ground, its nearly 100-meter-tall figure deeply shocking the distant Konoha ninjas. The tailed beast had long vanished from the battlefield, and this terrifying existence surpassed the comprehension of many ninjas. Kakashi Shikamaru furrowed his brow, holding his sword, planning to support Fanma. At least, having two people would increase their chances of escaping. But then, he witnessed a scene he would remember for a lifetime. Fanma looked at Shikaku. Engaging with such a colossal creature was a novel experience for him as well. Fanma instantly moved to Shikaku's rear, rooted himself in a horse stance, and grasped Shikaku's thick tail. Oh, what a great point of leverage. Fanma's muscles bulged as he sank his powerful legs into the ground, and the intense concentration of muscle made his skin gradually turn an eerie black. Shikaku was still reveling in its newfound freedom. It had only felt fear towards those two humans. Proudly turning around to look for Fanma, it discovered its tail was being yanked by a tremendous force. Shikaku felt confused, and before it could think further, it was violently yanked into the air, spinning wildly. Fanma unleashed his full power, a feeling he had longed for, where he could vent without restraint. He threw Shikaku high into the air and then leaped up, unleashing all his strength with a punch aimed at Shikaku. The kinetic energy from the fall, combined with Fan Ma's immense strength, created a terrifying punch that caused an earthquake across the entire area. The ground split open, and a violent shockwave obliterated the trees within several kilometers. Kakashi Shikamaru silently sheathed his sword, gazing at the scene before him, lost in thought. I heard from the vegetable lady that the first Hokage had an illegitimate son. Could it be true? Faced with this absurd sight, the typically cold Kakashi Shikamaru chose to momentarily escape reality and began pondering the authenticity of urban gossip. Shikaku curled up in pain, its body made of yellow sand, shrinking by nearly a third. Fan Ma squinted, contemplating the vitality of the tailed beast. If he kept punching it, could he beat Shikaku to death? You bastard, why are you hitting me? Shikaku screeched sharply. This overwhelming strength was something Shikaku had only felt from the Five Tails, and it instinctively thought the Five Tails had come to ambush it. But when Shikaku focused its gaze, its plump body comically jumped back a large step. Another evil Uchiha clan member. Why haven't they all died out yet? As it calmed down and looked at Fan Ma, who was still much smaller than it, Shikaku felt a bit confused. Decades ago, the Susanoo that captured it was much larger. Out of caution from the shadows of 100 years ago, Shikaku asked, "Who are you? What relation do you have with Uchiha Madara?" This scene was watched by Madara through white zetsu, a nostalgic smile creeping onto his lips, while Nagato looked at him in admiration. This moment felt like a kind grandfather boasting about his glorious past to his grandson. Famachakod, having figured out a thing or two about his senior in the past few days. Nagato's disappearance and the feeling of being monitored before developing his bloodline limit were undoubtedly his handiwork. Fan Ma coughed and loudly declared, "Who is Uchiha Madara? I don't know him. Is he the one who failed to become the first Hokage?" Feeling it wasn't enough, he added, "Oh, I remember now. Isn't he the one who was driven out of Konoha by the second Hokage?" Madara's face darkened, casting a sidelong glance at the confused Nagato side, and began to explain quietly. Shikaku looked puzzled. It couldn't understand Fan Ma's words, not realizing the convolutions of Konoha's history. "I see you're trying to mess with me." Shikaku roared, its thick arms striking heavily towards Fan Ma, kicking up a storm of sand and dust. Fan Ma's calm voice came through, too slow, not qualified. Shikaku glared angrily at that shadow, frantically striking around, while Fan Ma leisurely dodged from side to side, internally sighing. The combat intelligence of these tailed beasts was indeed not high. As the dust settled, just as Shikaku was about to let out a victorious howl, it saw that the figure still stood quietly, even sighing. "Are you insulting me?" Shikaku slapped its belly, and numerous fierce mouths sprouted from its body, spewing a torrent of wind release. Wind release, infinite wind bullets. The violent wind bullets covered the entire battlefield, turning it into a scorched earth. Yet Fan Ma continued to calmly evaluate Shikaku's attack, a hint of mockery on his face. "The power is too weak, not qualified. I'm really curious. Why don't you use tailed beast bombs? Or is it that you can't?" Shikaku was enraged. The reason it didn't use tailed beast bombs was to highlight its status as the top student among the tailed beasts. When the Sage of Six Paths taught 1,000 years ago, it was the only one, the One Tail, who paid attention. Among all the tailed beasts, the One Tail was the only one who understood ninjutsu, sealing techniques, curse seals, and could perform hand seals correctly. Who would use the common tailed beast bomb? Shikaku's eyes glinted with ferocity as its massive body transformed into a vast desert, dark seals covering the area where Fan Ma was located. Fan Ma's expression changed slightly. This seemed to be the sealing technique that could temporarily restrict Uchiha Madara. Leaping into the air, he saw the desert quickly morph into the head of a raccoon dog, lunging down towards him. With one bite, Fan Ma was swallowed whole. Although Shoha was puzzled by Fan Ma's lack of evasion, he still pretended to swallow and shouted happily, "This is what happens when you underestimate me." Meanwhile, Fan Ma, who was inside him, couldn't help but chuckle and began to observe the surroundings. It seemed that Shoha had never heard the story of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. 053, the nutritious Shikaku, stood inside the body of Shikaku, with flames igniting in his hands, allowing him to carefully observe his surroundings. The tailed beasts are truly fascinating. He couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the structure inside Shikaku. The tailed beasts are a kind of mysterious creature, capable of being a conglomerate of chakra, while also possessing animal-like bodies. The horns of the 8 tails can be severed and cultured in petri dishes, while the 1 tail can transform into yellow sand, lacking a physical form. Fanma extended his hand and gently stroked Shikaku's stomach wall. The sensation felt no different from normal flesh. It feels somewhat like the texture of a pig's kidney. This was an important step for Fanma in exploring the ninja world. These so-called tailed beasts are the offspring created when the Sage of 6 Paths split the 10 tails using Izanagi. They are extremely important primal materials for studying the Otsutsuki clan. In fact, if this ninja world only had Kaguya, the difficulty would be significantly lower. The Sage of 6 Paths was quite cautious in dealing with his mother. Truly a filial son ranked first in the ninja world, even without relying on the reincarnation of Indra and Asura. As long as there is an information gap, one can still find countermeasures to reach the strength of a Kaguya. For example, sealing the Jinchuriki using the 4-symbol seal, isolating them in an unknown space, or timing it right to forcibly kill a tailed beast, delaying time while waiting for the savior to grow. Then even someone like Kaguya or Uchiha Madara would feel quite troubled, right? This is the advantage of information disparity. However, those future guests made Fanma abandon the idea of taking shortcuts. These aliens are not easy to deal with. Shikaku was still laughing, feeling overjoyed at defeating this strong enemy, loudly roaring. The grandeur of Lord Shikaku is still as impressive as ever. The Konoha ninjas fell into panic once again, but Kakashi Hatake squinted his eyes, sensing something was off. With Fanma's speed and strength, it was impossible for him to be swallowed so easily. Shikaku swung his massive body, ready to revel further, but suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his abdomen. At this moment, Fanma was examining Shikaku's flesh, using his arm to forcefully grab a large chunk and tasting it. A faint flavor of cured meat, with a hint of dried meat, quite delicious. However, this method of eating had too low a purity of chakra. The blood armor on Fanma slowly disintegrated, transforming into thick blood energy, beginning to erode every piece of flesh inside Shikaku. The blood energy produced by the predatory domain is a multifunctional talent. The diluted blood energy can cover a wide battlefield, serving a sensing function, or it can envelop oneself, acting as armor, enhancing Fanma's strength and defense, improving close combat abilities. However, the ability to absorb chakra carried by the blood energy was not something Fanma frequently used. It merely served as an auxiliary for sensing capabilities. Since J-Nin can control their chakra flow well, Fanma always regarded it as a skill for sweeping away minor fish. But at this moment, Shikaku's soft and chakra-filled body had become the best restaurant for blood energy. Thick strands of blood energy, like a swarm of termites gnawing on wood, frantically tore at Shikaku's flesh and chakra. Fanma was pleasantly feeling the chakra pouring in wildly, but a hint of doubt arose in his heart. The chakra of tailed beasts is characterized by wild cruelty and chaos, yet it was not difficult to absorb this trait. In fact, in the ninja world, some children can withstand tailed beast chakra, like the son of the Leaf Village's guardian ninja, who could transform into a small 9 tails at a very young age. The existence of the heavenly furnace would allow Fanma to absorb chakra while eliminating impurities. Yet, at this moment, Shikaku's chakra unexpectedly carried an emotion of unusual resistance. Fanma had always held a conservative attitude toward chakra. After all, it is something brought by the Otsutsuki clan. What good can one expect from an invader? Fanma shook his head, stopping his thoughts on this issue. The dark door of chakra could not affect him, which was already sufficient. For him now, the Otsutsuki clan seemed too distant. Shikaku painfully squatted down, the giant raccoon cat humorously crouching on the ground, retching madly, attempting to vomit Fanma out. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't expel that detestable human, only able to strike the ground in impotent rage. Kakashi looked at Shikaku, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. How come this is so similar to when my wife was pregnant? Fanma manipulated the blood energy, continuing to devour Shikaku's flesh. He had become addicted to this rapid enhancement. Shikaku's size began to rapidly shrink, down to only over 30 meters high, and the patterns on its body were gradually fading. Shikaku reluctantly glanced around, let out a roar, and transformed into a pile of yellow sand, returning to its host. It had an unsettling premonition. If it allowed the human inside to continue, it might really die. Fanma regretfully watched as the flesh before him turned back into yellow sand, no longer containing that deliciously sweet chakra. Fukasook reappeared on the battlefield, and at this point, he could only move again. Just now, Fanma's heavy punch was too much for his fragile body to bear. Fanma looked at Fukusuke's weakened state, revealing a smile of respect for the elderly and love for the young. Before Fukusuke could speak, Fanma directly teleported in front of him, crushing his heart with his large hand, freeing him from his suffering in the mortal world. Ah, I am truly a compassionate person. Taking out the sealing scroll, Fanma meticulously collected Fukusuke's remains. Fukusuke's sage absorption technique is very similar to the Vortex clan's adamant and chains, and has excellent defensive capabilities. The reason he did not die instantly from Fanma's sudden attack was precisely due to the powerful protection of his secret technique. If Kushina were to master this secret technique, the expression of the Nine Tails upon seeing two different color chains would surely be quite interesting. As for whether Kushina should accept the Nine Tails power, Fanma was still undecided. After all, the Nine Tails is the most ferocious tailed beast, and Naruto's ability to gain its power was not solely reliant on so-called verbal persuasion. Who is Naruto? He is the reincarnation of Asura, the most favored youngest son of the Sage of Six Paths. Theoretically, he is the little master of the Nine Tails, and may have even played with the Nine Tails during ancient times. But if Kushina truly wishes to acquire the power of the Nine Tails as her teacher, I will do my best to help her. The premise is that her stance must align with mine. Otherwise, I would never commit the foolish act of using secret techniques to aid the enemy. Fanma was still savoring the rich nutrition of Shikaku's chakra, feeling regretful for not eating more. He couldn't help but sigh internally. High-quality chakra often only requires the simplest absorption method. The entry for the heavenly furnace emitted a bright glow, signaling an impending advancement. Fanma smiled in satisfaction, but did not rush to advance the entry. Evolving an entry is best done with a special catalyst to mutate into the most powerful ability. For instance, when Fanma evolved the wild domain into the predatory domain, he utilized the chakra of the Sharingan. As a descendant of the Uchiha clan, awakening the Sharingan is not difficult for Fanma. But why hasn't he opened his eyes yet? The reason lies in the fact that Fanma has supplied all the special chakra required to awaken the Sharingan to the entries. Thus, the blood energy of the predatory domain has taken on a hint of perception from the Sharingan, and its hypnotic ability has mutated into a predatory effect. For the ninja world, a balanced and peaceful evolution does not meet Fanma's combat requirements. Fanma is contemplating various hidden treasures of the ninja world, preparing to find a catalyst with devouring characteristics to maximize the power of the heavenly furnace. Fanma-kun, urgent situation. The Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village has also entered the battlefield. Shikamaru hurriedly rushed over, anxiously calling out to Fanma, interrupting his thoughts. 054 The game-changing Danzo 2 days ago. At the border of the land of fire and the land of lightning. You can return to Konoha now. This area is under the control of Root, and your hunting squad's mission has ended, Danzo said with a stern expression, looking unkindly at the group of Uchiha before him. What hunting squad? It's clearly a private army of the Uchiha clan. We did not receive orders from Danzo. Fugaku, with his newly evolved three-tomo Sharingan flashing red, replied to Danzo. Danzo's face darkened further, but he forced a smile and handed over a document, saying, the village has other arrangements for your hunting squad. The village currently needs the presence of the security department. As he spoke, he took out a handwritten note from the third Hokage and handed it to Fugaku. Fugaku carefully examined the Hokage's seal, nodded, and led the hunting squad back to Konoha. Meanwhile, Danzo, with a gloomy expression, felt very dissatisfied and silently cursed. As the esteemed advisor to the Hokage, I can't even lead these Uchiha and still need to forge a note from Hizashi. How ridiculous! Watching the Uchiha leave, Danzo solemnly instructed Root, open a passage for the Jinchuriki of Kumogakure and guide her toward the battlefield of Sunagakure. This order was a typical chaotic command. However, en route, Danzo held absolute authority, and most of the ninjas en route prioritized Danzo's orders over those of the third Hokage. Danzo stood still, contemplating the situation of the war and the Uchiha. He was a man who had seen great storms, had experienced the so-called tailed beasts, and felt the power of Hashirama Senju. He had his own assessment standards for the current strength of Hama. Danzo believed that Hama absolutely had the capability to intercept Shikaku. However, if two tailed beasts attacked simultaneously, Hama's chances of survival would be slim, and the best outcome would be serious injury. A sinister smile crept onto Danzo's lips as he calculated in his heart. The Uchiha's talent is indeed exceptional, but if they cannot be utilized by the village, they will surely bring greater disaster. This hidden danger must be eliminated. But what was unexpected was that this action of Danzo's would directly affect the future situation of the entire ninja world. Perhaps at the moment of Danzo's death in the future, he would never have thought that this conspiracy was the beginning of Konoha's rapid decline. After all, he would never reflect on himself. Minato, the pursuing sand ninja, have disappeared. However, I sense a powerful chakra approaching us. Also, Hama-sensei's bloodlust vanished a few hours ago and hasn't reappeared. Kushina sat on the ground. Using the still unfamiliar Kaguya's heart, I just sensed the nearby chakra. Minato squinted his eyes, contemplating a countermeasure. Since a strong chakra response is approaching us, this place is no longer safe. Let's head towards the land of rain. From my understanding of Hama, he should be there as well. Looking at Shinjuro's confused expression, Minato sighed lightly and explained softly. When Hama's bloodlust disappears, it means he must have killed someone again. He's always like this. After defeating the enemy, he will definitely go to support Tsunade. So the battlefield in the land of rain is actually the safest. Shinjuro scratched his head, still a bit puzzled, and asked, "But Hama-sensei told us to independently seek out the enemy, and we haven't really fought anyone yet, right?" In the past few days, Minato, Kushina, and Shinjuro had indeed achieved a lot, but Minato's tactics had surprised Shinjuro. After taking down 2 teams of Sand Ninja intelligence squads, Ebisuzawa ordered Rasha, Yakura, and the remaining Sand Ninja intelligence team to chase after Minato and his team, attempting to eliminate this Konoha genius. Minato skillfully dealt with the pursuit, first using Kushina's excellent sensing ability to lead the Sand Ninja in circles. Once the Sand Ninja were exhausted, he used a large number of explosive tags brought by Shinjuro, teleporting with the Flying Thunder God technique to bombard them. Minato mastered the essence of guerrilla warfare. As long as the Sand Ninja chakra was stable and in a resting state, he would throw a handful of explosive tags and retreat after scattering them. The Sand Ninja were left in agony, as this shameless combat method was unheard of. In fact, this was a combination of talent and financial resources, and the effect was astonishing. The Sand Ninja's forces had been depleted by Minato, leaving only Rasha, Yakura, and a few others struggling to hold on, while the situation had turned into Minato's team starting to pursue them in return. Shinjuro sighed and said, "But can this kind of combat method really train us? I feel like I'm just using my sister's money to buy explosive tags." Minato patted Shinjuro and comforted him. "You can already successfully identify various explosive tag traps. That's progress. Didn't you remind everyone about the traps set by the Sand Ninja a few times before?" A hint of joy appeared on Shinjuro's face. He was easy to please and happily said, "Is that so? Then I'll listen to Minato-kuin's arrangements." After reading the works of Hanzo the Salamander, Shinjuro had a good understanding of traps in the ninja world, reaching a level where he could spot most ambushes at a glance. For example, if there was an explosive tag hidden within a stack of papers, Shinjuro could smell the unique faint scent of smoke from it. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, the 2-tailed Jinchuriki, Nada-ai, was swiftly traversing the forest, heading toward the location of the one-tailed beast. 2 days ago, Konoha's Uchiha forces inexplicably retreated, and the reinforcements were poorly defended, giving her an opportunity to infiltrate. Prepare to leave your life behind. Strong Konoha ninja fighting the one-tailed beast. Relying on the speed granted by the 2-tailed beast, Nada-ai felt no fear infiltrating the Land of Fire alone. The task assigned to her by the 3rd Raikage was to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate Konoha's strong ninjas or capture geniuses. Something's wrong. The presence of the one-tailed beast has vanished. The voice of Waikai appeared in Nada-ai's mind. When the tailed beasts approached, they would have a peculiar psychological connection. But Waikai sensed that the presence of the one-tailed beast had completely disappeared. What happened, Waikai? How could the presence of the one-tailed beast disappear? Shouldn't that mean the battle has ended? Nada-ai inquired about the one-tailed beast's presence. To her surprise, Waikai solemnly warned her, "Get out of there. I sense that the raccoon might be dead." Nada-ai was taken aback and said, "Aren't tailed beasts immortal?" Waikai sighed and replied, "If sealed within your Jinchuriki, if you die, we will also die, but we will be reborn after a few years." Nada-ai's expression turned grave. Could she handle the strong ninja who killed the one-tailed beast? However, since the one-tailed beast was killed, she should also take some time to recover. If she returned now, she might run into that guy. It would be too dangerous. Analyzing the situation, Nada-ai looked toward the direction of the Land of Rain and quickened her pace. The 3rd Hokage's disciples seemed to be engaged in battle with Hanzo, and they appeared to be some big fish unexpectedly, although Danzo had opened a gap. and Kakashi Hatake left meticulous arrangements while retreating. He managed to capture the movements of the two-tailed beast. Thus, Kakashi Hatake, the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Minato's team, Hama, and Hanzo all gathered in the Land of Rain. The battle between Hans and the Sarutobi clan has just begun. 055 The Third Hokage's Order, Land of Rain. Konoha Camp. Orochimaru frowned as he looked at the order from the Third Hokage, snorted coldly, and tossed it to Jiraiya and Tsunade beside him. Jiraiya felt a pang of unease seeing Orochimaru's expression. What is going on? Could it be that guy, Fanma, is in trouble? After reading the order with trepidation, Jiraiya's face turned ashen. The order was lengthy, but the content was sparse. It began with a very brief report on Fanma's battle against Shikaku, but was vague. The subsequent content could be condensed into one sentence. Immediately launch an all-out attack on the Rain Ninjas to achieve results as quickly as possible. Due to the intensity of Fanma's previous encounter with Hans, Hans was forced to reveal his trump card. At that time, Fanma had not yet fallen out with the Hokage, and had reported to the Third Hokage about his battle with Hans. Therefore, Konoha's decision-makers had comprehensive intelligence on Hans. In the intelligence, Fanma also emphasized Hans's lethality on the battlefield. This report had reached the hands of these three individuals at the beginning of the war. They all understood how much casualties would result from launching an attack based on the Third Hokage's order. The situation in the ongoing three-nation conflict had gradually clarified. On the battlefield between Sand Ninjas and Konoha, both sides had suffered heavy losses. Fanma killed Shikaku, Bunpuku, and Kat Dan killed Atsuki, while Hatake Tsukumo eliminated a large number of puppets, resulting in severe damage to the Sand Ninjas. However, Konoha's losses were also significant. Kat Dan was killed by Chiyo, and Bunpuku and Shikaku also caused heavy casualties to Konoha's forces. On the battlefield between Konoha and the Rain Ninjas, both sides remained stalemated without any large-scale battles erupting. The defeat of the Sand Ninjas had already declared the failure of their joint invasion plan against Konoha. Without the Sand Ninja support, the situation for the Land of Rain was undoubtedly doomed. Konoha did not need to act urgently if they wanted to retaliate against the Rain Ninja's invasion. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, rhythmically tapping his slender fingers on the table, pondering the Third Hokage's intentions. Tsunade, on the other hand, was not paying attention to this. She was focused on the fierce battle between Fanma and the tailed beast. All her thoughts were on Fanma's safety. After all, the intelligence regarding Fanma's victory over the One-Tail was only a few sparse sentences. After about a stick of incense worth of silence, it seemed all three had come to some realization, the atmosphere becoming increasingly oppressive, yet no one spoke. Finally, Jiraiya suddenly stood up, slamming his palm down on the table, shouting, "Isn't this just sending those ninjas to their deaths? The old man and Uchiha's issues shouldn't drag others into this. If we really have to fight, then let that guy Fanma and Tsukumo come to support. Attacking now will only unnecessarily increase casualties." Tsunade let out a cold laugh. Her dissatisfaction with the Third Hokage's suppression of the Uchiha had already taken root in her heart. After all, her mind was now filled with thoughts of a man, and her way of thinking had gradually changed. Do you think the old man doesn't realize this? He is just afraid that the current representative of the Uchiha will become the most dazzling war hero, and we are supposed to defeat the Rain Ninjas without any support and also become Konoha's heroes. After all, we're the Third Hokage's good disciples, his half-face. Hearing Tsunade's blatant sarcasm, Jiraiya fell silent. He had always detested such internal conflicts within a village. Orochimaru, with his serpent-like vertical pupils, coldly analyzed. Fanma-kun is not going to come to support us. Even if he wanted to, he has probably already been trapped by the old man's schemes. Tsukumo won't come to support either. He and Fanma-kun are fighting Shikaku together and have already made significant contributions on the battlefield against the Sand Ninjas. If he supports us, he will overshadow our achievements and become the strongest candidate for the Fourth Hokage. Our teacher loves to mimic the policies set by the Second Hokage, such as inheriting the Hokage position through master-disciple succession. Orochimaru's tone shifted from cold to mocking, peeling back the layers of the order's implied content. Jiraiya's face flushed, but he couldn't refute it since Orochimaru spoke from personal experience. Tsunade wore a look of disgust. Her feelings towards the Third Hokage were much more intense than those of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who came from commoner backgrounds. Orochimaru continued, "The most troublesome issue is how to attack the Land of Rain. According to Fanma-kun's intelligence, Hans can create toxic rain clouds in the Land of Rain, which will directly incapacitate ninjas below the Genin level. Although rain ninjas should also struggle against Hanzo's poison gas, the right to use poison gas is in Hanzo's hands. If we only bring a small number of troops into the land of rain, Hanzo will lead the rain ninjas to surround us. If our leading troops launch an all-out attack, we will inevitably suffer from Hanzo's toxic rain clouds. Therefore, for the upcoming decisive battle, we need to select 2,000 elite ninjas to match the total number of rain ninjas. After this, all three felt a sense of absurdity wash over them. The two individuals most suited to attack the land of rain were now unable to participate due to those baseless reasons. The internal strife within Konoha had exceeded the threshold they could endure. Jiraiya remained silent, like a wooden statue. He was contemplating the will of fire, humanity, and memories of the third Hokage, with chaotic thoughts flooding his mind, causing some of his ideals to collapse in an instant. In the original story, Jiraiya also did not participate in the Third Shinobi World War, but instead traveled the ninja world in search of the Child of Prophecy. Was his reason for not participating due to his obsession with the prophecy, or his disappointment with the village? Tsunade's expression was similarly somber as she slowly said, "If our troops fight in an environment with high concentrations of toxic mist, then the antidote I developed won't be effective. But the antidote is not the same as Fanma's immunity to the poison. If the dosage is high enough, even drinking water can be lethal." The third Hokage's order seemed to firmly restrain Konoha's troops in the battlefield against the rain ninjas, appearing to stand on Hanzo's side. The third Hokage, too, felt helpless. He understood the difficulties of this battlefield. However, the brilliance of the third Hokage was that he anticipated the casualties of attacking the rain ninjas. Fanma's impressive feat of slaying the tailed beast could easily sway some of the less steadfast ninja clans in the village, forming a large power. To stabilize the situation, the third Hokage had no choice but to pin his hopes on the battlefield against the rain ninjas. Even if there were casualties on the battlefield, the third Hokage could still utilize it. Hanzo held a demigod status in the ninja world, which was enough for him to orchestrate the achievements of his three disciples' brave resistance. Resisting the assault of a demigod and fighting for Konoha until the last moment, a hero. It seemed not too bad, right? In the original story, Hanzo spared Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, granting them the humiliating title of the legendary Three Ninjas. However, over time, they evolved from the legendary Three Ninjas into the legendary Sannin, which instead became their hallmark. For the third Hokage, the battlefield in the Land of Rain could yield victory or casualties, but it absolutely could not result in nothing at all. If it's just a stalemate with Rain Ninja, then compared to the achievements of Kakashi Hatake and Uchiha Fanma, it is rather ordinary. Hanzo, whose plan has been seen through, stood confidently atop the head of a salamander, looking down at the distressed Orochimaru and others, feeling a surge of pride in his heart. From his perspective, the Sand Shinobi had become his unbreakable allies. The Sand Shinobi had finally invested heavily, deploying a tailed beast to hold off Uchiha Banma. After Chiyo persuaded Fumifuku to take action, although he was kept within the village by the third Kazekage, he immediately notified Hanzo. To prompt Hanzo to mobilize quickly, Chiyo exaggerated the situation on the battlefield. However, Hanzo remained very cautious, still waiting for Banma to make a move. Upon receiving intelligence about the fierce battle between Shikaku and Banma, Hanzo finally smiled slightly and began to mobilize the entire Rain Shinobi. In his assessment, that monstrous man would not lose to Shikaku, but would also be helpless because of the tailed beast size. Hanzo's prediction made sense. If Shikaku hadn't swallowed Banma, the battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. The chaotic information left Hanzo immersed in immense joy. To him, everything was proceeding according to plan. As he prepared to send out his forces, he could almost see himself donning the Hokage's hat, with the Rain Shinobi becoming one of the 6 great ninja villages. Hanzo raised his scythe, chakra thickly coalescing at his feet, and began his slaughter. The salamander clan he summoned, though lacking a sage, were nonetheless formidable weapons of war. Waves of thick purple mist shot toward the leaf ninjas, becoming the most terrifying death knell on the battlefield. Every 5 minutes, an adult salamander could spew out vast amounts of poison, then burrow underground, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. Hanzo watched the performance of the salamanders with satisfaction. Raising his scythe, ready to start his show. Whoosh! Hanzo's ghostly figure darted across the battlefield, the wide chains swinging, greedily drinking the blood of the leaf ninjas. Hanzo was very much like Kakashi, a ninja who, if one couldn't keep up with his speed, would find it difficult to land any effective attacks. Orochimaru's cold smile showed he had no intention of stopping Hanzo. Instead, he formed an attacking formation with Jiraiya and Tsunade, and the three of them summoned their summoning beasts. After a puff of smoke, the three summoned beasts stood tall on the battlefield, and after a brief exchange, the three colossal beings began their slaughter of the ranged shinobi. Gamabunta swung his katana heavily, instantly cleaving 7 or 8 ranged shinobi in half. Manda greedily eyed all living things on the battlefield, opening his massive jaws to indiscriminately devour them. The slug faced a ranged shinobi and spat out acid, turning any ranged shinobi it hit into a puddle of mud. Lower-tier ninjas sometimes joined the battle merely to exhaust the chakra of top-tier ninjas. Their lives were as worthless as weeds. The entire battlefield presented a bizarre scene, turning into a massive escape survival scenario. Leaf ninjas fell in groups, their faces turning purple-black, either struck by the scythe's iron light or having their heads sent flying. The ranged shinobi were also constantly dying, being crushed into meat paste by the summoned beasts or taken down by snake hands, ninjutsu, or powerful punches. Hanzo felt a tightening in his heart upon seeing Orochimaru's countermeasures. The ranged shinobi were not like the leaf. They couldn't withstand such losses. Seeing his ranged shinobi fall one after another, Hanzo shouted, "Everyone, prepare the rain cloud covering technique." The ranged shinobi hurriedly searched for safe positions, pouring out their chakra and launching fireballs toward the nearby water pools. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with moisture. Seeing this, Orochimaru loudly commanded, "All leaf ninjas, use wind release techniques to disperse the mist." Wind release. Thousand-faced wind technique. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The leaf ninjas poured out their chakra, collectively using wind release to form a hurricane that blew away the newly formed mist. A dark shadow appeared in Hanzo's eyes. His ninjutsu had been countered. As one of the top scientific ninjas in the ninja world, Orochimaru immediately recognized this so-called rain cloud creation method. It was merely the result of fire release scorching the land and water pools, causing water vapor to rise. As long as it was blown away in time, it was no big deal. By now, both sides were rapidly depleting their forces. Even with the antidote's existence, the salamander's toxic gas was still a deadly blow to some ordinary ninjas. The ranged shinobi wore specially made gas masks and had a huge advantage in close combat against the leaf ninjas. This battlefield had turned into a meat grinder, with ranged shinobi and leaf ninjas tearing each other apart as both sides' frontline forces were nearly exhausted. A hint of murderous intent rose in Hanzo's eyes. Now, he must capture the leader first. His figure flashed, advancing into the three's front, and the wide scythe appeared before Jiraiya, whose extreme speed left him unable to react. Shadow snake hands. Several thick pythons shot out from Orochimaru's sleeves, taking the blow for Jiraiya. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya grabbed Hanzo's arm, his long white hair standing on end as he formed a single-hand seal. Ninja art. Hair needle, 1,000 needles. His white hair transformed into countless needles, shooting toward Hanzo's face at incredible speed. Hanzo did not dodge or evade. His entire body transformed into a puddle of water, slipping out from Jiraiya's grasp. Then, in midair, he reformed, seized the scythe, and slashed toward Jiraiya's abdomen. Swish! Jiraiya painfully knelt, the blow nearly opening his stomach. Tsunade leaped up, providing support for Jiraiya, channeling chakra into her fist and striking fiercely at Hanzo. Hanzo once again transformed into liquid, easily dodging this punch. Looking at Tsunade with amusement and commenting, "Strength without speed is useless." Tsunade paid no mind to Hanzo's ridicule and directed the slug to begin healing Jiraiya's wounds. The battle between Sarutobi and Hanzo continued, but apart from these four, the surviving ninjas on the battlefield were few. Hanzo's salamanders were now being relentlessly pursued by the combined summoned beasts of the three sages. The slug spewed out large amounts of acid, forcing the burrowing salamanders to surface. Gamabunta and Manda coordinated to strangle these large fish. The salamanders howled helplessly, without Hanzo backing them. They had no real combat capability, their intelligence not yet awakened. Hanzo's eyes glinted with fierce light. The stalemate in this war was something he had never anticipated. First, the enemy developed an antidote, then countered his ninjutsu. Now, he was left with only body flicker and blade techniques. He hadn't felt this cornered in a long time. Instead, Hanzo's fighting spirit was ignited. He understood that the ranged shinobi had already failed on the battlefield, but he could not afford to lose. If he did, he would be doomed with the land of rain forever. If he could capture these three individuals alive, there would still be room for negotiation with the leaf. 057 Hans's basic skills. Hans's strength is multifaceted. Even now, when his signature summoning beast, the mountain pepper fish, is ineffective, he remains one of the strong figures in the ninja world. Hans stepped back significantly, wrapping the chain of his sickle around his arm, his gaze gradually becoming vacant, his breathing slowing, while his aura grew sharper. In his youth, he had ventured alone into the land of iron, using only his sickle to carve out his reputation. At that time, all samurai would flee upon hearing Hans's name. Swaf technique, yidoslash. A sharp blade of light flashed by. Although Orochimaru tried his best to evade, his right arm was still severed, and a large amount of blood gushed from the wound. Hans wore a sinister smile, giving Orochimaru no time to adjust, quickly forming hand signs with one hand. Fire style, exploding flame formation. A dense array of explosive tags erupted from the ground like a festering sore, sticking tightly to Orochimaru's legs. Boom! This was Hans's signature ninjutsu, which not only contained the power of explosive tags, but also incorporated a formation and the compound application of fire style. Nearing 70 years old, Hans had used this technique to shatter the legs of the adult Nagato. The surging flames engulfed Orochimaru's figure as Hans raised a finger, speaking indifferently. I accidentally killed one. But don't worry, you two, I will capture alive. After all, this war may end with Konoha's victory. Just as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's charred corpse emitted an odd sound and bizarrely stood up. Hans watched with interest, his tone filled with a relaxed sense of control. Oh, so you're still alive? In the next moment, Hans could no longer smile as a chilling scene unfolded. Orochimaru pulled at his mouth with both hands, stretching it to nearly a meter wide, then began to gag violently. A completely unharmed Orochimaru crawled out from his own mouth, covered in slimy mucus. Having spent nearly 50 years in the ninja world, Hans had never witnessed such an indescribable scene. Muttering to himself, are all Konoha ninjas monsters? Why is it that none of the humans I've encountered are normal? Indeed, Konoha is an evil village. Tsunade and Jiraiya had expressions of disbelief. It was their first time witnessing this technique of Orochimaru. This was the Orochimaru-style substitution technique, based on the division abilities of the stars and the cells of Hashirama. He originally intended to teach this to S.H. Ju as a life-saving skill, but S.H. Ju firmly refused after seeing it. If he crawled out of his own mouth in front of a beloved girl, then life would be over, right? This was why S.H. Ju rejected the technique. In some ways, he was right. Han suppressed his shock. This was just one failed attack. For him, this battle offered infinite opportunities. He formed a hand sign for the body flicker technique with his left hand, gripping his sword with his right, disappearing from his original spot. It wasn't a true disappearance. In the eyes of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, they could hardly capture even a shadow of Hans. Hans's body flicker technique was such that, even after more than a decade, he could still evade attacks from the outer path golem. And now, he was still at the peak of his powers. With his swordsmanship and body flicker technique, Hans only needed these two skills to teach these three juniors of the ninja world. Although he was alone, he had surrounded Orochimaru and the others in terms of the situation. Tsunade sighed helplessly. Facing Hans, her super strength punches couldn't land, leaving deep craters on the ground. While Hans remained unscathed, Jiraiya was equally helpless. At this moment, he was still primarily relying on ninjutsu in battle. Hans's swift blade made it impossible for him to form hand signs. Among the three, only Orochimaru could engage with him, relying on his non-hand sign required dragon's cave technique and the Orochimaru-style substitution technique. Hans continued to wear down the chakra and stamina of the three with his relentless strikes. He was very patient, waiting for them to reveal their greatest flaws. Hans played the role of a hunting lion, while Orochimaru and the others were like preyed-upon antelopes. Once the antelope could no longer run, it would be the lion's moment to pounce with all its might. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, searching for Hans, who had once again gone into hiding, feeling a growing anxiety. If this continues, it could lead to death. His thoughts also turned to the special mutual explosion tags in his ninja tool pouch, a creation of his and S.H. Ju's. S.H. Ju had divided all the explosive tags left by Senju Tobarama into 3 parts and fixed them with a tracking technique, turning this forbidden technique into ninja tools. If they detonated the mutual explosion tags here, Hans would have no chance of survival, but they themselves would also be doomed. Orochimaru stealthily reached for his ninja tool pouch, determined to make the final arrangements no matter what. 10 kilometers away from the Rain Ninja battlefield, the freshly arrived Minato's team noticed the abnormal situation on the battlefield. Kushina spoke anxiously, Not good. Minato-kun, I sense Tsunade Nichin and the other's chakra, and it's getting weaker. There's also a powerful and fierce chakra. The enemy's speed is even close to that of Teacher Vama, and they're continuously attacking them. Tsunade Nichin and the others are under attack. And it's a strong enemy. Minato's expression turned serious. He had already guessed who it was. The Rain Ninja, with speed close to Vama, could only be Hans. Vama had talked to me about this ninja. He possesses extremely strong body flicker technique and swordsmanship, and can also use ninjutsu that alters the weather. He was one of the ninjas I absolutely should not engage with before I turned 17. Ju, hearing about Orochimaru and the other situation, was very anxious and repeatedly asked, "Then let's hurry and save them. If their chakra response is weak, it must be very dangerous." He could no longer sit still, gazing towards the direction of the Rain Ninja village battlefield, but seeing nothing. Minato signaled Ju to calm down, urging him to collect himself and quickly organize the battlefield information, saying slowly, "There's a powerful and unfamiliar chakra behind us, suspected to be the enemy. So we must resolve this quickly. The situation is critical. We can only rely on your mutual explosion tags." Ju. Seeing Minato finally speak, Ju nodded repeatedly, saying, "You just decide how to kill that Hans, Minato." Minato's gaze deepened as he began his deployment. The mutual explosion tags first need to be attached to the enemy to concentrate the energy for a series of explosions, regardless of whether we can reach Hans. At such close distance, my Flying Thunder God technique won't be able to teleport 5 people in time for the explosion. Kushina, then activate the Kaguya's hard eye. We will infiltrate the Rain Ninja village. Ju, you're responsible for preparing the delayed explosion tag traps. We will give Hans a grand gift. Minato and his group circled around the battlefield, heading towards the Rain Ninja village. This was also a phrase that Vama often joked with him about. All tactics transform. Team Minato, consisting of Minato, Kushina, and Ju, was weaving through the rain-hidden village, occasionally sticking up an explosive tag, resembling vendors in the markets of the Land of Fire, distributing flyers. For Minato's team, who possessed the Kagura's Heart Eye and the Flying Thunder God technique, performing high-difficulty operations like perspective and teleportation made the defenses of Rain-Hidden Village feel like mere paper. Ju, it's your turn next. Remember, set the explosion for 5 minutes later. Got it. After sticking up over 400 explosive tags that Ju carried, the three began to set up their final move. They would lure Hanzo back to the village with sufficient casualties, then give him a big surprise with the mutual explosive tags. This was Minato's strategy to rescue Orochimaru and the others. If they directly detonated the mutual explosive tags, Rain-Hidden Village would be flattened in an instant, and Hanzo might act recklessly in desperation. Ju's face showed a hint of tension, but his hands moved steadily and methodically as he set up the traps. Having thoroughly studied Hanzo's work how to use explosive tags effectively, he could set up this delayed explosive trap with his eyes closed. In a sense, this was also a way of fulfilling the ninja tradition of giving back to one's mentor after achieving mastery. All right, Minato-kun, setup complete. Minato nodded, and the three joined hands to seal the jutsu, detonating the more than 400 explosive tags they had previously set. The entire Rain-Hidden Village was instantly engulfed in flames, with the sounds of explosions, wails, and roars filling the village. Ju gathered the chakra he hadn't used much in the past 2 years of war, amplified his voice, and shouted out the window, "Not good, not good. Uchiha Banma has broken into the village. Quick, notify Lord Hanzo. Hurry." With Ju's piercing shout, the Rain Ninjas became even more panicked, with some fleeing directly towards the village exit, and the scene descended into chaos. The three exchanged smiles, a flash of yellow light passed, and they vanished from their spot. On the ground, there remained one mutual explosive tag, quietly waiting for its true guest, Hanzo's arrival. Orochimaru held the mutual explosive tag, confronting Hanzo, both of them staring intently at each other. Jiraiya and Tsunade were covered in wounds, weakly collapsed to the side. Only Orochimaru, thanks to his snake-style substitution technique, managed to hold on until now. The situation was extremely critical. Orochimaru maintained a smile on his face, raised the explosive tag in his hand, and looked at Hanzo, speaking each word clearly. "Hanzo-senpai, have you heard of the mutual explosive tag technique developed by our Konoha's second Hokage, Lord Senju Tobirama? Continuous pinpoint explosions, concentrated blasts, until the enemy turns to ash. How about it? Want to give it a try?" Hanzo no longer appeared calm, standing before Senju Tobarama. He was merely a junior in the ninja world. This ninjutsu, he had heard about from his father when he was young, was a sinister technique created by Senju Tobarama. Hanzo's face darkened as he said in a deep voice, "So, what? With your speed, do you think you can touch me?" Hanzo's eyes were fixed tightly on Orochimaru's, ready to charge in at the slightest hint of hesitation to sever Orochimaru's arm. Although Orochimaru's back was slick with cold sweat, his face remained composed. He also stared intensely at Hanzo, his long, pale fingers forming seals, as if prepared to perish together at any moment. A silent yet fierce psychological battle unfolded between Hanzo and Orochimaru. A long chain of suspicion formed, with both evaluating each other's psychological state, waiting for the best moment to strike. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The sound of explosions rang out like firecrackers from the direction of Rain-Hidden Village. Orochimaru looked at the intense flames in the distance, bewildered, yet wore a confident expression. Hanzo stepped back, glancing back slightly, immediately feeling a surge of chaos. Not far away, Rain-Hidden Village was engulfed in flames, thick black smoke rising, and faint cries of rain ninjas could be heard. Hanzo glared at Orochimaru, a spark of madness igniting within him. This was the village he held dear, the foundation he had built over nearly 50 years. Orochimaru smiled broadly and comforted Hanzo. "Hanzo-senpai, doesn't your ninjutsu allow it to rain? Hurry back to extinguish the fire. If you go back now, you might still make it in time." A brutal killing intent surfaced in Hanzo's eyes as he raised his blade. But seeing the mutual explosive tag in Orochimaru's hand and thinking of the wailing Rain-Hidden Village, he forcibly calmed his emotions. Rain-Hidden Village still needed his presence. It wasn't too late to salvage the situation. "We will meet again, Konoha ninjas." After hastily leaving a harsh remark, Hanzo vanished towards Rain-Hidden Village. Orochimaru continued to hold the seal, watching the direction Hanzo left, contemplating the next move. "Hurry, teacher Orochimaru." After a moment, a familiar voice broke Orochimaru's thoughts. Minato's team had been closely monitoring Hanzo from a distance, and once they confirmed he was far away, they quickly came to assist Orochimaru and the others. Before Orochimaru could ask anything, SHJu anxiously helped Tsunade up and shouted at Jiraiya, "Get up, perverted uncle. Put your hand on Minato." Jiraiya's face turned unusually red. SHJu called him perverted uncle because he had caught Jiraiya numerous times during his peeping escapades. 5 hands pressed down on Minato's shoulders, and Minato gathered his chakra, sensing the previously set Flying Thunder God coordinates. Teleporting so many people using the Flying Thunder God technique was still quite challenging for Minato at this point. The space rippled, and the group instantly teleported to a distant plane. Minato panted heavily, while Kushina ran over, whispering in his ear to help him recover his chakra. Tsunade looked joyfully at SHJu, hugged him tightly, and exclaimed, "You kid, you're becoming quite the decent ninja now." Tsunade felt a sense of pride at SHJu and the others' appearance. SHJu had grown enough to cover their retreat. SHJu beamed with pride and loudly said, "Wait a moment. We set up a big surprise for Hanzo. Something big is about to happen." Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were all taken aback. "Something big? What have these kids done?" At that moment, the ground shook violently. A deafening roar echoed across the sky, and a violent shockwave swept through. A massive mushroom cloud appeared in the direction of Rain-Hidden Village. Minato looked at his masterpiece and smiled, silently thinking, "I can only say goodbye in advance, Hanzo-senpai." 059 back view not far from Yuin Village. Natai stared at the massive mushroom cloud in the sky, feeling dazed. The events she had encountered in the past 2 days were too convoluted and bizarre, even overwhelming her inner spirit. First, she planned to take advantage of the fight between Fanma and Shoha to ambush this important Konoha combat force, only to discover that Shoha seemed to have been killed. Then she thought about checking the situation in Yunin Village, but when she arrived, she found that the entire village had been blown to smithereens. In these past few days, wherever Natai went, something shocking would happen in the ninja world. She could be considered the Conan of the ninja world. Natai called out to her inner spirit, asking helplessly, "Big Cat, you are well informed. What do you think we should do now?" The spirit lazily turned over, indicating its indifference. It maintained a somewhat unresisting attitude toward Natai, the Jinchuriki, but was not particularly close. However, the various major events that had occurred in the past few days had piqued its interest. These shocking events had greatly enriched its dull ceiling time, making it feel like a reader eagerly awaiting the next chapter of a beloved novel. What else could be done? This cat can only suggest you run fast. Natai sensed the chakra of that raccoon, but it was covered in deep blood energy, making it not very obvious. Natai was startled and hurriedly asked, Big Cat, you sense Showa's chakra, but wasn't one tail dead? Moreover, that strange blood energy shouldn't belong to Uchiha Fanma's bloodline limit, right? How could it be mixed with Showa's chakra? The spirit pondered and said, I don't know if that raccoon is still alive, but its chakra has indeed reappeared. Natai fell silent, wondering what had happened with the combination of blood energy and Shoha. Could it be that Uchiha Fanma had become a Jinchuriki? Was that man also proficient in sealing techniques? Natai's mind raced as she tried to analyze the situation. Coming from Kimogakure, she thought of a terrifying hypothesis. Could it be that Uchiha Fanma had devoured Shoha? Her predecessors from Kimogakure, the brothers Kim and Jin, who were once revered as the two rays of light, had devoured the flesh and blood of the Nine Tails 20 years ago to gain its chakra. The act of consuming tailed beasts was something Kimogakure pioneered in the entire ninja world. The spirit added mockingly, the chakra of Shoha that I sensed is quite abundant. If that Uchiha Fanma really did eat Shoha, then he must have eaten quite a lot. Therefore, if we encounter him later, I will refuse full-tailed beast transformation. You should take care of yourself. Hearing the spirit's words, Natai fell silent, regretting her reckless infiltration. Konoha truly was a village that should be destroyed. Why does a ninja who devours most of a tailed beast exist? That is a tailed beast, not Kimogakure's grilled beef. Remembering the malicious blood energy she sensed a few days ago, a chill ran through Natai's heart. The spirit shook its head, silently lamenting. I finally encountered a somewhat decent Jinchuriki, and now I have to fall into slumber again. The spirit had made up its mind that as long as Uchiha Fanma appeared, even if it had to die within Natai, it would absolutely not manifest. A hint of madness sparked in Natai's eyes. She had infiltrated deep behind enemy lines and could not die in vain. Natai asked in a pleading tone, Big Cat, aren't you known as the pet of the god of death? Can you sense injured ninjas? I have to do something for Kimogakure. The spirit rolled its eyes, thinking, which human fool gave it that name? In ancient times, it had had fierce conflicts with the Uzumaki clan, who had once tried to summon the god of death to seal it, but failed. Looking at the helpless Natai, the spirit's heart softened. This Jinchuriki still respected it. Slowly, it spoke. I can't sense injured ninjas, but I smell the scent of the Uzumaki clan. If you're willing to kill them, I will help you. A cold smile appeared on Natai's lips. The Uzumaki clan? The fallen Uzumaki clan members must be regarded as geniuses by Konoha, right? Then let's kill them. It would also be a contribution to Kimogakure. A fierce blue-black chakra enveloped her. Her pupils turned an eerie white, and scorch marks began to appear on her body. Enduring full-tailed beast transformation was still a bit challenging for her. Gritting her teeth, Natai shouted, Big Cat, don't worry about me. Please lend me your power. Let's go for full-tailed beast transformation. If that Uchiha bastard comes, you just hide back in my body. A massive cat demon appeared on the ground, opening its mouth wide and spitting out a black core. Surrounding the black core, particles of yin and yang chakra gathered and compressed, emitting an unsettling, sizzling sound, forming a tailed beast ball filled with a sense of destruction. The spirit was still gathering strength. Every tailed beast was willing to contribute to killing the Uzumaki clan members. After all, the Uzumaki clan was the originator of the idea of Jinchuriki. As the tailed beast ball continued to expand, the spirit generously poured out its chakra, aiming to unleash its most powerful tailed beast ball. Taste the anger accumulated over thousands of years, you Uzumaki bastards. The enormous tailed beast ball, carrying earth-shattering power, sped toward the hidden location of Kushina and her group. A faint hint of pleasure surfaced on the spirit's face. Meanwhile, Minato, Orochimaru, and others who were resting also keenly sensed this world-destroying chakra, their faces filled with fear. The tailed beast ball released by the spirit had been charged for too long, containing chakra almost comparable to the Nine Tails' regular attack. Orochimaru stood up, straining to mobilize his chakra, attempting to use the rebirth of the impure world technique to see if he could withstand this tailed beast ball. Minato's expression also grew heavy, filled with confusion. This valley was his carefully chosen hiding place and shouldn't have been discovered. What he didn't account for was the long-standing grievances between the Uzumaki clan and the spirit, as well as the tailed beasts. Minato, who had always been meticulous, was now flustered. His chakra was no longer sufficient to evacuate everyone from here. Did he have to abandon his comrades? Minato gritted his teeth, casting a glance at Kushina, Sage-Dai, Tsunade, and Jiraiya not far away, making an extremely difficult decision. He could only try that technique, not expecting that his self-proclaimed steady self would have to stand at the forefront. This was a new technique Minato had envisioned, using the Flying Thunder God technique to redirect the enemy's attack, but he had never practiced it. As he rushed toward the tailed beast ball, a strong and reassuring figure appeared before him. "Grow up well, kid. I 1 TB late. 060, are you there? Two Tails? Brother Fanma. Teacher Fanma. Be careful, Fanma-kun." As the familiar figure appeared before them, Tsunade and the others showed expressions of surprise, but upon seeing the tailed beast ball rushing towards him, they anxiously reminded him. Fanma did not respond, instead focusing intently on the rapidly approaching tailed beast ball, contemplating how to deal with this troublesome situation. The tailed beast ball is the ultimate move of the tailed beasts, and can also be seen as a special bloodline limit. To create a tailed beast ball, one must first maximize the transformation of yin-yang chakra into a stable particle form. Then, a massive amount of yin and yang chakra must be mixed in a ratio of 2:8 and compressed to form an extremely high-density chakra sphere, powerful enough to easily destroy several mountains. The tailed beast ball, approaching from a distance, was on the verge of exploding. If it collided with anything, it could potentially cause an even more violent explosion, enhancing its power. "Then, let's hold my body after a long time." Fanma grinned with a slightly sickly smile, feeling a long-lost excitement, and stepped forward, planning to catch the tailed beast ball with his body. Since his youth, after gaining wild growth, he had borrowed the method of the legendary teacher Kaido, constantly jumping off cliffs to hone his body. However, the benefits gained from cliff jumping had its limits. After turning 20, he could no longer make any progress through this method. Fanma felt a bit regretful these past few days. During the battle with Shikaku, he had not witnessed the power of the tailed beast ball. Today, he was finally going to make up for it. With a roar, Fanma raised his two strong arms high, striding forward to brace himself against the tailed beast ball. With both hands gripping the sides of the tailed beast ball, he forcefully compressed the massive sphere further. Under the influence of Fanma's immense strength, the tailed beast ball shrank more and more, until it was completely enveloped by his robust body. With this overwhelming force acting on it, the surface of the tailed beast began to collapse, emitting a dazzling white light, before exploding in Fanma's embrace. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed throughout the valley, and Fanma's magnificent body absorbed most of the shockwave and fire generated by the explosion, leaving only a cloud of dust filling the sky, engulfing his figure. "Fanma!" Tsunade screamed desperately, her heart twisted in pain as her beloved took the hit to protect her, uncertain of his fate. However, a strong and excited male voice broke the desolate atmosphere, shifting the mood in a bizarre direction. "It's been a while since I've felt this good." As the dust settled, Fanma's figure appeared before everyone. At this moment, he was surrounded by steaming white heat, his skin slightly charred and cracked. A thick surge of blood energy erupted from him, enveloping his body, while Shikaku's chakra was transformed into the best medicine, healing his wounds. With his eyes closed, Fanma savored the unique flavor of the tailed beast ball. As expected of the tailed beast ball, it gives me a sense of insecurity. If there were a dozen more, my body might not be able to handle it. He reflected on himself, realizing that he could not underestimate the heroes of the ninja world. His training still had a long way to go. Fanma's blood energy retracted back into his body, and he smiled at Tsunade. The injuries to his body had disappeared, and, on the surface, he seemed even denser than before. Jiraiya approached Fanma, his face filled with terror, exclaiming, "I told you long ago, you're not human at all. It can't be hidden any longer." He then patted Fanma's shoulder, his eyes glazed over, mumbling, "But even if you're a monster, you're still my friend. I won't discriminate against you." Ouch! Tsunade rushed over, delivering a swift kick that sent Jiraiya flying, before diving into Fanma's arms, quietly sobbing. Just moments ago, she thought she might never see her beloved again. Fanma gently patted Tsunade's back, feeling the pressure on him and silently reflecting. As expected, Tsunade-chan's growth period is still ongoing. In the distance, Nada-I and Wai-Ri watched in silence as Fanma's body crushed the tailed beast ball. Wai-Ri, moving at lightning speed, transformed into a blue-black chakra, curling up inside Nada-I. At that moment, this cat finally felt the benefits of being sealed within the Jinchuriki's body. Although it had lost its freedom, it was safe. As long as it didn't come out, who could do anything to the adorable Wai-Ri? It would most likely just sleep for 10 or 8 years. After all, it wouldn't die. Nada-I also recovered from her shock. She had never seen such a defense that could withstand a tailed beast ball while still being able to joke around. Could the third Reikage do something like this? Nada-I looked at the majestic figure in the distance, secretly praying, the power of the tailed beast ball, he can't possibly withstand it without injury. He must be holding on. Although Nada-I was unwilling to believe what she was seeing, her feet were honest, sprinting towards the direction of Kimogakure. Whoosh! A sharp flash of blade light cut off her retreat. Please stay, guest from Kimogakure. You can't just leave after attacking Konoha's ninja, said Kakashi, holding a sword. Looking coldly at Nada-I, the blue-black chakra enveloped Nada-I once more, and her eyes turned into bright yellow slits. Why? Why Ri? Nada-I asked in confusion. Having already resolved to give up on Ri lazily huffed from within her. You're doing pretty well as a Jinchuriki. Go ahead and escape. Nada-I smiled and engaged in a fierce battle with Kakashi. Unfortunately, before she could exchange a few blows, she smelled a strong metallic scent of blood. Fama smiled as he appeared before her, then punched Nada-I, sending her flying. What good day today. I get to meet two Jinchuriki from different villages. First the one tail, then the two tails. Did you two coordinate to come find me? Nada-I struggled to get up, but Fanma's iron-like grip had firmly grasped her neck. Nada-I barely recovered from her dizziness and attempted to gather another tailed beast ball, wanting to bombard Fanma again. Slap! A powerful slap directly dispelled the tailed beast ball she was gathering. Fanma grabbed her hair, lifting Nada-I into the air, smiling as he delivered a heavy elbow strike to her abdomen. Nada-I coughed up a large amount of blood, curling up like a shrimp, yet still stubbornly looking at Fanma. I'll give you a chance. Lout the two tails, how about it? I have a good impression of tailed beasts. I'm very interested in them, and I want to be friends with the two tails. Poking at the sealing technique on Nada-I's abdomen, Fanma politely asked, Are you there, two tails? 061 The third Reikage Ri watched the amiable Fanma, while glancing at the malicious bloodlust in the air, curling up into a ball and severing her connection with the outside world. Closing the microphone, this cat was already prepared to die inside Nataya, and sleeping in nature for a few years wouldn't be so bad. At this moment, Fanma was very close to Nataya, and Ri's perception of the guardian crane chakra within Fanma deepened. This is too much. That damned raccoon cat wouldn't be completely consumed by this monster, would it? Stinky raccoon cat, can you still be revived after losing so much chakra? As Ri closed herself off, the chakra of the tailed beast supporting Nataya also vanished, and Nataya's pupils began to disperse. Fanma sighed, gently stroking her back with his large hand to help soothe her spine. The intense pain from her broken vertebrae stimulated her sympathetic nerves, causing a large amount of adrenaline to be secreted within her, and Nataya woke up again. This was a special emergency method in the ninja world, a secret passed down by Fanma. Fanma let out a long breath, relieved that she was not dead. He still had things to say to the two tails. Lowering his tone, he spoke in what he believed to be the gentlest manner for a final negotiation with the two tails. I mean no harm, I just want to see you. In the legends of the ninja world, the two tails has always been regarded as the most beautiful of the tailed beasts. As Fanma spoke, he fell silent himself. In such a situation, it seemed that saying anything would not hold much significance. The two tails should not be a foolish cat. Perhaps only Naruto's special ability could dispel the two tails' doubts at this moment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by a large hand wrapped in lightning, swiftly thrusting towards Fanma's chest. Fanma's expression turned unusually serious. As a master of Taijutsu, he could sense the enemy's power and speed just from a sound. The newcomer was not friendly. Fanma slammed Nataya heavily onto the ground and also raised his palm, meeting the incoming attack head-on. Bang! The two immense forces collided, producing a deafening sound. Fanma squinted as he appraised his opponent, who was also sizing him up. Neither had taken the previous clash to heart. The attacker was a man of similar height to Fanma, with light yellow long hair, dark skin, and well-defined muscles. The newcomer was none other than the third Reikage of Kimogakure. At that moment, the third Reikage appeared even more robust than Fanma remembered from his Edo Tensei state, his eyes shining brightly as they fixed on him. Young Leaf Ninja, please give me some face. One of our kids from Kimogakure accidentally got lost in the forest of Konoha. I hope you can forgive us. Fanma, confused, stared at the third Reikage's light yellow hair, silently mocking in his heart. Aren't you supposed to have red hair? Why are you invoking the face fruit ability? Fanma smiled slightly, glancing at the unconscious Nataya on the ground, and replied, Third Reikage, it's an honor to meet you. I didn't expect you to come to Konoha alone. The third Reikage returned a smile and waved his muscular arm, a group of Kumogakure ninja stepping out from the woods. Fama squinted, his heart racing. This was a group of tough fighters, and he sensed the chakra of another tailed beast. In this Kumogakure team, there were many familiar faces for Fanma, many of whom would have significant moments in the finale. The third Raikage son, the future fourth Raikage, Noki, and the current host of the Eight Tails were all in the group. Fanma calculated the combat power of both sides in his mind, letting out a slight sigh. If a conflict broke out with Kumogakure, his side would likely not hold much advantage. Facing the third Raikage, Minato would deal with the third Raikage's son and Noki. Kakashi would confront the Eight Tails host. The key issue was the injuries of Tsunade and the others. This was hard to handle. Fama cleared his throat, looking at the third Raikage with a sincere smile, saying, I definitely have to give you face. After all, you're a senior among our Taijutsu ninja. A fun fact, the last ninja Fama referred to as a senior had just had his village blown to pieces. Fama pointed in a tie-eye on the ground, letting out a heavy sigh. Our Uchiha clan was originally a family that migrated from the Land of Lightning. We should have communicated more. You see, it's shameful to have fought against our own hometown. A wave of nausea rose in the third Raikage's heart, but he forced a smile on his face. Upon hearing that the two tails from his village had entered the Land of Fire, he rushed over from Kumogakure to rescue Natai. Natai, after all, was inexperienced. Such an obvious trap. The third Raikage lamented in frustration. He narrowed his eyes, also calculating the combat power of the ninjas present. Despite his rough exterior, he had a remarkably delicate heart. Facing Uchiha Fanma, I fear I won't be able to resolve this fight in a short time. Burubi's state is far too unstable. If I borrow the power of the Eight Tails, it's highly likely to go berserk. Bringing him along is merely for show. Noki and the others would find it very difficult against Kakashi. The two hulking men exchanged hypocritical smiles, with the third Raikage politely saying, "It's no problem. The ninjas from our village need to learn a lesson. However, she has also received her due punishment, so let me take her away." Fama nodded, extending a hand to signal the third Raikage. The two broad hands clasped together firmly. Fama and the third Raikage simultaneously increased their grip, neither willing to let go. And the atmosphere gradually became tense. The force of their handshake continued to intensify, with Fanma's bloodlust and the Raikage's chakra erupting. The chakra of the third Raikage crackled with a fierce current, sizzling in the air. Fama's thick bloodlust floated in the air, exuding a killing intent. Just the momentum of the two was enough to crack the ground with deep fissures. The Kumogakure ninja were also filled with fear. They had never seen a ninja who could match the third Raikage in strength. What was merely a handshake had turned into a life-and-death standoff between these two. Tsunade and her group arrived just in time to witness this scene. Jiraiya widened his eyes, turning to Tsunade and expressionlessly remarking, "As an old friend, I still suggest you find a new boyfriend. This guy is becoming less human." Before Tsunade could respond, Orochimaru casually interjected, "Fama-kun is superior in every way compared to a certain frog from Myaboka Mountain." With the arrival of Tsunade's group, the third Raikage and Fanma exchanged glances, both starting to ease their grip simultaneously. Both were filled with trepidation, each internally exclaiming, "This uncle has such strong power. This kid is even stronger than me." 062 The war comes to an end. The two large hands finally released their grip. However, the tense atmosphere did not ease in the slightest. Both the Konoha side and the Kumogakure side remained on high alert, waiting for the subsequent negotiations from the two parties' leaders. The third Raikage coughed, pointed at the motionless Nada-Eye on the ground, and looked at Fanma, saying, "Well then, I shall take my leave first." "Please do." There was no attempt to stop the third Raikage from taking Nada-Eye away. This was a decision made by Fanma after careful consideration. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the third Raikage. The Tsuchikage and the future fourth Raikage were not as easy to deal with as those from the Sand Village. If a conflict erupted with the third Raikage, their side would not have the advantage in strength. The key point was that a dying Nada-Eye was of no use to Fanma. Attempting to absorb the tailed beast chakra through predatory blood energy was quite difficult, far from achieving the effects of the Hungry Ghost path. The ability to absorb a large amount of Shikaku's chakra was mainly due to how outrageous this cat raccoon was. Maintaining its physical form, it swallowed Fanma into its body. And when Shikaku realized its chakra was being devoured, it did not turn to sand or return to the Jinchuriki's body, but rather held on until it realized it was about to die. Encountering a stubborn-tailed beast like that was a rare opportunity. The third Raikage gave Fanma a deep look, lifted Nada-Eye onto his shoulder, and withdrew with the Kumogakure forces. Meanwhile, He was rapidly analyzing all the information about Fanma in his mind. Has Konoha produced another top-tier ninja? And from the Uchiha clan? No less? This complicates things. However, it's fortunate that it is from the Uchiha clan. The tense relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's upper echelons was common knowledge in the ninja world. After all, the battle between the Uchiha clan's leader and the first Hokage back in the day was so grand that it was impossible for anyone in the ninja world to be unaware of it. The Third Raikage led a large group directly into the Land of Fire's territory, traveling long distances to rescue Nadai, and surprisingly, they faced no obstruction from Konoha. Only a few Umbu from Konoha followed at a distance, gathering necessary intelligence. The Third Raikage sneered internally and remarked to the Kumogakure members beside him. A powerful ninja naturally demands more resources and status than others. This is even more true for ninjas from ninja clans. Once they rise, the ninjas of their clan will rely on them. When such a ninja conflicts with the village's higher-ups, everything must be resolved through strength. If the village's leader cannot suppress dissenting ninjas with their strength, the village will head towards division. The reason we in Kumogakure avoid those petty squabbles is mainly because I am the strongest ninja in the village. So, my son, you must train hard. I didn't raise you to engage in those convoluted tricks with the ninjas of the village. You need to work hard, become stronger, and lead Kumogakure to become the strongest in the ninja world. As the Third Raikage spoke, he heavily slapped his son's shoulder, admonishing him. Look at that Uchiha Fanma. He has such strength in his early 20s. And then look at you, just having become a jonin and already feeling smug. How's your training in lightning release body techniques? You struggle even to use the lightning plow hot knife with me. Go back and reflect properly. Train harder. The future Fourth Raikage clutched his head, but a flicker of unwillingness and fervor ignited in his eyes as he responded loudly. Yes, father. Meanwhile, Fanma watched the Third Raikage retreating figure, lost in thought. At over 40 years old and in his prime, the Third Raikage certainly qualified as a contender for the strongest in the ranks of Kaguya. Fanma previously only remembered the Third Raikage's information from when he was in his Edo Tensei state, battling Naruto in his Nine Tails chakra mode. The Edo Tensei version of the Third Raikage performed adequately, managing to withstand Sage Art, Raisin Shuriken, but his signature move was easily countered by Naruto, making him seem less formidable. As a master of Taijutsu, Fanma deeply understood how much the Edo Tensei state affected the Third Raikage. At that time, the Third Raikage was controlled by Kabuto, and a researcher like Kabuto could not fully comprehend such a top-tier Taijutsu ninja, forcing him to rely on basic stats for a head-on clash, which was a waste. Moreover, the Edo Tensei version of the Third Raikage was limited by the Edo Tensei's constraints and was not in his normal peak state. Fanma's gaze grew profound as he tried to recall more information about the Third Raikage. The 8 tails mentioned. The Third Raikage severed its 8 tails but collapsed without delivering the final blow. This means that his signature move did not actually hit the 8 tails. In other words, the true power of his signature move seems capable of killing the 8 tails in one hit. And when the 8 tails recalled the Third Raikage's injuries, it also mentioned that they were not caused by tail beast balls. This indicates that the Third Raikage either had the speed to evade tail beast balls or the defense to withstand them. Indeed, I need to continue training. There are still many heroes in the ninja world. Fanma put away his thoughts. The matter of enhancing his own strength needed to be planned out in detail once he returned to the village. Approaching everyone, he smiled and said, "Well then, this war should be coming to a close." The group had varied expressions. This war, fought on a national scale, had baptized every participant in Ninja's heart. Tsunade, at this moment, did not say much. She simply came over and hugged Fanma's arm, laughing happily. Jiraiya, however, appeared deep in thought, silently reflecting on his future. On the eve of this war, he had already received a summons from Iaboka Mountain, where the great sage Fukasaku had given him a task to find the child of destiny. The task's content was vague, only stating that destiny had changed. The prophesied child was immersed in darkness and needed him to save them. Orochimaru wore a detached expression, but his heart was filled with hidden anger. As the commander on the battlefield of the Rain Village, he had serious doubts about the third Hokage's order for a forced attack on the Rain Village. Is this what they call the will of fire? At this moment, Minato also had a tense expression, while Kushina beside him looked at him with concern. Naturally, he was grateful for Fanma coming to save him. However, he was still pondering what would have happened if Fanma had been delayed by something at that time. Bluffing Minato despised the feeling of being unable to protect those he cherished. Thus, the group embarked on their return journey to Konoha, each with their own thoughts. This was war. Although it had ended, the impact had only just begun. 063 Love, One Clan. Konoha Hokage Conference Room. Nara Shurikazan led a group of Nara clan members, organizing the reports from the Umbu, summarizing the key points, and compiling them into various briefs. In recent days, there has been an overwhelming amount of crucial intelligence. The third Hokage flipped through these briefs, his expression unreadable, but the smoke he exhaled grew thicker. Although the war with Sunagakure and Amagakure had ended, the war within the village was just beginning. In this war, one presence could not be ignored, and that was Uchiha Fanma. The hunting forces led by Uchiha Fanma had slaughtered 300 Sunagakure and Amagakure ninjas. The one tail from Sunagakure was defeated by Uchiha Fanma, leading to the retreat of Sunagakure's forces. Amagakure suffered massive losses from explosive tags, and the entire village was reduced to ashes. The third Raikage had withdrawn from the Land of Fire, without clashing with Uchiha Fanma. The third Hokage looked at the frequent mentions of Uchiha Fanma in the intelligence reports, rubbed his temples, and closed his eyes in deep thought. The outcome of this war was something the third could reluctantly accept. The losses of Sunagakure's Hiruzen, the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, were severe. Amagakure and Hanzo were obliterated, resulting in their removal from the ninja world. From a macro perspective, Konoha had effectively repelled these invaders, solidifying its status and reputation as the strongest in the ninja world, without losing face. However, Konoha's losses were also significant, though they seemed less severe due to the absence of important casualties. The Konoha forces on the Amagakure battlefield suffered nearly half their strength, and this was after Orochimaru adjusted their tactics. The Sunagakure battlefield had faced an extremely difficult situation since the war began. Even though White Fang launched a desperate total assault and achieved good results, it could not mask the horrific casualties caused by the defense led by Konoha's Tsuru. Konoha's forces in the Sunagakure battlefield suffered 2/3 losses, and the deputy commander, Katadan, was killed on the spot. The casualties among Konoha's grassroots ninjas far exceeded those of Sunagakure. The third Hokage opened his eyes, contemplating the post-war relief efforts. However, he couldn't calm his mind. His thoughts returned to the Uchiha clan. What to do about the Uchiha clan? Since the start of this war, the third had engaged in several transactions with Fanma, reflecting the tug-of-war and probing between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage lineage. On the eve of the war, Uchiha Fanma forcefully participated in the commander selection, taking away the opportunity the third had intended for ordinary ninjas. At the beginning of the war, the third traded with Fanma, using Kushina's freedom as leverage to restrict the Uchiha clan from colluding with other ninja clans, allowing the Uchiha clan to independently bear the burden of troop recruitment while relocating the growing number of ordinary ninjas. In the later stages of the war, when Sunagakure deployed Jinchuriki, the third, under pressure, traded with Fanma once more using secret techniques. The third looked at the battle reports in front of him and felt a hint of difficulty. While Uchiha Fanma's achievements in battle were commendable, the distance between him and the village was growing ever wider. Danzo had deceived Uchiha Fugaku to adjust defenses, and then allowed the Two Tails Jinchuriki to infiltrate the front line, causing a riot among the Uchiha as a whole. Uchiha Shana, upon returning to the village with Fugaku's forces, quickly identified the problem and was furious. Shana, glaring with his Manjikyu Sharingan, brought all the Uchiha with 3 Tomo to confront the third Hokage. The Uchiha, having been tempered by the blood and battlefield, had regained the ferocity reminiscent of the Warring States era. Dozens of 3 Tomo eyes and a pair of Manjikyu emitted a chilling power as they approached the door, leading the third to momentarily believe it was an outright rebellion. Although the third had absolute confidence in subduing Uchiha Shana, facing dozens of 3 Tomo and the still absent Fanma, he chose to dismiss Danzo. Uchiha Shana was very dissatisfied with this dismissal, demanding that Danzo be imprisoned or executed outright. In the end, it was the long-reclusive Uzumaki Mito who stepped in to mediate the dispute. Facing Mito, Uchiha Shana immediately changed his demeanor. He stated that it wouldn't happen again, and amiably chatted with Mito about the Warring States era before retreating with his clan. However, what truly worried the third was that such a significant incident occurred before Uchiha Fanma had returned to the village. He wondered if Uchiha Fanma could control his emotions. The Uchiha, indeed, were a clan that rapidly gained strength through war. The third recalled the second Hokage's evaluation of the Uchiha clan, trying to find the root of the problem. The Uchiha were a clan of love. No family had a deeper love than the Uchiha, which is why they sealed away love. Once the Uchiha gained love, The emotions that had long been restrained would be liberated, granting them power beyond that of mortals. This extreme love was the root of the Uchiha's difficulties. When the Uchiha obtained love, but then lost it, extreme hatred would surge within them, leading to a complete transformation in their personalities. When Uchiha clan members felt frustrated or in pain, their brains would secrete a special chakra that affected their retinas, causing their eyes to change and awaken the Sharingan. This is the eye that reflects the soul, known to the world as the Sharingan. The Sharingan synchronizes with the power of the soul, allowing its wielder to become rapidly stronger, but it relies on the power of hatred within. Most Uchiha are sensitive individuals. Those who awaken the blood wheel are often consumed by this power of hatred and strong emotions, falling into darkness. The deeper the darkness in their hearts, the stronger their ocular power, making it increasingly difficult to deal with that Uchiha. The third nodded inwardly, contrasting the second's evaluation with the Uchiha. However, thinking of Fanma, he let out a heavy sigh, feeling a sense of helplessness. Tobirama-sensei, I have encountered an existence more troublesome than the Manjikyu Uchiha. According to the Umbu reports, in this war, the Uchiha forces led by Fanma had almost all awakened their Sharingan. As for Uchiha Fanma himself, although he had not awakened the Sharingan, he possessed a bloodline limit that the third had never seen before. The existence of this bloodline was mistakenly identified by the third as a bloodline limit that the Uchiha clan had never revealed. The intense malice that filled this bloodline made the third feel that the darkness within Fanma's heart was far deeper than that of Shana, who had awakened the Manjikyu. Sigh. I cannot let down Tobirama-sensei and Lord First. The third was not afraid of the Uchiha clan seizing power in Konoha through elections. During the village's founding era, the Uchiha clan had no friendly ninja clans and their reputation had always been poor. After the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the latter soon died from severe injuries, triggering the First Great Ninja War. Many ninjas in Konoha who lost loved ones and comrades during the First Great Ninja War harbored resentment towards the Uchiha. After all, Madara was the head of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the security department established by the second Hokage had bound the Uchiha clan, taking away the source of their strength. Now, although the Uchiha clan had returned to the battlefield, their leader Fanma had fallen in love with the eldest princess of the Senju clan. Thinking of this, a smile finally appeared on the third's face, relieved that he had not stopped Tsunade from interacting with Fanma. This was the power of bonds and emotions. As long as Tsunade held him in her heart, the possibility of a rebellion from the Uchiha clan would be quite low. Teacher, why didn't you choose to let the Uchiha and Senju clans intermarry back in the day? That would have been a truly brilliant move. The third Hokage sighed and began to plan the distribution of benefits after the war. 064ch Nibi Youth Fugaku. Uchiha Shursui was strolling around the clan grounds with his hands behind his back, humming a tune from the Warring States period. What a good day, a good day. The good days of Uchiha. This old man, ever since he heard that Fanma killed the One-Tail, has been smiling every day, his demeanor becoming more benevolent. You should know that clan leader Madara opened his eyes at 12 and only got his Manjiki at 20. Although Fanma is already 23, I think his potential is even greater than that of clan leader Madara. Fanma's strength has improved too quickly. Shursui was calculating in his heart as he walked towards the shrine. As Madara's #1 fan, he was well versed in Madara's affairs. Comparing the growth of Madara and Fanma, Shursui joyfully discovered that at the same age, Fanma was not much inferior to Madara. It seems that the Uchiha clan has once again produced a formidable man. As for the fact that Fanma hasn't opened his eyes yet, Shursui proactively found a reason for him. Although Fanma hasn't opened his eyes, he has awakened a bloodline limit that the Uchiha clan hasn't seen in centuries. This is a symbol of the Uchiha clan's resurgence. In a sense, Shursui was not wrong. Fanma's predatory chakra indeed evolved after sacrificing the chakra of the Sharingan, which can be considered related to the Uchiha clan. Humming a tune, Shursui entered the shrine, and then his expression changed, coldly saying, "Now, do you understand your mistake, Fugaku?" Because Fugaku believed Danzo's words, he returned to Konoha with his troops, putting Fanma in a situation where he could be ambushed by two-tailed beasts. Shursui was enraged upon hearing this, scolding Fugaku harshly and punishing him to reflect in a shrine. Fugaku maintained a kneeling posture, his forehead pressed tightly against the ground, responding loudly, "Clan leader, I truly know I was wrong. I'm sorry to Fanma, and I'm sorry to the Uchiha. I shouldn't have believed Danzo's words. I almost caused a disaster. Whatever punishment you impose on me, I will accept. Shursue's Mangeki Sharingan began to spin again, a chilling aura emanating from him as he looked down at Fugaku, coldly saying, "That kid Fama is the future of our Uchiha clan, and the foundation for our clan's return to the peak of the ninja world. Konoha was established by our Uchiha clan, so don't take the likes of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo to heart. They are not worthy. The only one who can command the Uchiha in the future will be Fanma, and even I will have to stand behind him. When he returns, I will step down and let him take over as the leader of our Uchiha clan." Fugaku looked up in shock at Shursui, his heart trembling. Uchiha Shursui looked deeply at Fugaku and said, "Since this battlefield began, how many clan members have we lost, and how many have awakened their eyes? Fama, at just over 20, could kill the tailed beast known as a natural disaster. Do you understand what this means? This is the most perfect clan leader for our Uchiha clan." Fugaku's expression also became resolute. As the deputy commander of this war, he felt deeply about it too. Fanma's overwhelming strength, his heartfelt care for the clan members, and the wisdom he displayed in dealing with the Hokage's faction had deeply impressed these meticulous Uchiha. Some of the younger Uchiha members had even developed a fervent admiration for Fanma. At the entrance of Konoha village, after discussions between the third Hokage and Danzo, they decided to promote the results of this war as a victory. This war was the first large-scale conflict led by the higher-ups of Konoha, centered around the third Hokage. Proper post-war propaganda was crucial for maintaining the third Hokage's reputation. A large number of civilians gathered joyfully at the village entrance, arranged by the Umbu, preparing to welcome the heroes of this war. However, Uchiha Fugaku had a dark expression, anxiously scanning the distance, creating a stark contrast with those around him. The moment he saw Fama's robust figure standing out from the crowd, he rushed over and knelt down. Fama looked at Fugaku with a puzzled expression, utterly confused. "Just a couple of days ago, he was calling me brother, and now he is kneeling as if to call me father." Fama raised his palm, gently waving it, and a strong gust of air stopped Fugaku's knee from touching the ground. He looked at Fugaku with amusement, waiting for an explanation. Fugaku, flushed with shame and anger, lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Brother Fanma, I'm sorry to the Uchiha clan, and even more so to you. Over these past 2 years, you've led us in battle and cared for me and our clan members in every way. The entire Uchiha clan now relies on your leadership and trusts in your abilities. Yet I led our troops to go against your orders, believing Danzo as commands. Even though, Brother Fanma, your strength is astonishing, having killed a tailed beast that cannot cover up my mistakes. It's my foolishness that put you in danger. I truly don't know how to face you." Fugaku lowered his head, speaking faster and faster. Fama suddenly understood, but in his heart, he had never blamed Fugaku or even treated this matter as significant. Since arriving in the ninja world, Fama had never thought of entrusting his safety to someone else. This was merely a common internal strife in war. Fugaku didn't mean any harm, just had a simpler way of thinking. Fama patted Fugaku on the shoulder, speaking in a relaxed tone, "It's fine, I don't blame you. Just take your time to grow." But Fugaku still kept his head down, not responding, and his shoulders began to tremble. Fama smiled helplessly, raising his voice. "I really don't blame you. You are still too young. You need to learn more about the village's matters. This is very normal." But Fugaku remained unmoved, his aura becoming even lower. Slowly pulling out a short blade meant for seppuku. Fanma's expression darkened as he thought of a possibility. Sighing inwardly, could it be that he wants to use that? Fanma cleared his throat, changing his tone to a cold one. "Then Uchiha Fugaku, consider it as if you owe me a life. For the rest of your life, bear this shame, be used by me and by the Uchiha clan, and use your achievements to wash it away." Upon hearing this, Fugaku finally lifted his head, looking at Fanma with excitement, responding loudly, "Brother Fanma, if I fail to fulfill your orders in the future, then I will die to atone for it. From now on, in my heart and in the hearts of the entire Uchiha clan, there will only be you, Brother Fanma, as the son." Fanma nodded expressionlessly, feeling a long-lost sense of shame at this passionate Nibi scene. His obsession with the Uchiha clan gained a new understanding at this moment. Seeing Fanma's reaction, Fugaku looked relaxed and then excitedly said, "Brother Fanma, clan leader Shursui has already decided to let you take over as clan leader, and it will be officially announced at the clan meeting in a month. The young people in the clan, like Itachi and Hakadai, are all very excited. There's even a kid named Obito who made a badge for you, which has been very well received by everyone." Fanma's mouth twitched. He almost forgot about Obito's existence. As expected of Obito, being able to do such shameful things at the age of 5 or 6. Fama looked at Fugaku and thought of a terrifying possibility. After taking over as clan leader, would he have to communicate with the clan members in such a Chinibu manner every day? Facing the combined attack of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and the 3rd Reikage, Fama felt completely unfazed, even slightly excited. However, the thought of having to communicate with the Uchiha in such a way in the future gradually turned Fanma's resolute face pale. 065, Xiao, Nan, and Uchiha. Uchiha clan grounds. Xiao Nan sat on Fanma's broad shoulders, curiously looking around, occasionally tugging at his clothes and excitedly asking questions. Everything here felt incredibly new to her. Fanma, on the other hand, wore a helpless expression, allowing Xiao Nan to lead him around the clan grounds, inwardly sighing. Women. Do they really love shopping from a young age? After this war ended, Fanma had planned to stay home for a few days to discuss his new insights on Taijutsu with Tsunade to deepen their relationship. But unexpectedly, Uzumaki Mito sent S.H. Suk to invite Tsunade to pay respects to Senju Hashirama. Fanma could only express respect for Uzumaki Mito. This elderly lady possesses immense strength in the current ninja world. Fanma first went to pick up Xiao Nan, and as soon as they arrived at the clan grounds, Xiao Nan looked at him with adorable eyes, indicating, "I want to go shopping." JPG, the current Uchiha clan grounds, are not the new grounds built after the Nine Tails incident in the original timeline, which were ordered to be relocated to the outskirts of Konoha by the 3rd Hokage, but rather the old clan grounds constructed during Uchiha Madara's reign. At that time, the Uchiha clan was at its peak, sparing no expense in manpower or materials to build the clan grounds, where bluestone and mahogany could only be considered the most ordinary materials. The entire clan grounds resembled a closed manor, with both residences and shops exuding a style that blended antiquity and luxury. Here, Xiao Nan saw sights she had never seen before. In Xiao Nan's eyes, everyone here wore smiles and dressed in beautiful, appropriate clothing. She widened her eyes, gazing at the bustling and prosperous street scene, seemingly unable to get enough of it. In the nearest eatery to her and Fanma, freshly fried pork cutlets piled up like a small mountain, drizzled with sauce and exuding a warm, fragrant aroma. The men in the shop were drinking beer, boasting about their achievements, while the owner loudly advertised his specialties at the entrance to attract customers. In the distance, at the tailor shop, several graceful girls were picking out clothes, assessing each other's figures in the mirror, laughing and teasing one another. Children on the street skillfully darted into the ninja tool shop, eagerly looking at the long-awaited katana or shuriken, pleading with the owner for a discount. Xiao Nan gazed at all of this with longing. The prosperity and vitality here deeply captivated her. Is this heaven? In a land of rain, she had only seen incessant torrential rain, rust-covered buildings, and fierce-looking ninjas. Starving and barely clothed was the norm for most people. Seeing the longing yet slightly panicked expression on Xiao Nan's face, Fanma gently patted her head and softly said, "There's no need to envy anything. This will be your home in the future." Xiao Nan happily nodded. This was the happiest time she had experienced since her relatives passed away. Fanma smiled and added, "In a few days, I will become the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. At that time, I will order you to be included in the family registry, and you will have a surname." Xiao Nan blinked, looking confused. In this ninja world, commoners do not have surnames, only names. Surnames and family registries were a blind spot in her knowledge. Simply put, Xiao Nan will be one of us Uchiha from now on. All Uchiha members will be your friends, family, and support. However, you also need to contribute your strength to protect the Uchiha clan. This is the clan's emblem, a symbol of the Uchiha's legacy for thousands of years. This history and glory will also be witnessed by you in the future. Fanma patted Xiao Nan's head and pointed to the clan emblem on the clan members in the distance. Xiao Nan listened drowsily. The history of thousands of years was not important to her. She only knew that these people on the street would all be her family, and she would no longer be alone. Seeing the tears glistening in Xiao Nan's eyes, Fanma sighed inwardly. In the ninja world, countless commoners suffer and endure hardships. Even with chakra, most ninjas find it hard to have a good ending. War breeds hatred, and hatred fosters war. It is an unresolvable cycle. The original war in the ninja world was a conflict of ideologies between Asura and Indra, and the Sage of Six Paths took sides for his own beliefs. Both Indra and Asura were unwilling to back down, leading to countless reincarnations over the centuries, igniting chaos throughout the ninja world, with hatred and war deeply ingrained in every ninja's bones. Although the Sage of Six Paths saved the ninja world from Kaguya, Fanma did not believe that he truly cared for it. The entire ninja world is like an experimental field reflecting the ideological struggle between Asura and Indra through centuries of conflict. These two semi-six-path characters could rally grand armies and call upon numerous allies, commanding the ninja world to battle together. Over the centuries, Asura seemed to understand that in a transcendent world, love and peace are mere empty talk, and ultimately, strength must speak for itself. Indra also seemed to realize the importance of companions, beginning to cherish his loved ones and clan. And the Uchiha clan gradually earned the beautiful title of a loving clan. Yet the Sage of Six Paths sat high above, silently overlooking the ninja world, never intervening to stop this endless strife. He seemed to forget that the very beginning and end of all this stemmed from his aid to Asura. Indra had already proven that strength is the foundation of peace, yet the Sage of Six Paths lent strength to Asura and told Indra, "This is the power of companions." Perhaps the people of the ninja world are merely the sharpening stones for his two sons, or perhaps just the experimental field for his pursuit of peace. Fanma set aside his thoughts. Under the current circumstances, reaching the level of Six Paths was not a goal he could consider. However, he deeply etched the arrogance of the Otsutsuki clan in his heart. One day, he would shatter their hypocrisy and arrogance with his own fists. Fanma took out a thick stack of bills and began to take Xiao Nan to experience the daily life of the Uchihas. After a shopping spree, Xiao Nan was completely transformed, now looking like a rich Uchiha girl. Xiao Nan wore a dark blue Uchiha clan outfit, and the aunt at the tailor shop styled her hair beautifully with hairpins, along with pretty hair clips and a sparkling necklace, happily eating Konoha's specialty three-color dumplings. "Fanma, you should try one too." Xiao Nan offered him a skewer of dumplings. This heartwarming scene, however, led to a bit of misunderstanding. Tsunade, returning from Uzumaki Mitos, happened to catch sight of this moment, her mind a bit dazed. "Fanma-kun, you have a child too?" 066, I want to create. "Fanma-kun, this is..." Fanma turned his head upon hearing that familiar voice, his heart racing with unease. Tsunade wore a face full of sadness, trembling slightly as she looked at Fanma with sorrowful eyes. Fanma weakly opened his mouth, starting a brainstorming session in his mind. Why does this feel like being caught in an affair? Fanma originally planned to go pick up Konan with Tsunade, so he could privately explain Konan's orphan status to her. However, due to the arrangements made by Uzumaki Mito, Fanma's plans were disrupted. Seeing the hesitant expression on Fanma's face, Tsunade felt even more heartbroken. "So, am I just a latecomer?" Tsunade's big eyes fixed on Fanma and Konan, repeatedly comparing the two's features. Pondering the details. "No, this little girl doesn't resemble Fanma-kun at all. It could be that she takes after that woman. This little girl has blue hair, so she definitely can't be from the Uchiha clan. That's a relief. Who could she be? Could she be a kunoichi from another village? Oh my god." Konan looked at Fanma's hesitance, a look of realization crossing her small face. She quickly ran to Tsunade's side and pulled out a worn-out photo from her pocket. "This is my mom, and this is my dad, but one day, they went out and never came back." In the worn photo, there was a beautiful woman with blue hair and a short-haired man with a goofy smile, with Konan standing in between them. Although their clothes were tattered, their smiles were beautiful. "Fanma-san found me in the land of rain when I was starving, and I had no food at home, so I want to go out to find something to eat, but fainted on the road." Tsunade looked at the photo and listened to Konan's explanation, her expression rapidly changing to one of joy. "I am Fanma's wife, so you can call me Sister Tsunade from now on. The past sadness is over, and from now on it will be happiness. Welcome to the Uchiha clan, Konan." Meanwhile, Fanma stood by, not knowing how to respond. "You even welcomed her to the Uchiha clan. Are you planning to change your name to Uchiha Tsunade now?" Tsunade took Konan's hand, and the two began whispering to each other, occasionally laughing. The friendship between women always develops quickly. Tsunade waved her hand grandly and started shopping with Konan again. Fanma was left forgotten on the side, standing alone and silently watching the two darting between various shops. Once they finished their shopping with bags in hand, Fanma naturally took on the role of a laborer. "So this is the ultimate fate of a Taijutsu ninja." Fanma cleared his throat and said to the two, "I've prepared a house for Konan in the clan, and you can help her tidy it up." Seeing Tsunade's puzzled expression, Fanma raised an eyebrow at her chest. It's not that Fanma is unwilling to bring Konan home, but sometimes the noise at Fanma's home can be quite loud and chaotic, which might disturb Konan's rest. Tsunade shyly nodded, and Fanma led the way as the three headed to Konan's new home. It was a spacious house, a decent old residence. The previous owner was a war-dead Uchiha with a double tomo, who had no children, so it had been left untouched. Walking west from here for 800 meters is my and Tsunade's home. Remember to come over for meals every day. In a couple of days, I will invite some Uchiha clan members to meet you. They're all very nice, so there's no need to be nervous. Tsunade nodded and added, I have a younger brother around your age. You two will become good friends. Konan cutely nodded, expressing her satisfaction with the new home. Fama then took out a few scrolls and handed them to Konan. Here's some basic ninjutsu materials. Take a look when you have time. In a couple of days, I'll take you to the clan school, where you will meet many good friends. Konan blinked her eyes and made a beautiful paper flower appear in her hand. I've heard about chakra too. I learned how to use it by myself when I was very little. Tsunade looked at Konan in surprise. To be able to gather chakra without a teacher is quite remarkable in Konoha. As for Fanma, he had already anticipated Konan's talent. After all, even though Jiraiya is their official teacher, Konan's ninjutsu system was entirely self-created and quite powerful. Hey, is someone living here? Hello, is anyone home? A loud knock and boisterous inquiry echoed at the door. Konan quickly ran to the door, not expecting a friend to arrive so soon. A boy was led in by Konan, and upon seeing his appearance, Fanma's body trembled. Isn't that Obito? Upon seeing Fanma, Obito excitedly rushed over, shouting, What? Fanma-senpai, what are you doing here? You're my idol. Fanma-senpai, can you give me an autograph? To Obito, Fanma is undoubtedly a true idol. His reasoning is quite strange. It's just because Fanma never practices the Sharingan, yet possesses such strength. Obito has always had a peculiar fear of not being able to awaken his eyes. So he constantly wears goggles, claiming to protect his eyes. Fanma's appearance gave him a strong boost of confidence. So it turns out that even without practicing the Sharingan, one can still attain such strength and earn the respect of the clan. Fanma looked at the excited Obito and then at the smiling Konan beside him, feeling a strange sensation. I hope the story doesn't turn out like that in the end. Konan, I want to create a world with you in it. Regarding Obito and Itachi, the two roots of the Uchiha clan's downfall, Fanma initially found it hard to understand. However, after entering the ninja world, Fanma gradually discovered something. In the ninja world, Obito and Itachi are not particularly unique. They just happen to possess strength. As for Uchiha Obito, he was not inherently bad as a child. In fact, he was quite kind. The reasons for his transformation were not only due to the extreme nature of the Uchiha, but mainly because of Madara's manipulation. Faced with a narrative set by the reincarnation of Indra, what 12-year-old boy could possibly resist? Uchiha Itachi did indeed lose some humanity, but that largely depended on Fugaka's upbringing. What kind of father would take his 4-year-old son to the battlefield and say this is a ninja's fate? What kind of father would let his 8-year-old son join the Umbu alone to become a double agent? Thus, when Shui was killed, the clan members began to suspect Itachi instead. Fugaka merely smiled faintly, offering no explanations, and thought Itachi could hide better this way. With a father like that, it's a miracle if the son doesn't become psychologically twisted. Obito handed Fanma a badge and began to introduce his masterpiece. Fanma-senpai, this is the badge I made, and it's very popular among the clan members. Please accept it. The badge is shaped like the Uchiha clan's emblem, with Fanma's robust silhouette in the center and two small words underneath. Loyalty. Fanma gazed at Obito, a familiar feeling that reminded him of the 50-mark bread. Fanma put away the medal, having his own plans for Obito. With a wave of his hand, he signed his name on Obito's clan robe and instructed, Her name is Konan. She is a new member of our clan and is not familiar with the clan grounds yet, so I need to take good care of her. Obito immediately responded loudly with vigor. Yes, Fanma bro. Konan smiled and handed Obito a paper flower, cutely saying, This is a gift for you. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing Obito's obviously reddened face, Fanma silently shouted in his heart, Yahiro Rin, where are you? Come out and help. 067 Tsunade's urgency. The blue smoke lingered on the rooftop as Fanma lit a cigarette for the first time in a while, savoring the moment. Although the nicotine and the tobacco no longer had any effect on his body, for a man, it was a mysterious ritual that only those who understood could appreciate. Tsunade lay weakly on the sofa, drenched in sweat, relishing the madness of the recent events. It was currently halftime. Granny Mito told me that she wanted to invite you over in a few days. She heard about your upcoming position as the Uchiha clan leader and expressed her happiness. Wanted to have a chat with you. Tsunade caressed Fanma's thigh, feeling the strength within, and lazily said, That sounds good. But let us wait until I officially take over as clan leader to visit. It will seem more formal. Tsunade nodded and closed her eyes for a short rest. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be a second war waiting for her soon. Meanwhile, Fanma pondered the intentions of the Uzumaki Mido. Although she was Tsunade's grandmother, she was also the wife of the first Hokage and the sister-in-law of Tobirama. Setting aside those identities, she was also the eldest princess of the Uzumaki clan, a founder of Konoha, and the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a formidable ninja. Her attitude towards the Uchiha clan and Fanma, or even the third Hokage's faction, played a crucial role. Could it be related to the Nine Tails? Kushina, who was supposed to be a candidate for the Jinchuriki, possessed the pure bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. But she was definitely not the best choice in the third Hokage's mind now. Kushina's heart was firmly tied to Minato, and Minato had long been seen by Konoha's high-ranking officials as part of the Uchiha faction. If the Uchiha got the Nine Tails, the third Hokage might as well step down. Seeing Fanma's pensive expression, Tsunade poked him and said in a muffled voice, "Do you think I could handle the power of the Nine Tails? After all, I share bloodlines from both the Senju and Uzumaki clans. I might be more suitable than Kushina, right?" Fanma was taken aback, his expression turning serious as he asked, "Tsunade, why would you think like that?" Tsunade lowered her head and slowly replied, "I just don't want to hold you back anymore. Facing Hans and the tailed beasts, I don't have any good countermeasures now and have to trouble you to rescue me. If you hadn't withstood that tailed beast bomb, I might not have been able to see you again." The more Tsunade spoke, the more emotional she became, even lightly sobbing. "I don't want you to end up in danger for my sake. I also have my own aspirations as a ninja, and the power of the Nine Tails is the fastest way to gain strength." After hearing Tsunade's words, Fanma's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He had known Tsunade since childhood. She was a woman with a proud and self-respecting heart. Tsunade could accept some differences between herself and Fanma, but she would never willingly play the role of a canary. She wanted to walk alongside Fanma. The blow from Hans in this war, and the shocking scene of Fanma withstanding the tailed beast bomb, had a significant impact on Tsunade. Her self-respect and self-love were the most attractive qualities to Fanma, but correspondingly, she also experienced anxiety about her own strength. Fanma carefully chose his words. He had to dispel Tsunade's thoughts of becoming a Jinchuriki and, more importantly, completely open her heart. "Tsunade actually compares herself to me in talent. That is really not as good as looking for Uchiha Madara or even the Sage of Six Paths to compare with. After all, Fanma was a man with entries and points to allocate. Otsutsuki and the like could wait a bit longer." Fanma embraced Tsunade, their breaths intertwining tightly, calming her heart. Once Tsunade stopped crying, Fanma looked seriously into her eyes and said softly, "Since the Warring States period, the Nine Tails has been seen by many as a manifestation of war, hatred, and betrayal. To seal such a beast within you, even if Granny Mido has that intention, I would never agree." Tsunade quickly shook her head and whispered, "That's just my own thought." Fanma finally sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't Mido's idea, this matter would be easy to resolve. Fanma held Tsunade's delicate hand, slowly pinching her fingertips, and pretended to be frivolous as he said, "Although you are the future lady of our Uchiha clan, you can't completely abandon the Senju name, right? Uchiha Madara lost to Senju Hashirama, your grandfather, while controlling the Nine Tails. If you're not thinking about inheriting the first Hokage's sage techniques and would release to make a name for yourself, you're actually considering becoming a Jinchuriki, which is a crooked path." Fanma's tone suddenly rose, pinching Tsunade's fair nose, and said fiercely, "I absolutely disagree with you becoming a Jinchuriki. Focus on your training. Seriously hone your ninjutsu and taijutsu, and stop thinking about shortcuts. Do you think you're the Sage of Six Paths? Get rid of those troubling emotions. Go to the Wetbone Forest to learn sage techniques, and that's the best way to significantly increase your combat power. As for wood release, I and Orochimaru will help you research it with Hashirama, so you don't have to worry about it." Tsunade's face turned red from Fanma's relentless barrage, and her desire to become a Jinchuriki wasn't as strong anymore. However, facing Fanma's rapid growth, her pride made her feel a sense of inferiority for the first time, leading her to start overthinking. Tsunade looked at Fanma defiantly. In reality, she had already been persuaded but still wanted to argue a bit. Seeing Tsunade throwing a small tantrum, Fanma decided to stop reasoning and instead cheerfully took out a dice cup. "No need for more words. Let's settle this with a gamble. If it's an even number, you will never think about becoming a Jinchuriki again and agree to one more condition for me. If it's an odd number, I will let you set the conditions. You can ask me for anything." Tsunade's eyes lit up, pulling herself out of her sulky mood, and boldly waved her hand, "Deal." Fanma gently shook the dice cup, and a hint of blood energy silently entered the cup, controlling the dice's landing. Even though Tsunade was known for her bad luck in gambling, Fanma had to be fully prepared. This was the attitude Fanma should have when facing every competition. Fanma elegantly opened the dice cup, grinning at Tsunade. See, this is fate. Tsunade looked at the dice, showing 6, letting out a soft hum. Now, what's the other condition? Fanma coughed, took out a pack of clothes he had carefully selected, and handed it to Tsunade. It's nothing much. Just remember to change into these when you train later. And by the way, strike a few nice poses too. Oof. Tsunade flipped through the cool and stylish clothes and socks in the shopping bag, her face growing redder, but there was also a hint of eagerness. Leave of absence notice. Recently, there have been some issues with the clay pot rice, and I temporarily have no cigarettes to smoke, resulting in a severe lack of inspiration. 068 The Wheel of Fire, Konoha, Hokage Building. Danzo stood aside, admiring the complex expressions of shock and anger on the third Hokage's face. The third Hokage held a thick report, extracting a list of ninjas from it, rarely losing his composure, and shouted, "Has the promotion system for ninjas in the village become this corrupt? There are actually large numbers of umbu involved. What is going on? I need an explanation. Have the umbu captain come to see me as quickly as possible." Under the shadows, an umbu quickly left after hearing the third Hokage's order. But what no one saw was that the face behind the mask of this umbu was already covered in cold sweat. Has the matter of the finally been exposed? Danzo looked at the furious third Hokage beside him, secretly sneering, and began to calculate how to obtain the greatest benefit from this incident. Currently, although Danzo was still the actual controller of the route, he had been stripped of the position of Hokage's advisor due to the false transmission of the Hokage's orders. Danzo needed the position of Hokage's advisor to ensure that he was the closest person to the Hokage's position at critical moments. Hizashi, we underestimated Uchiha Fanma. He actually used such a vicious method to disrupt the operation of the village. I think we must strike hard against Uchiha Fanma's actions. Danzo observed the third Hokage's expression and said in a deep voice. After this war, the third Hokage immediately assigned Danzo to investigate the reasons for the decline in the combat power of Konoha's ninjas. As Hokage, he was very sensitive to this matter and already felt that there was a huge pit waiting for him. Danzo quickly captured a large number of ninjas with significant fluctuations in strength based on previous task reports, even using Jinjutsu for interrogation. Soon, the entire underground network was dug up by Danzo, compiled into a detailed report, and a list of participating ninjas was sent to the third Hokage's desk. What's wrong, father? Bang! Sarutobi Shino rushed in, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he received a resounding slap from the third Hokage. The third Hokage, in a rage, slammed the list of ninjas involved in Onishino's face and sternly asked, "Tell me, what is going on?" The third Hokage was unusually angry in his heart. The severity of this matter was no less than that of the Uchiha clan directly rebelling. This was a challenge to the Wheel of Fire, a plan to undermine Konoha from within, a malicious scheme to cause internal collapse. Sarutobi Shino took the list and, upon seeing it, immediately understood, falling silent. I appointed you as the umbu captain to protect the village, not to give money to the Uchiha clan. Do you understand what umbu is? Umbu is a team directly under the Hokage, the only weapon I can control to balance those ninja clans. As umbu captain, I think you might as well go directly to the Uchiha clan and become an elder. You actually managed to hide this from me for 5 years. Sarutobi Shino remained silent, and the third Hokage's anger grew stronger, kicking him down. What do you think umbu is? Is it the court of the daimyo? This is Konoha, the ninja village founded by Hashirama and Tobirama. Tell me, why do this? What exactly is going on? Sarutobi Shino looked at the furious third Hokage and surprisingly smiled, slowly standing up and saying, I have a question I wanted to ask you, Lord Third. Can you tell me, what is the Wheel of Fire? The third Hokage was taken aback, not expecting Sarutobi Shino to ask such a fundamental question. Before the third Hokage could say anything, Sarutobi Shino answered himself. The Wheel of Fire is simply that where Konoha flies, the fire also lives on. In other words, the youth are the hope for the future, and the older generation must trust and protect them. The sacrifices of the older generation are not meaningless. They inspire the youth to become the pillars of the future. Seeing Shino's unusual reaction, the third Hokage turned to exchange a glance with Danzo, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Sarutobi Shino wore a hint of a mocking smile and continued. So, Uchiha Fanma, sacrificing himself, transferring his achievements to the younger generation of ninjas. Isn't that a manifestation of the Wheel of Fire? The third Hokage was furious, even showing a hint of killing intent in his gaze towards his son. I would like to ask Lord Third, although Uchiha Fanma sold his achievements to others, there was no falsification. They were all real accomplishments. However, he only became a jounin at 23, and despite countless merits in Umbu, he only received what could barely be called a consolation prize. So as Umbu captain, how should I comfort such a powerful subordinate, full of achievements, yet not receiving the due rewards? Should I use the will of fire to tell him that as an Uchiha, he should selflessly burn himself to illuminate this village? The third Hokage stared blankly at Sarutobi Shino, and Danzo was also taken aback. They never expected that Sarutobi Shino, as the third son, would speak such rebellious words. Sarutobi Shino revealed a relaxed smile and continued. When I was confused, it was Asuma who told me what the will of fire is. The third Hokage frowned. Asuma was his youngest son, just a child who had just entered the jounin school. Asuma told me that the will of fire is to reward those who have merits. Punish those who make mistakes. The strong help the weak, and the weak also help the strong. I think Asuma is right. What do you think, Lord Third? The third Hokage's face darkened as he said in a deep voice, "You still don't understand the village's affairs. Your thinking is still too naive." Before the third Hokage could finish, Sarutobi Shino tore off the Umbu captain's armband from his sleeve and placed it on the third Hokage's desk. "Lord Third, I will bear all the mistakes myself. I will leave Konoha and serve as one of the 12 guardians of the fire country. I hope there. I can truly understand what the will of fire is." After saying this, Sarutobi Shino deeply bowed to the third Hokage and left without looking back. Watching his son's departing figure, the third Hokage collapsed weakly into his seat, his heart in turmoil. He never expected that even his own son would question the will of fire, even wanting to go to the daimyo's residence to seek the truth. Meanwhile, Danzo looked at the weakened appearance of the third Hokage and handed over a piece of intelligence, mocking him. Orochimaru's problem is also very serious. He embezzled a large amount of research funding for his own studies. In this war, Fanma, Hatake Sakomo, and Orochimaru are the three brightest new stars. But Danzo knew very well that among these three, only Orochimaru had the possibility of inheriting the Hokage position. As long as he takes down Orochimaru, then the Hokage's hat will be one step closer to him. By the way, does anyone have experience quitting smoking? Today is the first day of quitting smoking, and I feel a bit sluggish overall. My inspiration is gone, and my mind is all muddled. Any tips for quitting smoking? Urgently asking for help. 069. What is the 8 gates of Duinjia? Uchiha número 2 Cortierth. Keep it up, Tsunade. A cloud of smoke dispersed, and Fanma returned to his single life. After several nights of hard work, Tsunade had been thoroughly persuaded by him. She completely abandoned the idea of becoming the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and decided to go to the Wet Bone Forest to learn sage techniques. Fanma returned to the study and solemnly opened the hard-earned scroll of the 8 gates of Duinjia. He had high expectations for this technique, but a long line of comments hit him like a wave, making him feel dizzy. This technique is for reference only. There has been no evidence of successful cultivation. Senju Tobarama. Fanma frowned and continued reading. The founder of the 8 gates of Duinjia surprised Fanma greatly. It was neither Senju Tobarama nor Might Guy, but a physical training method that had been left over since the Warring States period. During Senju Tobarama's reign, this technique was briefly promoted in Konoha, but he found the drawbacks and flaws of this technique to be exceptionally obvious, so he abandoned it. In the end, due to its harmful effects on the body, it was classified as a forbidden technique and included in the Forbidden Scroll. The scroll of the 8 gates of Duinjia in Fanma's hands was extremely rough. If ninjutsu could be compared to a house, then the current 8 gates of Duinjia could barely be considered a rough draft, only describable as something that holds future promise. Fanma sighed, feeling a sense of being deceived, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the third Hokage's cunning. Using a technique that couldn't even be considered a semi-finished product to get me to fight with tailed beasts was truly crafty. Third Hokage. For a long time, Fanma had wanted to test whether he could exchange for the 8 gates of Duinjia with the third Hokage, but the third Hokage always appeared to be deeply inscrutable, truly embodying the essence of benefit exchange. Fanma then thought of Might Guy, the first man in the ninja world to open the Death Gate. However, he vaguely remembered that Guy had said during the Third Great Ninja War that it took him over 20 years to master this technique. So, someone around Fanma's age, Guy, would also only be at the beginner level with the 8 gates of Duinjia. However, Fanma was not discouraged and continued to read carefully. As a top master of Taijutsu in the ninja world, It is better to rely on oneself than on others. Perhaps he could perfect and improve this ninjutsu himself. The 8 gates of Duinjia first elaborates on the human meridian system. In the chakra, flowing meridian system, there are 8 gates that suppress and control the chakra within the body. The opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, death gate, view gate, shock gate, and the death gate. The essence of the 8 gates of Duinjia is to go against the body's limitations and gain power that exceeds one's own limits. In the scroll, the descriptions for opening the 8 gates are as follows. Opening gate lifts the brain's limits to achieve 100 physical capability. Rest gate lifts physical fatigue limits. Overexerts the body's energy to recover stamina, offsetting the fatigue caused by the energy consumption of the opening gate. Life gate further enhances attack and speed. The body begins to flush red, the last safe zone of the 8 gates of Duinjia, and the body starts to emit green energy. The following injury gate, death gate, view gate, and the mechanisms of the first 3 gates are the same. They all gain power beyond limits by squeezing the potential of the body. Fanma looked at the descriptions of the first 6 gates and couldn't help but chuckle. This is essentially a technique that ignores the subconscious limitations of the human body. A person's strength and speed are limited by their own body, constrained by factors like bone strength, muscle density, nerve response, and physiological structure. The chewing muscles of an ordinary person can lift a man of equal weight. If 300 million muscle fibers in the body contracted in the same direction, the force could reach 25 tons, comparable to a crane. However, the brain's nerves would not allow the body to do this. If the body really unleashed such power, the consequence would be that all bones would shatter into dust, becoming a pile of mush. Fanma faintly began to understand the 8 gates of Duinjia. To practice the 8 gates of Duinjia, one must first have a solid physique. Otherwise, they wouldn't even meet the requirements to open the opening gate, which is to completely control one's body. The subsequent steps are crucial. Practicing the 8 gates of Duinjia requires constant honing of one's physical body. This way, when the limiter is released, the body can provide more energy, thus condensing more chakra and achieving a stronger explosion. Under the influence of the limiter, if one improves their body by just 1 point, the chakra gathered during the opening gate could possibly be 10-fold or even reach 100-fold. However, it doesn't mean that just having a strong body is enough to practice the 8 gates of Duinjia. Many ninjas, although practicing Taijutsu and possessing strong bodies, have timid hearts. Such individuals, even if their physique meets the standards, would still be unable to overcome their consciousness. Even if they practice the 8 gates of Duinjia, their maximum achievement would be just 1 gate. The moment the 8 gates of Duinjia is opened, one must be prepared to go all out, ignoring limits, pain, and even death, just to unleash all their potential. Fanma couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the founder of this technique. This must be a madman who constantly hones himself, possessing an unparalleled obsession to conceive such a perverse yet powerful taijutsu. Upon reaching the shock gate, there's a clear change from the first 6 gates. The shock gate is located at the end of the spinal column. Once this limiter is opened, the body will uncontrollably release its power. If not controlled well, the practitioner is at a high risk of death at this stage. A ninja in the shock gate state has their body at the brink of collapse, and a large amount of sweat will be secreted from their skin, which will evaporate into blue steam due to the overwhelming chakra. As for opening the death gate, this scroll does not record it. It only speculates on the possible state. The death gate will burn the practitioner completely, turning both body and will into fuel for power, with blood evaporating from the surface due to high temperatures, erupting into terrifying blood-red steam. An unknown predecessor from the Warring States period made annotations here. The so-called Death Gate is to showcase one's lifelong training and will to the world in a matter of seconds. Senju Tobarama also made annotations here, his words revealing hopes for the future of Konoha ninjas. Opening the Death Gate means completely conquering oneself, and conquering oneself is not enough. There must be the will to protect or love. Only love can allow a person to transcend themselves, overcome fear, and gain power that surpasses everything. If one day, someone opens the Death Gate to protect Konoha, then the will of fire has surely blossomed successfully. Fanma savored the 8 gates of Duinjia, feeling a sense of desolation. This is the roar of mortals against bloodlines, the lament of warriors against evil dragons. For Fanma, he actually doesn't need to learn the first 6 gates of the 8 gates of Duinjia to comprehend them. The 8 gates of Duinjia is essentially a battle method that quenches thirst with alcohol, fundamentally losing one's origin and potential. Unless absolutely necessary, Fanma is unwilling to use it. However, He holds great respect for ninjas who can open the shock gate and death gate. His heart's love and will to protect are far from enough to burn all of himself. While Fanma was still reminiscing about the 8 gates of Duanjia, an unexpected visitor arrived. Fanma-kun, have you heard about the situation in the village? You and I, our reputations are as stinky as dung right now. 070, the counterattack of the Leaf Pot King, the so-called rare guest, is none other than Orochimaru. As for what Orochimaru said about the 2 individuals now having a terrible reputation, Fanma was not concerned and even had anticipated it. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Fanma never hoped to receive any praise in the village. However, Orochimaru's current state piqued his interest greatly. Orochimaru's complexion was particularly pale, his hands trembled slightly, and there was a deep-seated anger in his eyes. Moreover, Orochimaru's demeanor was quite different from before. In this timeline, Suk had provided Orochimaru with companionship and warmth, while Fanma offered understanding and support on his scientific path. Orochimaru had familial and friendly ties in Konoha, no longer fighting alone as before. Because of this, at this moment, Orochimaru exuded a calm and elegant aura, like a seasoned scholar, unlike the madness and coldness of his original timeline. But now, the Orochimaru before Fanma was rapidly aligning with his original self. That unique aura of destruction and madness finally reappeared on Orochimaru. Fanma sighed heavily and handed Orochimaru a glass of water, signaling him to calm down first. Orochimaru tightly gripped the glass, his pale, slender fingers bulging with veins, staring at Fanma, and spoke in a gloomy tone. The village's higher-ups searched my laboratory, confiscated my research results, and charged me with serious crimes. Both the Umbu and Root are investigating me simultaneously. Fanma was taken aback. In this timeline, although Orochimaru's moral baseline was still low, he did adhere to some principles. Even when conducting human experiments, it was under the framework required by the 3rd Hokage. So how could there be problems? Orochimaru coldly smiled and listed a series of long accusations. Embezzling funds for the orphanage's construction, leaving many orphans homeless and without compensation. Conducting human experiments on the village's ninjas. Falsely informing them of the dangers of the experiments, leading to the deaths of numerous volunteers. Stealing the first Hokage's cells, disturbing the rest of the previous Hokage, and attempting to covet the power of wood release. As the commander on the battlefield against the Rain Ninja, being inflexible, disobeying the Hokage's strategies and orders, resulting in heavy casualties among the troops. Fanma was stunned. These charges combined were enough to warrant Orochimaru's death sentence several times over. Fanma counted on his fingers, repeated Orochimaru's crimes, looked at him with amusement, and asked, "These matters probably haven't been formally classified by the village yet, right? Otherwise, with your personality, you should have already become a glorious trader of Konoha by now." Orochimaru nodded, but the anger in his eyes did not diminish. Although it hasn't been formally classified, the village has publicly announced an investigation against me. This matter is now causing quite a stir in the village. Even the vendors at the market know about it. Even if these accusations against me can eventually be cleared, what good would it do? Fanma nodded. The person behind the framing of Orochimaru had indeed executed a brilliant maneuver. Setting aside the facts, attaching various eye-catching heinous crimes to Orochimaru's name had drawn widespread attention from the entire village. This had already, in an invisible way, tarnished Orochimaru's reputation and foundation in the village. Moreover, Orochimaru's experiments were already in a gray area, encompassing many dark aspects of Konoha, making it difficult to publicly clarify. The volunteers who sacrificed their lives in the wood release experiments, the first Hokage's cells in the laboratory, and the resistance to the 3rd Hokage's commands on the battlefield were all real issues, but also unspeakable. Would the higher-ups of Konoha take the initiative to shoulder the responsibility to clarify Orochimaru's reputation? What puzzled Fanma was why the village suddenly launched such a merciless investigation against Orochimaru. Orochimaru's experiments were actually backed by the 3rd Hokage. Even if some problems arose, they wouldn't be exposed to the public eye. So, who would suddenly strike so hard at Orochimaru? Fanma nodded, agreeing with Orochimaru's assessment. However, after hearing all this, I'm even more curious about my own reputation. Does the entire village now think that we, the Uchiha, are going to arm ourselves and seize power tomorrow? Orochimaru coldly smiled and mocked. I think they're probably afraid that the Uchiha really will erupt in bloodshed with the village, which is why they dare not classify you and the Uchiha. But the infamy of you and the Uchiha clan is much more vicious than mine. Orochimaru raised a finger and began to recount Fanma and the Uchiha's so-called crimes. In war, to protect your own clan, you treated civilian ninjas as cannon fodder, disobeying the Hokage's orders and acting unilaterally. Before the war ended, the Uchiha clan returned to the village on their own, leading to Shikaku's invasion and causing heavy casualties among the ninjas. Treating missions as a joke, corrupting numerous ninjas with money, selling important intelligence from the village, and disrupting the village's operational order. Even the fierce battle between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara 30 years ago has been brought up. The Uchiha clan is now considered a naturally evil clan, bringing death and destruction to the village. Fama couldn't help but applaud. This analysis of the Uchiha clan was indeed spot on. Which of the second Hokage's true disciples crafted this? Seeing Fanma's flippant reaction, Orochimaru looked puzzled, feeling a sense of confusion. Fama, you don't seem angry at all? Seemingly understanding what Orochimaru was thinking, Fama coughed lightly and pointed to his own chest. What they said is not wrong, and I personally think the evaluation of the Uchiha clan is quite accurate. Seeing Orochimaru's speechless expression, Fama waved his hand, signaling Orochimaru to wait for him for a moment. Fama took out paper and pen, wrote down these so-called crimes, and began to analyze the underlying causes and logic. Although Fama had already locked in on Danzo as the culprit, he did not understand why Orochimaru had fallen into this vortex. Orochimaru also remained silent, watching Fama sketch on the paper. Fama recalled the major and minor events surrounding this war, and he already had clarity in his mind. These so-called crimes danced in his mind, and a logical chain connected them one by one, revealing the truth behind it all. Shimura Danzo, truly worthy of the title Pot King of Konoha, not only adept at taking the blame, but also skilled at placing the blame on others. Fama softly sighed. He had already understood the ins and outs of this incident. The source of this matter should lie in Danzo being pressured by the moment and losing his position as the Hokage's advisor. Orochimaru had merely been unfortunate enough to be caught in this vortex, used by Danzo as a tool to cleanse his own blemishes, thus cutting off his hopes of becoming Hokage. 071, the assistance of the king of Konoha's pot regarding the evaluation of himself and the Uchiha clan in the village. Fanma expressed that it was actually quite reasonable. In a sense, it was just reiterating what the Uchiha clan had done. Most members of the Uchiha clan indeed have a brutal, cold, and reclusive personality with an extremely obsessive pursuit of power. Moreover, once the Sharingan is activated, a chilling gaze emanates from their blood-red eyes, which makes it hard for others to feel any goodwill. However, ultimately, it was the Uchiha and Senju clans that united to quell the chaos and laid the foundation for Konoha. The Uchiha were also founders of Konoha. Most Konoha ninjas who enjoyed the peace brought by the Uchiha have forgotten this point. In their eyes, the Uchiha clan is synonymous with being unapproachable, cold, and arrogant. The second Hokage even summarized his research on the Uchiha with a single phrase. The Uchiha are a clan born of evil. The second Hokage, as the architect of Konoha's political framework, defined the Uchiha in this way and imparted this ideology to his students. The Uchiha clan had long been sentenced to death in Konoha's politics. Up to now, although the Uchiha have regained some power on the battlefield under Fama's leadership, the fundamental problem remains unresolved. The security department, this leash tailored by the second Hokage for the Uchiha, is still tightly fastened around their necks. The Uchiha, who should have emerged from the war as bloodthirsty wolves, have now become the guard dogs of Konoha. Given the Uchiha's proud nature, they cannot be gentle with ninjas or civilians who have made mistakes. In fact, regardless of which ninja clan undertook the responsibilities of the security department, it would not enjoy a good reputation. After all, who would have any goodwill towards those who punish them? The Uchiha clan created internal peace and quiet for Konoha through the security department, but also bore the resentment and dissatisfaction of the ninjas, further severing the ties between the Uchiha and Konoha. The existence of the security department has caused many Uchiha to lose the opportunity to undertake normal ninja missions, effectively assigning the Uchiha to 100 security work. On the surface, they monopolized a powerful institution in the village, seemingly basking in glory, but in reality, it was a ticking time bomb set by the second Hokage. Orochimaru was actually brought into this vortex by the Uchiha, but due to Danzo's presence, this situation was only a matter of time. Danzo would not tolerate young Konoha ninjas with prestige appearing. And the gray area where Orochimaru existed became the best weapon for Danzo to attack him. Meanwhile, Danzo himself lurked in the so-called roots of Konoha, shielded by a supposed high-level confidentiality system, rendering him immune to public opinion. Fama picked up a pen and paper, beginning to analyze the essence of this turmoil with Orochimaru. These accusations are merely the boundaries of your gray area, and now they have simply erupted. Saying that you embezzled orphanage funds seems absurd. But in reality, most of your funding comes from Danzo, who is the true financial backer of the orphanage. This logic holds up on paper. Konoha's orphanage is not a welfare organization. It receives only a small portion of funding, and most orphans fend for themselves, barely ensuring basic food and shelter. Danzo capitalized on the orphan's vulnerability and provided a certain amount of funding to the orphanage. Consequently, many talented orphans in Konoha were absorbed by the roots, becoming mindless supporters of Danzo. As for your human experimentation, as far as I know, the casualty data of nearly 200 people is indeed real. The first Hokage cells are a secret matter within the village and cannot be publicly discussed. The experiments on wood release were conducted under the third Hokage's hint and Danzo's supervision. Over 100 descendants of the Senju and civilian ninjas eager for wood release power lost their lives in this experiment, and the high-ranking officials turned them into missing persons. Some were voluntary, while others were conducted under the suggestion of Orochimaru and others. Lastly, regarding the battlefield in the Rain Country, you are well aware of the casualty rate. It was nearly half. Such a terrifying loss ratio requires someone to step forward and explain. Now that your reputation is so tarnished, there is no need for anyone else to take the blame. Orochimaru listened silently to Fanma's analysis, his gaze gradually turning cold. At this moment, his feelings for Konoha extinguished. This shift is precisely the marvel of the Will of Fire. The Will of Fire is indeed a relatively advanced concept in the ninja world, capable of enhancing the cohesion of Konoha ninjas and nurturing a large number of ninjas willing to sacrifice for Konoha. However, there exists a serious problem in the ninja world. The geniuses in the ninja world often possess extreme and obsessive personalities. Konoha's geniuses, who uphold the Will of Fire, also pursue everything that was once promised. When the beauty of youth turns into the filth and cruelty of reality, extreme emotions often arise within them. A genius in the ninja world means possessing a greater amount of violence than others and being unable to tolerate grievances. At this moment, a darkness and storm capable of devouring everything brewed within Orochimaru. In his youth, he became a disciple of the third Hokage as a civilian ninja, listening to the Will of Fire since childhood. But as he grew up, he discovered the darkest truths lurking deep within the village. Now, he had also become a victim of the internal struggles within the village. This extreme contrast filled Orochimaru with disgust and even led to some self-doubt about his 20 years of life. The third Hokage may not have intended to stay in the position of Hokage forever, yet his counterpart Danzo still coveted the Hokage position in middle age. Danzo's existence and actions turned the Will of Fire, which the third Hokage painstakingly promoted for years, into a comedic farce. The third Hokage's indecision, coupled with his repeated indulgence and shielding of Danzo, further magnified this contrast. For young ninjas, the Will of Fire for the village's higher-ups. Punishment in the form of drinking 3 cups of sake. Orochimaru's mind flashed with memories of the ninjas who once served under him. Did their sacrifices hold any meaning? Orochimaru sighed deeply and suddenly said, "The Will of Fire cannot bring peace. At most, it can only be a whetstone, killing Konoha and other ninja village ninjas more swiftly. Not just Konoha, the entire ninja world is a decaying windmill. Although it still turns slowly, it has lost its meaning and is no longer worth my attention." Orochimaru's gaze gradually became sharp and frenzied, his snake-like eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze on Fanma, speaking each word clearly. "Fanma-kun, I want to overturn this ninja world. Are you willing to join me?" 072 Boiling Wine. And discussing the ninja world, are you willing to join me? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words and seeing the expression on his face that seemed to suggest he wanted to lure him in, Fanma immediately felt a wave of amusement, and his expression became elusive. "No, it should be me inviting you. Why are you stealing my lines?" To Orochimaru's surprise, Fanma did not respond to his invitation. Instead, he stood up silently and walked straight into the inner room. Orochimaru watched Fanma's departing figure, feeling a wave of disappointment. "Fanma-kun, are you really that resistant to the idea of change? I didn't expect the only man I thought was like-minded with me to be so decayed." Orochimaru's expression changed from initial excitement to gradual despondency. The next moment, he was stunned. Fanma came over, carrying a massive 8 immortals table. On it were a variety of side dishes and 2 bottles of expensive sake. Fanma's strong arms wrapped around Orochimaru, slapping his back with a loud thud, exclaiming, "I've been waiting for you to say that." With your help, we can defeat 100,000 ninjas in the ninja world. Sit down, let's eat and talk. Orochimaru struggled to breathe. The immense strength from Fanma's arms made him feel like he was about to suffocate. For the first time, he experienced how strong this man was. Just a hug almost overwhelmed him. Fanma was very surprised to hear Orochimaru open up to him. In Fanma's future plans, Orochimaru held an important position. However, in the original timeline, Orochimaru's defection occurred after the Nine Tails attack. This time frame was far too late for the Uchiha clan and for Fanma. Fanma initially intended to befriend Orochimaru through some secrets of the ninja world and gradually test him. Now, Shimura Danzo's slander against Orochimaru had significantly accelerated this process. Orochimaru, the first ninja in the ninja world to embrace science, could make many research endeavors much easier. In the original timeline, Orochimaru left Konoha almost empty-handed, yet managed to establish the strong small nation of Otogeikure, showcasing exceptional administrative skills. Most importantly, Orochimaru was particularly adept at recruiting talented ninjas, easily forming a high-quality team. Orochimaru sat at the table in a daze, watching as Fanma eagerly filled his bowl with sake. Cheers! Orochimaru had never witnessed such a scene before and could only awkwardly raise his bowl in response to Fanma. Just now, I seem to be talking to Fanma-kun about subverting the ninja world, yet here we are eating. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the 2 bottles of premium sake were nearly empty. The steaming food and strong liquor were a good way to temporarily forget worries. Fanma's goal was to help Orochimaru step away from extreme emotions and think calmly about the issues at hand. He needed to confirm that they were truly like-minded and not just a spur-of-the-moment collaboration, to avoid a breakdown due to ideological differences in their future deep cooperation. Repeating Konoha's mistakes. With a nostalgic tone, Fanma looked at Orochimaru and slowly said, "Do you remember when we graduated from the Ninja Academy and discussed the ninja world? Back then, we were both very young." Orochimaru responded with a sense of nostalgia. "Yes, at that time, I couldn't fully agree with your thoughts, but looking back now, you've long since surpassed me." Fanma smiled slightly and asked, "Orochimaru-kun, do you remember the methods we discussed back then?" Orochimaru smiled in understanding and continued Fanma's line. "Of course I remember. One is bottom-up, and the other is top-down. Your high-minded theories are still fresh in my memory. The so-called top-down approach involves patching up the existing framework and requiring compromises from all sides. It can only be considered a reform, not a fundamental change. The bottom-up approach, on the other hand, is about completely dismantling the existing ideas and order, eliminating the ruling class." Fanma looked at Orochimaru with slight surprise. He didn't expect that their casual conversations in their youth would be remembered so clearly by him. "So, Orochimaru-kun, which do you prefer?" Orochimaru pondered, falling into deep thought. Re-establishing an order was not a simple task. For instance, in Konoha, it was an almost impossible mission. At the founding of Konoha, most of the ninja clans were brought in by the Senju clan, while the Uchiha clan played more of a role as a lead enforcers. The series of actions taken by Senju Tobirama during his tenure significantly strengthened the Hokage's control. By taking on apprentices, he turned influential clans within Konoha into allies. Furthermore, by establishing the Ninja Academy, he absorbed a large number of civilian ninjas as a solid base, reducing the Hokage's dependency on the ninja clans, thus firmly controlling power in his hands. As Orochimaru contemplated the possibilities of these 2 methods, his gaze gradually focused on Fanma. Since Fanma-kun shares the same desire for change, what method does he, from the Uchiha clan, intend to adopt? Seeing Orochimaru's inquisitive eyes, Fanma's expression turned serious as he said, "I plan to take the bottom-up approach. The current system of one nation and one village is far too inefficient and foolish." Orochimaru was taken aback. He believed Fanma's answer was unfeasible. "Fanma-kun, even without discussing your relationship with Tsunade, the foundation of Konoha should never be underestimated." Fanma shook his head, stating that the nation he wanted to establish in the future was not in Konoha. He understood that the possibility of a coup in Konoha was incredibly low. Not to mention the Uchiha's grassroots support, even from a combat perspective, it was nearly impossible. Currently, the Uchiha clan's high-end combat power consisted only of him and Uchiha Shursui. The remaining Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mido, and the still young third Hokage, their combined strength could pose significant trouble for Fanma. Moreover, Uchiha Shursui, at his current age, would struggle to achieve a favorable outcome against figures like Shimura Danzo and Hatake Sakumo. Even if the remaining Uchihas activated their Sharingan, they would still struggle to make up for the vast numerical gap. Seeing Orochimaru's increasingly perplexed expression, Fama picked up a map and pointed to an island. This is the country you and I will build in the future. 073 The Division of Labor Between Two People. Part 1. What Fama referred to as not so much an island as a small island nation. Orochimaru frowned. Fanma's choice was greatly unexpected for him. Fanma-kun, if you want to scheme against Kirigakure, it will be quite difficult. Perhaps we should start with some smaller ninja villages. In Orochimaru's plan, the best targets for the two of them would be those medium and small ninja villages with favorable territories in the ninja world, such as the Land of Frost, the Land of Tea, and the Land of Hot Water. Although the native ninjas of these small countries have weak combat abilities, they possess good land and economic resources. If handled properly afterward, they could achieve great development. Even the Land of Iron and the Land of Frost, which have relatively strong military forces, could be taken over if some local ninja clans are found to support Orochimaru. In the original timeline, Orochimaru established Otogeikure in the Land of Rice with the support of the Fma clan. Fama pointed at those small ninja villages on the map and shook his head. Orochimaru-kun, you know why these small countries haven't been swallowed by the larger ones. Their true role is to act as a buffer zone during the wars of the great nations, serving as a firewall to prevent the flames of war from reaching their own territories. Even if these small countries temporarily enjoy peace, they still act under the eyes of the great nations. Ultimately, they are small and weak, easily crushed, merely a false bubble, without vast territory and sufficient population. Even if we occupy these small countries and establish our own ninja village, at best, it would just be a stronger version of Amigakure, unable to truly establish a foothold in this ninja world. In my plan, I will take the Uchiha clan away from Konoha. These small countries cannot protect our Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. In terms of the mobility of ninjas, the geography of the ninja world is indeed too small. Therefore, in a ninja world, geopolitical dynamics are vividly reflected. Konoha has been repeatedly attacked by the four great hidden villages not only because of the tempting forests of the Land of Fire, but also, more importantly, due to Konoha's poor geographical location. The so-called Golden Horns, Silver Edges, and Grass Bellies, the Land of Fire cannot be considered good, bordered by the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, with the Land of Lightning lurking in the north. It is in a situation of being besieged from multiple sides. Geographically, the most advantageous position in the ninja world is the Land of Lightning. The entire country not only has many hills, but is also a peninsula, easy to defend and difficult to attack. When a large-scale war breaks out in the ninja world, it can also quickly send troops to gain benefits. Orochimaru nodded in agreement with Fanma's statement. If Fanma-kun still wants to take the Uchiha clan to Kirigakure, then a small country indeed cannot build a stage to support the Uchiha. So, does Fanma-kun intend to take the Uchiha to seek refuge in Kirigakure? To be blunt, given the Uchiha's reputation in the ninja world, seeking refuge in another country would also be difficult to obtain fair treatment. Hearing this, Fanma laughed heartily, patting Orochimaru's shoulder, and said, since we're going to adopt a bottom-up policy, why would I take the Uchiha to seek refuge in other ninja villages? What we want to establish is a hidden village where your and my words are law, establishing absolute authority. Fanma no longer kept it a secret and began to elaborate on his ideas in detail to Orochimaru. The main reason for choosing Kirigakure was its isolated terrain, suspended over seas, not bordering any other great nation. Once we succeed, we can adopt a strategy of closing the country, completely transforming Kirigakure and even the Land of Water, without worrying about the invasion of the four great nations. The current policies implemented by Kirigakure also give us a tremendous opportunity. The Third Mizukage and the various ninja clans of Kirigakure are entangled in conflict, and there is a subtle trend of division. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He began to understand Fanma's thoughts. Indeed, among the test subjects that Danzo had sent me before, there were many rogue ninjas from Kirigakure. Fanmais Mutweetst, secretly lamenting. In this ninja world, no matter when, it cannot escape the existence of Danzo. The reason for all this lies in the shallow foundation of the Third Mizukage, who gained his position illegitimately, unable to match the strength to suppress Kirigakure. And his political skills were also very poor, unable to balance the various forces within Kirigakure. He could only resort to large-scale purges, creating a blood mist in order to ensure Kirigakure's unity. Kirigakure is indeed a very sinister place. The Land of Water, where Kirigakure is located, is a large island nation completely isolated from the other four great nations, surrounded by islands rich in aquatic resources, and should have been a country enjoying peace. Unfortunately, the second Mizukage, the ghost lantern Mangetsu, was an outright lunatic and battle maniac, squandering this great situation. During the First Great Ninja War, he had a fierce battle with the second Suchikage of Awagakure over some spoils from attacking Konoha, leading to both of their deaths. Unlike Konoha or Awagakure, Kirigakure did not have a clear master-disciple succession system. In a short time, various ninja clans in Kirigakure rose up, each wanting to experience being the Mizukage, and the country fell into chaos. The third Mizukage, having once served as the guard for the first Mizukage, Haku, and the second Mizukage, Mangetsu, barely rose to power based on his qualifications, but from then on became a puppet behind various ninja clans. However, everything changed when the third Mizukage sealed the three tails within his body. Although the third Mizukage did not become the perfect Jinchuriki of the three tails, he could mobilize the tailed beast chakra within him, greatly increasing his power. After being a puppet for 20 years, the third Mizukage had long harbored great dissatisfaction towards those ninja clans that had bound his hands and feet, and he began to carry out brutal purges. This is what is referred to as loyalty is not absolute, it is absolute disloyalty. In the heart of the third Mizukage, these bloodline clans, even if they possess abilities surpassing ordinary civilian ninjas, would only bring greater turmoil. In other ninja villages, bloodline limits are coveted and treated as treasures, while in Kirigakure, they have become a death knell that invites disaster. Orochimaru looked excitedly at the analysis of Kirigakure's information, his snake-like vertical pupils filled with intense interest. For someone who despises monotony, what could be more dramatically changing than overthrowing a country, besides conducting scientific research in pursuit of the ultimate transformation in ninjutsu? Therefore, as long as we gather those ninja clans that oppose the third Mizukage, we can form a significant force to further intensify the conflicts within Kirigakure. After that, we just need to wait for the third Mizukage's reaction. He will definitely not sit idly by and watch this force grow larger. However, the power of the tailed beasts, which the third Mizukage relies on, is merely a joke in front of our Uchiha clan. As long as he dares to send troops, we will occupy the moral high ground for defense and counterattack, carry out decapitation operations, and seize Kirigakure in one fell swoop. Fama has a process that allows the vast majority of ninjas in the ninja world to pass away silently. With Kushina's Kaguya, Shin-Ei paving the way, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique for infiltration, Uchiha Shakugan's Sharingan for Genjutsu control, and finally, Fanma's ability to suppress tailed beasts to wrap things up. Additionally, with Orochimaru's unique techniques, it is even possible to recreate a third Mizukage. By changing the human skin, no reconnaissance ninjutsu can detect it, and it can be done much better than Obito in the original timeline. Fanma took out a scroll, and, after a puff of smoke, a stack of impressively thick silver bills appeared. These are all the family assets he painstakingly earned through practicing diligently. So, Orochimaru-kun, your mission is to go to the Mist Village, intensify the internal conflicts there, and gather the persecuted bloodline ninja clan. We have people, money, and arms, and I, along with the entire Uchiha clan, will fully support you. Regarding the question of why not continue in Konoha, many readers have told me that I shouldn't leave Konoha and should instead kill the Konoha F4 to seize the position of Hokage. I actually don't quite agree with this view. During the time of the Second Shinobi World War, the third Hokage was following the methods of Senju Tobarama, and on the surface, there was no persecution against the Uchiha clan. The security department set up by Senju Tobarama was a form of open strategy. Although it weakened the Uchiha's power, in the eyes of the small to medium ninja clans in Konoha, I personally think this is a kind of blessed trouble. After all, they don't have to go on missions, don't have to go to the battlefield, and just need to maintain order in the village. Isn't that something other ninja clans would envy? The conflict within the Uchiha clan ultimately stems from their desire to touch the highest power in Konoha. But Senju Tobarama blocked the path for the Uchiha to become Hokage through the master-apprentice inheritance system. All of this is still limited to the clash of strategies. If the Uchiha directly killed the Konoha F4, regardless of the issue of combat power, even if they succeeded, what would their foundation for rule be? Even if they succeeded, it would just be a second Blood Mist village. Senju Tobarama established the Ninja Academy, and the Hokage lineage stands behind most of the common ninja in Konoha. The master-apprentice system of Hokage also ensures that the large ninja clans in Konoha are the strongest forces behind the Hokage. Moreover, the third Hokage has nominally won the Second Shinobi War. Sarutobi Sasuke did not commit suicide, Hinata Hisashi was not forced to death, and Uzumaki Mito is still in command. So the public sentiment is not as bad as during the Chunin exams. During this period, it could be said that the Uchiha clan could hardly find any allies. If they want to stay in Konoha to seize power, they would have to wait until after the Third War, during which they would work without effort, leading to Sarutobi Hiruzen's downfall and supporting Tsunade to rise to power. I personally feel that this is too slow and not very interesting. The author is still a beginner and doesn't know how to write well. Describing the petty internal strife in Konoha every day feels too boring. After all, I can't spoil the plot, but what I can guarantee everyone is that the Uchiha clan will go to the Mist Village in style. I don't think it's shameful for the Uchiha clan to leave Konoha. It's just withdrawing investment from Konoha to start new. This is also a bit of the author's thought process. Perhaps it's different from some readers' thinking, and I just want to share it for discussion. 074 The Division of Labor Between Two People, Part 2. Orochimaru had a genuine smile at the corner of his mouth. He felt very satisfied with Fanma's sincerity and openness. What could be better than a partner who provides people when needed, money when needed, and plans when needed? Orochimaru fell silent and closed his eyes in contemplation. Fanma did not disturb him. It was essential to give Orochimaru enough space to think. If it was merely an impulsive decision made in the heat of the moment, without clear thoughts and guidelines, it would only lead to greater troubles and tragedies. Orochimaru replayed Fanma's plan in his mind and slowly said, Fanma-kun, I agree with your idea. Next, let me talk about my plan. I intend to use the Land of Soup as a frontline base and settle the Mist Ninja clan that we can recruit here. The Land of Soup is also an island nation, not far from the Land of Water, and is known as the top leisure destination in the ninja world. Most ninjas who come here are primarily focused on leisure and vacation. It will be quite suitable to settle the recruited Mist ninjas there. I have long been interested in the Mist's bloodline clans. According to my intelligence, Mist has a very diverse range of Kekkai Genkai. Fanma nodded. It was indeed the case. If the Mist developed well, without the intervention of any extraordinary figures, they could still display considerable strength. Ice release, dark release, boil release, melt release, earth release, crystal release, and even the suspected corpse bloodline inherited from Kaguya Tsutsuki. All these techniques are versatile, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, and many of them are suitable for agricultural purposes. I also have a suggestion for Fanma-kun. As far as I know, Konoha still has some powerful ninja clans that have declined due to the second Hokage's policies. You might try to contact them. Perhaps we can recruit them to our side. Fanma seemed to understand. Orochimaru was likely referring to clans like the Arma clan and the Tsuchigamo clan. A mysterious smile appeared on Orochimaru's face as he looked at Fanma and slowly said, However, there is still an important question that needs to be resolved, Fanma-kun. If you and I betray Konoha together, how will you face Tsunade? Orochimaru's question was indeed sharp. Tsunade had a deep emotional connection to Konoha. She had not experienced the death of a lover, nor did she suffer from hemophobia, because of Fanma's strong intervention. The third Hokage had early on approved her request to establish a medical department. At this moment, Tsunade held no resentment toward Konoha. The conflict arising from her lover, teacher, and the village founded by her grandfather was indeed unpredictable. Fanma looked at Orochimaru with a calm expression. What we aim to do is to overturn the entire ninja world. I still remember what you said. This ninja world must be hiding a huge secret from 1,000 years ago. Taking down the mist is merely the first step to unveil the true veil of the ninja world. Our journey is still long, and if someone falls behind, I can only express my regrets, even though I do not wish for that. Orochimaru's eyes grew brighter. This is the attitude needed to accomplish great things. If Shosuke does not understand his teacher, then I can only proceed this way. As for choosing the mist, it was mainly due to the geographical location of the Land of Water, which is isolated overseas. The one village system established by the first Hokage has become quite decayed by now. Given the current state of the ninja world, if one wants to take action against the Daime, a relatively enclosed area is still needed, and the geographical location of the Land of Water is indeed very suitable. Fanma added. Orochimaru gave Fanma a meaningful glance. This was a very sensitive topic. The Daime of the Land of Fire has had numerous marriages with the Senju clan. If Fanma were to truly unite with Tsunade, then the nobles of the Land of Fire could be considered Fanma's relatives. If Fanma took action against the Daime in the Land of Fire, it would almost certainly trigger an explosion within Konoha. In fact, the leaders of various countries are not fools. No one wishes to bow and scrape just for the sake of a so-called status to flatter the Daime. The one village system has its historical context. Hundreds of years ago, ninjas were not mainstream. ninjutsu had not developed to the extent it has now. At that time, the martial power of this world still relied on samurai. With the onset of the Warring States period, the strength of ninjas erupted exponentially in this chaotic battle. Various, unheard of, brutal, bizarre, and powerful ninjutsu were birthed in the war. It is worth noting that even the multi-shadow clone technique was invented by the second Hokage. One can imagine how scarce the means of ninjas were before the Warring States period. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and the first 5 Kages' overwhelming strength showed the daimyo what true power was. After the first established the one village system, daimyo from various countries began to bring the first Hokage's clan members to their residences, appointing them to important official positions, even marrying into their direct bloodlines. This is also why the descendants of the later Kage still need to maintain humility and respect toward the daimyo, because only there can they receive the most legitimate legal authority, which comes from the recognition of their ancestors. Otherwise, would the fourth Kakegeraza from the original timeline still obediently mine gold in the face of the Land of Wind's daimyo's policy of cutting military funding? Would a person capable of sealing the one tail within his son's body be intimidated by those so-called worldly views? Tsunade's princess status does not stem from being the granddaughter of the first Hokage, but rather from the title conferred by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. This is also why even Danzo and enemy ninjas refer to Tsunade as princess. After we take down the mist, I will send a Uchiha team to control all the officials in the Land of Water's daimyo's residence, using Jinjutsu to completely brainwash them, turning them into tools for governing without personal desires. In this way, the entire taxation of the Land of Water will be at our disposal. These nobles have wasted too much money, and we can use that money to transform the village, invest in scientific research, and create a positive cycle. Orochimaru looked at Fanma with satisfaction. Having such determination and ambition was why he was willing to collaborate. Since Fanma entrusts me so much, I might as well give you some surprises. One child from my previous wood release experiment survived and successfully fused with the first cells. Before Danzo searched my laboratory, I'd already moved him. Moreover, I have cultivated the first batch of transformation insect from the star you gave me before and made a deal with the Oil Woman clan, bringing the Oil Woman Chihira, whom you value, under my command. Fanma looked at Orochimaru with surprise. The #1 scientist in the ninja world was indeed well-deserved. As long as you provide Orochimaru with some useful materials, he will definitely deliver results. The child inheriting the wood release should be Yamato. His existence will undoubtedly stir up quite a storm in the ninja world. Fanma was very much looking forward to the moment when he and Orochimaru established a foothold in the mist, and the third Hokage's expression upon hearing that a wood release ninja had appeared in the mist. As for Oil Woman Chihira, she was an extraordinary poison insect master from the Oil Woman clan, capable of manipulating nano-sized poison insects, a bona fide biological weapon. If used properly, she could be even more ferocious on the battlefield than Hanzo's salamander. Fanma nodded, took out a thick stack of banknotes, and handed it to Orochimaru. Then let us begin our action. Rest assured, Vamakuen, I won't keep you waiting too long. Orochimaru extended his long tongue and licked his lips. At that moment, his sinister aura was revived once again. 075, I am the man who will become the Mizukichi. Good planning, that brat Fanma, truly deserving to take over as the leader of our Uchiha clan. Old man fully supports you. Fanma, is this the entrepreneurial plan you've been telling me about since you were young? Does this mean I have a chance to become the 4th Mizukichi? Yellow hair brat. The 4th Mizukichi belongs to us Uchihas, and the 5th is barely a seat for Orochimaru. You can aim for the 6th. Red-eyed old man. Don't think just because you have the Mangeki Sharingan, you can talk loudly to me. I, who master the Flying Thunder God technique, 1T, give you any face. In the Land of Fire, in Konohagakure, within the Uchiha clan's territory, these two began to inexplicably compete for the position of future Mizukichi. Fanma helplessly watched the old and young bicker, waiting for their argument to end so he could sit on the sofa and reflect on the events of the past few days. After Orochimaru left a few days ago, Fanma didn't deal with the rumors, but instead began to ponder how to enhance his combat power. Fanma's strength, though derived from his hard work, was also aided by his entries. The tailed beast chakra he devoured from Shikaku was digested extremely slowly, far below his expectations. This meant that the heavenly furnace could no longer meet Fanma's current needs, and he needed to further enhance the efficiency of chakra absorption. As Fanma continued to grow, the entries could undergo a balanced evolution, but if there were strong external stimuli, they could mutate into unexpectedly powerful effects. Fanma browsed through the Uchiha's ancient texts and various secret techniques of the ninja world, searching for ninjutsu or treasures that had the ability to absorb chakra. If the heavenly furnace could achieve a strong evolution, Fanma hoped to gain an effect similar to the hungry ghost path, so he could capture tailed beasts across the ninja world. The techniques like Shinigami, Rinnegan, the Amber Purifying Bottle, Uchiha Fan, Banana Fan, and Shark Skin. These tools, or bloodline limits, all had the capability to absorb chakra. However, the status of Shinigami and Shark Skin was too low, and Rinnegan was out of the question. As for the Flame Fan and other treasures, they were either heavily guarded in Kyomogakure or in the hands of the elusive Uchiha Madara, making it temporarily difficult for Fanma to obtain them. After several days of contemplation, Fanma ultimately chose to pursue the ultimate weapon of the Sage of Six Paths, known as the Box of Bliss, which surpasses all six-path treasures. The Box of Bliss, according to legends in the ninja world, can fulfill any wish of the person who opens it. It is said that Kusa village almost dominated the world with this box hundreds of years ago. Currently, the Box of Bliss is sealed within the blood prison of Kusa village, and the reason it hasn't attracted the attention of the 5 great nations is that no one can awaken this box. The conditions to open the Box of Bliss are extremely harsh, requiring a sacrifice of chakra nearly equivalent to an entire tailed beast. Thus, Fanma quietly prepared for the Box of Bliss at home, not wanting to get involved in Danzo's dirty tricks. As the negative public opinion in Konoha towards the Uchiha clan and Fanma intensified, some knowledgeable ninja, under Danzo's guidance, joined the ranks of insiders. Throughout Konoha, it seemed that Fanma had become the public enemy, as if everyone was ready to push him over when the wall fell. The atmosphere within the Uchiha clan also began to grow intense, as they, having regained strength from the war, were eager to showcase themselves. As the central figure of the events and the current de facto leader of the Uchiha, the entire Konoha was waiting for his response. However, Fanma remained at home in calm for several days, which led to Uchiha Shana rushing to his house, demanding his strategy. Shana, the old man, was a hawkish figure who had gone too far left, and the rumors about Fanma and the Uchiha clan in Konoha ignited the anger in his heart. So you want to play dirty with us, Uchihas? Huh? Good. It's time to show our Uchiha power, that old dog Danzo. Although Uchiha Shana had no evidence that Danzo instigated the rumors, the upper ninjas of Konoha all knew that this kind of behavior could only come from Danzo. Only the darkness of ninjas would twist high-level war intelligence into gossip, spreading it among civilians and slandering them, using such vile means to exert pressure. Shana strode angrily into Fanma's house, activating his Manjiki Sharingan, the triangular patterns in his pupils spinning sharply, and shouted at Fanma. "What are you doing being silent here? Brat Fanma, look at how we're being insulted out there. Tonight, we're holding a clan meeting, bringing all the 3 Tomo clan members, and we're going to demand an explanation from Danzo. We can't let him have it easy too. Don't worry, Brat Fanma, we'll just break Danzo's legs. And even Sarutobi Hiruzen or Uzumaki Mito won't dare say anything, just leave him some breath. Now, no one can challenge the dignity of the Uchiha in Konoha since Fanma's strong rise, leading the Uchiha back to the battlefield and greatly increasing the probability for the Uchihas to awaken their Sharingan with his blood. Uchiha Shana had returned to an arrogant state. The Uchiha clan had previously had a considerable rebellion when the second Hokage established the guard division, led by Shana, who at the time prided himself on inheriting Madara's will. But back then, the second Hokage was still alive, and Uchiha Shana was easily suppressed, a process that could be described as humiliating. From then on, the Uchiha clan officially bowed to the Hokage line. Shana had been holding back for nearly 20 years, and the resurgence of the Uchiha made his mentality extremely restless. Damn it, Shimura Danzo, I can't take on Senju Tobarama, but I can definitely take you on. Before Fanma could respond to Shana, Minato arrived at Fanma's house. Fanma, when are we staging a coup? I've already set up the Flying Thunder God coordinates for you. Minato wore a sunny smile, but the words he uttered were incredibly cold. He raised the kunai of the Flying Thunder God in his hand, pulling out a map of Konoha filled with red dots. Each red dot represents a Flying Thunder God mark I've set, allowing us to launch a surprise attack on the Hokage building at any time. Shana looked at Minato with excitement, realizing an astonishing fact for the first time. If we have an ally who can use Senju Tobarama's techniques, that would be quite convenient. Fanma looked at the eager Minato and Shana, feeling a wave of dizziness. Minato, who told you I was staging a coup? But thanks for the coordinates. And Shana, don't think I can't see through you. You just want to vent your frustrations. However, Minato and Shana were already part of Fanma's plan. and their arrival was just in time to discuss the plan to devour the Mist Village. But what Fama didn't expect was that after hearing the plan, Minato began to contemplate which generation of Mizukage he would be. 076, an elder in the family, huh? You're anxious, aren't you? Minato looked at Shana with narrowed eyes, spinning the kunai of the flying thunder god on his finger. The two were originally engaged in a playful verbal sparring. However, after Minato asserted that the flying thunder god technique was no weaker than the Sharingan, Shana's expression darkened, showing signs of anger and embarrassment. This blonde brat is implying that Izuna is weak, isn't he? The wicked user of the flying thunder god. Just watch me. Fama coughed heavily, reached out his large hand to pull Minato over, covering his mouth to forcibly stop the argument. Does Kushina know about this? Fama forcefully changed the subject. Minato's actions today and his straightforward words indicated his firm stance. Fama had long anticipated Minato's position, but he still felt a touch of emotion at Minato's meticulous planning. They had known each other for exactly 10 years, since Minato was 5 and Fanma was 15. When Fanma first entered the ninja world, he underwent inhuman training and fought day and night in the Umbu to quickly gain strength for self-preservation. This high-pressure atmosphere made Fanma's mind unstable, hinting at a tendency towards darkness. However, meeting Minato, who was like a little son, brought Fanma a long-lost sense of ease and warmth, and gave him his first sense of belonging in the ninja world. In Minato's eyes, Fanma was like an older brother or even a father figure. Born an orphan, Minato had a particularly happy and fulfilling childhood under Fanma's care. During Minato's growth, Fanma not only provided him with abundant material resources and ninjutsu, but also taught him by example, instilling his own thoughts into Minato, leading to fundamental changes in Minato's character. Hearing Fanma's question, Minato snorted confidently and said, "Brother Fanma, no matter what I want to eat, Kushina will support me unconditionally." Shana looked at Minato with deep meaning and shook his head. This blonde kid not only has a sharp tongue like Tobirama, but also possesses the same brainwashing ability. He's not simple. Minato's words carried a lot of information. Although Kushina was Minato's girlfriend, she lived in the Uzumaki family during her early life in Konoha and had considerable interaction with the third Hokage, so she should theoretically have deep feelings for Konoha. Fama initially thought this would be a significant dilemma for Minato, much like how he faced Tsunade. But unexpectedly, it seemed Minato had resolved this issue quite easily. "Did you talk to Kushina about the land of whirlpools and the nine-tails Jinchuriki?" Fanma pondered briefly and understood the crux of the matter. Minato nodded and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage, the little princess of the Uzumaki clan, sealed the nine-tails within her. With such power and influence, couldn't she protect her own country? Brother Fanma, you once told me something when I was young, and I've always remembered it. When evaluating a person, don't look at what they say, but rather at what they do. Kushina, in relation to Konoha, is merely a vessel for the Nine-Tails' power, or rather, the positioning of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha has always been like this. The tragedy of the Uzumaki clan being exterminated is difficult to uncover the truth behind. But one thing is certain, Mito and Konoha's in action. Such relatives, such a village. I think it's better not to let Kushina rely on them." Fanma looked at Minato with interest. After 10 years of interaction, Minato's thoughts and character had changed somewhat. So, could Kushina really be changed so much by Minato? I say, Minato, you aren't being fooled by Kushina, are you? It would be troublesome if you falter at a critical moment. Minato shook his finger and calmly replied. Brother Fanma once said that while a female ninja's heart is as vast as the ocean and sky, it can easily be filled with yang release chakra. Shana looked at Fanma in surprise, his eyes filled with curiosity. It was the first time he had heard such philosophical words. Fanma covered his face and helplessly said, Minato, although I am your teacher, I have only taught you some ninjutsu. If your thoughts go wrong, you can't blame me. Fanma spoke weakly, feeling a strange sense of DJVU rising in his heart. Does this count as having raised Naruto into a Minato? Hearing Minato's response, Shana burst into laughter and continued the conversation. Blonde kid, you've said so much but still haven't gotten to the point, have you? Shana raised an eyebrow, looking at Minato with a mischievous expression, taunting, with your little physique, can you outdo a girl from the Uzumaki clan? You won't be all show and no substance, will you? Minato refused to back down and disdainfully glanced at Shana. My yang release chakra is enough to rival the Nine Tails. Kushina-chan has completely succumbed to my immense chakra. Fanma sighed. It seemed Minato had completely let loose today. However, Minato's progress is much faster than that of his teacher. That brat. Shauna smiled, enjoying the noisy atmosphere. Due to the recent public uproar caused by Danzo, he had been quite anxious. However, now everything had a solution. The Uchiha clan was about to experience a rebirth. Patting the map on the wall, Shauna solemnly said to Fanma-kun, "Your caliber is sufficient to take over as the leader of the Uchiha clan. Hurry up and replace this old bone of mine. However, I have a little addition to this plan. As long as Orochimaru gathers a team, he can act as a mist ninja and harass the borders of the Land of Fire. The one dealing with border affairs is Danzo's route, which gives us the opportunity to eliminate these dirty elements and cut off Danzo's claws. When Root fails to complete its mission, the third Hokage will naturally come to us, Uchiha, hoping we can intervene. At that time, we Uchiha can rightfully deploy our forces, which will not only help us gradually relocate our clansmen, but also assist Orochimaru in his development in the mist. Furthermore, it will free us from the restrictions of the security department regarding the Uchiha and negotiate with the third Hokage to gain more power in Konoha. If we watch and wait for opportunities, we might even achieve a situation where both Konoha and the mist fall under Uchiha control." Shauna's eyes shone with brilliance. Fama was taken aback. He hadn't thought of this. Slowly nodding, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure." 077 Public Opinion Warfare, Part 1. In Konoha Village, the black gossip surrounding two war heroes continues to circulate to this day. The battlefield commander Orochimaru is said to have desecrated the first Hokage, secretly conducting forbidden human experiments, with the disappearance of numerous civilians and ninjas in the village suspected to be related to him. The hunting squad commander, Uchiha Fanma, defied orders on the battlefield, sidelined civilian ninjas, opposed the will of fire, and despite his abilities, did not contribute to Konoha, resulting in significant ninja casualties. Among the upper ninjas and special upper ninjas, this black material is treated as a joke, barely causing any ripples. They all understand that this is an internal conflict among the upper factions. The upper ninjas from ninja clans advise their younger family members not to make reckless comments, lest they attract trouble. Most upper ninjas have more or less connections with Konoha's higher-ups and will not be swayed by a few words, unless they want to deliberately smear Fanma and Orochimaru. However, among the lower and middle ninjas, these claims immediately gain traction. After all, they typically do not come into contact with figures like Fanma and Orochimaru, and conspiracy theories are always intriguing. Among Konoha's civilians, they do not care about the truth of these rumors. They enthusiastically discuss them with friends and family to appear well-informed and active members of Konoha. The higher-ups in Konoha maintain a silent attitude, allowing the situation to escalate further. Since no one has come out to refute the rumors, they must be true, right? This is the prevailing thought among most people in Konoha. After the war, merchant caravans returning to Konoha brought these messages to the ninja world. On the desks of the third Raikage, Chiyo, Onoki, and others, there was an unusual piece of intelligence. Konoha is experiencing internal conflict again. Although Shimura Danzo's methods are underhanded, he has managed to strike the right balance. The Uchiha clan's poor reputation, combined with such fitting black material, has become the best gossip for Konoha's civilians, with no one feeling any resistance. Instead, they eagerly participate. Danzo has accurately grasped the fact that Fanma and Orochimaru are treading in gray areas, and on the wave of victory from the war. He has initiated this public opinion war, raising the event's profile to its peak. First, create a god, then destroy the god. If Danzo were to travel through time, with his knack for manipulating public opinion, he could also secure a decent living. Fanma indeed has a questionable background. The incidents of rank fixing and defying orders on the battlefield are factual occurrences. However, because Fanma has the immense merit of slaying tailed beasts and ending the war, Konoha's higher-ups cannot actively hold him accountable. A war hero who has just fought for the village cannot be touched. Otherwise, it would chill the hearts of the majority of ninjas. Yet, if Fanma were to step forward to confront this public opinion, Konoha's higher-ups would gain an excuse to investigate him. You see, you requested us to give you a clean slate. If Fanma remains silent, the public opinion coming from the villagers would greatly impact the ninjas' morale. The hearts of ninjas are both fragile and resilient. A ninja can kill indiscriminately at the age of 5, sacrificing teammates for a mission, yet also take their own life due to villagers' opinions, leaving their child alone in the world. Perhaps the reason the Will of Fire is accepted by most in Konoha is that the ninja world is simply too hellish. The more difficult it is, the more one believes in gods, the more they seek a sliver of faith in their hearts. Even if the Will of Fire has many flaws, that no longer seems important, as long as it provides ninjas with some sense of solace. In the original timeline, in 3 to 4 years, Kakashi Itaki would soon experience the treatment Fanma and Orochimaru currently receive, and subsequently end his life. But unfortunately, Fanma had once trained in a place called the Internet, mastering numerous forbidden techniques. The intensity of public opinion in Konoha pales in comparison to that place. A public opinion storm that the third Hokage and others have never witnessed is about to arrive. Konoha Police Department. Hundreds of Uchiha clan members stand in 2 neat rows, their faces showing excitement mixed with a hint of awkwardness, waiting for Fanma's final speech. The Uchiha present are split into 2 lines, one wearing civilian clothing, the other in police uniforms. Above requirements must be executed properly. Fugaku, repeat it again. Yes, Minister. I will lead a team disguised as civilians, spreading public opinion in crowded areas. And if there are any doubters, we will use our eyes for mild hypnotic suggestion. Fugaku responds seriously and loudly. Tetsuhebe, repeat your group's task. Yes, Minister. Our second group will, after the first group incites public opinion, secure the scene in the name of the police department and arrest all identified root members under the charge of being foreign spies. Good, then let the operation begin. With a command from Fanma, hundreds of elite Uchiha swiftly split into 2 teams, dispersing throughout the vast expanse of Konoha. Under Fanma's orders, the Uchiha are about to undertake a task they have never executed since their establishment, to serve as a water army, no longer fighting on the battlefield with raging fire techniques, but rather breaking into smaller units to begin using water techniques. The Sharingan begin to rotate covertly in the Uchiha's eyes, and the residents of Konoha are about to welcome a whole new scandal. A week later, Konoha Tavern. Jiraiya, reeking of alcohol, is embracing 2 alluring women, drinking beer from a large mug. A soft and delicate songstress leans against Jiraiya's muscular chest, gently tracing the deep scar with her delicate hand, admiringly saying, "Fighting for Konoha, protecting us civilians, thank you for your hard work. Please drink another cup, so I can help you relax." Jiraiya laughs heartily, tilting his head to down the strong liquor in his cup. But the strength in his hands has increased a few notches, causing the songstress to giggle. "What kind of hero am I? Just a small pawn, that's all." Jiraiya humbly waves his hand, but a hint of worry flashes in his eyes. In this war, Fanma's displayed strength has eclipsed him too much. As a childhood friend, Jiraiya naturally feels unwilling. Sigh, heroes like you who are humble and dedicated to Konoha are truly too rare. Nowadays in Konoha, we small civilians don't even know who truly cares for this village. Jiraiya furrows his brow and lets out a soft sigh. He knows about the situation with Fanma and Orochimaru. However, based on his understanding of these 2, those rumors may not all be false. Don't pay attention to those rumors. Orochimaru and the Uchiha clan have indeed contributed a lot to our village. The songstress giggles softly, playfully hitting Jiraiya's shoulder. You really know how to play dumb. The matters of these 2 are no longer trending. Jiraiya blinks in confusion. If it's not about those 2, then what else could it be about? The songstress leans closer to Jiraiya, her hair brushing against his face, the pleasant scent causing his yang release chakra to stir. The next sentence from the songstress completely dispelled all of Jiraiya's thoughts. You must know, right? The death of the second Hokage. It's said to be related to the current Hokage's assistant. The songstress leaned into Jiraiya's ear, lowering her voice to whisper. Jiraiya looked at the beautiful woman beside him in shock, spitting out a mouthful of drink onto her lovely face. 078 Public Opinion Warfare, Part 2 what? The Hokage's assistant is related to the second Hokage's death? Jiraiya's mind raced. The Hokage's assistant. Isn't that referring to the old man Danzo? How is it related to the second Hokage's death? Seeing Jiraiya's puzzled expression, the singer smiled mysteriously. When it comes to gossip, the public doesn't care if you're the Hokage. Even if you're Sage of the Six Paths, you become their topic of conversation during meals. After all, can anyone control what others say? Mr. Ninja, you know, right? The current third Hokage and the Hokage's assistant were once the second Hokage's bodyguards. Jiraiya nodded in confusion, instinctively asking, what's wrong with that? The second Hokage was their teacher, after all. Oh dear, since you know that, why haven't you realized it yet? The singer's beautiful face showed a contrasting gossip expression, winking at Jiraiya. In matters of gossip, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she can transform from a pure and elegant beauty into a nosy ant discussing others' lives. Jiraiya frowned, feeling that things weren't simple. At this moment, he didn't think the impact of this matter was that significant. He just found the origin of such talk strange. After all, the third Hokage is his teacher. So he naturally doesn't believe there is any conspiracy regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's rise to power. Oh, then let me tell you. I heard that the second Hokage mastered a jutsu that allows him to teleport within thousands of meters. Isn't that right? Jiraiya nodded, affirming, I didn't expect you to know this legend of the ninja world. The second Hokage mastered the flying thunder god technique and was hailed as the fastest in the ninja world. The singer sighed and continued, in that case, the rumors must be true. Other ninja lords I received have also discussed this with me. Originally, it was said in the village that the second Hokage died protecting his 6 disciples. But if the second Hokage mastered such profound ninjutsu, then why did he die on a battlefield? Jiraiya opened his mouth, suddenly feeling at a loss for words. Yes, the second Hokage mastered the flying thunder god technique. If he wanted to protect the old men during their retreat, he could have just teleported away, right? Doubts also rose in Jiraiya's heart, but he still forced an explanation. The second Hokage's death was a manifestation of the will of fire, stepping up to protect the village's future. You're really joking. You said it yourself. The current third Hokage and the Hokage's assistant were the second Hokage's guards back then. Even I, a small girl, understand the duty of a guard. Isn't it to protect the Hokage's safety? Jiraiya became even more confused. He was also young when the second Hokage died and hadn't considered this matter deeply. Leaving a stack of cash on the table, he quickly walked out of the house, feeling a bit unsettled. Meanwhile, the commotion next door caught his attention. A group of ninjas was discussing this matter. If you ask me, the second Hokage's establishment of a ninja academy touched upon too many interests of the ninja clans, and he compromised by accepting the third Hokage and the others. Look at his disciples. Which one isn't from a ninja clan? The Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, the Akimichi clan. They must have joined forces too. Look at who is in high positions now. A Konoha Chunin shook his head and spoke. And the will of fire, who believes that? The Hokage. To protect a few jonin, doesn't think we common ninjas are so easy to fool, does he? Not to mention anything else, just this time against the rain ninjas. Hans released such a large area of poison, and the higher-ups still wanted us to charge in. Isn't that just sending us to our deaths? This drunken genin was someone Jiraiya recognized. He was one of his subordinates in the land of rain. Jiraiya remained silent. The whole Kabukichi seemed to be discussing this matter. Back then, only Uchiha Kagami died in the second Hokage's bodyguard team. Isn't that strange? Now the higher-ups are suppressing the Uchiha. Perhaps there was some scandal back then. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, concealing his presence, and secretly listened. These people were not insignificant figures. He saw some smaller ninja clans among them. Look at our Konoha ninjas' forehead protectors. What is this? This is the symbol of the Uzumaki clan, and the Uzumaki clan has all perished. The land of whirlpools is deep within our fire country, which ninja clan could silently infiltrate. It was said back then that dozens of ninja clans wiped out the land of whirlpools. Were Konoha's Umbu just idle? Jiraiya's expression grew heavier. The situation was far more urgent than he had imagined. The rumors were spreading wider, and even scarier, many events from over a decade ago were being brought up again, and the stances were subtly reversing. This can't go on. This is destroying the roots of Konoha. I must find the old man to resolve this matter. Jiraiya hurriedly headed towards the Hokage building. The roots. Shimura Danzo, usually maintaining a poker face, could no longer keep it. His face filled with furious anger. The rumors fabricated by Hanma had deeply struck at his most vulnerable point. Danzo had always feared others bringing up the second Hokage. This was his only weakness. Those Uchiha bastards dare to frame me like this. In the current rumors in Konoha, Danzo is the mastermind behind the assassination of the second Hokage, while Uchiha Kagami has become the only hero who protected the second Hokage. The widespread nature of this rumor is due to its seemingly reliable logic. As a guard, Uchiha Kagami died, while the third Hokage and Danzo lived on, even taking over the positions of Hokage and Hokage's assistant. If the second Hokage truly died while covering the retreat, then why did Uchiha Kagami die? Moreover, the second Hokage, who mastered the flying thunder god, could have easily teleported his disciples to safety. Why did he turn back to fight against the Gold and Silver brothers? There are too many aspects of the second Hokage's death that don't withstand scrutiny. And with Uchiha Kagami dead, the Uchiha clan not only didn't receive any rewards, but instead faced repeated suppression from Konoha, adding an eerie twist to the situation. Lord Danzo, a small team from Roots has been detained in the guard department's prison. Should we take the next action? A member of Roots half-knelt on the ground, asking for Danzo's instructions. Danzo gritted his teeth. He never expected Uchiha Hanma would retaliate against him with such vicious methods. The accusation Hanma laid upon Danzo, even though he was known as the Dark of Ninja and the Root of Konoha, was something he absolutely could not bear. In terms of poking at Danzo's sore spot, Hanma was on a 6 paths level. I am to become Hokage in the future. I cannot allow these Uchiha to ruin my reputation any longer. Go find a third Hokage and ask how to proceed, Danzo said weakly. The development of the situation exceeded his imagination. Though Danzo's heart brewed with insane anger, he had no intention of leading Roots to storm the guard department. Danzo's strength was limited to oppressing smaller ninja clans and common ninjas, abducting some talented children to forcefully join Roots. But when facing the Uchiha and Hanma, he knew it was better to curse them behind their backs. He had no doubt that if he led a charge against the guard department, Hanma's iron fist would surely strike him hard in the face. Konoha, Hokage building. A woman with a purple diamond mark on her forehead sat in the Hokage's seat. The third stood by humbly, like a student who had made a mistake, with his head lowered. Monkey, I am somewhat disappointed in you, said Vortex Water, looking sharply at the third with an unfriendly tone. 079, the strange circle, the third Hokage, lowered his head in silence, not even daring to meet the gaze of Uzumaki Mido. No matter how far a person grows, there will always be a few individuals in their heart whom they respect or even fear. In the heart of the third Hokage, apart from the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and his mentor Senju Tobirama, only Uzumaki Mido could make him feel this tense. Uzumaki Mido held an extraordinarily transcendent position in Konoha. Not only was she the Jinchuriki capable of controlling the power of the Nine Tails, the first Hokage's wife, but she was also one of the founders of Konoha. During the Warring States period, without the strong support of the Uzumaki clan, the Senju clan would not have easily annihilated the Uchiha clan's crucial ally, the Yui clan, to defeat the Uchiha and establish Konoha as victors. Even Senju Tobirama had to treat Uzumaki Mido with utmost respect. The third Hokage sighed deeply, a complex feeling surging in his heart. Frustration, panic, anger, helplessness. It was never his intention to disturb Uzumaki Mido, who had not come out of retirement for years. Ever since he dispatched Danzo to investigate the matter of the fake training, the situation had gradually spiraled beyond his control. The third Hokage asked himself. He only wanted to eliminate the underground transactions that were disrupting the village's operational system and did not mean to target Orochimaru or the Uchiha. But now, the complex public opinion had ignited into a huge fire, burning not only towards him as Hokage, but also towards Konoha's will of fire. Even when the third Hokage first took office, the hearts of the people in Konoha had never been as unsettled as they were now. The third Hokage did not expect that after he called off the wood release experiment, Orochimaru would continue this research with brutal methods. He also did not anticipate that Danzo would drag Orochimaru down, instead clearing his own name. Danzo's loss of control and Orochimaru's unfamiliarity were beyond his calculations. It could only be said that the third Hokage's impression of his disciples and old friends had remained stuck over a decade ago. Furthermore, the subsequent public backlash from Fanma filled the third Hokage with anger and helplessness. The third Hokage's governing policy could be described as entirely following the path of the second Hokage, even to the point of being somewhat rigid and inflexible. After all, the third Hokage did not have the previous Hokage to don a straw hat for him. His foundation and legitimacy were not very solid. If it weren't for Uzumaki Mido's support and affirmation back then, he would not have been able to continue as Hokage. The third Hokage had a congenital disability in the process of succession, but he had never been able to solve this problem. As a bodyguard, he had left the Hokage on the battlefield, resulting in the death of the Hokage, which was an ironclad fact. The will of fire is not omnipotent. Before talking about the will of fire, Konoha is first and foremost a ninja village, and the first principle of a ninja is to complete the tasks they undertake. Most importantly, even the third Hokage himself held doubts in his heart about how Tobirama, who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, could fall on that battlefield and never return. Mido, I have disappointed you. The third Hokage twitched the corners of his mouth and finally spoke a complete sentence. Uzumaki Mido said sternly, Monkey, since you do not have Tobirama's abilities, you should not blindly copy his policies. Uzumaki Mido's eyes were filled with fatigue. This woman, coming from the Warring States period, despite having mastered the Een sealing technique, no longer had the energy she once did. You still don't understand the Uchiha clan. The strong in this clan will not be constrained by others. Merely forcing them will only lead to worse outcomes. Your attitude towards the Uchiha must be adjusted. Did Konoha gain any benefits when Tobirama drove Uchiha Madara away? If it weren't for Hashirama standing up to protect Konoha, could Tobarama have withstood Madara? The policies set by Tobarama are not all correct even now. Times are changing, monkey. You need to find a new path to lead Konoha. While criticizing the third Hokage, Mito was also venting her own dissatisfaction. She had opinions on Tobarama's series of policies. From Uzumaki Mito's perspective, the competition regarding the first Hokage was as follows. Hashirama originally wanted Madara to become Hokage, but Tobarama changed Hashirama's mind, resulting in Madara feeling betrayed and subsequently clashing with Hashirama. In Uzumaki Mito's view, this was a nonsensical dispute. Clearly, precious peace had already arrived. Yet because of a Hokage position, it took away her husband, leaving her alone to seal the beast within her and live in solitude. Hashirama's death led to the First Shinobi World War, although Tobarama led Konoha to victory over the other four nations. He could not escape the fate of dying on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen had to hastily ascend to the position, and for a time, dark currents surged within Konoha. Other ninja villages took advantage of the situation to unite and eradicate the land of whirlpools, leading to the extinction of the Uzumaki clan. All because Madara was not allowed to become Hokage. Hashirama was severely injured, Tobarama died in battle, the Uzumaki clan was exterminated, and many Konoha ninjas also perished on the battlefield. The third Hokage raised his head, his eyes filled with stubbornness. For him, Mito could say whatever she wanted, but she could not criticize Tobarama. Lady Mito, teacher Tobarama's policies are not wrong. Uchiha Madara does not have a heart dedicated to the village. Even if he became Hokage, he would bring destruction to the village. The current Uchiha is the same. Uchiha Fama treats the village's tasks as a joke, greatly disrupting the village's operational system. This war was caused by his issues, leading to significant losses for the village. Such Uchiha must be restricted. The third Hokage's voice gradually grew louder, and his confidence increased. Uzumaki Mito shook her head, stating that as long as Uchiha Fanma possessed enough strength, saying these things would be meaningless. Then, how do you intend to handle the current situation? The third Hokage hesitated again. The public backlash from Fanma had truly struck a nerve, and he wanted to quell this matter as soon as possible. After pondering for a long time, he slowly said, Lady Mito, I plan to have the administrative department issue an official denial, treating the rumors in the village as attacks from spies from other villages. It should be able to successfully quell this storm. As for the Uchiha clan, I still believe that they harbor narrow-minded tribalism. If the Uchiha were to gain power in Konoha, the entire village would become their vassal, and the original intent of establishing Konoha would cease to exist. Uzumaki Mito sighed. The third Hokage's reasoning was not without merit. The Uchiha clan had been known for their extremism and belief in power since the Warring States period. After the establishment of Konoha, there had also been tragedies among clan members fighting for the Sharingan. This clan was indeed not suitable to lead a hidden village, a point with which Uzumaki Mito agreed. If an Uchiha were to ascend to the position of Hokage, there would indeed be a high possibility of turning all of Konoha into a tool to support the Uchiha, and it would be even more likely to reignite war, causing the shinobi world to lose peace from then on. But now, an emotionally stable, powerful, and cunning Uchiha Fanma had emerged. The Uchiha clan was no longer as simple and impulsive as before. Tobarama's policy of restricting the Uchiha was slowly becoming ineffective. In this war of public opinion, Uzumaki Mito even saw a trace of Tobarama's shadow in Fanma. What was even more troublesome was that Konoha was no longer as strong as it once was, and the power of the Uchiha clan was also needed by Konoha. Everything about the Uchiha seemed to have fallen into a strange circle. Monkey, my days are numbered. Quickly choose a successor for the Nine Tails. This is the most important issue at hand. Uzumaki Mito left. She and the Uzumaki clan had already contributed enough to Konoha and were somewhat weary. The third generation lit his pipe, and in the darkness, only a flicker of sparks appeared and disappeared, much like the uncertain future of the Hidden Leaf Village. Originally, Kushina was designated to be the host for the Nine Tails, but she maintained close contact with Fanma's disciple. Just this alone made it impossible for the Hokage faction to entrust the Nine Tails to her. However, the power of the Nine Tails was too wild, and finding a suitable Jinchuriki was not that simple.